but first I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers? Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 1/31. Select models only.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale. January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family-owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A mix of sun and clouds in San Jose, going up to 61.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up.
with a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Here we go. Draymond Green holds it, feeds Butler. Right corner, Batum right on him. Butler left-hand dribble to the paint, spins, baseline fadeaway, airball it, rebound, batted away, buzzer sounds, and the Warriors lose. The Clippers win 103-102. Tight ball game, handshakes and hugs down the floor below. And another winnable game goes by the boards for Golden State. Post-game show upcoming on the 95.7 The Game Warriors Radio Network, presented by United Airlines.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Oh, did I just got cut off Tim right there? That was a weird kind of end to the call, but it's fine. It's great. Actually, it's not. 103-102 the final. I didn't hate that shot from Jimmy Butler there. I hate the result and what happened, which was an air ball, but I'll live with Jimmy Butler, ISO, one-on-one, fadeaway jumper. It goes in. It didn't that time. 103-102 the final. Warriors fall to 19-18. 8-13 on the road. Clippers, they've been hot lately. Kawhi Leonard has been hot lately. Wasn't hot from beyond the arc yesterday, 0 of 8. But there's a lot to get into with that game, Joe. It's the best show of the week by far. And trust me, we will dive in to the game of the week, which is Eagles-Niners in Philadelphia, 1:30 West Coast time right here. We're going to be all over that game. Baldy, 7:30. Bonte Hill in studio from 8 to 10. We have a lot to dive into there, but let's dive into that Warriors loss last night. Where do you want to start? The non-continuation call? Do you want to cover Steve Kerr getting ejected? The goaltend?
Can I have like a
Draymond Green?
Well, I'll get to Draymond. Warrior fans. We didn't lose the game because of a goaltending play. Okay? Yes, they missed the call. It was a terrible call. All right? It was a terrible call. You didn't lose that game because of the goaltending not getting turned into 2 points. All right? That was not the difference in that game. You know what the difference in that game was? You not scoring for almost 9 minutes of basketball in the third quarter. You turning the ball over. 20? Did they have 20 turnovers yesterday? 20 turnovers? All right? You playing a lineup in the third quarter, Jimmy Butler surrounded by pods who can't do anything well right now. Melton, who I love, he just hustles. Only, positive really for me right now.
The Clippers had 20, by the way. The Clippers, you're saying, had 20 turnovers. The Warriors had 7 turnovers.
Oh, well, they had how was it points off of turnovers?
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah.
And then Horford and Draymond. He rolled out a lineup with 3 bigs, basically, because Jimmy Butler's your de facto power forward. I've been talking about this for 2 years. He is your point power forward. Like, that's what he is. You need to surround him with shooting. And you're surrounding him with Al Horford. Al, if I watch you take another 3-pointer, my head's going to explode. Draymond, if I watch you take another 3-pointer, my head's going to explode. Now, to Draymond's credit, he actually passed really well in this game. He could not move. He couldn't guard a soul. He hurt his ribs diving into the bench, which was great effort. He hurt himself. They didn't sub him out. I couldn't believe it. He kept playing. Then he turned his ankle where it looked like Zubac, stepped on his ankle. I'm not even really sure like what he was doing. But he's hurt. And he kept playing for another 2 minutes. He couldn't get back on defense. He wasn't going to blow by anybody. Draymond needs a timeout. And then he's out here on his podcast criticizing Jordan Poole for not stepping in.
You showed me that. Yeah.
It's like, Draymond, you need to worry about your own game. As Anthony Slater goes on ESPN and says, you're a minus 69 in the month of December and January. And the team was a plus 90 with you off the floor.
They were down 13 points, Joe, with 4:48 to go left in the game. Warriors take a timeout. It's like at that point, you're like, okay, I don't know. They're probably not going to win. 4 minutes to go, down more than 13 points against the Clippers in their building. And it's going to be a tall task. But the fact that they made it a game and they got to the free throw line, and Jimmy Butler
was great.
I loved what I saw from Jimmy Butler yesterday. I know a lot of people are going to be pissed off that the end result, the shot, it wasn't a good shot. I mean, because it didn't go in. But I'm living with the baseline fadeaway from Jimmy Buckets.
Joe,
he's made that shot throughout his entire career. I've seen him make that shot.
But they couldn't defend Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard's, boy, he looks amazing.
He does.
His body looks chiseled like it always does, but like
he didn't even shoot the ball very well.
His shoulder blades, like I've never seen. Am I the only one with the shoulder blades with Kawhi?
So scary.
It's like he looks like he was made in a lab.
Well, we say that Victor Wembanyama's a Martian, he's an alien, but you look at Kawhi's hands, he's the original alien, right from always in San Diego State. I've been talking about that guy.
And look, Guy Santos was awesome in this game.
He was fourth quarter.
No. His hustle, his ability to get them second shot opportunities, hitting a corner three at one point. I mean, it's just
he didn't play the whole first three quarters and played the entire fourth.
Guys, we've reached the point. Stevie Wonder can see it as I go guru on you, okay?
Or Shaq, yeah.
The team's better without Draymond. But here's the irony.
Offensively, yeah.
Here's the irony. He's still their best center.
Yeah. Because who are you going to count on? Quentin Post?
He can't move, though. He can't move. He literally can't move. James Harden didn't even play in that game.
No, he didn't.
James Harden didn't even play. He's having a great year, too, which is kind of crazy. But he didn't even play in that game.
You know what the highlight of that game was for me last night? It wasn't the actual on the court. It was the guy calling the game.
I didn't even watch that broadcast.
It was the Peacock broadcast last night, so they have to
I was stuck with
coast to coast.
And Fitz was driving me nuts.
Well, you should have tuned in the second half on Peacock then. If you weren't, tuned in right here 95.7 The Game, listen to Tim Roy. Snoop Dogg was calling the second half with Reggie Miller and the play-by-play guy for NBC. Apologies to him. I'm still, getting used to all these new faces and voices. But Snoop was in his bag. Carter, do you have any of it for me of the Snoop Dogg? Because it was all time from, I think, Steve Kerr getting ejected.
Well,
it was so
can we talk
good.
about what led to it? So obviously they missed the goaltend. That was pretty clear. That was pretty clear to me. He was overreacting because they missed the Curry continuation flip-up play. And I thought Curry, really overreacted on that play. I get why he wants it. But, to me, both guys, Curry and Kerr, were showing signs of it reeked of desperation. Like a team that's really soul-searching, even though that they're on a little win streak. It doesn't look right.
I think what pissed people off the most, if you're a Warriors fan, is they waited so long till the shot goes in, and then it's actually, no, we're waving off. It's before the shot. It's wait, why'd you have to wait?
A continuation for a decade.
I don't even know what a continuation is the problem, Joe.
I agree
what the hell
that.
is such continuation these days?
I agree with that. I just think that we're everyone's barking about the officiating. It's been bad. I've been watching the Warriors my whole life. The NBA has always been bad. But in particular, the way it's been adjudicated for certain players has been an issue for 15 years for me, watching the whole Steph Curry experience. So, Steph has every right to be angry. I'm seeing Mark Willard, the officiating. Mark, the officiating's been a problem. But here's my biggest issue with the Warriors right now. They're whining and crying, yet they can't control their own controllables, defending at the point of attack, rebounding better. In this game, they took care of the ball, but getting back on defense when you don't take care of the ball. Defending bigs. How many box-out fouls has this team had?
Oh, every day they have one.
All right.
Right now they're having one. They're sleeping.
They're shooting a million threes. Nobody's a good shooter. They're what's their biggest issue? Is it size? I don't know. Because shooting is also a massive issue.
They can't shoot the ball.
Okay, yeah, but they also can't defend.
But they also average the most three-point shot attempts in the NBA.
Yeah, because Horford doesn't get the memo. Horford, you will always be able to have that walk-in top of the key three. You know why? No one thinks you can hit it consistently enough to force them out on you. And you know what? You are not blowing by anyone. GP2 was excellent in this game. But when I watched Curry's reaction and I watched Steve Kerr's reaction, to me, Steve Kerr, the whole theatrics of getting thrown out of that game, was he angry? Yeah, I'm sure he was. I think it was a classic case of he's trying to motivate the guys. And I think a small part of him knows that, everybody's looking at him are you done? Do you care anymore about what's going on here? Because we're getting the feeling that you're kind of just going through the motions.
Well, real quick on that. Is that a bad thing, though? What? Trying to get his team fired up and trying to get the win?
Fault him for that.
Because Jimmy, after the game, said that did kick them into another gear. And he's But the problem is we should be playing. No. But Jimmy, to your point, he's like we should be playing like that at tip off. Like why does our coach need to get ejected for us to play harder, right? Which is an indictment on maybe the players, the coaching staff, what have you. Steve obviously didn't talk after the game because Terry Stotts did it in place of him, so that Steve didn't get fined. I thought Terry was actually pretty good. I listened to the entire podium after the game. I thought there's some good questions from Anthony Slater, amongst others. Yeah.
Hey, look, Joe, a team with Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, still great, went 9 minutes without scoring.
Steph was 4-15 from me on the
Yeah, he was not good.
It was not good.
At all.
No.
And so, like, everyone's like, they're frustrated. Yeah, they should be. I mean, they're not good. And, like, how many times do I need to watch Draymond pass it back to a triple-teamed Curry so he shoots a desperation 40-foot three? And, yeah, for Curry, every shot's a good shot, right? But, like, how many – here, right back to you. Here, Joe. I got a shovel pass right back to you. I got a shovel pass to you.
Just threw a baseball at my face.
Heaven forbid I square up to the hoop and take 2 dribbles and, go into the lane. Sorry, it's
okay. I got it. Don't worry.
Like, I'm watching this team, and I'm just like, and then Trey McKinney, he's laboring before he dove into the stands. Then he's laboring after he falls into the stands. They don't sub him out.
Yeah.
Then he turns his ankle. There's a timeout. He stays on the floor. And this isn't about Draymond. It's about, Steve, are you watching the same game I am? Your guy, who, by the way, you arrested everybody on Friday night. Your guy is laboring before all of these things. And then in a 3-minute span, he dives into the stands, hurts his ribs, gets up gingerly, and then gets his ankle stepped on and rolled on. Sub him out. Sub him out.
So they're still game over 500. They had an opportunity to win 7 of their last 9. They didn't do that yesterday. They're still playing better basketball, but again, we keep talking about this team, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you keep having wins. Like you can have wins in between, a couple wins here and there, but you have these just demoralizing losses in between. They can't have a normal loss. This team, like a normal loss for them is either getting blown out or losing at the buzzer. Like that's what losing is for that's what it feels like anyways. I know that's it's hyperbolic. That's how it feels like for fans. There's a lot of frustration. That being said, no one's saying the season's over. No one's saying the season's cooked. Like you use the word, and I think it's proper. Frustration.
And desperation.
Yeah, there's a lot of that right now, and for sure.
I feel like a great example. Kobe Sanders is going for 20?
Kobe.
What?
Chris Dunn. I like Chris Dunn, though.
Yeah,
actually,
I've always
16
liked Chris
points.
Dunn.
Yeah.
Like Jordan Miller is a problem for you on both ends of the floor?
John Collins, Steiny's guy.
Well, you know what? This is what I'll say about John Collins. He plays hard.
Yeah.
He was diving on the floor. He was the guy that got the goaltending, basically. Yep. And he also hit a big-time 3, and I just...
Hey, this will cheer you up.
The goaltending was a bad call.
It was.
But don't let it distract you from the fact that this team has deeper issues.
Does it make you
significantly?
Does it make you feel any better that crew chief Brian Forte after the game said it should have been a goaltending violation?
Oh, great.
I always hate.
Well, I guess the Warriors are winners now.
Oh, by the way, breaking news in the NFL: Cowboys fired defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus. So there you go.
Oh, good. That'll solve it. Pat Spencer, a DNP. Pat Spencer, another DNP.
Well, he is that MFer.
I just
when it comes to getting DNPs, I guess.
I've had enough.
Like, what are we doing?
Pods played 30 minutes, and it was just like he's just I got dribble, and I'm dribbling. It's like, can we just slow down? Jesus criminy. Al Horford is done. He is done. There's this thing like...
Poor Moses Moody. That guy's got no confidence in his
There's this
shot.
thing when you're cooking and you're like baking, like you can always take something out a little early and
you
let
told
it
me
rest.
it's like the last week or two.
And then you can always put it back in the oven. But once you've overdone it and you're overcooked, it's cooked. It's done. That's where we are with Al Horford. It's the prime rib that you left in the oven for way too long.
It's the dry turkey. There's nothing worse than the dry turkey.
I'm out.
You got to have it moist. You got to have it wet.
Yeah, it's just, he's just...
Hey, Snoop Dogg on the call for this Steve Kerr ejection. Let's listen to Snoop.
Back him up, GP, back him up. Steve ready to fire on him.
He's already gone.
Steve banging Inglewood right now. Inglewood, get him, Steve. You in Inglewood, Steve. The Arizona Wildcat that came out and look at him.
Dude, I'm telling you, it made, if you weren't watching the Peacock broadcast last night in the second half with Snoop, you were missing out. Easily the highlight of the evening. Snoop Dogg on the call alongside Reggie Miller. I think they should just make that a mainstay.
I watched his team double team the carcass of Brook Lopez multiple times, and I'm like, he's a log. He's doing nothing.
He didn't score 8 points yesterday.
They did
a hell of a job then.
We doubled him multiple times. He's like kicking it out to wide open threes. It's so bad. Moses Moody, he's trying. He is in such a bad funk right now.
It's bad.
It's just bad.
4 points, 1 of 5, 0 of 3 from beyond the arc. He has no confidence in his shot right now. Last game against the Jazz, he had 8 points, 3 of 8, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc. They're searching for someone that has confidence. Hey, Guy Santos had confidence last night in the fourth quarter. Again, a guy that didn't play in the first 3 quarters, though.
But how
the Pat Spencer one to me is very strange.
Can someone explain to me how this team, the Clippers, which is always an older team, it feels like, of recent memory, always finds these random young guys to come in and contribute randomly, and then they turn them over quickly. We're still here waiting for the eggs to hatch on Kuminga and Moody and all the pods, and yet they're like, oh, Kobe Sanders, here, drop 20 on him. Who? This guy Miller, was he a second-round pick? I'm like, where'd this guy come from?
Kuminga, DNP yesterday, by the way, coach's decision.
Well, he had an opportunity to play Friday night. That's on him. Yeah. Well, I'm done feeling any empathy.
I'm not saying you should feel empathy. I think Kuminga was also telling us or his representation, like, yeah, I'm good. I have
a problem with that.
Well, I think both of them have this unspoken thing, him and the organization, that I think it's best to just stay to the side.
Yeah, what a terrible decition to keep him.
Well, the entire thing. I think there's two sides to every story.
Terrible.
There's a lot of blame to go around, Joe. And we'll dive into the 49ers Eagles, I promise. 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. Want to weigh in on that Warriors tough loss last night against the Clippers. You could call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line 888-957-9570. I do want to give a shout out to Mark Grandy, who had the pre and post game yesterday right here at 95.7 The Game. I saw that guy walk in at like 10:45. He was here for like 12 hours yesterday. God bless the Grandy man, who finished runner-up in our 95.7 The Game Fantasy League. I think you guys are still waiting to get paid from our commissioner. Huh.
He's a high-level loser, bro.
Interesting. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And as I mentioned, Brian Baldinger joining us 7:30 in Bonte after Baldy, 8 o'clock through the rest of the show in studio. Yeah.
Joe, all day today, you're going to hear a lot about the goaltending. And I get it. They missed the call. I think it's obvious. Well, you went scoreless in the third quarter in an NBA game where you have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. You went scoreless for 9 minutes. Not 9 minutes of like real time where the ball stops, they shoot a couple free throws, whatever. 9 NBA game clock minutes. 9. You have no one to blame. You want to point the finger at the officials? Yeah, they're bad. They suck. They've been sucky, okay? You went 9 minutes and scored 13 points in the third quarter. And 9 minutes, you had a drought. So, like, you be mad at the refs all you want. Point the finger at yourself, too, Warrior fans. Or, like, Warrior players.
Stephen Curry, the first time he has fouled out of a game since 2021.
And he wasn't good, but he's been good for months.
He has been. What's coming up the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Our guy Oscar in Stockton thinks we're being too negative on the Warriors and 49ers. So we're going to have some positivity from Oscar in Stockton.
They lost
on the other side.
to the Clippers with James Harden sitting. Again, another superstar sat, and they lost the game.
That's the Warriors' kryptonite. 888-957-9570 is the number.
They scored 19 and 13 in 2 quarters, in the first and third. They're the worst first quarter team in the NBA.
On 95.7 The Game.
About the IRS, they tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is rolling toward the end. Christian McCaffrey is rolling towards some major stats. Let's get in on this, root for it, maybe make some money too. With Underdog Unwrapped, you're going to unwrap a bunch of promos going on right now, boosts, gimme picks, even some surprises sprinkled in. You should check it out because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats, rushing yards, receiving yards with CMC. You get the idea. So play with me, download the Underdog app, and use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online at ncpgambling.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
I lost. I'm out. I'm out.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You know, that rejoin is Oscar and Stockton. Good call, Carter, because he's on the phone lines. We'll get to you in a second, Oscar. 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. You can call or text the Baldinger and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. 103-102, the final yesterday in Inglewood. Clippers improved to 13-22 on the year. Warriors fall to 19-18 as Stephen Curry fouls out with 43 seconds to go. Draymond Green sustains multiple injuries. Steve Kerr gets ejected. We had non-goaltending calls. Jimmy Butler with a chance to win at the end. He misses it. There was everything and then some in that game. And we can continue to take your calls and text. And also, coming up shortly, we will get into the 49ers' massive, and I mean massive, showdown in Philadelphia this Sunday, taking on the hated Eagles, the defending Super Bowl champions. We'll talk to Brian Baldinger at 7:30, and Bonte joining us in studio from 8 to 10. How you doing, Joe? How we feeling?
Talking about the game this weekend or the game last night?
Just everything. As a fan of Bay Area sports, what is like the overarching emotion from you right now?
The Warriors are just like, ugh.
You're just disgusted?
Just like, we used to like throw the newspaper, like just get it out of here. Like that's what I feel.
Crumple it up and just
like
toss
a real
it?
old man on you. Just like, ugh. Like I can't wait for this Niner game this weekend.
I know. Can you? Or are you nervous?
Well, I'm going to see if my boy can pull the sword out of the stone. You know, if Brock Purdy can find a way to slay the dragon.
Okay, he's going to be King Arthur here?
Yeah, why not?
What? It's going to be tough.
I prefer more David and Goliath, but that's okay.
No.
The Nephilim.
I don't think it's David and Goliath esque.
They are the Super Bowl champs.
See, Warriors right now going up against the Oklahoma City Thunder feels more David and Goliath to me.
Okay.
I give 49ers more of a chance against the Philadelphia Eagles.
David represents more Brock Purdy with the slingshot.
Oh, okay.
Right? I'm going to go like metaphorically here.
Is Big Dom Goliath?
I hate him.
I know you do. You know they're
him.
going to pan to him on the sideline. Get ready, Niner fans. You think we could book him? Reach out? You want to get Big Dom on? Hey, lay off the Paisan. All right. Oscar in Stockton. What's up, Oscar? Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. What's happening, man? Hey, Joe, you guys, I'm going to tell you one thing. I listen to you guys all the time because you guys are like me. You go up and down, you're angry high. But one thing about it, with the Bay Area sports, I got to give the organization and the coaches some credit. I know we're looking bleak right now with the 49ers, but just last week, we was giving them all the love in the world. I'm not even a 49er fan, but one thing I do know, because I watch everything, the Niners are going to beat the Eagles, man.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles has been in this rate all year. They cannot score. So right now, man, I'm going to tell you right now, just don't be surprised when they go down there and whoop their butt. So just have some faith in them, man. I've been watching everything. Even though the Niners been slipping a little bit, have you been watching what Philly been doing? And I give Shanahan all the credit in the world because he know how to correct his mistakes. And with the Warriors, the same thing. When Steve Kerr got kicked out, I seen it brewing because the foul calls that Steph wasn't getting, even though we can't blame the refs, Steve Kerr did that. You're right, to motivate his team. And they played hard, and they played defense. Kawhi was killing in the first half, but Kawhi was having problems. They was crippling him left and right. And on the Pajinski thing, at that point in time, Spencer should have got some of his minutes because, like you say, he was just dribbling around. And Pajinski's been playing good ball. So I'm not going to beat them down. But with Kobe Sanders is a baller from Cal Poly to Nevada. 6'7". He's been a baller. And the difference between our youngsters and the other youngsters, our youngsters cannot dribble. They can't create their own shot. And that's the difference when our 6'5" and 6'6" swingmen cannot dribble. None of our swingmen can dribble. 6'6" above. Moody, Kuminga, none of them can create their own shot. And that's the difference with our draft choice. And you got to put that on the prior regime. I watched basketball. When we started getting the number 2 draft choices, and all our draft choices that we got was all did not pan out. And we could have got other draft picks in that draft, but we did not get them. And we can't blame Steve Kerr on the development. In the summertime, you got to work on your weaknesses. If you know you cannot dribble, work on your weaknesses. You're getting paid for that. So I'm not going to get mad and blame the organization. I'm going to blame the players. And they got to get their stuff together, and they will. So, man, I'm going to be there on Friday with my son before we go back to college, man. The Warriors, man, just be down because this weekend everybody's going to be happy. remember I said that, you guys, man. Let's go, babe. We rocking right now, man. Y'all have a good day, fellas.
There you go. That's Oscar in Stockton. Whenever you need positivity in your life, he will give it to you. Again, on the rejoin, he said we're going to win a chip this year. That was about 8 months ago. But, hey, it's okay. It's a new year and new expectations, potentially. I'm not mad at cracking one at 6:36 in the morning, Carter. I'm not mad at that at all.
So, but, like, here's the thing. Like, it was like a, 4 or 5 point game. And Curry misses they don't give him the continuation. Fine, whatever. He's jumping up and down. He's losing it. I mean, they had so many wide open looks that they just whiffed. I mean, did Moses Moody went 0 for? I believe Draymond went 0 for.
In the fourth?
Just in general.
Yeah, Moody made one shot.
Will Richard went 0 for. I know that.
Yeah.
No. Curry
but
basically went 0 for.
Beyond the arc, Moody 0 for 3, Draymond 0 for 6. Al Horford 1 of 5. Steph Curry 4 of 15.
Yeah.
You're not going to win doing that.
A lot of back iron. And
Jimmy Butler 1 of 4.
Yeah, and one of them was the end of the second quarter.
Correct.
It was horrible. I don't even think he hit rim.
Yeah.
It was like a 4 or 5 point game. They don't get that. They come down, they hit a 3, they miss the goaltend. So I know in their minds, like, it was a 4 or 5 point game. It didn't even motivate them immediately. They ended up falling down another 10, 11 points at one point. I believe they were down either 11 or 13, like 4.5, 5 minutes to go.
4:48 to go. Kawhi makes the 1 foot running dunk.
What was it?
94-81.
Yeah, 94. So 13.
Yeah.
Right? And so, like, I don't know, man. Like, there's just, you didn't score for 9 minutes in the third quarter. You know, like, it's kind of like the Niner game the other day where, like, yeah, that interception with Purdy was like, with the CMC off of his legs, like, that was a big part of that game. That wasn't the only reason why they lost that game. There was a variety. And there was no guarantee they were going to win that game just if they punched one in a play, 2 plays later, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown. You'd have to get a stop. You got to get the ball back. Like, it's a bad call. They missed it. It's just, I'm way more irate over the 9-minute rotations of, like, again, at one point they had Horford, Draymond, Jimmy, Pods, and Melton out there. I was way more disgusted by that than the officials missing the continuation and the goaltend, which they did. They missed it.
It's honestly like you need to try to lose. If you lose, you won the turnover battle. The opposition turned it over 20 times. You turned it over 7, and you lose. It's almost impossible to do, is what I'm saying, Joe.
But the turnover thing is actually. So I've told you about 2 for 1. The end of these quarters. Yes. Fitz and Buki, like, oh, this is a free possession. No, it's not.
No, it's not if it's a bad possession.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like, no, it's not. If you walk down and there's 36 seconds left and you hoist up the first available three-pointer, that's not a good look with a guy closing out on you in your face, and you're 1 for 6 from 3. That's a turnover. Even though it goes down as a missed shot, not a turnover. So, like, there was a possession with Draymond, and I'm nitpicking on him. So just bear with me. I'm not trying to run him out of town for that. But, like, he comes down after giving up a bucket to Zubac. He's like, I got to shoot this 3. Clank. It's like, what are you doing? That's a turnover. Okay, yeah, you had 7 turnovers in the box sheet. That's as good as a turnover.
Right.
A, you're a horrific three-point shooter, and B, no one touched the ball but you. You took an early shot clock 3 from the corner, and it wasn't a good shot. That's a turnover to me. And then they go the other way and they get a layup.
10 of 41 overall from beyond the arc.
I'm
they
done
shot
talking about
24% from three-point land. I'm done talking about them too because I want to talk about a team that's actually in the playoffs right now and has a must-win, do-or-die situation in Philadelphia. So let's get into the 49ers. Before we do that, let's go out to our guy Chrissy in San Jose. Chrissy, I think you tried to call yesterday. You probably had to work.
Chris.
I appreciate you calling back this morning. What's up, Chris?
Before you go.
Hey,
Chris,
Tony and Mr. Shasky.
What's up,
Yeah,
bro?
no, I did have a work call that came up. What's happening, guys? I tried to get in there on that Manic Monday, and, something came up. So, the Warriors, first of all, Oscar, I know we both used to call in on the morning roast. I feel like we're kind of polar opposites. Sometimes I envy him a little bit. You know what I mean? It's like I wish I could just, kind of be in la-la land and be super happy and super positive and not realistic about the state of these teams because, there's no chance the Warriors are winning a championship. I already said a couple of weeks ago, I don't want to watch them until after the trade deadline because that last night is exactly what we're getting every game, every other, you know what I mean? We come after Kerr and he's not going to change. He's going to keep doing the same stuff. 10 for 41 from three. That just screams you don't have your legs, right? You're not. It's just crazy. I don't know. I don't see it happening with the current roster construction. I mean, they're going to be a 9 or 10 seed at best. But as the season goes on and all these younger teams, their legs are fresher than ours. I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But, so the Niners, oh boy, that was an awful game, wasn't it? That was just terrible. And I love, Shanahan, he gets his flowers. Everyone's coming after, whether it's Shanahan, Lynch, the play on the field, whatever. Building off what you guys said yesterday, I think it's threefold. I think they get out-GM'd, out-coached, and outplayed. But you can't – I mean, it's easier to say they get outplayed when you don't have the talent on the field, right? They've been decimated by injuries. Look at I know you guys went over it. All these other teams, Seahawks, Rams, they're hitting on all their high-end picks. We're continuously not hitting on high-end picks. So, and to go on Kyle Shanahan, you get praise for what you did with a decimated roster. But, I mean, I'm sorry. I think everyone calls him a genius. I think he's the third best coach in the division. I think that's how it's going to play out. He's longer tenured than McDonald. I don't think he's as good as McVay when it matters. I don't think he's going to be as good as McDonald when it matters on leading his teams into battle. I mean, he shrunk, dude. It's like he hopped in a cold shower yesterday and shrunk up. Saturday. And for my money, I've been beating this drum for a year now.
Thanks, Chris. We have to run, but I appreciate you calling in. Call in more. 888-957-9570. We're actually going to pick up this conversation on the other side because he mentioned a lot of people right there, except for the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. And that's what I want to discuss next. Brock Purdy's getting a pass for stinking it up on Saturday, and I'm tired of it. This will be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer and Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer and Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer and Gerson. Justice for workers.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Pasetta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
New year, new home. Those new windows you've been thinking about, American Vision Windows can make it happen in just one day. As an employee-owned company, we treat your home as our own. Every detail gets owner-level care. Book by January 31st for no payments until next year. New windows now, pay in 2027. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. On approved credit, minimum purchase of 4 windows. Some restrictions apply. Offer ends January 31st, 2026. Call or see website for details. CSLB 778326.
After my divorce, the house felt too big, and I wanted to downsize.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Kelly sell her house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
I found the perfect smaller home. It's such a huge relief.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Ball stolen away by Butler. He took it from Leonard. Leonard in pursuit. Butler goes up and jams it down. A two-hand slam by Jimmy Butler. It's a 9-0 run for the Dubs, and it's a 2-point game. Clippers 53, Warriors 51.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call right here, 95.7 The Game. And yeah, I'm done talking about him. We could maybe later. I'm done. In 103, 102, they lost to the Clippers last night. I'm on to bigger and brighter things. That's a playoff game this Sunday in Philadelphia between the San Francisco 49ers and Philadelphia Eagles. And you're not in trouble, Carter, to do the rejoin. I'm just letting you know right now. You're not. He's thinking I'm going at you. I'm not. I'm just telling the audience.
He's already put in for a new board op.
Yeah, you know, maybe be a linebacker. You got the size. The Niners might need one. Go out there. Middle linebacker. Carter Chickering. Let's go.
I bet he can block better than Luke Farrell.
Can we get Jake Tonjes a touch? Can he get a touch on offense of George Kittle?
I saw somewhere that Kittle and Tonjes have been on the field for a combined 7 snaps together.
No. 7? 7. I mean, Tonjes has been one of your best threats on offense when Kittle was out. They can't be on the field together? It's just... And listen, this is also what I want to get into. And this segment's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. There was a lot yesterday, right? We were reacting to the game. We're going to get into the Eagles. We got Baldy coming up at 7:30. We got Bonte in studio from 8 to 10. We'll talk about it all with both of them. And the overarching theme was yesterday from the callers, from the texters, from everyone. Yeah, the offense just wasn't good. It just wasn't good enough. He scored 3 points. It was underwhelming. And, from a lot of the people, they were like, yeah, Brock, he did all he could. He did all he could. And now that I'm thinking about it, he's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. That was essentially a playoff game. Can we all agree on that? That was essentially a playoff game for the San Francisco 49ers and Seattle Seahawks. It was. And what was essentially a must-win game if you wanted the number 1 overall seed and to have any hope of actually playing in a Super Bowl, you needed to win that game. And for him to go out there, Brock Purdy, 19 of 27 for 127 yards, sacked 3 times, getting beaten up at the end of that game, that's kind of unacceptable. Not kind of. It is. When you have Sam Darnold on the other side, not really doing a hell of a lot either. 20 of 26, 198. I couldn't get more than 3 points. And I understand Kyle Shanahan calls the plays. It's Kyle's team. It's Kyle's team. And Kyle after the game saying, yeah, they took away our rushing attack. Well, newsflash, Kyle, you haven't been able to run the ball all season long. Christian McCaffrey has one of the worst yards per carry we've ever seen for a guy with 400 plus touches. So yeah, throwing the ball maybe should have been in the game plan a little bit earlier when you knew you couldn't run it. And that, again, goes back to Brock Purdy. In every other market, if a quarterback has that type of performance and they score 3 points, I don't care if it's Patrick Mahomes. I don't care if it's Sam Darnold. Whatever end of the spectrum, top 10, top 12, we are coming in the next day crushing that guy. If I'm in the Seattle market, if I'm in Kansas City, if I'm in Philadelphia, if I'm in Buffalo, if Josh Allen does that against the Jacksonville Jaguars, you're getting on him and saying that's not good enough. Why did Brock Purdy get a pass for what he didn't do on Saturday, Joe? Do I sound insane right now?
It sounds a little harsh.
But why? The quarterback's the most important position.
Yeah, but...
And he didn't... 127 yards at 3 points? It's insane.
I mean,
we're not talking about that.
Well, I think they didn't run the ball really well, all right? And he was pressured 17, I believe, times in the game. He was running for his life, and I think the best attribute of the offense was his scrambling ability and his ability to kind of get out of the pocket, quite frankly. And also, I think most Niner fans are sophisticated enough to realize their defense had our number in the trenches.
I need to ask Kyle this, and this is the problem. Maybe I just need to go out with the Zach Greens, the Whitley Sandrettos that ask the questions after the game, the Mark Grandys, the Sam Lubmans. Hey, Kyle, does Brock Purdy have the gumption in this offense to say, no, I want to go no huddle here, and I could just put all my wide receivers out? Does he have that power? Because you know who has that power? Every other quarterback in the playoffs, maybe outside of Sam Darnold.
Look, I know that Kyle gives up 2 plays for every single formation. There's a run and a pass play, and they're able to check into, and whatever their terminology is, they're able to switch into run or pass, and he's able to change certain things. And on multiple times this year, I believe it was the Arizona game, Brock made switches at the line to set up a touchdown for George Kittle that only Brock saw, and he switched them into, and it was a great play. So I know he's done it in the past. I just think this is one of those one-off games where the other team was just significantly better, and he was one of the few guys actually making plays, and there just weren't a lot of plays to be had in this game. I don't think he was extraordinary, but I also don't think he was terrible in any aspect. He missed a couple of throws that I think guards are getting pushed into him. It's easy for me to say, hey, Joe, hit George Kittle on this little dump down screen. His primaries are on the other side of the field. He's looking over there. The guy gets smashed into him. And then it's just one singular play. I thought he airmailed the 3rd and 2 throw. He was a little late on it. I mean, they still had to go 70 more yards to punch one in. I don't know. I didn't think that his game was that bad.
888-957.
I didn't think it was great.
888-957-9570. Are you giving Brock Purdy a pass for his performance on Saturday? Are you saying, you know what, the offense just had a bad day in totality, he had no chance, he had no shot? Or are you saying no? Are you with me saying we need to come down a little bit harder on this guy who came into the game with 3 games?
What's your criticism?
My criticism is they didn't score a touchdown or more than 3 points.
Teams
but
win and lose.
I understand that. But when I'm paying the quarterback that much money, he needs to put the team on his back. Josh Allen, who I've been critical of in the past, who has no other weapons around him outside of a running back, just like the Niners, and James Cook. What happens if the Jacksonville Jaguars shut down James Cook this week? You know what I know is going to happen? Josh Allen's going to try to do something to win that game for them. He's going to try to run around. He's going to try to throw a pass. He's going to get outside of the pocket and make it hard on the defense. I didn't see that from Brock Purdy. And yeah, people are going to say, well, that's an unfair comparison. No, that's the comparison I have to make because this is the playoffs. But I'm going to compare you to other playoff type of quarterbacks, Joe.
Every
and heading into the game,
got duds on their resume.
Real quick, though, heading into this game, This is what Brock Purdy was doing. Against the Titans, 3 touchdowns, 295 yards, 76% completion percentage. Against the Colts, Monday Night Football, 295 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 pick. Against the Bears, 303 yards, 3 touchdowns, a pick, 2 more rushing touchdowns, 5 total, 72% completion percentage. He was on a tear. And he wet the bed in the most important game in that stretch.
I think they all did.
God.
I mean, I think they all did. Again, I had 17 pressures. I mean, I'm sure someone else had 16 or 18 or whatever. It's a lot of pressures. They didn't run a lot of plays. They had a lot of 3 and outs. They couldn't run the ball. And again, if I would just say, what were the highlights of the offense, it would be Brock's ability to make a play out of nothing, moving around and, throwing a couple of nice lob throws. He made a really nice throw to Juwan Jennings and George Kittle where he rolled out right on that one drive where they marched down. He scrambled in between those 2 plays. I don't think there were a lot of plays to be had out there on that field. That defense had our number.
They did. You need to be able to adjust, whether that's the head coach talking to the quarterback talking to the head coach. I needed some raw energy. Honestly, from Brock Purdy, what I needed was kind of like a Draymond Green fiery or a Travis Kelce when he's going at Andy Reid. It's not in Brock's nature. I get that. He's never going to do that. That's not who he is. But I needed to have some sort of communication. Say, hey, Kyle, let me throw us back into this game. Let me do that. Have faith in me that I could throw us back into this game because I do trust Brock's arm. I do trust his decision making. I do. That's what's gotten him to this point right now is his arm and his decision making and his scrambling ability. I needed to see more of that. They stuck with the run game way too long when it was clear in the first quarter you weren't going to be able to run the game. And again, I come back to this. If you knew you were going to struggle to run against this team heading into it, because Kyle basically said that Saturday night. We knew it was going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
Well, if you knew it was going to be a challenge, then you needed to adjust accordingly and quick. And they did not adjust fast enough. Whether that's the head coach, the quarterback, what have you, someone needed to talk to him. Kubiak, the offensive guy, his brother was on the other side. It was the battle of the Kubiak bros. And one of the Kubiak brothers succeeded. And the guy that is Don in the San Francisco 49er red and gold did not. Speaking of the offensive line play.
Just for a second. So, I just think there are games you can pick apart. Like the Carolina game. He had time and he was really late. And I picked him apart, Brock Purdy that is, and criticized him. I don't think I have the criticism from this game because I think Seattle's defense was just simply outclassing us in this one. And there are certain teams that for whatever reason have your number. Schematically, personnel-wise, you just come up short. Montana famously had a really tough time against the New York Giants, right? And in a playoff game, the team lost 49-3 one time to the New York Giants. And that's the famous Jim Burt game where Jim Burt blasted Joe Montana. He ended up going to the hospital. Yeah. And similar, Brock took a hit, kind of like the Jim Burt hit in this one, not as devastating. Teams win and lose. In that game, no one ever talks about this. Jerry Rice gets hit on a slant. This is rookie Jerry Rice on a slant. He's going in for a touchdown and just fumbles the ball. No one's around him. He just kicks it to himself. And the New York Giants end up recovering it. All right. And then later on in that game, as it starts to get out of control, Montana goes to throw one deep to Jerry and Jim Burt blasts him. And Lawrence Taylor picks it off and runs it in for a touchdown. And it's curtains. It's night. Niners get blown up. They lost 49-3. Now, I could go through the history of all the different New York Giants games. There's the famous one, Montana with 2 minutes to go, and Young and him were getting yo-yoed in and out of that game. He threw an absolute dime to Jerry down the sideline. They end up winning. But for whatever reason, Belichick and Parcells had Bill Walsh's number. And there are multiple games that the offense looked horrible. Not good, horrible. That defense, for whatever reason, had their number. Schematically, personnel-wise, intimidation-wise, like it could be coaching, whatever. Like guys need to rise and fall to the occasion. I just think this was one of those situations similar to like the Giants against Bill Walsh. McDonald has his number. He's got Shanahan's number. He kind of figures out what they got to do, and he's now matched his personnel to go up against whatever schematically they're doing. And right now they've got a little edge on the Niners. Like sometimes that happens.
Are we giving Brock Purdy a pass for his performance on Saturday night? 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And Brian Baldinger is joining us in about 30 minutes at 7:30.
And look. I'm not saying he's Joe Montana. I want to make sure that's right. And I'm not saying it's Kyle Shanahan is Bill Walsh, all right? What I'm saying is that there are times in sports, for whatever reason, guys got your number. They just do. They just Kyrie Irving against the Warriors. Just like for whatever reason, like we couldn't guard the guy. Like he's freaking amazing, Like I look at the Seattle team and what they've put together. Right now, they've got a personnel and schematic edge against the Niners, and they kind of have, for whatever reason, some sort of voodoo over this team. And in that particular game, things got a little out of control of the Niners' hand, and they were falling behind the six. How many 3rd and longs do they have?
Yeah.
A lot, but they also had a couple of 3rd and manageable and 4th and manageables, and they just couldn't execute. They got beat up front. So, I don't know, man.
It's frustrating.
I don't know.
And now I have to go back to, okay, I consider that basically a playoff game. He has another playoff game in Philly. Like, just look at his numbers, though, Joe. Like, in the biggest games of his career lately, he's been pretty average to slightly below average.
Who?
Brock Purdy.
What are the biggest games of his career?
Super Bowl.
Okay, what about the NFC Championship game?
It's fine.
The third quarter was pretty
20 of 31 against the Detroit Lions. Touchdown and a pick.
His legs also won that game. The difference in that game.
The Ayuk catch, I'm putting more on Ayuk than it was his throwing. It was going to be a pass interference regardless,
so he made the throw, and it's an all-time throw. I mean, he beat the one throw to the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, he was good in that game, didn't turn the ball over. I thought he managed.
Didn't turn
that
it
was
over.
An elite team.
It was an elite game managed, yes. And he got hurt against the Eagles. I'm not going to put that. He got hurt. That was a freak. Like the bad. You got a tight end on Hassan Reddick.
He had the game-winning drive against the Green Bay Packers. I didn't think he was great in that game, but in the fourth quarter, he outplayed Jordan Love.
I'm saying I need to see a big boy $200 million quarterback performance this Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles. I do. I don't think that's that. Hey, it's cute when you're Mr. Irrelevant and you're getting paid like nothing. I'm paying you a lot of money now, and we've talked about it for weeks. This team needs to score to win. And if we want to talk about how great they were and how this offense is humming and how we think this is one of the best offenses remaining in the National Football League in the playoffs, you can't put up 3 points, and the quarterback is a big part of that conversation. And I just think we're kind of giving him a pass for stinking it up. I just am.
Because I think in this particular game, like in the Carolina game, we didn't give him a pass, did we? I think everybody rightfully criticized him.
No, because they won. They won the game, and it didn't like
but he
at the
got
end of
crushed.
I wasn't crushing him. Because I knew that the totality of the game, he had more important games to kind of rectify that.
Who on offense had a good game?
No one.
Who on the whole team had a good game?
Well, no, I agree with that. But that's kind of my point is where I'm going. Like, and again, I'm here for certain Brock criticisms. Like, here's a good one. Like,
it always starts the quarterback, but I feel like he gets put to the back burner. There are some games where you get bottled
up, and like this is a game where I think the entire offense was bottled up. I don't think it was Brock was the shortcoming. Look, is he the trigger man? Yes. Walsh famously said, this was his quote to Lowell Cohn in the book that Lowell wrote about him. My offense's limit is the quarterback's limit. So whatever the limit is, and every quarterback has a limit, no matter how great they are, whatever the limits are on that particular quarterback is what's going to limit my offense. That's what he used to say. That's how he built his team. And like Joe Montana had certain flaws. And he said at times he struggled to deliver the ball from the pocket in pressure. This is why Lawrence Taylor just destroyed them. They had Leonard Johnson and Pepper Johnson and Leonard Marshall. And I mean, they had an elite defense. And they did specific things that really stymied the Niners. I think Seattle has an excellent defense that really, it bottled up CMC. It bottled up Jawan Jennings. It bottled up Demarcus Robinson, who's not very good. George Kittle. Like, George Kittle, nothing in this game.
Well, that's a problem, too.
Like, nothing in this game. The team did nothing in this game. And I think their offensive line got kind of suffocated in this one. And so, like, on the list of grievances coming out of that game, Brock's relatively low for me.
I wonder how it is for others.
If they're at all.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Dave in San Francisco, wants to join on the Brock Talk. What's up, Dave?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Absolutely, you got to give Brock a pass on this one, man. Of course, we're going to look great against the Bears, 28th ranked defense, and then we go up against Seattle's top 3 defense, and then we're missing our left tackle, and we're missing Pearsall. We had nobody to lift the coverage. If you look at a lot of the dropbacks, a lot of our receivers were definitely covered, and you can't just make plays out of nothing. I mean, Purdy had 17 pressures. He had 0 time.
I agree.
You cannot absolutely, destroy him for this game when you're comparing that defense from the Seattle to the Bears game. You want him to play like Purdy from the Bears game? It's not going to happen.
I want my franchise quarterback, Dave, that's making 200. I'll let you finish, Dave. I want my franchise quarterback to score more than 3 points in the most important game of the season. I don't think that's asking a lot.
Okay, I understand, but when you get one-dimensional and you have that defense with their ears peeled back because you can't run the ball and they're absolutely blitzing you and giving you 0 pressures, tell me what you're supposed to do. Even if he got out the pocket, he was still getting pressured. I mean, the only thing that I could say is I wanted Kyle to run some screens because they were definitely coming after Purdy, and with an aggressive defense like that.
They did run a couple screens. They did, and on one of them, the safety recognized it from a mile away and tackled George Kittle right on the spot.
Laurie, he's the biggest safety I've ever seen. 6'3", 220, just threw him down.
I mean, I watched that game back 3 times. I didn't think Purdy made any egregious negative decisions. I think, did he miss a guy here and there? Look, I bet we could pick apart, even in games where he threw those 10 touchdowns over 2 weeks. I bet there's even plays that he would want back or whatever. But I don't know if it's fair to judge the quarterback if no one else on the offense stepped up. Like, had anyone else on the offense stepped up, and Purdy made some egregious mistakes, I'd be like, all right, throw him in there. I don't know, man. I came out of this game thinking, wow, if they didn't have Brock's legs, they would have had no offense. They might not have had a first down. Legitimately.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, joining us in about 23 minutes. Bonte Hill at the top of the hour for the remainder of the show. And I get it. I think I'm going to be in the minority here with this one, and that's fine. I just am kind of stunned that I realized it after the show yesterday, where we really didn't talk about Brock at all. It's just shocking today's day and age when all we talked about for the entire season, Mac Jones, Brock Purdy. I think we might be better with Mac. Do you ride the hot hand? All right, Brock comes back. Oh, he's a little shaky against the Cardinals, but hey, you know what? They don't catch those interceptions, so they win the game and it's a blowout. And he's shaky against the Panthers. He has 3 picks in the first half. Yikes. Then he kind of goes on this run. Nice win in Cleveland against a pretty good defense. Titans, obviously the Bears and the Colts. You have monster performances, and we're riding the hot hand. We're not even talking about the toe. And I think it's disappointing, tremendously disappointing, that you go from scoring all those points and 5 touchdowns. And yes, I'm not saying the Colts defense or the Bears defense is on the level of the Seattle Seahawks. It's not what I'm saying at all. But you were at home. You were at home. And I've seen you score against this same Seahawks team in week 1. You scored against them then, right?
I think they all will get blamed. I don't think I'm singling out Brock. Me, personally, I'm not going to single out Brock Purdy this one. Here's a good example. After they, get the goal line stand, the turnover on downs, if you will, the 49ers, they go a gun run to CMC. He hits Juice on that little like underneath where he goes motioning out to the left side, and it's 3rd and 3. Jennings looks like he's running a pivot route, or at least he wants to run some sort of a pivot route. And I don't know if it's an option or what. Purdy throws the quick out. and looks at Jennings like, what the heck? Now, Purdy never throws his wide receivers under the bus on the field. Like, he's not one of those
He
guys
doesn't
like
put his hands
he doesn't
up.
do the Aaron Rodgers, which is why I love him.
The chin strap unbuckle.
But, like, clearly one of them was wrong, and I don't know who. So who am I going to blame Brock Purdy for that throw or blame Juwan Jennings? Well, I know this. Like, Juwan Jennings and Purdy kind of feel like they haven't been on the same page multiple times this year. How many interceptions has the team, Mac or Purdy, thrown in the direction of Juwan Jennings?
Quite a few.
Yeah, quite a few. But on this particular play, could it be they just misread the coverage? No one was wrong? Or was it the timing was a little off? Did Purdy read the play perfectly and Juwan didn't? Or was it the other way around? Like, I don't know. But I know he didn't throw, interceptable ball on that one. I thought he made the right read. But did Jennings even run the right route? I have no idea. Like, I don't know, man.
I think
I didn't think he played that poorly, but I'm using that as just like a simple example. I don't have the answer.
I think Brock has a tremendous opportunity this Sunday in Philadelphia to change how a lot of other people feel about him. And I know us locally, I don't care what the national media says, but at the same time, you paid this guy all this money for this game. You paid him
what about the
to
Bears
get us
game?
to this
What
game.
about the Bears game?
Wasn't
that big?
It was huge. It's great.
Yeah.
You needed to win that game to get to the game you got to Saturday. It was all leading up. Joe, that's the thing. What have you done for me lately? That was a win that you needed to have the number one overall seed. They knew they were a playoff team for weeks now. The goal was the number one overall seed. That was the biggest game of the season. And unfortunately, you laid an egg. But was that all on him? I'm not saying it's all on him, by the way.
The biggest game of the year up until that point.
Correct. But it's what have you done for me lately?
If you're not going to play lights out 5 weeks in a row.
I know that. I need more than 3 points is all I'm saying. Let's pick this up on the other side. Brian Baldinger.
I look at, to me, I agree with that. I look at also Kyle and the rest of the offensive unit.
888-957-9570. Who has the most to gain and who has the most to lose this Sunday in Philadelphia? We'll talk about it all next. Baldy and Bonte, sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast. Just $5.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on
USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Brock, sit your ass down.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area, in the whole country. 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Javon? We got Brian Baldinger joining us in 13 minutes. Baldy Breakdowns, the best show every single week right here, 95.7 The Game. It's Tuesdays on the roast. Bonte, 8 to 10 in studio. We'll dive into this Eagles-Niners matchup. I'm still flabbergasted, perplexed, kerfuffled, whatever word you want to use. I just don't even think it's a hot take. You scored 3 points. The quarterback's got to be a big part of the blame for that. It just has to be. It's not good enough. It's not. Not when I pay you that much money. Might be good enough if you're getting Mr. Irrelevant type of money, but you're getting franchise quarterback, highest paid player in the history of the San Francisco bleeping 49ers money. And 3 points is not enough. Was the offensive line good enough? No, it was not. Were the skill position players good enough? No, they were not. Was the head coaching good enough? The play calling? No, it was not. All that being said, I need more from the quarterback. I do. I expect that from Josh Allen, from Trevor Lawrence, from Caleb Williams, from all the other quarterbacks going this weekend. Jalen Hurts on the other side. And that's why I think this is a massive game for Brock Purdy. So 888-957-9570 is the number. I have a problem with Brock Purdy getting a pass on Saturday. What say you, Niner fan? And I'm gonna come out and ask Baldy the same thing. Am I being too hard on Brock Purdy asking for more than 3 points? I don't think I am.
Well, so like the first third down of the game, right? Quarterbacks, right? The money down. What is it?
It's the money down. Yeah, you just
third
said
down.
it. Yeah.
So that first one was the Juwan Jennings play. Remember that?
Yep.
That was when we were just talking about where I'm not sure who ran the right route.
To break outside. He was coming inside.
Yeah. All right. Then we get to the next possession for the 49ers. It's 2nd and 8, and there's an edge blitz, and Purdy sacked. So now it's 3rd and 9. And they bring pressure again, even though it's just a 4-man front, and he hits Juwan Jennings underneath, which was the right read, and Jennings just can't break another tackle, and he's a yard short. They're in no man's land. It's not Purdy's choice to go for it on 4th down. It's the coaches.
No.
And they end up punting away.
You could have influence, though, and say, Kyle, let's go for it. Let's run to him. Let's if you have cachet built up with your head coach. I don't think Brock has that, clearly.
I mean,
Because I know Mahomes would go over, or Josh Allen would be like, we're going for it. Let's go. Let's do it. Come on. We need it. Our defense can't stop a nosebleed.
I mean, I've watched Aaron Rodgers, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, turn to his head coach, who was a rookie head coach, and him basically say, "Yeah, we're gonna punt it back to Tom Brady in this situation in the NFC Championship."
At least he looked at him. At least he like. Can we do something?
Know what Brock said to him. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's fair. But the first two drives, I would argue the team ended up, basically collapsing in that situation. Then we get to the third drive for the 49ers. And that was the one where he actually looked really good. He threw a little swing pass to George Kittle. He threw another swing pass which was at that point was their best play of the game, to CMC. Then another Jennings kind of like jet sweep, which ended up losing yards. So now you're behind the sticks. Then Purdy throws high to Jennings, which was a bad throw. That was a bad throw.
Yeah.
And Jennings got whacked, and he came down really hard. So now it's 3rd and 11, all right? They bring pressure again. No one's open. Purdy scrambles for almost 9-10 yards to put them in a position on 4th and 1 to actually maybe think about going for it.
Loved
so that's
it.
multiple times on 3rd down. He's done his job.
Yeah.
And they call the timeout, and they were going to be in a shotgun. They go to a 4th and whatever. Was the 4th and whatever, 1.5, was that on Purdy? Was that on Shanahan? Was that on execution?
I don't know. Could he have checked out of that play call? Could he have checked at the line and done something else if he saw it? I don't know, Joe. I just know 3 points isn't good enough. I just don't feel like it's some sort of hot take, and I'm not saying you're saying that to me, but I'm getting a lot of it from the Brock and Gerson work injury text line. Why are you coming at Brock? He wasn't the problem. Well, he damn sure wasn't the solution, and I'm paying you to be the solution for the problem.
Did you think he was holding the ball?
At times, yes.
Yeah, I did.
But
no one was open.
At times he was, though. At times I feel like that's the difference. A split second here or there is the difference between a completion and holding the ball and getting sacked. So again, I'm not going to pretend I'm like Ted Wynn of The Athletic and I'm some all 22 junkie.
Yeah,
I'm not that guy.
Never mind.
But it wasn't. I'm just telling you what I saw, and it wasn't good enough.
Well, I mean,
and if he has the same exact performance, same stat line in Philadelphia, I'm going to have major question marks about him going forward. I am. Are we going to give it saying it's just some excuse again? Oh well, Brock, he got unlucky. He hit the two most. The best defenses, the Seahawks and the Eagles. It was just a bad break. It was just, really? Is that what we're doing? We're giving the excuse it's just a bad break? That's you have to beat good teams. You do.
But they did beat a good team the week prior, the team that won the North.
Not with a good defense.
Well, okay, but now we're splitting hairs. They've beaten a couple of good teams. I actually broke down, and someone else had already put this out there, but I went down and I was going down the rabbit hole of hey, in his career, what's Brock Purdy look like against top 10 defenses? Okay. Yeah. And I'll give you some of the numbers. And I think the numbers are actually pretty good given we're talking about top 10 defenses, not bad defense. Anyone could throw up a bunch of numbers on the Arizona Cardinals. We just watched Matt Stafford do that and probably solidify the MVP.
Yeah.
So in 2022, Purdy versus top 10 defenses, he was 2-2, 4 touchdowns and an interception. Okay. In 2023, versus top 10 defenses, he was 3-3. This includes the playoffs, by the way. I want to make sure. He was 3-3, 11 touchdowns, 5 picks.
Top 10 defense, just yards allowed per game?
Just overall defense. Okay. It's overall defense, right. Okay? And it's loose, obviously.
Okay.
2024, 2-5, 7 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. We all would agree 2024 was just a bad year for everyone, him included, but
I thought actually I defended. I thought he was solid last year.
Okay, yeah. But those are where the bulk of all his negative plays and losses come from. And then this year, he's 5 touchdowns, 5 picks, 2-2 record versus top 10 defenses. Overall, he's 10-11 and 26 touchdowns, 19 picks versus top 10 defenses. And if I just do the playoffs, he's 1-2 with 1 touchdown and 0 picks. Obviously, the Kansas City Chiefs is one of those losses.
I ask you this. I just said it. If he has this same stat line.
And he gets the loss for the Philly, Philly didn't barely play.
Yeah, I know. But if he has the same stats he had this past week in Philadelphia, it's the same type of...
good enough. The season's
are we going to blame the quarterback? Or are we going to say, again, he didn't have a shot, it wasn't his fault?
Well,
we don't do that with anyone else is what I'm saying. We don't do that.
Well, okay, look, here's a good example. And Steph's on a level that's just through the roof. We don't talk about how bad Steph Curry played yesterday.
We did.
Yeah, but he's on a heater, right? For the most part. Purdy was on a heater. Yeah, And then he fell back down to earth and hit his face really hard and had a really, really bad game. Now, if he bounces back and looks better in this one, we'll probably – and look, if they win the game and even if he throws for 3 picks and they win the game, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Right?
I agree.
We'll take it. But, if they only enter the red zone one time like they did in this game, well then, now we have 2 games in a row where your season, A, you lost the number 1 seed, and then B, you lost in the playoffs and your season ended that way. Well, then we can have a different conversation.
I'm not saying he's this player because Brock has done infinitely more in his career than the guy I'm about to mention, but I remember the narrative of last year with Sam Darnold. Very similar to what Brock Purdy's doing right now in the Vikings, right? The Vikings, out of nowhere, they lost their rookie quarterback. They go on this huge run. Hell, the Niners faced him early on in that season. You saw him up close and personal. I was like, wow, Sam Darnold, maybe they got something here. And then the 2 most important games of the season, what happened with Sam Darnold and the Minnesota Vikings? Against a division rival in the Detroit Lions, he did not look good. The offense didn't look good. Yeah. They lost.
But that was also his only year of looking good, and those were his only big games.
I understand. I said it's not I'm saying it's not like
I know, but
the
Brock
same player.
He has a resume.
He does.
In his rookie year, out of nowhere, on short rest with broken ribs, won the division in Seattle. Okay? In his rookie year, he won a playoff game against Seattle and went absolutely nuclear. He beat the Dallas Cowboys, which is one of the best defenses out there.
I guess this is what I'm trying to say. The team around him then, infinitely better.
No, they were.
The skill position players.
Sure, I
think we're learning right now, if he has another stinker, he can't elevate lesser talent around him. He can't. Well, and that's what the Josh Allens could do. That's what the Mahomes can do. That's what the really good
started his career 0-3 in Super Bowls. He's one of the greatest players I've ever seen
play.
Correct.
And did you think he elevated lesser talent around him?
Yeah,
in the playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
He did.
Yeah, but I also
maybe we're learning that Brock can't do that. And that's okay. But he's just not going to be in that top 5, top 6, 7, 8 echelon like the other guys.
Okay, well, I don't think Juwan Jennings is anything special. I think he's a really solid player. I think Brock's done a great job elevating him.
He has an all-pro running back and an all-pro tight end.
Those guys are great. I'm not going to deny that. But
people would kill to have George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey. How many playoff teams currently would love those guys on their team?
Sure, but how many teams would be having 10 touchdowns for Juwan Jennings in a season where he pretty much banged up?
I don't know. Maybe Justin Herbert could do that.
Maybe.
Right? Does that sound harsh with what I'm saying? I just think that's what the expectations, when you sign a guy to this much money, that has to be the expectation. When all the things are going wrong around you, you have to be able to elevate the team. That's the expectation of a franchise quarterback. But whether it's fair or not, those are the expectations.
I hear you, but I went through each drive and I showed you plays that he did make.
He did make some plays. I just need more. I need more. Whether that's fair or not, that's the reality. I needed more from Brock Purdy on Saturday. I just did. Shanahan on his media conference call, though, yesterday, Joe said it was a tough game for the offensive line.
It was a tough game, and we knew it would be going into it. There was a couple times, especially that last third down. There was a few times that they got edges on our tackles. The 4th and 1 was a big one, and the last third down was a big one. But I also think they had a number of plays where they did give us time, but we didn't take advantage of those on those drives. But it's going against a defense like that, you are going to have some bad plays, which they did, but by no means were they not up for the challenge on other plays also.
And they're going to be up for another big challenge this Sunday against a better, I would say, Philadelphia Eagles front than the Seattle Seahawks. I don't know if I'd take the Seahawks secondary over the Eagles probably right now with what I just saw, but I'm taking that defensive front with Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, amongst others, for sure. We got Brian Baldinger joining us in a couple minutes. 888-957-9570 is the number.
I think where I fall down, I'm probably been one of the more critical of Brock Purdy, just analysts, if you will, that are on the air. I probably have crushed him more than most. And I think there's a time and a place. And coming out of that game, just my personal point of view, did not think that he was the guy that was the issue coming out of that game. I actually thought he made a lot of plays when there weren't a lot of plays to be had on that field in that game.
He wasn't the issue. I needed him to be the solution, though. It's fine if Sam Darnold wasn't the issue. Sam Darnold just needed to just not turn the ball over. And he tried to do that, and Yetur Gross-Matos, just fall the damn ball. But I needed Brock Purdy to be the solution, and he might not have been the overarching problem. Well, I'm paying you that much. You got to give me more. You just got to.
He's got an opportunity this weekend to, do the unthinkable.
He does, and you know what? I think this is a big. I'm rooting for Brock. I want to. Joe, I would love to keep talking about the 49ers in the playoffs. Wouldn't you? That'd be great. I would love to do that. I don't want to talk about 1-point losses in Inglewood, California.
I can make the argument outside of the NFC Championship games, this would be one of the biggest road victories in the history of the Niners in terms of upset-wise.
I can make the argument, hell, if I can't win a Super Bowl, it's the next best thing is beating those guys and ending their year and having them get booed off the field. That would be great.
I haven't even begun to visualize that yesterday.
I know. Well, but
maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Thank you. Maybe with Baldy. Maybe Baldy could talk you into it. Tony's in Oakland before we get to Baldy. What's up, Tone?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning. Welcome back. The thing, I got a big problem with I always hear this name come up. Josh Allen. What? How many Super Bowls has Josh Allen won? Huh? How many Super Bowls? None. 0.
Yeah.
Does Josh Allen need to get better? Josh Allen needs to be better, right? No. Quit comparing Purdy to Josh Allen. Josh Allen hasn't done nothing. Nothing. Okay, it's enough, man. And another thing.
Hold on, Tony. I'll let you finish. He's won an MVP. He's had significant success in the playoffs, not getting to the Super Bowl, but he's won some big games in the playoffs. And he has elevated the talent around him that some might deem lesser than. I hear you that he hasn't been to a Super Bowl. I mean, Nick Foles has been to a Super Bowl and won one. We're not talking about him in the same conversation as Josh Allen. You get what I'm saying? Oh, he's gone? I wanted to have the conversation. I hate when we do that, though. What has Josh Allen ever won? He's won an MVP. You might think that's dumb. I think winning an MVP is important.
When he was on the phone, the question I asked Tony is, I feel like Brock kind of has run into the same problem that Josh Allen has run into in the playoffs, which is Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, the Chiefs.
Yeah. Like, Josh is literally in that same kind of area. Like, if Patrick Mahomes didn't exist, how different are the careers of Josh Allen and Brock Purdy?
Listen, I've been very critical about Josh Allen, by the way. You know that. Like, he has come up small in the playoffs at times, but it's, like you said, against one particular opponent, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs.
He's come up really short on the road, too, whereas, the 49ers have gone on the road and looked decent over the years, whether it was with Jimmy Garoppolo, Purdy going on the road in Allegiant Stadium. That's the truth.
He's 0-4 on the road.
What?
He's 0-4 on the road.
Blasted in one of them.
Never won a road playoff.
I think that was the Cincinnati game. They got pretty much handled, correct?
Yeah, then he had a loss in Baltimore one year, and then I think he had 2 losses to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Look,
Wasn't good enough.
But Lamar similarly has a very spotty playoff record as well. Playoffs are hard. Playoff games are difficult, guys.
Well, he's going to have to buck that trend. He's going to be playing the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville, the 10 a.m. start. I'm so excited about this weekend, by the way. This is the best. I know. Everyone will say March Madness. This is the best weekend for sports. I'm an NFL junkie.
These next two
weekends.
This divisional round is also amazing.
I know you'll be locked in for Rams-Panthers on a Saturday at 1:30 in the afternoon. You're excited about that one.
I have a CYO game that's starting at 1 o'clock, and I've already petitioned to CYO. CYO just drives me nuts. A 1 o'clock Sunday basketball game? Are you kidding me?
Who's got a better shot to win, the Carolina Panthers or your CYO team this Saturday?
Probably not. We're down. Luke broke his wrist. We're in trouble.
No.
Yeah,
is that your guys like Bryce Young?
No, he's like our energy guy. He's like our he's kind of like our Dylan Brooks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Dylan's been good. Hey, by the way.
Without the attitude.
Real quick.
Did you ever break the code?
Sam, that's a 4. You're on fire. By the way, did you guys see the Thunder get blasted by 30 points last night?
Yeah, they have to go 44-1 to beat the Warriors record or whatever.
It's the Charlotte.
Tell me there's a chance.
Stop it. We got Rams-Panthers this Saturday, and then the Saturday night game with Herb Street and Al Michaels for Amazon Prime is Packers-Bears. Can't wait for that one. And then, like I said, Sunday it goes Bills, Jags, Niners, Eagles, and then Sunday Night Football is going to be Chargers, Patriots. Can't wait for that one. And we got Monday Night Football, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Texans, Steelers, which leads us now to Shark Week. And he's joining us on the River Islands guest line. Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Baldy, Happy New Year to you, Spadoni and Shasky. And we'll just bring you right into the conversation we were having. Yesterday, we took a lot of calls. A lot of disappointed 49er fans, very upset about that Saturday night loss, obviously. I was thinking about it. I was like, wow, we really didn't talk about the quarterback. We did not really mention Brock Purdy in an offense that scored just 3 points. Why do you think that is? Do you think the fans are giving Brock Purdy a pass for his performance on Saturday? And is that fair, Baldy?
You know what's wild is Brock Purdy actually played great. He played great, and they scored 3 points, which means Seattle's defense is just it's just a bad matchup. If McCaffrey doesn't have that ball go through his hands at the goal line, they probably score a touchdown right there. Maybe it's a different game. Come down the field. They had one play of 20 yards to Kittle. Like there's no holes to get the ball. I mean, he's making all the right reads. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. That's the best defense. I mean, Houston's good, but what they do is they're different than Houston in that they sit back in this cover 2 shell. You could run all the motions and shifts you want. They just sit there. They just let you do all your things. And then they match you up. And the ball it's almost impossible to get the ball over their heads. And so there is maybe Pearsall, if he was out there, maybe they find a way to get the ball. Maybe if Trent's there, they have an extra tick to get the ball down the field, whatever. But they're very difficult to penetrate. I saw them live the week before against Carolina. Bryce Young looked like he didn't belong in this league. There's no place to go with the ball. And so you have to – and then if you want to try to run it, okay, 2 yards of first down isn't a great play. But that's what they were getting on first down, 2 yards. Because their front is so good, and they just stack you up. They're so disciplined in how they play. And it's amazing to watch. But to answer your question, Joe, I thought Brock played great. He didn't make mistakes. He made the right reads. They force you to hold the ball. It's just a long, hard day.
Yeah, Baldy, I was sitting up in the end zone and I'm watching it, and to your point, I felt like they were just in a box and they were daring them to beat them over the top. Seattle was, and they wrap up so well. This young safety that they took in the second round, quite frankly, looks like a superstar. I mean, he's moving around like Earl Thomas and hitting like Cam Chancellor. And that's what he looked like out there to me.
Except that he's 6'4", and he's 220 pounds.
He's a monster. Kittle couldn't break a tackle.
Yeah. He's their Kyle Hamilton. He's Kyle Hamilton.
Well, I guess let me ask you. I mean, our safety plays so bad, and I watch their safety play, and I say, that kid looks like a superstar to me, Baldy. I mean, he legitimately looks like a superstar.
No, it's like the Golden State Warriors when they were playing positionless basketball. What position is he? You can line him up anywhere. He's a blitzer. He's a cover guy. He can just sit there and close. And then if you add Tyreek Woolen, he ran a 4.25 40 out of UTSA. Like, you watch that guy close and suck up, guys with the ball. And then Witherspoon, I mean, their speed and their hitting ability is second to none in this whole business.
How much did they miss? I mean, I hate saying the name, but like Brandon Ayuk. How much did they miss Ricky Pearsall? Someone that could, take the top off the defense and beat some man coverage here. They really don't have these threats that they need on the outside, it feels like, to kind of bend the defense. Did the film show you that as well?
Yeah, I mean, they don't play a ton of man. They will get to it. But they match you. They literally sit. They just sit on top of you, match up your route combinations, and then as soon as the ball's in the air, they just close. And maybe on 3rd and 7, you catch a ball at 3 yards, and they give you 5, and it's 4th and 2. It's just hard to okay, we're going to play action pass, we're going to max protect, we're going to run the Speedo route combination against you, and we'll wait to get the ball down the field, we'll have extra protection. Well, their safety's already lined up 12 yards deep. And nothing, you had a play, you remember this one, Joe, there was 4th and 1 4th and 1, and they didn't make it, right? Those safeties were 10 yards deep on 4th and 1. Like most safeties are like, they're just like, okay, they're going to run it here. We're just going to get another hat in the box. Like they just sat back there and going, okay, if they want to like play action here and try to get one over the top on us, you're not going to do it to them. You know, it's just kind of amazing to watch the formula that they have.
That play was very interesting to me because Purdy scrambled on 3rd and 11, and he was short of the sticks, and it looked like Mike McDonald. Again, I'm up in the stands, and then I rewatched the game, and it looked like to me Mike McDonald threw the challenge flag. I go, oh, he's challenging the spot of the field. Then he's calling timeout, and the Niners looked like they were going to be in a shotgun on whatever that was, 4th and 1, 1.5. Then they went to more of a bunch formation. Did you like the call from Kyle? Like, what did you think of that? Because that seemed like a huge momentum play on offense for the Niners.
It was, but, you want to throw it against them. I mean, there was no place to go with the ball. So, what was, line up in I formation, try to knock Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy off the ball. I don't think that was in the game plan, against that front. They're the best in the league against the run right now. And so, they try to find a route combination to beat it, and they just sat on it. There was no place to go.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, our Odyssey NFL insider. Baldy, in hindsight, is there anything Kyle could have done game plan wise going up against that team that, do you just start throwing it early? They abandoned the run pretty quickly, and you heard it from him after the game. They just stymied our run game, but you tell it to a Niner fan, all year when they played a good defense, they haven't been able to run the ball, right? So just the game plan itself, maybe, I don't know. It's always hindsight's 20/20. Could they have done anything?
Yeah, well, I mean, they tried to run it, but their first down runs were terrible. They couldn't crease them. And so, I mean, could they have stayed with it longer? Well, the score was, within reach where you could have stayed with it, maybe warmed down a little bit. But, I mean, that's who they are. You're gonna try and move those monsters up front right now. They did the same thing to Carolina the week before. They're a pretty good running football team. The short passing game, sometimes can be good, but they don't miss tackles. 3rd and 5s, and you're throwing it okay, you get 3 yards on a flat. Well, they're coming full speed, and you're not gonna turn that 3-yard route into a 7-yard route in a first down. Yeah, that was sort of what they were looking to do, and it just wasn't there. If they would play each other again, I'm sure there will be a different game plan. But you're going to see Seattle play like that when they get a chance to play. In the divisional round, you're going to see a similar style of defense. They might even be better because they're going to be rested. But they're a conundrum right now that nearly nobody's been able to figure out. Even when they won 10 games last year and they didn't really have a good quarterback play, they still won 10 games. They were still a force, and it was coming on. You could see that they were learning the defense. It took a while in Baltimore. In Baltimore, Mike McDonald's year there, they led the league in sacks and they led the league in takeaways. This formula that they have, once they get the right players, is legit and it's real.
Baldy, last one on this game before we start to preview the Eagles. There's 4:33 in the game. It's 3rd and 2. Purdy throws that little out to Demarcus Robinson, and Aikman's saying, hey, he's a little late on the throw. He climbed a couple 2 steps, but Witherspoon made a hell of a tackle. They're forced to punt. Okay, it's still 10-3. 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Darnold goes to hand the ball off. He gets tripped and falls because the lineman stepped on him. Ball goes through Yetur Gross-Matos' hands. They don't make a play. It eventually goes to 3rd and 17. And there's the toss play. Yep. And I got the sense that the Niners on this particular drive, not that they gave up, that's not fair, but they just couldn't tackle a soul. They couldn't shed blocks. They were filling the wrong gaps. And that 3rd and 17 play felt like it epitomized a team that completely ran out of gas and ended up with 18 missed tackles in that game. What did the 3rd and 17 tell you? And they eventually went on to kick a field goal.
Well, you remember the cutaway as soon as that happened to John Lynch. Remember the cutaway to John?
Oh, my God.
John just threw his head in his hands. They ran a toss crack. All right, they got a good crackback block. They're just running it to see how many yards they can get and then to punt. That's all they're trying to do. But, they played very loose. Safeties were back. Everybody was kind of playing loose. And it's not that they gave up, but, Seattle executed the play. And Kenneth Walker's a hard guy to get to the ground to begin with. But I think he was the runner on the play. I don't think it was Charbonnet. I think it was Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
But, you go out there and you beat them on 3rd and 17. You've got them right where you want them. And they're just running to see if they can get 8 yards or 10 yards to punt the ball away. And, you get the first down, they get the field goal. It's a 2-score game. There was a look, in literature, they call that the denouement. Like the result has been revealed at that point. The denouement of the game was right there on that play.
Brian Shakespeare joining us here on the Morning Roast, Odyssey NFL Insider. And this hour is brought to you by Freelon Bank, which is here for you and here for good. I love that. All right, Baldy. We go from potentially the number 1 overall seed and having home field through the Super Bowl for the San Francisco 49ers to maybe the worst scenario for Niner fans, going on the road against the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Is this the worst matchup they could have had in the first round?
Yes. It's the worst matchup. It's a 4:30 game on Sunday. The crowd will be juiced out of their minds. I was just there on Sunday doing the game against Washington. There's people in the building, in the Eagles building, that were pissed that they sat all their key starters to be ready for this game. So the whole offensive line rested. The receivers rested. The quarterback, the running back. You're going to get a very rested. Jalen Carter is rested. Like he told me, he's healthy. His shoulder's been bothering him all year. He had some procedures done. Jalen Phillips rested. Like they're going to be full. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Everybody took the week off to get ready for this game. You're going to see the Eagles fully rested. I mean, I would think that Trent will be back and Pearsall will be back, which will help. They don't have Seattle's scheme, which is good. But it'll be interesting to see. The Eagles' offense has not been good all year. They take long naps during games. I don't care what game it is. Like long stretches where they're 3 and out. They haven't been good. Maybe with the rest, maybe they'll be better. Maybe they'll get some movement in the run game because they've really struggled. But you let this quarterback hold the ball. The 49ers have 20 sacks in 17 games. Like, they don't have pass rushers. And the Eagles know Bryce Huff. They had him last year. That's how he got to San Francisco. Like, he's their best pass rusher. And you can't overuse Bryce Huff. He's not an every down player. So it's just going to be tough. And, to lose Taylor Bethune like that last week, like, they're just so shorthanded that even the Eagles' offense has a chance to kind of like get kick-started in this game.
Well, the Niners couldn't stop the run at all in the last game. And the safety play and the missed angles and not filling the gaps, Cleve Farrell not setting the edge and filling a gap on the big Charbonnet run. I'm very worried about Barkley and the run game for Philadelphia versus this defense. Like, I don't even know who's linebacking on Sunday, Baldy. Like, I don't know. I have major question marks on how this defense is going to be able to string together the prerequisite amount of stops to win this game.
Well, Kyle's got to coach a game this week, Joe, where you gotta to have possession and ball control. You got to limit Philadelphia to 8 possessions. All right, it's got to be up to the offense to control this game. All right, now they're going up against an elite defense by Vic Fangio. They know how to pressure you. Their favorite blitz is just the inside linebacker coming right downhill, right at Brock, and we'll see if they have some sort of answer for it. A lot of teams don't. But it's really got to be a Kyle Shanahan offense game. And you got to have 34 minutes of possession, and you got to have your 12 and 14 play drives. And you just got to leave Philadelphia's offense on the field and hope that they have a couple of their, first down, 3 and outs, which they led the league in this year. But if anybody thinks that Saquon's lost a step, they're crazy. Like, if Saquon gets a runway, he's going to take it to the house. Like, he's got 60-yard runs in him like he had last year. I've seen it a couple of times this year. He just hasn't had enough looks at it. But if you give him that, he's going to finish the run. Like, he just has that ability.
So you said the defense, Baldy, regarding Jalen Carter. He missed a month of the season. And I'm seeing a lot of Niner fans put out information like, hey, they were one of the weakest teams against the run this year, Philadelphia. And that's the statistics for the year. But where are they at right now? And you called them an elite defense. Why do you say that?
Well, they have all the pieces in place. I mean, Jalen Carter will line up over Puni. All right, they're going to put, Jordan Davis, like on top of the center. They're going to have Mora Jomo, over the left guard. They're going to play a reduced front. If you have any success running the ball at all, they'll take Zach Bond and put him outside as an outside linebacker and play a 6-1. And they're just going to squeeze every single gap that you have, and they're going to limit where you run the ball. They're just going to cover every gap at the line of scrimmage. That's their change up. That's what they've been doing for years with Vic, the last 2 years. And then, okay, if you want to go try to throw it against them, Quinyon Mitchell's a Pro Bowl player. Cooper DeJean's a Pro Bowl player. Like, they've got elite, corners. Like the one corner that people have gone after, but he has gotten better this year, is Adoree Jackson. Like, they've gone after him. But, the safeties are really, Reed Blankenship and these guys are pretty good players. Marcus Epps has really come in and played really well. They're 9 deep on the defensive line. They just rotate them through. They've got matchups that make it tough. Now, Chicago ran for 281 yards against them, and they were out of their gaps, and they got gashed really bad. It was the worst performance of the year, but it's really the only performance that was like that. It's kind of skewered a little bit. But Jalen Carter, healthy, is a dominant defensive player.
Talking to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. All right, so we saw some names last week, Baldy, that I've never even heard of. Number 49, Garrett Wallow, had to come into the game at linebacker. Obviously, Eric Kendricks, who was not the Eric Kendricks of old with the Minnesota Vikings. Listen, Fred Warner comes into your office this week and says, you know what, Coach, I know the doctors have said in a couple weeks' time, maybe the NFC Championship game, but I want to go out there this week. Do you put him out there? Do you protect Fred Warner from himself? Say, no, Fred, you got to take a play off. You got to take this week off, maybe next week. Do you risk getting Fred Warner back there for Philadelphia against the Eagles?
I don't know. I mean, that's up to Fred. Fred might do that and say, I'm ready to go, Coach. I don't know. Health is important. Fred's important. I don't know if Curtis Robinson probably steps in and plays. I don't know. They said maybe if they get to an NFC Championship game, Fred could be ready. I kind of believe that timeline more than rushing him out there and risking, further or permanent damage. Like, it's just like you can't do that to a player.
Baldy, yesterday it sounded like Robert Saleh hired new representation for him to, job hunt, if you will. Is this the final game for Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator a second time for the 49ers?
Ooh. I was on a station in Phoenix maybe last week or the week before. And look, Jonathan Gannon just hasn't gotten the job done. I mean, it's pathetic what's going on in Arizona. In a very good division, maybe the best division in football, Arizona is the doormat. And I said Robert Saleh could energize that franchise. Like, I think he's going to get a job. I think he's going to get a second job. Now, whether this is the last game, I don't know. We'll see how the game plays out. But I believe Robert's going to get a job.
How big of a loss is that for the Niners to fill?
That's big. It's big. I mean, I think, he's kept this thing together and gotten, it was a big part of, obviously, Mac Jones was really good. And, some of the things that happened, when Purdy was out, and to overcome the loss of their two best defensive players, and to get those guys ready to play and to play really hard, that's it's been a real credit. But it's not. It's good if they lose them. I think because they've made those mistakes before when they've lost to Miko Ryans and whatnot. They have struggled to fill those shoes in the past, and so I think it's a big loss if that happens.
All right, Baldy. We understand that this is a bend, don't break type of defense for the 49ers, and they're going to have to score to win. They're going to have to score to win. Who needs to be the guy on offense this Sunday in Philadelphia for you?
Well, I think it starts with McCaffrey. If he gets 30 touches, it's going to be a great sign. That means they're possessing the ball. He's going to get 22 carries and 8 catches. Like, it's going to be a great sign if he gets to 30 touches. If he's at 15 touches at the end of the game, they're going to lose. Now, I think it's just that simple. The ball will get spread around, but the offense goes through McCaffrey. And so if they're having success running the football, like, you're just going to keep feeding him. And he's got the energy and the talent and, the whole thing to do it. So to me, that's the whole key. You get McCaffrey 30 touches in this game, it's going to be a hell of a game. It's going to come down to probably the final possession.
Who has the coaching edge? On one side, you've got Robert Saleh, who you said might end up getting a job and has been an excellent defensive coordinator for the 49ers. Kyle's been to multiple Super Bowls. On the other side, you have Sirianni, been to multiple Super Bowls, won one. Vic's been to multiple Super Bowls as a defensive coordinator. He's won one. Who has the coaching edge in this matchup?
Well, I'd say, look, Kyle's is an elite coach, but Philadelphia has a more talented roster. They did win the Super Bowl last year. They're just more talented. They've got 2,000-yard receivers. They got a running back that ran for 2,000 yards last year. Their offensive line, Lane Johnson probably won't go. I saw him last week. It didn't look like he was ready to go. But, you look at the defensive players that they have, maybe Alfred Collins becomes one of these guys, whatever. But, you pick Jalen Carter in the first round. You pick Jordan Davis in the first round. You pick Quinyon Mitchell in the first round. You signed Zach Bond, and could have been the defensive player of the year last year. You picked Jahad Campbell in the first round. They just have elite players, elite talent. Jalen Phillips was a top 15 pick in the first round. They just have a more talented roster right now.
Is he the best GM in the entire sport, Howie?
Yeah, he's the hardest guy to work for. Also, he'll let you know. But yeah, nobody, to go get Jalen. The 49ers need a pass rusher in the worst way. They got Jalen Phillips. Like, if you put Jalen Phillips on that defense right now with Bryce Huff and Keon White, like, it might look a little bit different, as far as getting after the quarterback. But yeah, you get Jalen Phillips like that at the trade deadline. It was as good a pickup as there is. First of all, you don't see many defensive ends that are 6'5", 265 pounds. Now he's got an injury history to him. There's legitimate concerns. He's had major injuries, but he's a legitimate, top 15 talent, in any draft.
Baldy, we appreciate the time, man. We'll do it again next week.
Sobering.
And we'll see if the Niners are advancing or not.
Yeah, Kyle's got Kyle, Robert, it's still, coaching still matters in his business. So I'm anxious to watch this one. It's prime time, man.
Are you going to go?
Sunday afternoon, 4:30. It's going to be awesome.
Are you going?
No, I'm doing the Hula Bowl on Saturday. So
nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Hey, Baldy, Happy New Year, man. We appreciate it.
I got rosters I got to go kind of study right now.
There you go. Let's go.
We'll see you soon, Baldy.
Right,
Great
guys.
stuff.
Good stuff. There he goes. That's Brian Baldinger.
That
Odyssey,
jacket.
NFL Insight. It's so the jacket.
He's wearing the NFL alumni
It's so
Letterman
sick.
jacket. It looks incredible.
It does. Almost incredible as the injury report. Kyle Shanahan announced yesterday that linebacker Tatum Bethune suffered a groin tear that will cause him to miss the 49ers playoff run. Shanahan said that surgery is possible for Bethune, but no decision has been made on that yet. D. Winters also has an ankle injury that the 49ers will monitor throughout the week. So that's great. Maybe none of your starting linebackers going into this week. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live from the Free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right. There's a lot there from Baldy. I love that Robert Saleh question you asked, by the way, because that is very interesting that he changed his representation yesterday. Does that signal that he's going to be on his way out? Obviously, we'll have the entire offseason to discuss that, but it's something to monitor. Obviously, like with all the head coaching openings, how could you not be monitoring that? And we saw how much they missed him / D'Amico Ryan's last couple seasons. Be a huge loss if you lost him this offseason. It'd be the loss, right?
Well, and he helped. I mean, he kind of like selected. I mean, I know that they did it, in coordination with everyone, with the scouts and the GM and everything.
Right.
But he helped hand select Alfred Collins, C.J. West,
Michael Williams. Yeah.
Upton Stout felt like his guy, did he not?
Yeah.
And he was like hell bent on playing him all year. And look, now you're reaping the rewards of that.
Yes.
He's played outstanding last week, and so
Arizona. I wanted to ask. We just don't have enough time.
You go from the Jets to the Arizona Cardinals. Yikes!
I mean, I'm not going to the NFC West. Give me the NFC South. I'm going to Atlanta, baby. That's where I'd go. Give me Bijan.
Harbaugh and Sean Payton went there. You want to work for good ownership.
Yeah.
And the division is the division. You can't control who's where.
That's true.
I hear you though. Like if there were other opportunities, but you also, these guys have hubris in the sense that they think they can be the reason why things can change.
Absolutely. And to be honest, like when Sean Payton took over the Denver Broncos, like you already had like the Chargers and you had the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. You know what? Like, yeah, like I don't care. And you said Harbaugh too. Yeah, all that whole division. Yeah. Like I'd put the AFC West and the NFC West right there, neck and neck, as like the divisions that are probably the most stacked that I don't want to get to. You can toss in the NFC North, obviously.
I mean, yeah, what's his face went from Detroit to the Bears. The Bears are one of the worst run teams in the league.
Absolutely. You never know what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. So he's going to have, and it's a down, like I don't know how to phrase this, but a down head coaching kind of like off season, if you will. There's not a Ben Johnson. Like there's not a bona fide stud you're going to get. Kevin Stefanski, it's ended so bad in Cleveland, but he has won games in the playoffs as the Cleveland Browns head coach. That in and of itself is an achievement. Remember that?
He was the coach for Baker?
Yeah, when they
I didn't even know that.
When they smoked
I didn't
the
know
Pittsburgh
he was the
Steelers.
coach. He won
a
playoff game.
Hey,
yeah.
You win a playoff game for the Cleveland Browns. that is something.
I remember it very well.
But that being said, it's a down, kind of a coaching carousel this offseason for sure. But Robert Saleh,
I'm not sure there are 6 great candidates. There are 6 spots that are open.
Hell, you said Lincoln Riley to me yesterday. I was like, could he make the jump?
I don't think he's a USC guy. I think he doesn't fit USC.
Well, remember how weird it was when Cliff Kingsbury bounced because they had the opportunity to coach Kyler Murray and they had the number 1 overall pick that draft. Obviously, the same with Nick Bosa. There's not that guy. That's another thing. Yeah. So we got Bonte joining us in studio, courtesy of River Islands. Yes.
You asked Baldy about Brock, and he thought he played great. Did you agree with him?
No, I didn't think he played great. Listen, I understand that he was going to view it differently than me. I didn't think he had a great game. When you scored 3 points on offense, I don't think anyone had a great performance. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
If he played great, maybe they score a touchdown. But again, people are going to throw back. Was it Brock's fault that Christian McCaffrey dropped the ball there?
I mean, they went into the red zone one time as an offense. I just think that they got kind of body bagged in this game.
They did. And I can't wait from that interview with Baldy saying, and Baldy has so much respect for that Seattle Seahawks defense. I think all of us, and good morning, Bonte, you included, I'm sure, I have so much more respect for that Seattle Seahawks defense. They're a problem.
Yeah, I just think I was listening to the conversation over the last hour, and I came out of that game thinking, boy, I need somebody to stretch the field. When you have a defense that can play within 10 to 15 yards of the line of scrimmage because you have nobody who could take the top off the defense, and they're forcing you into countless 3rd and longs, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, it's a game where it's going to be low scoring. It's a divisional game. It's for all the marbles for the number 1 seed. I didn't come out of that game saying, damn, Brock Purdy was just awful. I thought Seattle just took it to the Niners. And sometimes you just have to tip your cap. Think about the Raiders' AFC Championship game against the Baltimore Ravens. Great offense. The Ravens just took them apart. It just took them apart. There's so many countless examples. Ben Roethlisberger at home against Brady and the Patriots. Patriots defense just took them apart. Rodney Harrison, 100-yard interception return.
They always had his number. Yeah.
That's what happens in December football. So we could get to the quarterbacks, this and that, and, if Josh Allen played this game, well, you know what? I don't think any quarterback beats that Seattle defense on Saturday.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes, we watched him in the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl was sitting there looking into the fourth quarter down 34-0 because of a 4-man pass rush in this time of the season, whether it's college football, whether it's the NFL. What wins these games? What wins?
Defense and running the ball.
The trenches. If you don't dominate the trenches in these games, Shasky and Spadoni, you're not going to win anything. The Miami Hurricanes right now, dominating the trenches. Indiana, dominating the trenches. Quarterback play, the trenches will make you look bad. And I've seen all these quarterbacks look bad. I heard Josh Allen. Josh Allen got torched at home by the Cincinnati Bengals in the snow.
Did.
Torched at home. At least Brock Purdy, he's never lost a home playoff game. He's lost some big games, but he's never lost a home playoff game.
That was basically a home playoff game on Saturday. As close as you can be.
It's as close as you could be, but I don't put that, like, you look at Seattle, is anybody saying, oh boy, Sam Darnold won that game?
No, he didn't lose it for him because his defense played
the game.
Yeah, his defense played good enough to where he just didn't need to lose the game for them. Although he did put it on the ground and
put it on the ground.
That was a tough one.
Didn't unlock a couple throws on the goal line. I thought their running game and the way they controlled the line of scrimmage and the way they controlled the clock won that football game. That's what I took away. It was like, damn, that defense is good. And the way they ran the ball with Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker III, they took the game out of Sam Darnold's hand and said, hey, we're going to make it simple for you. Don't turn the ball over. We're going to control clock, and we're going to keep that high-flying offense off the football field.
So can we get back into what you started with? They're missing a guy to take the top off the defense. Obviously, it's Ayuk and Pearsall.
Absolutely. They missed him. That's the first thing I thought. Boy, could he use number 11. Damn, Ricky Pearsall not available. And, you know, I understand people when they say, well, can Brock Purdy elevate them? We just watched him elevate this roster without George Kittle Sunday Night Football against Chicago. And all of a sudden, Chicago, the rhetoric I hear about Chicago is, oh, they're just soft, this and that. Chicago just held Detroit to 19 points. Chicago went to Philadelphia, held them to under 20. Chicago held the Green Bay Packers to 17 points. They won the NFC North, and they're number 2 seed. Brock Purdy helped elevate the offense with great play against Chicago without George Kittle. But when you don't have guys on the outside that are not respected to take the top off the defense, well, guess what? That defense starts creeping up and creeping up and creeping up and creeping up. And next thing you know, you're playing within this 10-yard box. So all your underneath stuff is getting snuffed out. There's no room to operate. And they know because, oh, nobody's going to beat us deep on this football team.
Is the Purdy, there's obviously the bringing up Brandon Ayuk just kind of gets everyone sad and frustrated. So let's throw him to the side for right now. The Pearsall thing is frustrating. Like, clearly the guy wants to get out on the field, but he can't, and that sucks. And I don't fault him for trying, but there's a real conversation about, you know, he's been banged up all year. And I know he got shot last year, and he was hurt before that, though. Like, there's a Pearsall conversation here, and I just, it's frustrating because when he's been out there, he's been very useful. I don't know if he'll ever live up to that first-round tab, but they miss him big time, and I just have a hard time seeing him go this week.
Well, Quinyon Mitchell has not allowed a touchdown. The start corner for the Philadelphia Eagles.
He's a stud.
Has not allowed a touchdown on, I think, 82 pass attempts, could be 62. But he has not allowed a touchdown.
Well rested.
Yeah. Philadelphia as well. Everybody in Philadelphia is bitching about the 2 seed. I mean, calm down, guys. You guys are defending champs. We'll get to that in a little bit. But Ricky Pearsall not being able to play in that football game, I was stunned. I thought he was playing. I assumed that he was the one guy. I was like, okay, Trent's not going to play, hamstring.
Yeah.
But when Ricky Pearsall was announced that he was inactive, I mean, this is a guy who had 400 against Seattle in week number 1, who ran great routes. And so the fact that he's missed 14 games, they showed the graphic on ESPN. He's missed 14 games so far in this 2 years. Hammies, shoulders, they got to load management in practice. Herm Edwards, hey, you got to protect Ricky from himself. This is not good because now you're going to go into the offseason looking for another wide receiver, another butt. So that's why when people say receivers don't matter, you can win without them, I would be careful with that. Be careful with that.
Look around the league.
Well,
yes,
just look
exactly.
at the opposition. Jackson Smith and Jigba, for his standards this year, that was like a C game. He was still making some unreal catches and big third down receptions.
I thought it was an A game for Jake. Nobody could guard Jackson Smith.
Well, I'm saying for his like what he's done this season, but like that, his C game, Bonte, to your point, is an A game for a lot of other people.
Yeah, no,
he was incredible. He was
incredible, and that's what you need to help out your quarterback. A guy on third down who could just win a one-on-one matchup. The Niners had nobody. That's not to exonerate Brock Purdy, but again, Brock Purdy made some layer throws on the drive where it ended in an interception, which was the game, and give Seattle credit again. They took the ball from inside the 10-yard line and ate up over 8 minutes of clock. a title-winning drive in the way they did that, controlling the line of scrimmage and controlling the clock.
The safety play for me, I know everyone's going to point at the linebackers, and I get it, but a lot of these guys are backups, right? That are playing at linebacker. To me, it's the safety play has been so abysmal. It's so frustrating to watch, and it's like a tackle for loss, celebrate, get all fired up, and I get it, and then 3 consecutive whiffs. Just missing the wrong gap, missing the player all completely, taking a poor angle. And it's not either or, it's both Malik Mustafa and Jair Brown.
18 missed tackles. Whew. 3rd and 17. Jair Brown, if you got to check out the route Jair Brown took on the 3rd and 17.
Oh, my God.
It was embarrassing. This guy, and listen, when he comes out and says, I'm a top 5 safety in the league, and you put what you put on film on Saturday, you need to reevaluate yourself.
Yeah.
And you need to see where you're at. And that's the worry. That, to me, is one of the biggest keys in this game. Can you tackle against Saquon, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith? Now, it's not impossible. I was doom and gloom Sunday. It's not impossible that they can go into Philadelphia and win. It's going to be a tough task because they're getting Lane Johnson back, and
actually,
they want to get back to running the football.
According to Baldy, he just said he doesn't think Lane's going to play this week,
really?
Which is interesting. Yeah, because he's like, I saw Lane last week. I don't know if he's going to play. I was like,
he knows Lane very well. He was
ready.
Yeah. You didn't think he was ready?
Yeah.
That's what he said based off what he saw last week. He did the game last week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
oh,
so
well,
that's
it's a plus when you have a defensive line that's only as mass 18 sacks.
But what he said was, like, Jalen Carter, and I talked about this with these guys, after the surgery, now he feels healthy. His shoulders were all messed up, and he goes, that one outlier game against the Bears where they gave up a couple hundred yards rushing kind of skewed a lot of their statistics this year. They're an elite defense. That's what he called them.
They are an elite defense. Look, think about Philadelphia, and I know everybody's been doom and gloom because they haven't looked pretty, but we watched this with the Warriors when they won 4 championships.
Dodgers
did
this.
They were the hunted. Philadelphia, think about the games they won this year. As the hunted, as the defending champs, with the Arrowhead when we still thought the Chiefs were the Chiefs, they won that football game. They just won in Buffalo. By having 17 yards of offense, they found a way to win. They went to Lambeau on Monday Night Football, beat the Packers. They beat the Lions when they were rolling on Sunday Night Football and held them out of the end zone. Only allowed 6 points in that football game.
Yeah.
So they've won some monumental football games this year as the hunt. The Rams game, to come back and rally and win that football game.
I can't believe they won.
With a blocked field goal. But they rallied in that game because it kept the Rams out of the end zone over and over and over in the first half. Philadelphia now gets to take a deep breath and say, we're back in the postseason, and they know how to win. And if you give Jalen Hurts time and company, it's going to be a long day for the 49ers.
And even the losses to the other playoff teams, it was just by like the overtime loss to the Chargers, right? They did a couple missed kicked away. The Bears game in Philadelphia, like they're kicking themselves in those close losses, and then they have some makeup games against the Raiders, Commanders, etc. Funny how Josh Johnson was the guy to beat the Commanders or to beat the Eagles
the backups.
as the backup who was with the 49ers a couple years ago. You guys are there. We'll dive into this matchup more on the other side. Bonta Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands for the rest of the show. 888-957-9570. If you have any questions, comments, concerns about this matchup, we would love to hear from you. David in South San Francisco says he thinks we could beat the Eagles. I'd love to hear from you, David, on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jax.com.
Excuse me, can you tell me where?
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. But Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. So skip the guessing. Go with the experts. Remember, Dolan's knows. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit dolanlumber.com.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock today, but now back to the morning roast with the Joes. How perfect is it that a guy named Spadonuts is on in the morning?
Yeah, it's very perfect. What's up, Marky Mark? He's very frustrated with that loss on Saturday and last night by the Golden State Warriors. We got a big one this Sunday, folks. Eagles, Niners.
Mark, just a quick little preview.
Oh.
Mark's very angry at officials.
Oh. Well, there's a take. I'm sure Dan Dibley will defend the officials in that one. Can't
About
wait.
what, last night?
About last night. Last night.
Are they blaming the officials for the loss?
Well, not Mark. Mark didn't say this, but I saw a lot of people, and I railed on this already, and we'll get right back into the Niners. So only 10 seconds on this. If the goaltending goes the other way, they win by 1. I go, you didn't score for 9 minutes.
It's a huge call. Listen, it was a 5-point swing. The continuation on Stephen Curry not counting, that's tough. But the third quarter, when you go 3 of 24 and you don't make a field goal for the last 8 minutes and 5 seconds, you kind of got to look in the mirror. You also scored 19 points in the first quarter and got off to another slow start with the starters. So, I mean, look, NBA officials are trash.
Thank you.
NFL officials are trash.
Thank you.
MLB umpires are trash.
Yep.
Officiating is terrible. I will always die on that hill, but we got to look ourselves in the mirror and not say, goaltending call. Because, they're down 5. But what if the Clippers go on a 6-0 run? What if the Warriors miss their next 5 shots? We have no idea what transpires. They did have the momentum. It was a big momentum shift. But even the last play drawn up by Terry Stotts, that's where you miss Steve Kerr. As much heat as Steve Kerr gets these days, his out-of-timeout plays have been excellent over the course of his career. ATOs is what they call them. They just gave it to Jimmy, and he had a longer defender on him and Nicholas Batum and got forced into a tough shot. They missed Steve Kerr in that final possession.
If it makes you feel any better, though, Bonte, the crew chief after the game, Brian Forte, said it should have been a goaltending.
Yeah, we all saw it.
Great.
It's great. You just said something to me during the break. He's like, team me up, Spadoni. I had some thoughts heading into Saturday night's game between the Niners and Seahawks. I was like, ooh, that's a tease off air. So I'm very interested.
It sounds a little corny, and it's a little, has nothing to do with the game, really.
Love the shirt, by the way, Back to the Future. It's looking good. Got on YouTube. We're streaming.
Thank you. Back to the Future. One of the best trilogies in American movie history.
Agree.
Absolutely.
So I remember the Monday night game with the Niners and the Colts. And the Colts came out in those dark blue uniforms and the black helmets. I said, yuck.
Phillip Rivers.
I don't see them winning the game in those get-ups. You got classic blue and white uniforms with the white helmet and the horseshoe. Chasky knows how I feel about the Colt uniform. One of the most iconic uniforms in American sport history. No joke. When the Niners, and I get it, we knew that they were going to wear these all season long. When they came out in those rivalry jerseys and all black for a big game against Seattle for the division, these are the 49ers. You got one of the best get-ups in all of sport with the red and gold. And you come out in all black. And it just thought, this is not right. This is not right. Do I envision them winning a game and all? Now, look, uniforms are not going to win a football game.
Yeah, we all acknowledge that.
How you look sometimes matters to me. I'm a uniform geek.
Jerry Rice, greatest player of all time, said, you dress good, look good, feel good, play good.
Right. I said it on air on NBC. I don't like the uniforms. Burn the black uniforms. The Niners don't ever need to wear all black uniforms. Ever. You got the retro some yesteryear that you wear, the red jerseys with white pants. You wore them against the Bears. You wore the all white sometimes like you did in 2019 against Seattle.
Yep.
You don't need all black uniforms. They were god awful. I'm sorry. And I know Kittle helped design them or whatnot. Shout out George Kittle. They were terrible. Terrible.
Thank you.
You almost deserve to lose for walking on the field with those uniforms. I'm sorry, man. Sometimes how you look, like, come on, like the Yankees. If the Yankees do that in the big game, with the Red Sox,
Lakers.
with the Dodgers, with the Lakers. I hate when the Lakers wear all black. They're terrible.
But that's my point. Teams that have iconic brands, USC, as much as I might hate them, Alabama, they don't need 7,000 different uniforms.
No, you don't. Michigan. All of a sudden,
Dodgers.
That's
Ohio
what the
State.
team on the other side does. That's
Yes, that's
the
what
Seahawks.
Seattle.
That's
Exactly.
Oregon.
Let the Oregon Ducks
That's
do that
their
stuff.
thing.
Totally
Yes,
agree.
absolutely. The Miami Hurricanes ain't coming out. Now, they have some black uniforms. I get it, but
Doesn't
in the
look sweet,
playoffs,
though.
they're wearing all white. Now, some teams can get away with the all black. Some look
The
good.
Ravens.
The Eagles can, actually.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
Eagles
they
have
do
been doing
have
it for a
some.
while.
Here what I would argue with you. As I watched the Buffalo Bills go retro, the Eagles went retro, and there was one other team
The
that
Broncos.
went
Broncos did, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You can't tell me these retro jerseys, the old school ones, are vastly superior.
Oh, yes.
To whatever these rivalry jerseys are.
These rivalry jerseys are terrible. Terrible.
Thank you.
And so you come out in these all-black get-ups, and it drove me. And I said, boy, I think I didn't have a good feeling. I swear to God, when I saw the Colts come out at Lucas Oil Field with those terrible dark blue
Colts uniforms
and the black helmets on Monday night. You're going to wear that on Monday night against the Niners? You're ruining the great uniform game. You deserve to lose for wearing that stuff. I'm sorry, where's Guru at? He agrees. You come out in the all-black uniforms at Levi's Stadium for the number one seed against the Seattle Seahawks, and you're the San Francisco 49ers with P. Willie in the house, with Frank Gore in the house, Steve Young and Jerry Rice in the house, and you wear that? Those Chinatown knockoffs? Oh, my God, they were terrible.
Chasky's going to agree because Joe Buck said after the game, he's like, whoever designed these did not have broadcasters or the fans in mind that's watching it on the field. You couldn't see the numbers or the names. You didn't know who it was.
Look, I sit in the end zone, and, like, I could not make out who was who with the numbers. You couldn't see. I couldn't see the numbers. And I'm like, hey, look, maybe it's just my vantage point. But then the broadcasters were also complaining about it. Bonte, I want to get...
You wore those uniforms with Troy Aikman in the booth. What do you think Troy Aikman's thinking as a Dallas Cowboy saying, these are the 49ers? They don't do this. Come on, man. The Bears wearing all black at home in a playoff game. Oh, it drove me crazy.
All
right, I'm done.
Lenore didn't like what Troy Aikman had to say during the game. Did you see that? Do you know about Lenore, his Instagram post?
Well, Troy Aikman wasn't trying to take a shot at him.
He
goes,
wasn't.
it's just funny because from what I see on tape and what we see on tape and what we see every Sunday, he doesn't follow the best receiver. So Robert Saleh's not going to change his entire scheme because you want to guard Jackson Smith and Jigba one-on-one all game long, which I don't know if it would have worked out
I was going
well.
to say, I was going to ask that. That was my follow-up question. Should they have done that in hindsight?
Maybe at third down, I would have said,
Yes.
You know what? Deommodore Lenore, you take Jackson Smith and Jigba on third down.
Yeah.
Well, Ronaldo Green got cooked.
So, okay, like, philosophically, I'm watching that game, and I know, like, they run a lot of zone, the Niners do. My area of concern with this defense, and whether it's Saleh, D'Amico, it doesn't really matter. One thing that really bugs me is on these third downs, when they don't get the hand on the best wide receiver in, like, Jackson Smith and Jigba is clearly the best playmaker on that team.
Release.
And you let this guy just run a route. No one ever gets their hands on him.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, would Belichick do that?
No.
Would obviously Parcells had Belichick as his DC. Like all the great teams I got to get a hand on you. I got to make you disrupt the route.
Spags in Kansas
Sticky
City.
man coverage.
Sticky man coverage.
Yeah.
Bump and run, which changed the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. 3rd and 5. Play bump and run.
Disrupt the timing.
0 blitz. Now, maybe they don't have a lot of confidence in the safeties in the back end.
That's actually a really good point because I don't either.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
The linebackers, they're Tatum Bethune. He's out for the season.
Torn groin.
But, he first set of reps this season. D. Winters hurt. So you're rolling out Eric Kendricks. So maybe you don't have the personnel to do that on a consistent basis. But on third down, I would at least thought about the idea and say, you know what, Demo? Get number 11, Jackson Smith-Njigba. Make Sam Darnold throw somewhere else.
You know what, Pete Carroll, and he ran a version of what Saleh's running against the Niners when they had Anquan Bolden. Richard Sherman on third down would get in the slot with Anquan Bolden. It was like, and now Bolden's different than JSN. Totally different player in terms of athleticism. But like, I'm going to put my hands on you, and I'm going to make you have to beat me and disrupt the timing.
Put my number one guy on you on money down. So you have to do that. So it's a little disappointment. But part of that, too, is you look at this personnel, Spadoni. One, you don't have a pass rush. You got 18 sacks.
Oh, my God.
I mean, 18 sacks.
They finished season with 20.
Chasky sent it yesterday. Nick Bosa finished 4th with the 4th most sacks of the team. And he's been out since
finish with 20. They get 2.
He's got 4 sacks.
So Bethune had a sack, and someone else did.
Bethune had the sack on the first drive.
17
that's right.
games.
Yeah.
So it's a little different. I had another one that was even worse than that. Bonte, listen to this one. The guy they let go, and I would have let him go too. Chase Young. How many sacks the last 2 years?
I think Chase has been actually balling. So I had that Falcons game on. Every time I looked out, he was making plays. Chase,
15 and a
sacks,
half.
15 and a half.
In the last 2 years.
The Super Bowl, he was actually really good.
I know.
He was. We talked about that.
After kind of being lackadaisical to the NFC Championship game, maybe that was a wake-up call for him. Because every time I looked up on Sunday, I swear to God, number 99, Chase Young, he was sitting there. I'm like, Chase Young's making plays.
I know. And then listen to who on the Niners, the last 2 years, Bosa has 11.
Yep.
Leonard Floyd last year had 8.5. Quietest 8.5 ever. Sam Okawanu, 6. Malik Collins, 5. Cleve Farrell, 4. Yetur Gross Matos, 4. Huff S, 4. I mean, That's how sad it's been. And I'll take it a step further.
And you can't blitz because your linebackers, you get picked apart because the safety play is bad.
Let me give you another one. And look, I'm not writing them off because I wrote off Jimmy Ward after 1 year. I wrote off Eric Armstead after 1 year, and they ended up having really productive, good 9 or 10 years. Did they live up to the first round billing? We can debate it, right? But I look at the first round, all of the draft picks in the first round. There were 23 rookies in the first 2 rounds that had more sacks than our top rookie guys. Michael, Stout, and CJ all finished the year with 1 sack. The safety, who was drafted in the second round, finished with 86 tackles, 11 pass breakups, 1 interception, and 3 sacks. And that was the kid, Imanwari.
Yeah, he's good.
And a block punt.
And I love the Watts kid out of Atlanta, out of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
He was a ball hawk. So the safeties are a problem. It's an area you're going to have to address next season. We'll get to next season when this season is over. But that's probably why Saleh does some of the things he does, because of your personnel. Do you really trust Malik Mustafa or Jair Brown in the back end? I mean, we saw Caleb Williams cook these guys deep. Jair Brown had no shot against Burden on one of those plays and tied the game up to 7-7. I mean, Jair Brown.
They didn't even have Roma Dunze.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't have Roma Dunze at all. I thought they underutilized DJ Moore.
I agree.
Listen, the safety play is so bad that you have to play soft at times. Your linebacker play right now, when it comes to pass coverage, it's not good. You may roll out Curtis Robinson and Eric Kendricks to start this Sunday against Philadelphia.
That was going to be my next question. What do you do against Philly? A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith.
Well, again, Renardo Green's going to get picked on.
Well, this is your best defense going to have to be your offense.
Correct.
This is, if you want to win this football game and the odds are against you, look, I would pick Philadelphia to win this football game, and I like their personnel. I can't stand their fan base. It makes my skin crawl just thinking about them. Honest to God, I hate them. I hate their fans. I hate them. And they're going to be celebrating on Sunday, I believe, because their defense is good. And they will stop the Niners enough. Now, I do believe the Niners will be able to move the ball. The Philadelphia Eagles, I think they're 20th or 21st in opponent's third down conversion. So you can move the ball on them. They will bend but not break. But what will their interior look like now with Jalen Carter fully healthy? He can wreck a football game.
He's the closest to Warren Sapp I can think of.
Trent Williams. What is he going to look like, Spadoni?
Is he going to play?
I don't know. And what version are you going to? If he does have to go out there, this is a guy that's 37 years old with the hamstring strain. Like, that just doesn't go away, I would assume.
Well,
that burst is going to be affected.
Either.
No, he did not.
Who's been battling groin, leg stuff all year.
And you need your Hall of Fame guy to show up and be a Hall of Famer in a game like this. Well, but it's hard to say that when, as you mentioned, he also tore his hamstring this year.
Think about what Philadelphia did in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. They completely erased Travis Kelce from the football game. Now, he wasn't the same. He wasn't the same Kelce that we all grew to love, but George Kittle right now is out. He's beat up. Ricky Pearsall against Quinyon Mitchell. Now, you can attack Adoree Jackson on the edge, but who do you have to do that? Is it Juwan Jennings? Will they roll coverage? Then you got Vic Fangio, who does a good job against this scheme. Like, Vic Fangio's done a good job against guys like the Green Bay Packers, Matt LaFleur, who runs a similar scheme. We know about Sean McVay, although he's tweaked the scheme and he runs a lot of 3 wide this year. He's run a lot of double tight and 3 tight end sets. But Vic Fangio and company have done good against the Rams. Last year's playoff game. Although it did come down to the wire, Fangio is going to have some stuff for Kyle Shanahan. And so, can you run the ball effectively against this defense? And can you keep them off the field? You got to extend drives against Philadelphia. You got to have a similar game to what Seattle did against you. Can you possess the ball for 35 to 37 minutes? That's your best shot to win this football game.
And are you getting Ricky Pearsall? Can I get Kendrick Bourne involved, who's been hit and miss at times? Can I get, I don't know, like the running back tandem, at times it was working, but you can't run the ball. And that's what was frustrating me, Bonte, after the game. When Shanahan, and I get it, they're a run-first offense. They're not going to change who their identity is, but they haven't been able to really run the ball all year. The yards per carry with McCaffrey will kind of tell you that. So I'm curious to see if early on in this game, if they have the same struggles they had last week against Seahawks early in this game, do you scrap it and just say, you know what, Brock, like, do you stick with it?
I think they've ran the ball better in the second half of the season. Kind of switched up the scheme a little bit, gone away from most of the zone stuff, running a lot more power and blast. And they've had some good running days. Colts, Bears, Titans, the Falcons, what started on that Sunday Night Football game when McCaffrey ran right up their throat. So they've been a better run football team. But if you fall behind and you're getting 2 yards a carry on first down. Now you're putting yourself in 2nd and 8 situations. Then you're putting yourself in 3rd and 8 situations by not running the football. You almost have to be perfect offensively. You need big chunk plays. But who's going to win on the outside? Like this team, if Ricky Pearsall doesn't, especially if Pearsall doesn't play, the Eagles are going to look at the Seattle film and say, we don't fear Kendrick Bourne. We don't fear Jawan Jennings. They're not running any deep shot. Did the Niners run one deep shot?
No.
Or attempt one deep shot against Seattle?
20-yard, maybe
Kittle.
17 yards in the air on the Kittle lob.
Yeah, right.
And he made a really nice throw to Jennings, too, also.
Jennings on that same drive. A layered throw over Witherspoon. And the cover looked like they were running cover 3. Yep.
Yeah.
No
Can I ask you guys both this question before we get to Philadelphia? The regular season. It was a really like all over the place regular season. And it ended up being a wild ride and super, super fun. What's the biggest carryover? Forget the playoffs that's coming up and however far they go or don't go. What's the biggest carryover that has you optimistic for next year?
The coaching for me. Like, again, though, can we keep Robert Saleh? That would be a huge loss after a season like this where everything went wrong with injuries. Like, you were able to win 12 games still. And I get it. It left the sour taste in your mouth. Because if I would have told anyone before the season this Niners team is going to win 12 games without mostly of Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, you'd say I was crazy. It's insane. That's what they did. They're a playoff team. They have a chance to upset the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles in their home turf. But I have to say the coaching that you're going to carry over next year. And again, I know you said you have to I would like to see a good Brock Purdy performance in the playoffs, especially against that team. I think I do too, but how did we feel about Sam Darnold last year? And again, I hate that comparison, but Sam Darnold had a similar situation where he had 2 of the most important games of the season. He had some stinkers. And I'd like to feel good about my quarterback heading into the offseason when we paid him all this money. But Bonte, I'll let you jump in here. I say all that to say, I don't know what I feel great about because all my really good players are also getting another year older. Christian McCaffrey, who had an incredible season, had 400 touches. Can I expect him to do that again? I don't know. George Kittle, he's getting another year older too. And I don't feel good about a lot of the young talent is what I'm trying to say. That could carry over next year.
I feel really good about the quarterback. I feel really good about the head coach. I'm very optimistic about that. When you have those two things in place, exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
Cleveland's still looking for a quarterback. Yeah. There's a lot of teams still looking for a quarterback out there.
They're looking for a head coach too.
If Robert Saleh leaves, sure, they're going to miss Robert Saleh, but that's why you bring in Gus Bradley. Gus Bradley's sitting there. Gus Bradley's been here, and we hear about him giving his speeches and stuff like that. Gus Bradley is an accomplished defensive coordinator. Now, he's been on some bad teams, coaching defense. Sometimes you need the talent, right? But Gus Bradley, I feel good. And if Saleh does move on, Gus Bradley is comparable to calling his defense. And so you got a defensive coordinator right in place who's run this scheme. Hell, he helped teach Robert Saleh this scheme in the first place. They're all from that Seattle cover 3 tree. So if Saleh leaves, it's a loss, but I think they could weather that storm. The Niners are going to have some cap space. That's optimism. I'm optimistic Bosa could get back and play at a high level, but there is concern that you can play 17 games throughout the course of a season. But you have your picks that you didn't give up at the trade deadline. So I think there's a lot to be optimistic about with the 49ers. The fact that they're in this spot, as we take a step back, they've won 12 football games this year. 12.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
How many games did Brock Purdy miss? How many games did George Kittle miss? Yeah, I'm kind of asking a rhetorical question, but think about Mikael Williams. We don't even know what he is. I thought he was good against the run. Now I get it. We all love the sack numbers, and he's not there yet. But I think Alfred Collins. Wow, look at Alfred Collins. This guy could be a player. I'm seeing flashes from C.J. West. The experience that Tatum Bethune and D. Winters gained this season by playing a lot. Upton Stout is
I feel the most optimistic about him.
So you got a lot to be optimistic about if the season ended on Sunday going into 2026. You get the third place schedule. I feel really good about the 49ers moving forward. And we know, at the end of the day, as you mentioned with coaching, Kyle Shanahan can coach some football, man.
Yes. I think he's got 2 years left on his deal, Kyle, so 2026 and then 2027 would be the final.
So he'd be a lame duck next season.
After next year.
Okay.
If he came to you this offseason, forget what happens in the playoffs for right now. He came to you and he said, hey, I'd really like an extension.
I'd give it to him.
Yeah.
I probably would too.
No, well, of course. You're finding out right now with all these head coach openings, we were just talking about Abante, there's not a lot of sexy. There's not a Ben Johnson this year that you want to just go get, that is going to be the guy. I see Clint Kubiak is getting some interviews. You want to go with the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree? That's the sexy thing, right? McVay type of offense, O'Connell. But there's not like a name. Like if Kyle Shanahan was out there right now, just think of like all the teams would be like bidding against each other.
What about Lynch?
Desperate to.
Because Lynch, I believe next year, it's not official, but there's rumors that next year is the final year of his deal. We don't know the exact specifics. It could be 2 years, but if Lynch was up, and next year could be a lame duck season, what would you do this offseason?
You extend him. You keep him around. I think you keep them around. I think they're married together, though. It could be wrong.
Yeah, you think they're like a package deal always?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think Shanahan loves working with Lynch. Lynch loves working with Shanahan. Now, a couple years ago, he did tip us off and say that he was close to taking an Amazon Prime job. So how long does Lynch want to do this? I think Lynch, though, you watch him at training camp, and I don't get to go to practices now during the regular season with the Warriors around, but when you watch him, he's involved in drills, just looking. Hands on knees, bent over, watching drills closely.
Competitive.
He loves football. Yeah. He loves being in the mix. So I think they're both here for a long time, and I feel really good about that.
Let's go to Dave in South San Francisco. He was hanging on tight earlier, called back. Dave, what's up, man? You're on the roast with Bonte Hill. Good morning.
Doing. Got the 49er flag out front, the gear on, ready for Sunday, I'm sorry. So what I wanted to say real quick was the Eagles already won the Super Bowl last year, if I'm not mistaken.
They did.
And they've lost more games. They lost more games than we have this year. Forget about, who we're playing and all that. Any given Sunday, we could compare all day long, strengths and weaknesses. But I think it comes down to who wants to win more next weekend. So I'm going to say squeaker by the Niners, maybe by 3 points. Something really close. But I think we can beat them at home. It's about retribution and revenge for the game when Purdy got hurt. So that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Okay, that's Dave in South San Francisco. Yeah.
I felt like they got their revenge a couple years ago in the regular season.
Debo game.
They ended Philadelphia's season. They dropped 42 on them.
How many guys are on this team that were even on that team?
Yeah, it's
Kittle,
a lot of Russell turnover.
McCaffrey, Purdy, Trent,
Kivitz,
Juwan Jennings.
Brindle.
So it's primarily defense. The entire defense, except for Demo, is pretty new.
Yeah, it's about it.
Maybe Jair.
Kyle Shanahan was there.
Yeah.
We got Big Dom on the other side. So
stop
the spread. Not a spread.
Yeah, you drive me nuts with the
I
big
know
Dom.
you hate it. That's why I bring him up.
We got to deal with that clown. We got to deal with that clown.
Stop bringing
this
him
week.
up. Yeah.
We got to deal with that clown this week. That's the worst part about this is you got to deal with those. They're the armpit of New York City. They truly are. Philadelphia. They're like the G League version of New York.
The armpit of New York?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
and
I thought that was Jersey.
I was talking to Mully about Philadelphia versus the Mob because he likes that stuff too. So the Netflix special, Philadelphia versus what is it?
I don't know what
Philadelphia
that is.
versus the Mob.
Okay.
And how they sent a couple guys from New York down to Philadelphia. And Mully basically goes, "Yeah, that was like the G League. Hey, you can't handle New York. Just go down to Philadelphia. They'll do some things there."
And what does Philly Tardo say about the jersey? Glorified crew. There you go. They don't have a captain, please. There you go. That's what you're saying about Philly? They're a glorified crew?
They're such. They just get on my nerves. But the spread has jumped up from 3.5 to 5.
Oh.
Opening spread, I think, was 3.5.
It was. I'm seeing on DraftKings right now, 4.5 Eagles
it's
right
already
now.
jumped up, and that's sharp money. So that doesn't make me feel good about the 49ers. But it's not that. I know a lot of people are saying, you got to have faith, Bonte. You got to have faith. Just watch the games and look at the personnel. It's not the greatest matchup for the 49ers this Sunday. It's not. Can they pull the unthinkable off? Sure. But I think that's going to have to do with Philadelphia, whether or not they show up. And I think they're going to show up and be refreshed on Sunday.
I want to peel this onion on the other side because I asked that same exact question to Brian Baldinger last hour, whether or not this is the worst matchup for the 49ers after losing the 1 seed. We'll get his thoughts on it. More from Bonte Hill, who's in studio for the rest of the show. 888-957-9570. And it's all going to be brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
On January 1st, tolls went up on all the bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
The Reds are frauds to me. Even though they won the damn Super Bowl, they were frauds that year. Damn it.
Bonte Hill joining us in studio, courtesy of River Islands, as he does each and every Tuesday here on The Roast. And you know what I love about these days? It's the show behind the show. And we're talking about all the college football playoffs. We're talking about the number 1 overall pick. You know, Lamar Jackson, could he get traded? There is so much that's going to take place in this offseason, and I can't wait. But I would like to wait for the offseason start for the 49ers because I want to keep talking about them. And in order for us to do that, they got to win this Sunday in Philadelphia, and it's going to be a monumental task. Absolutely. But boys, if they were to let's just dream a little bit. If they win this game, you two are the biggest Niner fans I know. You guys went to Philadelphia, Lincoln Financial Field, and couldn't even enjoy the game for the entirety of it because you lost the quarterback, Brock Purdy, after 4 snaps. And then his arm snaps. Hassan Reddick, who was the guy blocking? Who was blocking?
Was it Ross Dwelly?
No, Tyler Croft.
Tyler Croft.
Or Kraft or whatever.
Whoever. And he was the one blocking Hassan Reddick. Night, see you later. Torn UCL. And the rest was history. Josh Johnson had to come in relief, and and he gets concussed, and then he had to bring Purdy back into the game. He couldn't even throw a ball, so he had to hand it off. It was a nightmare. But that was standing. If the Niners win this game on Sunday, Bonte,
I'm sorry.
How happy is the king himself going to be on Monday morning? Like, come on.
You brought up that game for a couple of years ago. Now, since you opened up the rabbit hole, I got the flashback of Purdy dropping back. Shasky in my ear. He's got Ayuk. Ayuk runs a great post corner route. He's wide open. By the way, Shanahan should have challenged the Devontae Smith play. Maybe he changes the game. He doesn't challenge. I'm yelling, challenge. Doesn't challenge. And then halftime, Shasky goes, you got a shot. It's not over yet. I'm like, dog, Josh Johnson. Johnson's playing quarterback.
Had the greatest game ever this weekend.
Oh, that was not
McCaffrey scored that touchdown, and that whole stadium sat down.
And
they
were shook.
Oh, God.
They were shook. And then they got a phantom pass interference call.
Shook. They did. The Jimmy Ward play.
The Jimmy Ward play. 3rd and 7. A.J. Brown, they call it pass interference. And it extended their drive, and they went up 14-7, and the rest is history. So, yes, this will be I will, in my opinion, although the Seahawks rivalry's back, I think it brought the sizzle's back now because you got Jackson Smith-Njigba taking shots at Diamondor Lenore. Yeah. Lenore's taking shots at them. Kenneth Walker, they're smoking cigars in the visiting locker room. They left some cigars in the visiting locker room. The rivalry is back with the Niners and the Seahawks. But, yeah, I can't stand Philadelphia. They're at the top of the food chain.
Still?
Okay. I hate them. So, yes, to answer your question, Spinoni, I'd be thrilled if they won on Sunday.
If you look at the 49ers, just playoff history, right? They've been a team since 1946. Now, some of this is the AFL, and I'll get to it in a second. They actually have hosted a lot of playoff games, and they don't really go on the road that much. And when I think about road playoff wins, that like you close your eyes and you think about, most people are going to go to the NFC Championship game against the Bears, where Ronnie Lott's on the sideline saying the finesse-ass 49ers.
Keenan Turner.
And went into Soldier Field and won. And then you've got the other one is the Atlanta game, obviously, in the NFC Championship game where they went down to Atlanta, the Dirty Bird, and they were down 17-3 and they ended up coming back and winning that game. I think the Green Bay, both wins, the Kaepernick one and the one with Jimmy Garoppolo, you could make an argument. This is one of the, if they could pull this off, this would be one of the biggest road playoff games outside of the 2 NFC Championship games of all time in the Niner history.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of road games, right? I mean, Carolina, going to Carolina and beating Cam Newton and the Panthers Remember they had the goal line stand early in that football game and snuffed them out
right before the end of the second half,
end of the first half, first quarter. Yeah, one in the first half or whatnot. So they had a goal line stand there. Ahmad Brooks playing a middle linebacker spot, snuffing them out on the goal line. That was a great win that doesn't get talked about enough.
Kaepernick had such a sick throw to Vernon in the end zone.
He had the touchdown run, and he did the Superman in Carolina's house. Nobody talks about that game for whatever reason, but that was after the Green Bay win in the wild card round in 0-degree weather.
Harbaugh wearing 15 khakis.
He might do that again this weekend in Foxborough.
This will be a great win against Philadelphia. It gets the champs.
Yes.
You're playing the defending Super Bowl champs who are refreshed after having a turbulent season. Everybody in Philadelphia, Seth Joyner cracks me up because they're just they beat Buffalo and they were bitching and moaning.
Yeah.
Like they lost the game. I'm like, dude, you went to Buffalo and won in that fashion. I love those ugly type of wins when nothing's going right for you. So this would be a monumental win for the 49ers. There's no doubt. Would it be the top road playoff win in 49ers history? No, it wouldn't.
No, I'm not saying that, but it would be a good one. And it'd be a miracle. For Shanahan, is it the Cowboy or Green Bay game? What's the best road playoff win?
Ooh, that's a good question.
It's both. I like both. I rate them. Look, you didn't score an offensive touchdown in Green Bay.
It was such a memorable game.
It was such a fun game. But for me, that was the first game I've ever attended down in Jerry's World, and it was just different down there. The cheerleaders coming out, the pageantry, Michael Irvin getting them hyped up.
That guy.
The way Jimmy Garoppolo threw one of the worst picks I've ever seen in my life, and that was right when he threw that pick. 30 seconds before that, it was announced that Draymond Green would be out for a while with the back injury. And I'm thinking, oh, God, the Warriors championship hopes just went down the drain. What's going on here? I was losing my mind. I was losing playoff time. I need those playoff ticks, man. Oh, sorry. But then, the way they won that game with Dak Prescott spiking the ball. What's so funny?
No, the little, I'm on salary, but that was
Jimmy Garoppolo throw to no man's land. And then seeing Uncle Danny throw the hat against my television.
Wasn't it? They were driving to try to get a score there, and it was a floater. George Kittle, it stayed there forever.
Well, my uncle took his hat off and fired it like it was the 1940s at the television.
Yeah, he threw it faster than Jimmy did in the
He missed Brendan Ayuk on the post corner route, and I'm sitting there like, oh man, I was talking so much trash to those Cowboy fans.
They should have blown him out.
And then I'm sitting there in the second half, sweating, thinking, I'm not going to get out of here with the win. This is miserable. And I got COVID, so we're maybe I took COVID down.
On top of it all, there you go.
And I got COVID.
It was worth it.
Let's go to Aubrey in Vallejo. She thinks the 49ers can win on Sunday, sorry, Aubrey's unisex. Hey, Aubrey.
I'm here.
There you are.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. How are you? Say hi to Bonte.
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, thank you. So my piece for the win is if Trent Williams and Ricky Pearsall are both available to play Sunday, I do like my chances.
I don't.
As well as defensively, they did much. I think defensively they did much better compared to Chicago in terms of giving up so many points. But if they can clean up the missed tackles, I think there's a shot.
I think from what Shanahan said yesterday,
thanks, Aubrey.
The way I interpreted it, and maybe you guys can interrupt me and say I'm wrong, and I'll listen to it. Pearsall was a go last week in practice. Something happened in practice where he re-aggravated the PCL, and I don't know. They don't know if he's going to practice. I know Jair Brown's 50-50, Trent, they're all, but specifically Pearsall, what?
Jair Brown's 50-50.
50-50.
Oh, God.
Everyone's hurt. You might have to suit up, Bonte. You might have to go out there.
He took some of the worst angles.
He used a cheesecake.
You need a cheesesteak?
Cheesesteak.
There you go.
I do miss this. Got good food
don't sleep with the chicken cheesesteaks either. I do like some chicken cheesesteaks.
That was cracking.
This is what Shanahan, as you referenced yesterday, Joe.
I have a hard time thinking he's playing this
media
week.
Conference call, Pearsall re-aggravated the knee last week.
I mean, he re-aggravated it, which whether that looks like a setback or, I guess it's not a setback. It's just he re-aggravated it, which is usually what happens with PCLs.
Okay, this is more from...
How is it not a setback?
I know, that's exactly what it is. More injury updates from Shanahan.
Oh, poor Shanahan.
D. Winters with his ankle. We'll evaluate throughout this week. Luke Gifford with his quad. We'll evaluate throughout the week. Keon White, hamstring. We'll evaluate throughout the week. Jair Brown, rib. He's day-to-day. Kalia Davis, knee tendonitis, day-to-day. Tatum Bethune, groin, he'll be out for the rest of the season. And updates on players who missed the game. Trent Williams and Ricky, both with hamstring and knee ankle. We'll evaluate them throughout this week.
There you go.
Both with hamstring, knee, ankle.
But other than that, it's good. Other than that,
I guess it kind of didn't, but nah.
What's that meme of the dog sitting there? Everything is fine, and there's a fire all around them.
Everything's sipping the coffee.
Sipping the coffee. Everything's fine.
My favorite one is the little girl on the swing set, like smiling, and then the fire's in the house.
They've just run out of bodies.
And look, I sound defeatist. I know we all sound defeatist right now.
We don't even know who the linebackers are.
Exactly.
How can you be defeatist?
I know. And teams like this, they've lost to all year. Jacksonville, Tampa when they were rolling.
Yeah.
Obviously, Seattle. Teams that have strong lines of scrimmages, offensive lines, defensive lines. Houston, the Texans. Great point, Spadoni. I don't like the matchup. This is the worst possible matchup. I would have rather played Chicago.
Well, Brian Baldinger also agreed with you. This is what Baldy had to say with us last hour here on the roast. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube. Brian Baldinger on the worst possible matchup for the 49ers.
Yes, it's the worst matchup. It's a 4:30 game on Sunday. The crowd will be juiced out of their minds. I was just there on Sunday doing the game against Washington. There's people in the building, in the Eagles building, that were pissed that they sat all their key starters to be ready for this game. The whole offensive line rested. The receivers rested. The quarterback, the running back. You're going to get a very rested. Jalen Carter is rested. Like he told me, he's healthy. His shoulder's been bothering him all year. He had some procedures done. Jalen Phillips rested. Like they're going to be full. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Everybody took the week off to get ready for this game. You're going to see the Eagles fully rested. I mean, I would think that Trent will be back and Pearsall will be back, which will help. They don't have Seattle's scheme, which is good.
There you go. It's the last part. They don't have the same scheme, but everyone's healthy, Bonte. Names, man.
This has been a great year.
Yeah.
I don't want this game, whatever happens. They may pull the unthinkable. They may pull the upset. Who knows? It's all on Philadelphia. What Philadelphia offense will show up? I have a feeling they're going to show up. Saquon Barkley is going to be refreshed. Now, if Lane Johnson doesn't play, hey, there's a glimmer of hope here, right? Maybe he could force a couple punts. But that defense, it was the most lopsided 13-3 game I've ever watched in my life.
It was, the box score was very not telling. If you just looked at the box score, you'd say, the defense kept them in it.
It missed 18 tackles in that football game. 18 tackles. Sam Darnold barely got breathed on, right? Kenneth Walker, the third, just ran right over him. Charbonnet and that stiff arm running into the end zone. Ran physical. Take Bixby's physical to back up to Saquon Barkley. He may get some touches in this football game.
Name.
So I don't love the matchup, but also want to have some perspectives and saying this is a great year. I think we learned a lot about the 49ers. And the fact that they're at this point, I'm not a moral victory guy, Capri Sun, fruit snack guy, but it is what it is, man. The fact that they were battling for the number one seed, I'm okay with that. But, man, God, to go to Philadelphia with that injury list, it's just, you can't put your best foot forward.
Listen, you have kids, Chasky, you have kids, I have kids. Like, you can be disappointed. Like, you could be like, that's a normal emotion to have after a season if you lose against the Seahawks and you lose against the Eagles.
You can also be proud simultaneously.
Yes, but I don't think, I'm not going to be angry. Like, I don't think that's the right, to be
I'm always
pissed.
angry when we lose.
But
that's just how I am.
To be pissed off, I know you are, but but you're unique.
Yeah.
Like, for everyone to be pissed off at the Niners.
No, I don't think people are going to be pissed off.
No, so
they had this thing that was kind of dangling in their face a little, which is the number one seed. And so you started to hope, and then once you bought into the
once
hope,
you get the hope,
that balloon got
that's
popped.
the worst.
Think about it. It was so deflating. You win that game.
I know.
You're chilling.
Yep.
You're getting players back.
Yes.
And you're 2 games away from hosting
Fred
the Super Bowl.
Warner. Oh. Yeah, but also Trent, is going to be ready to go for the divisional round. You give Kittle the time off.
You heard what Matt Burrow said.
Yeah.
That Fred Warner was telling people that I'm going to be back for the divisional round game.
Yeah, Bonte said that first.
Yeah,
he did? Well, this is what Kyle Shanahan, real quick, talked about it yesterday.
I think it's too far off right now. I think it is a possibility, as we got closer to a possible third game here, championship game, but it's not something we're thinking about right now.
So he said championship game. So
Warner's telling people divisional round game. Look, when we say things, it's funny. When we say things on the station, whether it's Shasky, whether it's me, whether it's you, whether it's whoever, they're not credible. They just talking out the side of their ass. They want attention. And then somebody will say it 5 days later, look, dude, I've been in these locker rooms for the last decade.
Come on.
Please. It's just kind of ironic to me how people are so quick to jump down our throats saying that we're just hot take guys.
Yeah, right.
Just, score another one for us.
There you go.
All.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the Free Odyssey app, live from Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour to go here, Bonta Hill in studio, courtesy of River Islands. Joe, you had a quick question before I played that sound?
Well, no, we were talking about Seattle and Mike McDonald, and I was trying to explain to some of the younger Niner fans, on air, off air, whatever, sometimes there's certain teams you have the number of, and then they make adjustments, and then they have your number for a while. In the early 80s, the early 80s, the Niners had the number of the Bears and the Giants. And then for 3 years in a row, it felt like the New York Giants just dominated and suffocated, and the Bears obviously rose up at that time, the 49ers. And then, for whatever reason, Walsh struggled after 84 against Belichick's defenses with the team that they had, and they would hold them down. I mean, I'm talking horrible. There was the 17-3 game, but the 49-3 one, Montana threw a slant. I watched this whole game back. He threw a slant to Jerry. Jerry's running for a touchdown. He just drops the ball. His rookie just drops the ball. And then the next thing you know, it's a route in the other direction. And you look and you're like, 49-3?
Jim Burt.
And Jim Burt knocks out Joe Montana. But for whatever reason, that defense, it had Walsh's number. Walsh was an all-time great coach, obviously, but something about that defense, they did something. And right now, McDonald, there's something about the players, the personnel, and the scheme. It's just kind of got their number, and they're going to have to make an adjustment to this.
What Belichick did is he told Parcells, we can't run zone against the 49ers. Bill Walsh will pick it apart. So let's go to man defense, sticky man defense. And we're going to get after the quarterback. Lawrence Taylor, obviously, Pepper Johnson, Carl Banks, Harry Carson, Jim Burt. They were nasty. And they started to slow the Niners down. You think about when they won the NFC Championship game at Candlestick Park. Both those games, the Niners scored a combined 20 points against the Giants. 7-3 game on Monday Night Football.
Yep.
And that Monday Night Football game was funny because the week prior to that, the Niners and the Giants were undefeated. Mm-hmm. Niners lose to the Rams 28-17. Giants lose to the Philadelphia Eagles of Veterans Stadium 31-13. And all of a sudden they come into Monday Night Football with one loss. But the Giants lost 7-3. Yep. And then in that NFC Championship game, they held the Niners to 13 points. And when that touchdown came on a punt return. So, I mean,
it just happens.
It happens. So you look at McDonald and what he's done against the Niners over the last three matchups. First week of the season, 17 points. This week, 3 points. And we think about what he did to Brock Purdy and shed ahead on Christmas Day when he was the coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens. That was a game where Brock could easily throw 7 picks.
And it was the de facto MVP game. So whoever won that game and played well was probably going to win the MVP. Ended up being Lamar Jackson, even though the ref tripped him in that game too. I remember that one. We had Baldy on the next day, Bonte, or a couple days after it, whatever it was, because it's Christmas Day. And he was like, just wait for this game, and that was the game.
That was right. That's right. He was so high on Purdy.
Just wait.
And he told Spinelli goes, MVP goes, well, let's just wait a minute. I was like, whoa, what's going on here? Yeah. And he almost threw 7 picks on Christmas Day.
And Sam Darnold came into that game.
I love the number 7.
It's funny how things work out.
It's true. I was at the game. I was like, oh, that's a Jimmy O'Donnell throw.
Kyle Hamilton play on the first drive where he baited him and then picked it. I think it was to Debo?
Yeah, they picked off a wide receiver screen.
Yeah. Fred Warner missed Lamar Jackson. So bad. It was one of the sickest jukes I've ever seen.
Real quick, just some latest in the NFL circles. Obviously, Black Monday yesterday. A lot of head coaches fired. Now we're seeing defensive coordinators getting let go. The Commanders and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury have agreed to part ways. So Cliff Kingsbury no longer there. And also the Commanders' DC Joe Witt is also moving on. So Commanders without coordinators.
Kingsbury. He gets figured out easily.
He had a good season last year. Does he think he has head coaching options?
He's like the D'Antoni of the NFL. 1 year he'll fix you. The next year,
he had one good season with Kyler Murray.
I think
and one with Jaden.
Yeah. I think his scheme is basically basic. He runs the spread concepts. There's not a lot of innovation.
He loves the bubble screens. That's what
RPOs,
I think. When I think of Cliff Kingsbury, it's throwing directly to the parallel wide receiver.
So the last time the Niners played, you're bringing up the Commanders, it has me now thinking about Debo. Last time the Niners played the Philadelphia Eagles, it was you can look at the box score all you want. I'm telling you, to me, I'll always remember that as the Debo game, even though Purdy was excellent in that game. Debo, he took multiple balls, 40-something yards. No one could tackle him. Ayuk made a sick diving catch in the end zone. He sparked a lot of the hatred with the other fans that didn't go to the game with Philly because he kept it going and kept talking smack.
Who was the guy, Gardner Johnson?
No, it was the other.
Bradbury?
And Bradbury. Called him Trashbury or something because he's trash. They were not. I truly believe the 49ers are going to win that football game. They had the pieces. Purdy was rolling.
You're talking about the NFC
Championship game when Brock Purdy got hurt.
I was talking about the other one. Where
Well, the next. That's why. But that's where the trash talk started.
Exactly.
The Super Bowl radio roll when the Chiefs were playing the Eagles. Debo was still popping off
with his Old Spice.
Right. And Bradbury got called for the penalty to end the game.
Right. And he was like, "Dude, he's trash. We would have beat them. They were not the better team."
Right.
So then that game sets up. And the Niners go out there, they're down 6-0. They got totally dominated in the first quarter. They were lucky to be down 6-0. And then boom, 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 boom. 6 straight possessions. You score touchdowns and take over that football game. And Deebo Samuel had a lot to do with it.
That DeAndre Swift hit at the end of that game.
That was
my
Lenore.
God.
That was Lenore.
That was Lenore that lit him up. You're right.
Oh, my God.
Well, it's funny. That was the...
Ayuk made one of the best catches of his career. It was like a diving end zone catch. And then he came sliding in after Deebo came. That game was so much fun.
You bring up Deebo.
They snatched their souls.
In a game like that against Seattle.
Thank you.
Deebo, Ayuk. We know Ayuk could beat one-on-one coverage on the outside. And we know Deebo loves those physical football games, especially against he had some big games against Seattle.
Big games.
Deebo Samuel.
His playoff game was all time.
All time.
That Thursday night football game, I want to say, was that around Thanksgiving? That was
last year. He caught it up in the air.
Was that last year or was it 2 years ago?
It was a November game. Purdy threw up. I thought it was a 50-50 ball. It was a good throw.
2019 as a rookie.
Yes.
As a rookie, he looked dynamic against Seattle. So they miss. This is where you need guys. Again, I know we talked about this last hour. When people say receivers are divas and this and that, it's going to help Philadelphia having A.J. Brown. Ain't nobody leaving A.J. Brown one-on-one. And then you got Devontae Smith. And you look at Seattle. Dallas Goedert. Like, even in the AFC, the Patriots having all those weapons outside. You need weapons on the outside. Yep. Now, Denver, they're going to struggle. I don't see Denver going to the Super Bowl with that offense the way Bo Nix looks. But you look at those AFC teams who got dynamic, like Jacksonville has dynamic playmakers. Houston, if they could just take care of the football, they've got a dynamic playmaker in Nico Collins. The Niners are missing that right now.
It's funny that you bring that up because yesterday, the news about Pearsall came out, and like you and I did a lot of breakdowns on wide receivers, and I didn't even have Pearsall in my notebook because I just didn't think we were going to be drafting that type of player. God, they really need him to play.
How about this one? Matt Mayoko just dropped his tweet.
Oh.
Kyle Shanahan, my brother from another mother over there at NBC Sports Bay Area, Kyle Shanahan has got up against Vic Fangio's defense only 4 times. The last time was 2018, so it's been a long time.
Was that Broncos?
Yes.
He was with the Broncos.
He was the head coach.
Yeah, probably head coach.
Okay.
Shanahan's offenses have scored 11, 6, 15, and 9 points against Fangio. However, his quarterbacks were John Beck, RG3, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Nick Mullins. He tried to hire Fangio in 2017, but the Bears blocked it. Remember, there were conversations about hiring Fangio.
Right.
Yeah.
Not last season, right? Correct?
I think so, yeah.
But Shanahan didn't want to tweak the scheme. He wanted to run this wide 9-4-3 scheme, and Fangio's a 3-4 guy.
It is interesting. You look at that Super Bowl matchup, too. Like, those feel like defensive coordinator lifers now, Spagnuolo and Vic Fangio. I know Niner fans are hoping, can Robert Saleh be that? But Saleh's so damn young still. So, he's probably looking at it
much more effervescent than those other two. Well, Spags has got a great personality.
He does.
But Vic is very, he doesn't present the way Saleh does.
He does. Saleh is very presidential, presentable, good-looking guy.
Outgoing.
Has a big family man. Yeah.
I mean, look, Shanahan's kind of rigid that way, but he has John Lynch on the side.
Yeah, he does.
He can do a lot of that stuff.
Yep.
And he's so schematically brilliant.
I want to pick up more of this conversation, more of this matchup on the other side. RJ in Fairfield, Antonio in Oakland, some heavy hitters on the other side. Plus, I want to look around the NFL, too. We talked about some of the other teams, some of the matchups. I want to know your thoughts on that, Bonte. All of that and more. And it's going to be brought to you by Kalshi Trade on Anything.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Now through January 12th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. All those savings add up to one thing: a Happy New Year from the Floor Store. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is rolling toward the end. Christian McCaffrey is rolling towards some major stats. Let's get in on this, root for it, maybe make some money too. With Underdog Unwrapped, you're going to unwrap a bunch of promos going on right now, boosts, gimme picks, even some surprises sprinkled in. You should check it out because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats, rushing yards, receiving yards with CMC. You get the idea. So play with me, download the Underdog app, and use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online at ncpgambling.org.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line, $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine.
make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Yeah, I'm such a loser. I got to listen to you guys.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, this little crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I love Nick at Berkeley. And Bobby in Los Altos. I'm such a loser. I got to listen to you guys. He's so great.
How's Bobby been? I miss Bobby.
He's been MIA the last couple weeks. On the roast anyways. Bobby, you okay? Call in. 888-957-9570.
I miss Nick
He called in yesterday.
All right.
He said...
Oh, you know what? He called us last Friday. I did a show with Evan.
Nice. I thought you guys had Steve Kerr. I listened. That was good.
My mom called me and she was like...
Hold on. Nick in Berkeley said, Bonte, real quick, that he thought Sam Darnold had the playbook for the 49ers. That's why he had some success against them last week. So, Sam Darnold. There you go.
Well, he has beat him 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
So my mom calls me frantic on Friday night. She goes, "You didn't tell me Bonte's back on the radio every single day." I go, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, Auntie Babe and me were looking on Facebook or IG or whatever. Bonte's doing all these videos. He's back 10-2 with some new guy. I think he does Warrior games." I go, "Evan?" So I look on and she go, "Mom, I think they're just doing a one-off or whatever." She's like, "No, I think he's back full-time now." I go, "I'll have to ask him."
Breaking news, Bonte and Evan?
I know the boss man.
I'm
kidding. My
mom was like, "I can't believe he's back."
I'm kidding.
Evan did have a point.
I'm kidding. No, I'm not back. Just one-offs.
Shut up, Evan.
There you go.
Evan was here yesterday.
He was, and for Goo. Is Goo back? Is Goo back? Thumbs up? Sorry.
Nobody knows?
Sorry. I don't. I look at the guys in the back. They looked at me with deer in headlights. I don't know.
I felt like I had to do something because he goes like, "Can you work Christmas Eve 2 to 6?" Like, nah, dude.
Christmas Eve?
Christmas
2 to
Eve.
6?
2 to 6.
Hey, boss.
Shut
it down.
Take a playoff, dude.
I mean, Jesus.
Just lost in Cal in Hawaii. Everyone knows that.
Well, no, dude.
Good game.
The day after. What about the day after Christmas 2 to 6? Dude. He could just take a playoff, man. So then Friday with Evan, Goo's out. I think you're going to get Kerr on. I was like, all right, fine, whatever. I'll get out the house.
There you go. How'd it go? Was it a good show?
Yeah, Evan's fine.
There you go.
So you proved our theory that he does funnel specific Warrior guests to other shows.
Steve Kerr?
No, they booked that on their own. I don't know what happened with that. I had nothing to do with it.
We're going to be joined by the Steve Kerr. The Steve Kerr of callers here, and Tony in Oakland.
I see what's going on around here. My name's Bennett. I ain't in it, man. Does feel like some guests get funneled. Trust me, we know. Like,
yeah, we have a chance to talk to the king regarding this.
Well, that's why. Here's a pro tip. I used to just go out of my way to just go through me.
Just go over the heads.
Piss people off. Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
You maybe didn't see this photo until it hit Instagram, but I had a video sent to me.
That's loaded.
What?
Where are you going with this?
From Carter. Let me finish. I'm from Carter, and it was him showing Sam Lubman on the field before the Niner game on Saturday. And Sam was just in the zone. I mean, my guy looked like he was going to he was ready to Oklahoma drill somebody.
Well, the Miami Hurricane is flowing through his veins right now.
The next thing you know, Lubman sends a picture of him with the half U and Frank Gore with the other half of the U.
Yeah, it was pretty sick.
It was really cool. So Lubman's flying high right now.
He should be. Hey, Miami's got action. They can win the whole damn thing. And I guess the college football playoff final, CFP National Championship, is in Miami, Hard Rock Stadium.
They're calling it Confederates versus Convicts on Thursday.
Oh, my.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's and Pike's this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
Confederates versus convicts?
Internet's pretty cool.
Who's calling it that?
Oh, yeah.
The internet?
Was Lane Kiffin calling it that? Lane?
Jesus.
How's he feeling, by the way?
I don't think the Heat is going to want you to crack that mic again the rest of the show.
I mean, jeez, Louise.
You may want to just sit this one out until Fast 5.
Jeez Louise.
Is there going to be a new jersey? Is it going to be an Eli Manning jersey on the bucket for Michael Irvin after the game? That's what people are asking. Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? Antonio, do you think the Niners are going to win this Sunday in Philadelphia?
Yes, we're about to shock the world, man, on the real. A lot of people, they keep, counting us out and saying the Eagles are this. I mean, it's not the Eagles from last year. They're still a good team. But at the end of the day, man, I believe in Man's going to have back-to-back bad offensive games. I can't see that. And I know our defense is not that good, but I think we need to just keep Jalen Hurts in the pocket because we can't get sacks anyway, so we might as well just keep him in the pocket. A.J. Brown's going to get frustrated. What we got to do is double-team him early and often. Don't let him get no catches. He'll get frustrated. He'll throw his helmet somewhere, and that'll mess up their whole rhythm. If we can do that, that'll be great. Double-team him and then put Leonore on Devontae Smith. I mean, that's a pretty good strategy right there, man. And I want to see Mustafa lay a hit on A.J. Brown. Both of those guys are muscle guys, but both muscly. So I would love to see that, man. So I think we're going to probably win by 3 points. It's going to be a close one. And, Kittle, they're going to be so focused on stopping McCaffrey that Kittle's going to get off, man. And in the words of my fifth favorite basketball player ever, Kevin Garnett, anything is possible.
I like how it's his fifth favorite. Like, do you have a hierarchy of favorite?
I needed the rest of that top five there.
I love Antonio, man. I love Antonio. I don't think in the history since he started calling this station that he's ever picked against the Niners.
Ever. Or Warriors, for that matter.
I actually asked Dylan the Dragon that on Instagram. I said, have you ever picked against the Niners?
What did he say?
What did he say? Ponte, all playoff teams are tough. It's all tough. They're all going to be easy.
Like it was the first time you ever watched football?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, Monte.
Yeah.
The playoffs are hard.
The playoffs are hard. I was like, so I asked Dylan Dragon, I go, have you ever picked against the Niners? And he just sent me the Shannon Sharp gif. Nope. Never have. So, that's where we're at.
Well, George Kittle told us after the game at the podium, he said, go Cardinals. He knew, when the team knew who they wanted to play.
Yeah,
it was the winner of the NFC
Joe,
South.
Every team I've ever played on, coached, whatever, we're always like, yeah, we'd rather face that team than that team. Like, no, do we want our revenge at one point against a certain squad? Absolutely. But in your heart of hearts who gives you the biggest fits.
So you're calling Shanahan a capper then, because yesterday he said, hey, it didn't matter who we played.
Well,
I think that's what our guys are ready for. I mean, to go all into that game, I don't think we cared who we played. The main thing was knowing that you got to go to 3 on the road to get there to the last game of the season as opposed to 2 games at home to get there. So that was the biggest thing in playing the hard way. Right now you can't get picky about who you play, whether it's the defending champs or whether it's the 7th seed. This is the playoffs. Everyone's earned the right to be here. If you want to reach your ultimate goal, you got to be good enough to beat anybody.
They're not going to say it because they don't want to be disrespectful in the brotherhood.
What is he supposed to say?
No, I know.
Where'd he go?
We really wanted Carolina.
Bryce Young and Dave Canales.
We wanted to go to Chicago. We'd rather play them. We've scored 42 on them. We know that team. Yeah, I mean, what is he supposed to say?
I want to go to the place where against the team where I could throw 3 interceptions and still win.
All playoff football teams are really good. All playoff football teams are beatable.
You just laughed.
That's some of the rhetoric out there.
Some are easier than others.
Of course. I know. I was tongue-in-cheek.
And it might be that the Niners are the team that everyone's going to identify. Fugazi, and it's going to bug me.
Well, how about this? Is Philadelphia viewing it like that's the Niners? Like, yeah, I'd rather be playing another team than the San Francisco 49ers.
The fans. So I put out a bunch of videos that have been going crazy in Philly for whatever reason, and all the Philly comments are either we're going to kill you guys by 100, or the reverse is, no, this is actually the one team we didn't want to play of the matchups that we were looking at.
Interesting.
They were mad that they didn't get the 2 seed.
Yeah, they were mad. But you know what's crazy about that? I feel like the Packers are going to win in Chicago.
They might.
I was telling these guys, I think we're sleeping on them.
I think the Packers are going to win that game, and Philly will get a home game in the second round against the Rams.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. So they're bitching and moaning about God knows what out there. That's all they do in Philadelphia. They just complain. They're always miserable. They're miserable human beings out there.
It's not always sunny in Philadelphia?
Yeah, one of the most overrated shows ever.
Really? Wow.
I didn't give it a shot.
Okay. Well,
wasn't my cup of tea. Right. Wasn't my cup of tea. I mean, like the Niners are to win 12 games. You're right, Shasky. In this sense, they lose on Sunday. Everybody's going to talk about, well, see, they got to this point because their schedule was easy. Their schedule was easy. And when you look at the schedule, it wasn't that easy, especially considering all the guys they had out, which evens out whatever advantage you think they had with the schedule. Well, you didn't have a quarterback, didn't have a tight end, didn't have receivers, didn't have linemen, lost Fred Warder, lost Nick Bosa. So, that's why. And it's going to dilute what happened this season if they do lose in a bad way on Sunday against the Eagles.
Well, it'll be similar real quick, Joe. Like, conversely, that they're talking about the Patriots, right? The Patriots are one and done. It's like, hey, look, everyone's talking about Drake May, and like he should be the MVP, but people are like, no, he didn't beat anyone. And it's going to be the same rhetoric there. And that's not fair. The Patriots were a dumpster fire last year, right. And Mike Vrabel in year one took them to the brink of the number 1 overall seed, which, again, it's how we talk.
Nobody talks about their schedule. But the Patriots, they're saying give Vrabel the coach of the year.
Well, they're saying people are talking about it now because they're using it against Drake May for MVP. So that's why there's the sticking points like, hey, Drake May didn't beat anyone like Matt Stafford did, although Matt Stafford, people are getting mad at him for stat padding against the Cardinals. They needed to win that game too for seeding. So I don't. That's laughable what we do here.
Back to Philly.
Back to Philly.
Top 5 sports.
Did you want to go to Philly real quick?
What?
Did you want to go to Philly for this game?
You want to go to Chicago?
If someone was paying for me to go, I probably would go.
Yeah, I wanted to go.
But I don't want to pay for it this time. I don't want at any level.
We didn't pay for it last time.
Well, I'm just
Boxer and Gerson.
I want the whole thing.
We didn't pay for it last time.
Yeah, no, I want all the meals.
Oh my God!
You didn't expense them. I expensed them. I didn't pay for a damn thing in Philadelphia.
I don't remember.
Yeah, we didn't pay for anything. The only thing we paid for was the jerseys of Mitchell and Ness.
That's true.
Which ones you guys get?
I got a hat that I always wear to this day. I think I got a shirt.
That trip I got the Bo Jackson. I got the Bo Jackson. I got a Niners hat.
Nice.
He almost got the either Lou Gehrig or Babe Ruth cotton wool Yankee jersey.
That's pretty cool.
It was a Pete Rose one too.
Yeah.
I almost went crazy there. The next time I went to Philadelphia,
you and Pete.
Next time I went to,
Don't talk about that.
I'm down on Pete.
Talk about
the worst thing that happened was that HBO documentary coming out on Pete Rose.
Yikes.
Oh, man. Ruined him. But no, I bought a Dan Burrito there last time I was there. The Dan Burrito Aqua.
Top 5 worst sports franchises in terms of fan bases that I hate. I absolutely despise.
Okay, this is Shasky's most hated franchises.
Top 5
All right.
fan bases that I absolutely hate in sports. Number 1. New York sports fan. It's the Mecca. It's the Mecca. It's bigger at Madison Square Garden. That is true. It is absolutely the Mecca of basketball. But I hate hearing it from you when you guys haven't been relevant in decades. Decades.
It's a high-level loser, bro.
Decades.
What's the biggest game that's
the
played
Yankees.
there? Yeah.
We're the Yankees. We're the Bronx Bombers. All we do is hit bombs. We're the Mets. Oh, we're the Mets. We outspend everyone and win nothing. The Mets win nothing. The Yankees, I'm so sick of hearing from their fans. They get every free agent. They make every trade. New York sports fan is insufferable. And I actually think they don't really know sports that well. They're casual, and they rock the Yankee hat for pop culture, references, and
Nice
I think
hat.
they suck. They're number 5.
Okay.
You guys agree with me or disagree?
Number 5.
New York sports fan is intelligent. I've had some very good conversations with New York sports fan.
Richie and Queens.
They're a lot more intelligent than what those clowns are in Philadelphia.
I'm not getting to them yet. Number 4, Boston sports fan. Oh, God, Boston. The Patriots. You guys just started following football in 2001, all right? Just pump the brakes a little. Relax, all right? Relax, all right? You had a great run. Fantastic. I can't believe you're back on in the playoffs with the top seed. It's ridiculous.
Hey, you know what, though? They know their sports in Boston.
They do.
The Celtics are rolling right now. The Bruins are rolling right now.
Ruining the bet. I hate Boston sports fan.
Ruining the bet. Not defending me.
Let me back off and care a moment.
Pissed me off.
Let me back off and care a moment.
Watching Boston Red Sox hats go galore in the mid-2000s,
it went from a fun story to too much of a good thing for you, real quick.
Well,
right?
it wasn't just that they were winning everything in every
Jimmy
sport.
Fallon, come
Basketball,
on.
baseball, hockey, football. They were winning everything. No, I was sick of Matt Damon. I'm sick of it. Like I'm over it.
Damon.
Him and Affleck and every my family's from Massachusetts. I'm going to wear a Boston hat. It was ridiculous. I hate Boston sports
How
fan.
about them apples?
All right, number 3. Cowboy sports fan. Cowboy sports fan is the worst because they're probably already a Yankee fan, and they're also an Ohio State fan, and they're probably a Dodger fan as well, and they're probably a Laker fan as well. Cowboy sports fan is a moron. He shows up to every game, even if it's Steelers-Ravens, there's one moron wearing his Cowboy jersey. You know exactly who you are. It could be Niners-Rams. There's the moron Cowboy fan. Talking smack. They've been eliminated for weeks on end. They haven't won anything in 35 years. They haven't even been to an NFC Championship game in 30 years. Cowboy sports fan is the absolute worst.
Let me just add, there's a lot of random fans that go to a lot of random games. Just saying.
There are.
Yeah, but they don't be belligerent and talk smack in their Dak jersey with their jorts on, talking smack. Like, I'm so sick of seeing Cowboy fan everywhere. They're the worst.
You love Jerry Jones, though.
Nope.
You
Number
love
two.
Jerry Jones,
You
which is
love him.
surprising. Yeah.
Number
You got on me.
two.
I want Jerry. This guy, one day he told me after the Hard Knocks, I kind of want Jerry to win one. He deserves one. I'm like, what? Jerry?
Number two.
Number two, Dodger Laker fan. You know exactly who you are. You're the worst. You're the absolute worst. And you know what's even worse? When you're Dodger Laker Niner fan. I don't even want to hear you. Get out of my fan base. Dodger Laker fan, insufferable. Show up in the fourth inning, show up in the middle of the second quarter, post a couple of Instagrams, bounce by the middle of the third, bounce by the middle of the seventh, wear your little Dodger hat, wear your little Kobe's. Dodger Laker fan is insufferable.
You're gatekeeping 49er fandom?
Absolutely.
You're not allowing certain fans to go.
No,
they
the
didn't have-
Dodger
hold on,
Niner
hold on.
crossover is pretty bad.
Hold
It is
on.
bad.
They
Thank
didn't
you.
have a sports team
I don't
in
care.
LA. So why not be the
You got the
Niner
Chargers.
fan?
So what?
You're gatekeeping
You know,
the
D'Anthony
fandom?
Melton, we just did a podcast with him on a Dust Talk podcast. He's from L.A. I was like, oh, he grew up playing football. You thought he was going to be a football player. His team is the Vikings. You know why?
Why?
Because they had no team in L.A.
Yeah, they're on
He was
TV.
like, damn, I got to pick a team.
Yeah.
There's a lot of LA fans who like all kind of different teams because they went 20 years without a team.
Yeah. Well, I can't stand Laker Dodger fans. Just shut up, go away. They're number two. It's my list. All right. And then number one, Philly sports fan. They're the absolute worst. We know why. And the reason being, it's not about, I actually think Philly sports fan, the normal Philly sports fan is actually extremely knowledgeable and knows the sport inside and out, whether it's hockey, basketball, baseball, or football. It's the degenerate college-age dorks that throw bottles and swear and flip people off in a crowd of 40 up on one or two individuals. Those are the ones, the tiny little drop of their entire giant fan base ruins it for everyone. It contaminates the entire water of Philadelphia sports fans. And it's sad because there are a lot of really good Philadelphia sports fans. Me and B walked around that town. I love that town. I legitimately love that town. Despise the tiny little drop, the little speck of college-age dweebs that are shorter than me, and I'm not very tall, who talk mad smack, and they go, what, as they put a phone in your hand and fire a beer from across the parking lot like a coward at individuals. Philly sports fan, the tiny speck of you that ruin it for the entire sea of good sports fans in Philadelphia, they're the absolute scum of the earth.
So that was Shasky's top 5 most hated fan bases. We're also getting some more in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Duke basketball fans is a lot.
Oh,
too.
yeah, well, that's
Lot of Dukies.
I respect the Dukies, so I've actually you know what though? I respect Duke. I respect the Duke Blue Devils, especially when they came out here for the tournament. I got it.
Paolo,
like, my boy Worldwide hats. I got the bug.
Admit, you're a Duke fan.
No, I like Duke now.
Redick.
I do. I grew up a North Carolina fan, but I grew up to like, damn, I kind of like the Dukies.
The St. Ignatius of college basketball.
Cameron Indoor Stadium, all right? It's sick. Coach K, you got to respect the game. If you respect Saban, you can respect Coach K.
But the hair's not real.
Well, okay, who cares?
Neither is Ryan Day's
no
beard.
one cares that jet black
I mean, who
at that
cares?
age.
I mean, who cares about his hair?
Notre Dame football fans. There's a lot of people that do that.
Notre
Big
Dame
complainers.
football fans are the worst.
It's my list.
Notre Dame football fans are the worst. Bitching and moaning about the playoff system. How about you join a conference?
Should have been
join a conference.
Why?
Join a conference.
The
Play
weak
some big
ACC?
boys. Join the Big Ten.
Miami invaded.
Play the Big Ten.
The Big Ten's fine. They're
Play the Big
thriving.
Ten.
They're thriving.
You get your ass kicked by Ohio State
They're
every
thriving.
single season.
They're thriving.
They'll lose to Michigan every single season. Y'all don't want to play no real teams. Stop it.
You draft Jeremiah Love in a heartbeat.
Get some help.
Yeah, they got good players, but Notre Dame fans stink. You think that you created football when you were playing. They were complaining about people running up the score on them. You guys were running up the score in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. How about you get Army and Navy off the schedule?
No.
Play some real damn football
you gotta
teams.
keep
Notre Dame
love
fans
to
are
those
terrible.
schools.
So you're part of the crew.
Yeah,
Notre Dame fan.
Part of the crew.
Yeah, I'm an Irish Catholic from San Francisco who worshipped Joe Montana. Of course I'm going to be a Notre Dame fan.
No. That's not. Oh, my God.
My dad,
Oh, my God.
though.
That's why you're a Notre Dame fan, because they're Irish.
They were the one team on TV
Stop.
back in the day every single Saturday.
Stop.
It's true because my dad, Bob Spadoni, who's going to be, 77 this year, he is Catholic. And back then, if you were Catholic, you were a Notre Dame, or as he says, Notre Dame, because he's so fancy schmancy.
Exactly.
There you go. So yeah, Bob Spadoni's one too. I always make fun of him. He always hated Brian Kelly though, so I'll give him that. He always knew Brian Kelly was a fraud, Bonte. So there you go.
He was a fraud. I knew that from the jump.
Was
Brian
it the
Kelly.
fake accent in LSU that?
I knew he was a fraud when he got hired at Notre Dame, and when they were getting their ass kicked by Alabama in the national championship
Blames
game,
the kids
he did
all
the
the time.
halftime interview,
Yeah.
and they asked him, "So what do you need to do to get back in the game?" And he basically was like, "Yeah, we just want to end the game on a good note." Like, basically, he conceded and waved the white flag at halftime. He's always been a fraud. Guys yelling at the quarterback every play, like yelling. Like, dude, you're not that guy, pal. You're not.
You think Lane Kiffin is having some buyer's remorse with what Ole Miss is doing?
Lane Kiffin's about to cook at LSU.
Are you locking that in?
He's about to cook at LSU.
I think SEC's
The run for Ole Miss ends now.
SEC, I don't know. Might be a turning of the tide. Roll Tide, who got destroyed.
Well, that's still Roll Tide. That's Caleb DeBoer. LSU's going to get player. Lane could coach. One thing Lane could do, he could coach.
And recruit.
And he could recruit.
One of the best recruiters in the country.
Yeah, and they got
down.
They got a big wallet
And
at LSU.
He's good at yoga now.
Well, can we, at the very least, if this Ole Miss team could get to the semifinals, I'm expecting LSU to do that pretty damn quick.
Well, so are they.
Well, this is the bar, though, Sammy. Like, he just set himself up. If you don't do this, what the team without you is doing, and imagine if they win the whole damn thing without him. I don't think that reflects well on Lane Kiffin. This isn't a Lane Kiffin show. I know where we are. We're talking college football. We'll get back into the NFL later. I just had to say that.
Well, top 5, if I had to hate a fan base, I don't know what order, but Lakers is up there.
There you go. Okay.
It's the best of them.
They're on my list.
Okay.
Cowboys.
They're on my list.
Eagles.
They're on my list.
And then if I had to go to next 2, Dodger fans do annoy me.
Yeah,
Dodger fans do annoy me.
The worst.
But they're rivals, so it is what it is. And at 15, who would be that 15? Ohio State fans are starting to annoy me. I know a lot of Ohio State fans.
They have a huge fan base.
They do.
Yeah, they start to annoy me. They think they invented college football as well. So it was good to see Ryan Day, although I didn't think they would lose that game.
All right.
It was good to see them be humbled by the Miami Hurricanes.
How I hate Ohio State. I was told that when I was 5-6 years old from, again, Bob Spadoni.
Penn State.
Go ahead.
I was just sorry to cut you
No,
off. Penn State
you're good.
fans
You're good. Penn State's another. Okay, but
Go
they
ahead,
haven't
worse
done
than
any
USC fans?
They haven't done anything my whole life. Penn State, in my life, they really haven't. Like they had the scandal though, so they were down bad after that. Obviously, Paterno, Sandusky, and then they get Bill O'Brien in there. After Bill O'Brien, they get James Franklin. Now who do they have? Who's there? Do we know?
Not Dan Campbell. Matt
Campbell.
Iowa State. He's
Iowa
a good
State.
coach.
Okay, there
He's a
you
good
go.
Coach Brock Purdy.
All right, so there you go. So Penn State football. Yeah, there you go.
You're a USC fan, right? See, I respect USC fans.
I liked USC when I was younger because they were the only, again, as we talk about like Northern California, they were the only good college sports team in California. So like, I didn't know. I was like, okay, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart. I loved Reggie Bush. He was my favorite college player of all time. And I still, for my money, one of the most dynamic players in the history of college football. Reggie Bush was insane. So yes, listen, Bonte, and I know you've turned it like a tide to, I liked Pete Carroll. I was like, I don't want to play for that guy. And funny how things work out. Now he just gets fired and he's done. He's going to walk off into the sunset. So I was taught to hate any team and fan base from Texas. So
there you go.
I'm going to honor my father. There you go. Bob Spadoni. Again.
Hate all the Texas teams. You hate the Chiefs.
Cannot stand Kansas City Chiefs fans at all. They just, Patrick Mahomes. Oh, he's the greatest thing ever. And there's this guy named Tom Brady who you lost to a couple years ago, by the way, in the AFC Championship and in the Super Bowl. Just, can you get on Montana's level first before you get to Tom Brady?
Who's the most hated of the 3 teams here by other fan bases? Is it the Warriors bandwagon fan?
Warriors. Stephen Curry fans in particular, probably. Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that? Because he's the most
more than the Niners?
No, because that's the biggest fan base, I think, is Stephen Curry fan base.
There's a stereotype about
goes
Niner.
global, Joe.
I know, but there's a stereotype about Niner fans outside of this region that's not a pretty one.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
So when you talk about Eagle fans throwing bottles, they will clip Niner fans fighting that football game.
Look at you in and out there.
And then have some. Hey,
well, they had the Raider and Niner fans in and out.
Listen, one thing I know, Niner fans know how to fight.
Oh, my God.
They know how to fight. You get knocked out talking to smack. That's why you can't talk smack at these games. Like, I tell people, man, you're cruising for a bruise and talk to the wrong person, man. You never know what that person's going through.
I never do
that. But you're right.
Yeah.
The Steph fan, I love Stephen Curry. But just the Steph fans alone, I seen Steph fans run reporters out of the region, digging up old tweets about something they said about Steph and got him out the paint.
Oh, man.
Shoulder, I mean.
Bonte is fighting for my life the other week.
Dude, I saw my guy at the All-Star game. I said, hey, man, it's good to see you back in the game, man. It's just,
he should not be named.
Yeah, dude, he went crazy. I mean, Warrior fans dug up old tweets. He said, one thing about Steph, and he was in Sacramento. Just like that.
Man.
Sacramento.
What do you guys like? Obviously, and I asked Joe this yesterday, maybe it wasn't the right day because we were all Niners. I just want to talk more football, Bonte. You're a fan of the game. I was like, all right, Niners, Eagles off the board, biased. That's the number one game of the weekend. Take that one away. What are you most interested in this wild card weekend?
Which game? These are great matches.
I think so, too.
It's hard to boil it down to one game. Obviously, if I take the Niners and Eagles off the board, I'm very intrigued with the Buffalo Bills and the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think a lot of people were sleeping on Jacksonville. They thought they were a little fluky early in the season when they beat the Niners here at Levi's and they beat the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. And Trevor Lawrence has been on a heater. Yeah. And it matters who coaches, right? It matters who's coaching you up, who's calling the plays. Liam Cohen's done a great job with Sunshine. And Trevor is playing up to his potential. Brian Thomas Jr. hasn't even had a great season.
No, a bad year.
Nope.
Washington's balling. Yeah. Brendan Strange at tight end.
Jacoby Myers.
They've got a good defense. That game is very intriguing because I think the Jaguars could put it on the Buffalo Bills.
Really?
I do.
Wow. I think that would surprise a lot. Everyone's talking about like, hey, no Lamar, no Burrow, no Mahomes. This has to be the year for Josh Allen. It's like, why does it have to be? Like, again, we go back to quarterbacks, and I fall victim to this. Like, his defense has to make a play too. Are we trusting the Bills' defense? And I think that's been their Achilles heel for the most part. Their defense can't stop them when they need to get a stop.
Bills don't have a defense. I watched them struggle against Cleveland.
Yeah.
Lost at home to the Eagles when they only had 17 yards of offense in the second half. I don't know about Buffalo, man. I just... They're too reliant on Josh. And do you believe in their weapons on the outside?
No.
I love James Cook. James Cook.
But Keon Coleman has basically been disciplined every game for the last month and a half.
That's been weird. That's been very strange, that whole thing. He's just been immature.
Shakur cannot be your best player.
No, he can't be. You mentioned Packers-Bears. It's an old school rivalry. It's Chicago. I don't know if it's going to be snowing or not. That's going to be fun. If Packers lose that game, LaFleur might be gone. Like, I'm also monitoring some of these, like McDermott, one and done, he's gone. LaFleur, there's been reports earlier, might be gone. I think it was Schneidman.
Matt
Schneidman. He mentioned that earlier. Right? He mentioned that. Could Mike Tomlin walk away if they're one and done for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Like, there's still some names to monitor here, which is going to be very interesting.
LaFleur gets fired. I'm thinking the New York Giants.
Ooh.
He'd be perfect with Jackson Dart.
Or the Tennessee Titans with Cam Ward.
Get a young quarterback. That's already there.
They have to surround him with more talent.
Well, they've got a top pick. And they've got somebody.
I'm just saying, like Tennessee's got a lot of work to do.
They've got, I think, over $100 million in cap space. So they're going to be active. So LaFleur, if Green Bay fires LaFleur, are you getting a candidate that's going to be better than LaFleur? LaFleur's done a great job at Green Bay.
Well, what's the best candidate out there right now? I'm asking you guys. What's the best coaching candidate that's out there right now? Stefanski?
Just to kind of jump in with you guys, actually, the Tennessee Titans, one of the people they requested to interview, which I thought was interesting, was Steve Spagnuolo.
Oh, interesting.
Huh. I saw him with the Rams, and it was such a long time ago. I am surprised he hasn't gotten a second chance.
I think people just view him as like a lifer coordinator now. Yeah. Maybe it passed him up. And honestly, if you're going old, it's got to be an offensive guy. I don't think you can hire an older defensive guy anymore. Raiders are dumpster fire, so I'm kind of going to salute them. But you just saw Pete Carroll. It was a disaster this past year.
What's the most attractive job out there?
I think Atlanta. I think they have the sexiest pieces around them and that division. Yes.
You have to like the quarterback, though.
Penix, yeah.
Because otherwise you're searching. I do like the weapons around. I think New York is intriguing because I don't think that division is... The Eagles are excellent. That division's kind of in a weird spot. And I look at Jackson Dart. I really like him. I like Malik Neighbors coming back from the injury.
Yeah.
I love their defense in terms of the personnel on the D-line. Mara, if something happens, now ownership's in change.
Right? Yeah.
I don't know. But I think that's an intriguing spot.
I think if you have to be sold on Jackson Dart, the only thing in Jackson Dart that scares the hell out of me in his rookie season is the concussions.
The New York Giants,
that does kind of Yeah.
The New York Giants, we sleep on them now, kind of like how Washington got slept on for years. It's a juggernaut fan base.
No, listen, all these jobs.
You in there, you're a god.
All these jobs, there's only 32 of them. They always say it's the cliche. Like, there's no such thing as a bad job. But if you're a coach out there, if you're Robert Saleh, for instance, and you're taking all these interviews, how do you stack up these other teams? Because he did play for a dumpster fire in the New York Jets, who have the number 2 overall pick in this upcoming draft, Bonte. Like, if you're Robert Saleh, should he want to just stay in San Francisco and wait for a better job? Because
is Arizona better than the situation that he got in with the Jets? It feels very similar.
Well, it's interesting because maybe
right?
I'm going to let you jump in here because Cliff Kingsbury had an opportunity last year after a successful season as OC. He probably could have gotten a head coaching job if he wanted to. Now, he might not get another opportunity. You never know.
Does Saleh want to coach against McVay, McDonald, and Shanahan 6 times a year?
Great question. With the NFC being as deep as it is.
Right.
I'd rather go against Todd Bowles and Dave Canales.
An interesting job to me, because I don't know why I've been just all in on the Cleveland experience lately. The Browns with that defense. Oh, he went out and talked yesterday.
The owner is crazy.
Jimmy Haslam's nuts. I
That
want to say entire
division's
press
up in the
conference,
air.
but that's what I'm saying.
Is he a majority owner
Pittsburgh.
now of the Bucks too?
Yeah, he is.
See, Robert Saleh, if Tomlin ever left, the job I think he fits the most is the Steeler job.
Steelers, but think about that division.
He's Cower.
Cincinnati. They're bringing back Zach Taylor. What's that defense going to look like? Pittsburgh. I saw a tweet where they said the AFC North is just the NFC South with better PR. And you look at that division. Think about that. Like, those teams have struggled over the last few years.
The quarterback play's been better, but yeah.
The quarterback play's been better. But overall, they're struggling to get to 9 wins and 10 wins. So Cleveland intrigues me because of that defense and Myles Garrett.
Here's something I'll leave you guys with. I think that, be careful what you wish for, NFL. Seeing Buffalo finish their final game ever at that stadium, and now I guess it's going to be indoors partially.
But
They have the open roof.
Yeah,
we are losing the mystique of these playoff situations with these stupid, generic dome stadiums. It is a travesty. I'm watching the college football playoffs in these amazing college environments with these amazing stadiums. Football is meant to be played outdoors.
The great grass.
Are we doing?
The great grass at the Rose Bowl.
What are we doing?
The great grass at the Orange Bowl. I mean, I say Carter Spinotti allotment something where they're like NFL stadiums in the future, and they all look like the same houses. You get those neighborhoods where it's all the same houses. Just
you love
Chicago
that?
Green Bay is going to be outdoors. Think about that, Soldier Field.
It's going to be amazing.
One day that's going to be indoors.
It's going to be horrible.
The Packers and Bears playing indoors. Packers Bears playing indoors.
Criminal.
Niners Seahawks on that grass outdoors was awesome. Philadelphia playing outdoors. Awesome. Buffalo in the snow or in the rain against Philadelphia. Awesome. We're going to lose. Kansas City going to a dome.
The Pittsburgh game the other night, the fourth quarter was unreal, and people are breathing. You could see the,
that's football.
Yes.
That's December football.
With the field chewed up in the middle.
That's, oh my God.
The setting was amazing.
In my veins.
The fourth quarter of Ravens Steelers was incredible.
But
we're going to go to a dome?
You want to go to a dome. Domes.
What is this? Whoa! Bonte, we just debuted a new open. You like that? It's the final countdown with Bonte Hill's Back to the Future. I don't know if the song was featured in that. That's the power of love. There you go, Huey Lewis. You like that?
I follow Tucky. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to go back to the uniforms. Niners, don't ever wear their black uniforms again. And please don't ever build a dome out here.
Never, ever?
Never. Oh, Warriors take?
Yeah. What's your Warriors take?
Next eight games at Chase Center. Can they go 6-2? Minimum. And then you're noticing Draymond and Jimmy. Steve Kerr's taking out Jimmy early in the first quarter, and he's staggering their minutes. Jimmy's playing with the second unit. Draymond's playing with Steph. Then they close the games, but it's just. By the way, Monty Poole said there's a 60% chance Kuminga's not on his roster by January 20th. So
60.
we got that 60% chance. So there you go.
What's his fifth favorite player of all time?
My final thoughts. Eddie Johnson, Jump Shot 8 on Twitter. His final thoughts. Draymond Green calls out Jordan Poole for reacting or not reacting during Mark Williams' fight with Jose Alvarado. And Eddie Johnson quote tweets it, and this is what he says. So based on your rhetoric, Draymond, the entire Warrior team should have jumped you when you punched a young Jordan Poole. ? Just asking. ? Wow.
Awesome.
What are you doing?
That's a great drop.
Fair.
No, this was fun. I listened to Eddie Johnson and Justin Termini on Sirius XM NBA radio. They have a built-in Warrior segment every single show. And there's a lot. I mean, between Steve Kerr said a lot over the last 3 weeks.
Don't start me.
Jimmy Butler, after the game, talking about Jonathan Kuminga, that's my brother. Whether it's basketball or not, that's my brother. I wish him well. Like, he's not even here.
Like he's a Make-A-Wish kid?
And people are mad.
God.
And people were so mad he didn't play against OKC. Like, he's played once since December the 6th. Hey, go out there and play against the Champs, by the way. And there's going to be no Curry, no Butler,
Meet me in the
no
middle.
Draymond.
Like, you are getting paid $22 million. You can go out there.
No, I think there's an agreement.
There's a no-win situation.
Correct.
He plays terrible. Guess what everybody's talking about?
So what? Like,
I mean, there's no so what with that.
Pride?
There is professional pride. He was playing and he's getting DMPs.
The professional pride is him wanting to play professionally somewhere else in a couple weeks and not getting hurt.
Doesn't play in 2.5 weeks. Now you're going against OKC and boom.
You play.
You know?
You play. You do it for yourself. You do it because you realize how lucky you are to be in the NBA. Like, in general, come on.
For him, he's going to be lucky to be traded.
That's what what he wants, and I think that's what he's going to get in a couple weeks. Steiny and Goo next. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, Bonte, and here for good, Chasky.
Awesome.
The chase starts here to make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
And now, your Live Nation lineup. MXPX at the Fillmore, January 24th. Warren Haynes solo at the Fillmore, February 13th.
Spots of time like windows appear. You can look out or in. You can't get to the future I'm in.
That was your Live Nation lineup. For tickets and info, hit up livenation.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer and Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer and Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer and Gerson, justice for workers.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or 2. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I don't know.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everybody. Guru back in the house.
Yes, sir.
We'll be talking sports for the next 4 hours and maybe some other things. How's your holiday, buddy?
I think you know.
Yeah.
I'm thankful. I'll give the people an update later.
All right.
But other than that, I'm happy to be back. But my night didn't go well.
What, last night?
Yeah, how the hell you airball a turnaround for game bucket, Jimmy?
Bucket.
Legs was gone.
Yeah, I mean, they put up a gutsy effort after, Kerr got ejected and the Warriors got a bad goaltending call.
That was embarrassing. But that's not why they lost, partner. Good to see you.
Well, it didn't help, obviously.
They didn't have James Harden.
No.
You forced 20 turnovers.
Yep.
We need some help.
What kind?
Offensive help.
Now we need offensive help.
We got guys just
so I thought we needed
Did you hear Snoop Dogg?
we needed a rim protector.
We need that too.
Okay.
How many guys in a Warrior uniform are going to just pass up shots? Like you could see Snoop's like shoot it, even if you miss it. But I'm gonna give the Warriors this. I know you're not big in that defensive rating where they were third last time I saw you and we hooked up. Steiny, they fight defensively, and I know they're small, but I couldn't believe I saw Jimmy Butler do what he was doing to Kawhi, and the Clippers tried to gift them that game. But why are we down 12? Why are we down 14 to a James Hardenless Clipper team, and then a guy named Kobe looking like Kobe fouled Curry out? So I ain't gonna blow my load right now, but I'll just tell you this. You guys told me early on, hey, it's about practice. We're going to sleep in our own bed. We're going to figure this thing out. Now it's about 14. Now we're down. It just keeps dwindling and dwindling, Steiny, and I'm just wondering when change is going to come.
Well, I mean, the first change that can come is January 15th, when the Warriors can trade Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know if that's going to be the only thing they do or not do, but, you know, I got to tell you, I hear you lamenting.
I'm frustrated, man.
And I've been sitting on this for a couple days.
Oh?
But, you know, the Golden State Warriors went into L.A. last night. L.A. was missing James Harden. The Clippers are
Derrick Jones Jr.
11 and 20 or whatever they are. They've had a terrible season.
Playing better.
And you get beat. And we come in today after the Golden State Warriors lose to the Clippers to go 19 and 18, and we're thinking that they should be a better team. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to be this guy, but the Warriors told you what they think of themselves this year. And I'm going back to the Oklahoma City Thunder game. I'm sorry. But you've got 3 Hall of Fame players. Yeah. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler. 3 Hall of Fame players. The defending champions are coming into town. You sit them all so that you can take a win against Utah most probably.
Which you ended down 12 out. Yeah, you're down 12.
So when you show me or you tell me that you're going to rest your 3 signature players when the Thunder come in, then you're telling me that you don't believe.
Roberto Duran, no mas.
You don't believe that this team is a 50-win team. That, you know, and listen, I get it.
I appreciate the honesty.
Listen,
man.
That's how
I felt.
I get it. You big picture, Steph could use an extra game, so then if we rest them all, look, I understand all the strategy.
Rest against Utah.
No,
and you were down 12 until Dre left after he got ejected.
They didn't rest them against Utah because they knew they couldn't beat Oklahoma City with their 3 good guys, apparently. So, listen, I get it. It was smart, you know, long season, load management, be protective. All those things are true. I'm just telling you, this is a team that's won 4 titles, and we're at a point now in 2026 where they're 19 and 18, but stop telling me they're a better team than this. I don't know if they are.
I will. And we got a bet. And, you know, what I saw on the Warriors chessboard, Kuminga was a part of it. And, you know, young Warriors taking the next step. Jimmy, Steph, and Dre. Dre's been – I mean, did you see Dre's for the month of December, Steiny, the plus minus?
I know he had a horrible December.
Yeah. He was negative, what was it, 69?
So I don't know. I just know that when he didn't play, they were better, and when he played, they weren't very good.
All right, well, that's a problem. But he was 0 for 6 last night, and when he got hurt, this is where I'm at in Warriors world. Shout out Sheets, Donnie. When he got hurt going for that loose ball, and I loved the effort, and he was passing his ass off, there was a point to me where I said, okay, Dre might not return to this game. And I'm telling you, I could be wrong. This could be a flagrant foul. But I felt like he returned to the game because he didn't want another addition to the ledger of the Warriors going on a run without him. I'll leave that there. But the bottom line is, Donnie, we need another stud, somebody that can start and relieve Steph from all this stress of trying to carry this team on its back. And if Jimmy Butler is not fooling the refs or using the okey doke to get to the free throw line, you see what happened when Steph wasn't an option and he airballed the turnaround jump shot. Like, that was a game my old Warriors used to win. And maybe you're right. Those days have come and gone. But I am so sick and tired of this Rubik's Cube of a starting lineup. And I'm not coming down Moody's road. I don't know what he's doing. Pods, Steiny, I don't know. He was going so you could just tell something else is on his mind. But Moses Moody is a starter. If a guy's going to start for you, he's got to play more than 19 minutes. And this is an ongoing thing of, I like our starting lineup. Quentin Post starts. He plays 13 minutes. So that right there, 2 of your 5 starters are not even getting into 20 minutes. Then they're not starters. And that's a problem. That just, to me, is a reflection on what we don't have. And what we don't have is what the league is littered with right now is young Thundercats. And I'm getting tired of it.
Well, listen, the reality of the situation is, and this is what I mean. You say the Warriors need another stud. Okay, well, that means they're not very good. It means they're mediocre. They need another stud. They got a stud last year, we thought. Now they need another one. Okay, they need another one. All right. Okay, I didn't realize they would need another one when
Neither did I.
I didn't realize they'd need another one when we were talking about how this team's so dangerous and if they get to the play of this, that, and the other thing.
But a lot of young guys, too, are a part of this, Donnie. They're not taking their game to the next level. And maybe just with this system and Curry and Jimmy, they can't. But it is what it is, and I'm just calling a spade right now. It is apparent to me that this team, we're offensively challenged. It's not fun to watch other than Steph. I'm like, partner, I'm being real. I don't know where this thing is headed.
You're late.
Now,
You're late.
I haven't seen you in a while. Wow. To tune into our show Friday and listen to Evan and Bonte do a great job filling in for us. And they have Coach Kerr on. And in the morning, shout out to the roast, he's saying this is going to be a Kuminga game. I know I'm revisioning his history. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what, Coach, just hearing you talk, I'm fired up. I want to see JK. And, oh, boy, a mysterious back ailment. And now, I'm grinning and laughing, but I'm thinking there's so much going on probably behind the scenes with this team, Stoney, we don't know about. But what I do know is you gave the ball to your second-best player last night, your older second-best player, and he shot you an air ball for game as you were down 1. And what I thought was going to be part of the formula for Jimmy and the Warriors to win by 1 was he was going to be able to use the okey doke to get fouled. And Batum was on him, and like I would have liked to have him the ball at the top of the key so he could dribble, drive, pull up, jumper, get fouled, something. But the air ball, Steiny.
Now keep in mind, if you do that with Butler, you got to the line 11 times. Are they going to call something that's close?
Well,
he might not get that call in the last 5 seconds of a game that he gets for the first 3 quarters of a game.
Steiny, how good is this team, man? Is that where
They're 19 and 18. I mean, and they've been 500 all year.
But the next 11.
No, the next 8. They have 8 straight games at home.
But this started with the practice. We're just keep kicking the can down the road.
But they can't do it. What can they do, right? What could they have done other than between now or the start of the season and now, other than just play and try to see what kind of team you have? Yeah. They can't trade Kuminga till January 15th.
They've blown that because he's just a bump on a pickle now.
Yeah.
That's another rat on the table brought to you by Atco in the new year that shout out Shasky, Steiny, it looks like they butchered that.
Yeah, they're capable of making mistakes, the Warriors. It's a possibility.
And Buddy Hield, you're telling me he can't play? We need shooters.
And I knew this was going to happen.
We need shooters. And to see him sitting there with the ball and his warm-ups on, even if he goes 2 for 8, I could understand that 2 for 8. But for him to not even get put in the game when you can't hit, they went 9 minutes in the third without a bucket. Come on, make that make sense to me.
I mean, look, it's so funny. You want Kerr to settle on a rotation, and he does, and Buddy Hield's not a part of it. And the minute you don't make threes, he should be in the rotation. That's the sign of a mediocre team, when you're just interchanging names of players who aren't stars and thinking that if you pick the right one every single night, you're going to win all the games. 888-957-9570. Look, we got Guru back. He hasn't talked any 49ers about Seattle on Saturday or the Eagles coming up. We are absolutely going to talk some Niners. But, Steve Kerr getting ejected last night. And obviously he was super frustrated. A lot going on with the Warriors. We're going to hit them both today. But if you want to jump in on the Warriors and what's going on with them right now, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We can't make a free throw.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you recording a commercial without us? Guys, no, I'm just trying to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next level lamb
chops? Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com? Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
New year, new home. Those new windows you've been thinking about, American Vision Windows can make it happen in just one day. As an employee-owned company, we treat your home as our own. Every detail gets owner-level care. Book by January 31st for no payments until next year. New windows now, pay in 2027. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. On approved credit, minimum purchase of 4 windows. Some restrictions apply. Offer ends January 31st, 2026. Call or see website for details. CSLB 778326.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Jumper by Curry left side. That's an air ball. Rebound Leonard. This game's slipping away now. Leonard on the break. Carried it. No call and dunks it. Timeout Warriors. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Warriors get beat last night 103-102 to the Clippers. Jimmy Butler had a crack at it. A little baseline jumper. Couldn't get it to fall. Warriors rallied late. Couldn't get it done. Steve Kerr ejected with 8 minutes to go. He was incensed after the refs missed a goaltending call on John Collins. John Collins!
18 points.
You want John Collins?
I'll take him.
Okay. I mean,
I'll take him.
Kaminga for John Collins. Who says no?
Well, Kaminga's a 0 right now, so why not?
All right, we might have to throw in a pick.
All right, look at you.
Oh, boy.
We need some length. We need a lot, and a lot of people miss me. I miss them. A lot of people saying I'm complaining. Steiny, a lot of people.
You just said a lot of people miss me.
No, on the chat they said.
I didn't see one of them.
Yeah, a couple of them, but okay. I'm just telling you. Some are saying I'm complaining. I'm not. Just give me the serum to kind of take some of this disappointment away, and it just felt like. I'm giving the Warriors credit, and these are NBA players we're talking about. So do I give them credit for effort? Because the Warriors are giving us that. It's just, my gosh, it's the same thing over and over again. And then when you need a big defensive stop, it feels like against the Warriors, just throw 3 passes. Pop, 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 and you'll get a wide open 3, and whoever it is, it'll go in. Last night it was Kobe Sanders, and it's just like, man, John Collins. So I know that non-goaltending call was egregious, but it's not why the Warriors lost. And I'm just getting concerned, Steiny. The games are running out. We're not at the break, but you guys keep telling me, or the team, that it's going to get better. It's going to get greater. Now we're down to this next sequence, the Steve Young, these 8 games. And I'm just like, anything could pop off. And I don't feel like anything is getting fertilized on our watch. And Kaminga is a nothing burger right now. And I'll understand that. I'll get that. Okay. But for Buddy Hield, on a night where we can't hit the side of a barn, 10 of 41 from 3, 9 scoreless minutes damn near. I'm not saying people play him 30 minutes. Just see if the dude's got something.
Okay,
he got 48 minutes as a coach to do that.
All right, so
because we're having tryouts.
Okay, well then so he's going to have to play 14 guys in the first half and then whittle that down to 9 in the second half, or 10. With the 5 guys of the 9 who are playing better get to play a few more minutes. This is so predictable.
Wow, man.
I mean, I have it written down, Goo.
Yeah.
My third thing.
Give it to me.
Is this where some people are going to rip Steve Kerr for not playing Buddy Hield? You can pick a guy every single game. Maybe 2. You can find 2 guys every single game when they lose and say, well, he should have done this rather than that.
I'm not here for that.
That's the sign of a team that's searching and doesn't have any answers.
Okay, I'll say this to that. Why Buddy sticks out to me.
Well, he's shooting 32%. So if he goes, don't say that he can go 2 for 8. Don't say that he can go 2 for 8. It'll be okay because that's what got him out of the rotation.
And maybe that's something you need to revisit. But the reason I bring Buddy up is if we look at the totality in his resume of shooting the ball from deep, he's one of the best to do it. So to me, that would be different than a Moody Pod, Guy Santos, TJD, Will Richard, Kuminga. That would be different because I know I'm trying to do something that's been done. He's climbed that hill, and I can't, no pun intended, but I can't, come at you and say you're not, or anybody for that matter, with his numbers, but I can say, not for Danglesteiny, the way he's been used, maybe some of that is the reason why we're getting these non-returns on on investment. That's all.
I mean, I don't mind talking about Buddy Hield, but he's about priority 10 on this team right now, and what's wrong with him?
Well, they can't shoot. And
listen, Buddy Hield's a 14-year veteran. We know everything about Buddy Hield. We love Buddy Hield. I'm sorry if we are talking about Buddy Hield being the difference. Then we've got huge problems. We just are.
I'm talking about, I hear you. I'm talking about getting Buddy up and running.
Okay, fine. Get Buddy up and running. It's small potatoes. We're missing. Buddy Hield is small potatoes to me.
Okay. Steiner, did you see the
what's
fight where
going
Jimmy
on?
Butler was out there supposedly surrounded by shooters in the non-Steph minutes, and they can't make a shot? That's Buddy Hield's specialty.
Not this year. I mean, he's shooting 32% this year. And Kerr likes the starting lineup they're using now. I mean, this is the other thing. Have they won 6 of 8? Or 5 of 8? They've won 6 of their last 9, as bad as it's been. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors do have 8 straight home games coming up.
All right.
And
Milwaukee won't be easy.
I mean, the bottom line with the next 8 games to me is the next 8 games to me will show whether or not you can even get out of the play-in. If you look at the standings right now, Warriors are 4.5 back of 6 now, and that's Minnesota. And I got news for you. 4.5 is not a joke. 4.5 games is a fair amount of games, even though we're not at the halfway point. Warriors go 4-4 at home or something like that, then they're in big trouble.
Right.
They're in big trouble. They got to win
Friday.
5 or 6.
And remember, Sacramento beat you in sack.
Exactly.
And they're a disaster.
Let's go to Mystic in San Francisco.
Our man.
Hey, Mystic, how you doing?
I am sick, I'm disgusted, and I'm falling apart.
Uh-oh.
You know what?
Let me help.
Let me tell you, man, as a lifetime Warrior fan, when you get a lottery pick, it means that your team stunk. It's not easy to get a lottery pick. Then when you get a lottery pick, you got to hope they're not Chris Washburn, Troy Murphy, Michael Dunleavy Jr., or one of these other guys. So when you have somebody like Jonathan Kuminga, who was putting up 18 a night and was your best rebounder, and then because of a coach's personal feelings, he doesn't play, that is criminal. And we're being held hostage by Steve Kerr's being a prisoner to his own dogma and being afraid to move a washed-up, cooked Draymond Green, who can't even stay on the court, so that we can't watch Kuminga. Now, what happens next year when Green is gone or when Kerr decides he's going to step away? You mean to tell me that this coach has enough gravitas that he can ruin our number 7 pick when you are lacking athleticism and scoring punch and rebounding, the thing that he was delivering? This is outrageous. It's egregious, and somebody needs to call Steve Kerr a liar because he said, hey, Kuminga, we need you to rebound. Well, he was the best rebounder on the team. What happened? You benched him. And you know what else I noticed? This is the last thing I want to say about it. After that Sacramento game where the Warriors completely fell apart in the fourth quarter, and it was Curry, Butler, and Green turning the ball over, man, Kuminga started getting his minutes cut until he was DNP'd. It's unforgivable because as a Warrior fan, what am I looking forward to next year? What am I looking forward to for the rest of this year? I don't like watching a bunch of old guys stumble around and get smoked up and down the court. Sorry, I'm a Warrior fan first, and this is terrible. What do y'all think about this?
Thank you for the call, first of all, Mystic. Appreciate it. Look, there's no doubt about it. The Kuminga situation is bad.
It's a failure.
I mean, to me, you can blame Steve Kerr, but this is more, to me, organizational, because if it's gotten to the point where it can't just be Kerr doesn't like him, because that's where Lacob and Dunleavy do come in and say, hey, Steve, you got to get this guy on the court. And it's not like Kerr would say, no. So I think, like I said this a couple weeks ago, it just feels like they got some kind of agreement that they've said to Kuminga, just hang out and we'll get, like.
Let's say you're right. Steiny, don't you get what you're saying? That's still not translating to the court as a positive. Let's say you got an agreement. It's still killing you on the basketball court.
Well,
and I do wonder, to Mystic's point, and I know I lost the Kuminga thing, Tim and Raleigh and Coach and Vallejo, I know it's over, but Steiny, it's not because they got a verbal. If they do, and you're right, you need those services of what he possesses or another player that could give you something. And I'm sitting there, and I text you and Evan last night, a 9-9 at-home Clipper team, 13-22, playing well of late. No Derrick Jones Jr., no James Harden, the maestro, the conductor of that offense. I'm such in 2018 or 19 or last year, I'm thinking I told Norm this is over, Pop, before it started.
What do you mean?
But how the game? Because no Harden and no Derrick Jones Jr.
That's just ridiculous.
Slap me. Like, seriously, Stoney, when am I going to see the forest for the trees? What am I doing? It's 2026, and you're down 12 with Jimmy, Steph, and Dre? And Draymond, he's in the way. And if they don't think so, that's fine. But I think we all can see right now, partner, as great as he is and has been, Steiny, he's in the way. And until you tackle that, I don't know where this ship is headed, man.
Look, the other thing is what's also revealing itself to me is they're not a move away. They're not a move away.
But do you know that? Because we didn't know that when they got Jimmy. And look what happened.
What happened, Goo?
Everything changed.
Okay.
Metrics, defense. We were the talk of the town going into the playoffs.
And you've chosen to ignore every circumstance that was a part of being 23-8. You just ignore that, which I get. Hey, win's a win, loss is a loss. But the reality is there are things like good losses and there are bad wins. And over the course of the season, it's about how you play over 82 games. Yeah. And the notion, the laughable notion that Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler, the laughable notion that they could play a full season like they played 31 games was the most laughable thing that I didn't laugh at the time because I wanted to allow for 1% of a chance for it to happen.
Okay.
Come on now.
Real quick, let's take it beyond them. Steiny, who's improving? Who's getting better, not named Jimmy, Dre, or Steph?
Well, you're not going to want to hear it. Quentin Post is getting better.
I agree with that.
Okay. I think Will Richards probably gotten better and going to get better. I don't know how much better.
Are those the answers you want, though?
Well, yeah, I want everybody to be getting better. You know, is Pod's getting better enough? Is Moody getting better enough? Probably we'd like to see him get better a little bit faster, obviously.
Again, a lot's being made of this starting lineup, and I don't want to beat Moody up, but what good is it if you have – I'm asking you with your basketball acumen, Steiny, why he's starting, but he's playing 13 minutes. What are you really getting from that? Okay. And can one wonder or scratch their head as to why is he starting if he's playing only 13 minutes? And Quentin Post, 19. If you're telling me, and I agree, we both agree Quentin Post is improving, why wouldn't he play more? Some of this is you got to take and it's the Buddy Hield thing. And he's older. You got to take the good with the bad so it can be greater later. Well, but if I'm not watering my plants, nothing's growing, man.
I don't know what that means.
I'm not getting Buddy Hield out of a slump by having him have the high school basketball in his warm-up jersey on.
All right.
Okay, this team's not good enough.
So when he goes 2 for 8, you're going to rip Kerr for playing him.
But the team went 10 for 41. Why is his just highlighted more? Let the brother play. That's all I'm asking. Not 40 minutes. Nobody was
clamoring for Buddy. He was shooting. If Buddy Hield is shooting 32% from three-point range, should he be playing a lot?
he's, again, now it seems like I'm caping for Buddy. My point, Steiny, is you know he can do it. You know you need it. So why not try to find out and manipulate the 48 minutes as much as you can to keep him warm or fresh to where he can snap out of it. But if I got a guy not getting at bats and he's in a slump, he's not getting out of that slump.
Right. Until somebody else slumps. And maybe tomorrow night, Buddy Hield is back in the rotation because they need shooting. You know what? Here's the other thing. Should Buddy have played the last quarter in the fourth? Because blame Stotts. Kerr wasn't even coaching.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying
that he hadn't played the first, 36 minutes. It's just
Guy Santos didn't play the first 36 minutes,
and he's perfected and mastered, and I'd like to see more of him. I know people might come for him. He's down there. I'd like to see more of Santos,
but you can't see more of everybody. You can't. You have to make a decision. There's only a finite number of minutes that guys can play. So.
Like if
you can't play everybody more.
If we did this,
you'd like
exercise,
to play everybody less.
If we did this exercise, and I know it was just one night in L.A., and we went to the box score and looked at the 5 starters, guys that start on the team, outside of foul trouble or injury, you would be hard pressed to find a starter playing 13 minutes.
Well, first of all, he played 19 last
19, excuse me.
19.
But that's sick to steal.
He played 27, 25, and 19 in the last 3 games. But the bottom line is, you know what? Start Moses Moody. That means he played 10 minutes each half.
And he damn sure wasn't out there in crunch time.
He didn't deserve to be last night. Like, Moses Moody is not.
My point.
Right, but that's to my point, too. Moses Moody isn't good enough to stay on the court for 30 minutes when he's not doing anything. And they have a lot of guys like that, game in and game out. Let's go to Aaron in San Bruno. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How you doing, guys?
Hey.
Doing well.
I kind of agree with Guru, but I'm gonna say this: the Warriors have enough to be competitive. They do.
I mean, hold on. We got to be fair here. In fairness, they're 19 and 18. That's competitive.
Yes,
I hate to say it, but that is.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. But this is what I think Joe Lacob should do. Joe Lacob should pay Dennis Rodman, however much he needs to pay him, to come in and teach the Warriors how to rebound and how to get in position for rebounds. Because they've lost a few games based on that. That's what needs to happen. That's one of the main things that needs to happen. The other thing is the guys need to get to the rim, and they need to finish at the rim. Pat Spencer is good for getting into the paint. They need to know how to finish.
I mean, I appreciate it, Aaron. Pat Spencer is never going to be a dynamic finisher.
Right.
Or even probably a consistent finisher.
But you would admit, outside of Steph and Jimmy, this team is devoid of that. And that's why Snoop was on the broadcast.
Many things. They're devoid of. That's what I mean. They're devoid of many things.
Yes. And because they're short stature, Stoney, guys are it's like shoot the ball. Okay, you miss it, but you're right there, man. And they just overpass at times.
I mean, I'm asking Warrior fans this too. And listen, Goo's obviously hot, upset, disappointed.
It's been an ongoing theme this year, though.
Right. So I think this is who they are. So if this is who they are,
then
are we going to spend the next 53 games just coming in and just maligning the guys who played badly the night before because we were wrong about our expectations of how good the team was?
I love the question, and the answer to that would be no, because obviously I think there's more that they could be doing just how they're currently constructed, even though they have some warts. It's obvious. And if you want to fight me and disagree, you personally, with just my take on Buddy Hield, and I'm just using him as an example today, I mean, it could fall back to Kerr, just how you're going about your business to get some of your dudes that are struggling, out of their slump. But if you're going to tell me, Steiny, you're good enough to just say, Buddy Hield, we got enough shooting, you ain't hitting it, the first 40 games, whatever, haven't been hit, just you're a bump on a pickle right now, you're not good enough. But we're just playing ring around the rosy to
You know who's not good enough? Buddy. Buddy's not good enough right now.
He's your second best 3-point shooter.
No, he isn't.
In his career,
Guru, look at this. Who cares?
But what you mean?
It's
who
about
cares?
what you're doing now this year.
But he's not even getting an opportunity
who's
to
the
do
best,
that.
You know who's the best 3-point shooter on the Warriors right now?
And that's why numbers lie. Okay.
Hajemski is shooting 40.5%.
Oh, how many games, Donnie?
I'm just saying.
But how many games is he? You know what I mean? He's not like.
What?
He's not taking the shot to win the game. They're not constructing a play for him to shoot that shot with the percentages where they're at.
Okay.
But you're pissing on Buddy Hield right now, and you're being unfair to what he's done, even in a Warrior uniform, to say the right thing to do is have him a bump on the pitch.
This will be the game Kerr gets ripped for not playing Buddy Hield. Could see it coming a mile away.
It's not the game. Like you're
mile away.
You're condensing it to that. I'm just like.
Okay, you know what? How about this? You are absolutely right. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
It still hurts
Buddy
the
Hield
team.
is Buddy Hield. I don't know.
Well,
Buddy
24%
from Hield
deep
has
last
hurt
night.
the team already this year.
10, and so are the other guys.
That's right.
And last night was an example.
That's
10
right.
of 41, 24%. I think it's fair to say, why is arguably one of the second best 3-point shooters on your team, why is he getting no love in regard to giving them a lap? I'm not saying 30 minutes, but damn, Kerr, your team can't shoot good enough for you to sit there and look at him and say you can't go in the game?
We're talking about
10
Buddy
of
Hield.
41? Yeah.
We're talking about Buddy Hield. The Warriors are 19 and 18.
But make that make sense.
I'd rather talk about the guys who are more important to the success and failure of this team.
He's one of them to me.
No, he's not.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
You're being a prisoner of the moment, man. And now you're a slave to him, to him having a bad year. Now he's a scrub.
Guru, I said, you know what? Go ahead and
play. You were singing last year at this time.
This doesn't matter.
How great Buddy Hield was, and he shot. Now you're just done with him.
I'm not going to do this.
No, you can't.
No, I'm not going to.
But don't tell me this team can shoot threes outside of Steph. Buddy, get him up and running.
Oh, my God.
What can't you understand about get him up and running? The dude's resume is, come on, man. I'm not asking 48 minutes, but for you to sit here and bury the dude like he's some scrub and mention Pods as if he's a Larry Bird from 3. Miss me with that. And then you can't hit the side of a barn last night. You go 9 minutes with no buckets, and you got a problem with me saying, hey, Buddy Hield, can you lose the warm-up sweatsuit and the basketball and go in the game? Maybe it's 5 bad minutes. Maybe you go 0 for 3. But it's better than what I'm watching.
I just, when Buddy Hield was playing, he was absolutely getting hammered because when he doesn't make shots, he's not really helping you, even though he does compete. You want to get Buddy Hield back in the rotation while they're at an 8-game homestand?
I would like to try.
Great. And you know what? They may go 5-3 because of the schedule ahead of them. And then we'll all say Buddy was the difference. Or
it's not even about that heavy, man. It's about he's one of your best shooters. You can't shoot. I don't get how he don't get a couple minutes. That's
because he played a third of the season. And he's shooting 32%, and he brings nothing else to the table. So Steve Kerr made a decision. How come, I wonder? Well, because everybody said, find a rotation. He can't play 14 guys a night. He said that, or maybe he should. You know what? I said it. Play 14 in the first half, and then eliminate 5 for the second half, if that's really what you want to do. But again, they're 19 and 18. They lost to the LA Clippers. Their 3 best players played. Yeah. They lost to a team that's 12 and 20. And sure, let's talk about Buddy Hield, but we all know there's so much more going on. And again, and I'll say this about Kerr. You're right. Kerr's having a terrible year. He's not invested. He's getting tired. He's getting frustrated. Kuminga's lost. All that stuff. Okay? You realize it's Steve Kerr, though. You have one of 2 choices. It's either this way or you fire him. Seriously. You have to fire him if you want to make rotational changes and directional changes as a franchise. 888-957-9570 is the number. We will talk Warriors for another segment, then we'll jump on to the Niners.
Yeah.
Guru and I. Guru's back. Wasn't here yesterday, so we got a lot of catching up to do on the San Francisco 49ers. But on the other side, we'll stick with this Warriors conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number. And that segment was sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
I have no idea.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. You know what I love about heading to Chase Center? The energy, the excitement, and doing it all without sitting in traffic. That's why so many fans hop on Caltrain. It's the easy, stress-free way to get to the action. Instead of fighting for parking or staring at brake lights, you can relax, scroll your phone, grab a snack, or just kick back and enjoy the ride. Caltrain drops you right in San Francisco, steps away from great food, entertainment, and of course the big event at Chase Center. Skip the traffic. Skip the parking. Take Caltrain. You'll ride to what matters.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at MirastarFCU.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Reign. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Draymond over to Sanders. He'll shoot. He'll hit. Another bucket for Sanders. A career high for him. He's got now 20 points. It's 76-62.
Dub Nation, this is Quentin Post, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Quentin. Appreciate it. Tim Roy on the call last night. Warriors lose 103-102 to the Clippers. Steve Kerr ejected with 8 minutes left after the refs missed the goaltend.
Well,
and it was.
That was egregious.
I don't know if you were watching the game. I don't know if you know, but it was a 5-point swing. It was a 5-point swing.
Every point matters, but Steiny, how do you miss that?
Lost by one. I don't know how they missed that. Yeah. That's a good question. Yeah. That's a good question. Here's what I noticed last night, and to me this is the biggest issue on the team, and you referred to it early, and we've been talking about it a little bit. To me, the scariest part of the game last night was watching Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, and the reason is, and I think people have had to have noticed this, but Steph is trying to draw contact on every shot. He's trying to go down. He's trying to get three. What
do you make of that?
It's both these guys are relying more and more on cleverness, on guile, on experience, because athletically they're not where they were 10 years ago, obviously.
But more Jimmy than Steph, and I'm interrupting.
Well, but I'm just telling you, how many times is Steph on the floor after he takes a three trying to draw a foul?
Well,
and I get it. He's trying to sell it. I get it. But he
shouldn't have to.
Well, he does have to now because he's just not getting the same opportunities that he had, 5 years ago. He's 37. We've got to start acknowledging that. He's still unbelievably, he's one of a kind. There's no doubt about it. But you can tell he is making adjustments to his game because he knows that there are things that he can't do anymore. That's what I'm sensing when I see Butler and Curry. They're not washed. They're great players. But this little sliver of slippage because, of their age, it adds up, and it's the difference between being 19 and 18 and maybe being 24 and 16.
Now, I'll say this to that. Steiny, I think this is apples and oranges. I get you wholeheartedly, and it's a big concern for me from Jimmy Butler perspective. That trickery or the okey-doke with the refs, he's mastered it, but that's a large part of his game, i.e. that last turnaround shot where I think he didn't have anything in his legs. That's neither here nor there. But Steph, Steiny, there's nothing better than getting an and one. You played the game. He's averaging 29 points.
Right. It was 4 for 15 from three.
It wasn't a good game for the Chef. Right. But you don't come back without him hitting those 2-3.
Of course not.
Those threes. But my point is he doesn't utilize looking for the okie doke. And according to everybody outside of you, Steiny, and I'm having fun, dude, this whole last 10 games, even the last year, I always said he doesn't get the whistle he deserves. And for him trying to do the continuation thing and the ball still go in. Now, one of them last night, both feet were still on the ground. I didn't think it was continuation, but it's not a byproduct of where his game is at. Steiny, he's damn near averaging 30.
You don't think so? What about losing your balance as you get a little bit older?
But what if you're trying to get the big play, the three-point play that's not a three-pointer, Steiny?
Okay, right. Listen, I'm not
like him and Jimmy are totally different. So Jimmy needs it.
You can disagree with me. Yeah. I'm just telling you, maybe it's he's losing some balance. He's losing some strength. I don't know. I'm just telling you, the shots don't look like normal Steph Curry shots. They just don't. He's bumping, fading, everything. Like he's if you don't think he's relying more on cleverness and guile than like his God-given ability, I just have to disagree with you.
Let me throw this at you. Steiny, he's 39% from deep. But what if he knows his team, he doesn't have the firepower, the weaponry he used to have?
Right.
And I'm being real here. It's just greed. And he knows he can get the 3. Let's see if I can make it 4. I can get the 2. Let's see if I can get it 3. But it's not. I just don't feel like it's as much. It's a reliance on him not being able to do what he does. He still can do it. Jimmy Butler, he can't. Steiny, that reckless abandon getting to the rim, that's waning fast. And he's using the pump fake, the okie doke. And last night, that game winner was exhibit A of, you know what, Jimmy? This is old school open gym. No fouls. What can you do? And he showed us what he can do. The ball went wide left like somebody had a window open into a dome. But the bottom line is to say, I think Steph is just trying to do more.
Okay.
Because he's averaging 29 and shooting 39% from deep, Steiny.
The numbers are fine. It's not about the numbers. It's about the way he's playing. Looks different to me. Looks different to me.
Now, what if he
is trying to sell more calls than he ever has in his career. And I don't want to get into whether he gets calls or not. Fine, he doesn't get calls.
But what if that's just desperation, Steiny, trying to get
That's what it is. Because he can't, maybe he can't get to the spot that he used to be able to get to. I'm just saying,
So you don't give no credence. You can say, no, hell no, Goo. No credence to just greed where he's trying to.
I don't have a problem.
He's going to make the shot on his own merit, but I'm trying to sell getting a foul.
I have no problem. None. Zero. With the way Steph Curry is playing, with the shots he's taking, I'm just saying they look like harder shots. They look like they're more off balance. They look like he's trying to sell it a little bit more. And that's something that veteran players have to do in a young league with big-time athletes. Dennis in San Francisco. What's up, Dennis?
Well, morning, guys. It's always good to talk to you guys.
Back at you, D.
I enjoy your show. Yeah, I enjoy your show a lot. You guys, like I said, you're my favorites.
Thank you.
I call into the morning show with Shatsky sometimes, and I rarely call into Willard, but I call into you guys all the time. It's when I have the time in my truck, and I
sweet.
But anyway, yeah. So I'm a 71-year-old fanatic. I'm still a sports nut, you know what I mean? And I listen to you guys, and I think on this Buddy Hield thing, you're both right. Steiny, you're right. Hield hasn't done anything when he's been in this season. And Guru, you're right too. Is that Buddy Hield's a streaky shooter? Sometimes if you put him in, sometimes like last year when Buddy Hield was hot, the Warriors were tough to beat. But he just hasn't shown that this year. And as far as the Kuminga thing goes, I think, that was the strangest start of a season I've ever seen, where a kid was playing that well, and then all of a sudden his play falls off a little bit. Then they say he's got tendonitis, and now he doesn't get on the floor at all. I think they must have had something early on. I think before that they were going to trade him. They told him that they were going to trade him. We're going to showcase you in the beginning of the year, and then we're going to try to trade you. I think they had some kind of deal that we don't know about, because I don't think Kuminga wants to be here. I really don't.
Yeah,
so I'm hoping if they get something for him. Yeah, if they get something for him, I hope it's Bobby Portis, somebody like that maybe can help you with some rebounding. He can shoot a little bit outside. He may fit in, but even that. But like you're saying, Steiny, it's not one move. One move is not going to help this team. You know, they're paying Butler, they're paying Steph and Butler too much money. They can't. Who are they going to get? And they're not going to be able to move Butler. Butler's making too much money. Nobody's going to pick up that contract.
Yeah.
You know, and you know what I mean? So what do? You know, I mean, they got to ride this thing out till the end of next year, you know, and until they can, you know, till they can move off that money. I don't know is Draymond up this year or next year?
He's got a player option for 25. Thanks, Dennis. Appreciate it. I guess that was
because I hope Dennis still, and it sounds like he still has his radio on. I need your help. A lot of people miss me because that came out wrong.
You said it twice now.
A lot of people miss me. That was Evan.
That was
Come on, help me now. Come on now. But listen, 13 games were played by the Warriors in December. 48 minutes in the game. I went to James Logan High in Union City, California. That would equal, partner, if you want to know, 624 total minutes. Draymond Green was a minus, and I know he didn't play every minute, minus 65 in those 13 games, and the team was a plus 90 without him.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm asking you, Evan, the listeners, what do you do with that research? Because, okay, maybe you're right. There's not a move out there that's going to change everything. But maybe there's a move or moves within, but they don't want to tackle the rat on the table brought to you by Atco because that is alarming to me. Watching the ball stop at the top of the key, and it's like the Warriors, the four others don't exist. Dre's just locked in on forcing it to Curry. That doesn't happen when he's not on the floor. So plus 90 in 13 games and minus 65 when he's on the court, to me, that is a hellified issue that I feel like because it's Draymond, they don't want to tackle or even look deep into it.
Maybe. I think you might be right.
Wow.
But they've always been this organization.
But now when it's when you can produce numbers like this on the floor and the eye test is already telling me this before I got these numbers, that you're allowing something to fester for the wrong reasons. You're saying you're about right now, but it's about who it is, who it's not, and that's not good for anybody.
You know, he had a terrible month of December. He was awful. Might have been his worst month of his career.
He was good last night.
I mean, but he was a plus 15.
7 assists. He was passing.
Okay, you know what? He went 0 for 6 from 3. End of story. It's 2026 in the NBA.
He was a plus 15, though.
He was a plus 15. He was 0 for 6 from 3.
Yeah.
Like, you can't do that in today's NBA.
But do you just leave these numbers because it's Draymond on your desk? Do you ball it up and throw it away? Because let me tell you, if it was Buddy, if it was Kuminga, and anybody else, this would be like there would be something done in regard to reduced minutes. But because it's our guy, he's untouchable.
All I can tell you is I would have no problem bringing Draymond Green off the bench. I would have no problem limiting his minutes to 20 to 24. None at all, and I think they should do that. Steve Kerr was asked about it a week ago, and he said that's not even crossed my mind.
They need him.
So, do I like what they're doing? No. But
I appreciate
that. And
I
disagree with Steve Kerr's, Steve Kerr to me is wrong on that. It hasn't crossed your, first of all, if he says it hasn't crossed your mind, that's, you got to be kidding me.
It's alarming.
Because it's crossed your mind at other times during Draymond Green's career.
22 NBA finals.
So the fact, I got to assume that's a lie that he hasn't thought about it. And so he has thought about it, but they just haven't done it.
Oh, man.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studio. I'm going to say it, and I don't care what people say.
That's who you are.
If the Golden State, you're not going to believe it.
It's 2026, baby, lay it on us.
If the Warriors could get Trae Young and not have to give up Steph Curry, I would absolutely think about it.
Well, you know what? I'll take talent. Now,
I can't give up tons of unprotected first. Right. I cannot do that. But I would. Well, what about Steph and Trey and Steph? They can't. Who cares? I don't care. They both can play one. They both can shoot.
If Pods, Moody, and Steph can play, and everybody with Steph and Spencer, Trey Young could play with Steph.
Yeah, I think. And again, I'm not saying.
But the Hawks want something, Stoney. They ain't just giving them away.
I mean, they may be discovering they're better, not better, but they can play without him. Just like that's the thing. I bet you Trey Young's like Draymond. Nobody's going to say the Warriors are better without Draymond, even though they were in December.
All right.
But they're going to say that, you got to have Draymond to be I think the Hawks are discovering, you know what? There's life after Trey Young.
Oh, wow.
But the Warriors haven't figured out that there might be life after Draymond Green.
But numbers are kind of telling you there might be something to that.
Yeah.
But you can ignore them all you want.
And by the way,
just last week before when I was out and he was on with Evan and Bonte, I believe they asked him, he said they need Draymond Green, and I'm listening to him. I'm like, he believes this, or is this just a loyalty? And I get it. To Dray, man.
Draymond's one of those guys now that if you want, if the Warriors are going to reach their ultimate potential as a team, whatever that is, yes, Draymond Green has to play at a level where he's really good so that the team can be better, but he's not playing at that level. He's just not. And listen, just because I would entertain Trey Young doesn't mean I don't think we should get bigger.
Right.
It just means, hey, you're looking, everybody looks down the road and says, who's our next? Who's our next? Who's our next? And you know what? You ain't getting anybody perfect.
And I'll say this about that. Last year at this time, before the inception of the Jimmy Butler trade, I was doubting Steph just a little bit, but I was in here and you were like, Guru, your daughter's down. And it was. What if I told you, partner, right now with Jimmy Butler, I'm right back there about this team. And I don't know if there's a Jimmy Butler gift under the Christmas tree. That's what's scary.
I guess.
What's the antidote this time?
Yeah, you got to stop this roller coaster you're on. I'm worried.
No, it ain't. I can see clearly now.
No. Well, now.
Because we have no Thundercats outside of Steph, and Jimmy's a half of one offensively. Let's be real, man. I don't care who you start or who come. I know what they are, how they're constructed, and we are not gifted at putting the ball on the floor and going to the cup. Tell me I'm lying.
Okay, and they can't protect the rim, and they can't finish at the rim, and they're average shooting three-point team, and they're undersized, and they're old, and they're not athletic. It's like there's myriad issues. Devin in the Uber. I'm sorry, Devin in the Uber. What's going on, D? How you doing, my man?
Hey, how my guys doing, man?
Hanging in, trying to figure it out.
I'm glad you're back, brother.
Right on, baby.
Yeah, man. Hey, you know what? First of all, salute to the producing team, man. The guys back there. They may not get the praise and the glory, but those guys are the engine to the show, man. So salute to those guys.
Absolutely.
But really quick. There we go. let's put the rat on the table, man.
Brought to you by Atco. Go ahead, baby.
Atco. I called in and I was like, they're like, what are you calling for? And I'm like, yo, man, I'm just disappointed in the Warriors. I feel like, we're average. And then as soon as I said that, I scratched it and I said, you know what? I'm not disappointed. We are average. Why am I going to be upset at something like this is who they are. This is the best they can do. They're putting effort out. It's not like in most of the games, right? It's not like they're lollygagging and wasting our time and money. They're trying. They just aren't that good. And I'm looking at it like, for us to be, I think it's just, I don't know, we're in denial as a culture, like majority of us, right? We remember the days, and maybe it's because we can flirt with the playoffs that we're hoping Steph can do something. But that's a lot to ask for him, man, and of him. And Dre is just I feel like Thanos snapped, and Dre is slowly turning into bits of dust,
man.
Right? And Jimmy can't do what he does at a consistent enough basis, because he doesn't have the system around him that makes him great, right? And so that just leaves Steph. We got God. We're just average, man. We're losing to the Bucks without Giannis. We're losing to the Pacers without Tyrese. We're losing to the Clippers that are older than us, by the way, without James Harden and a couple guys. And what it is they show us flashes against good teams sometimes or bad teams, and it's like, why can't we do that all the time? Because we're not good enough to do that all the time. The good teams do it all the time. That's why they're good. So I'm just looking at it like I'm not giving up on the season, but I definitely didn't believe a ring was in the future, right? And then my last thing is, I know we keep bringing up what happened when Jimmy got here, right? But again, that was only 30-something games. What if this season they give us 30-something games of that? But then there's the rest of the season. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And there's so much footage out there with Jimmy now. That's done. We caught him by surprise. So I love you guys, man, but I don't want to be in denial anymore in hopes of a second round, right? I think that we are flirting with play-in and maybe a 6 seed if everything goes well.
Yeah.
And then what?
Appreciate you, Devin. 6 seed is already getting tricky. Now you can get right back in it in this 8-game home. I'll tell you what worries me a little bit about the 8-game homestand, to be quite honest.
Lay it on me. I'm worried about Milwaukee.
I will. They played the Jazz Saturday.
And we're down 12. Go ahead.
They play the Clippers last night, Monday. Here are their games. Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday. So in other words, yeah, they have 8 games at home. They're coming every other day. And I remember what happened the last time that the Warriors, and it was in the playoffs, but if you remember, the Warriors had a stretch of about 15 games where they had to go every other day, and it took its toll. It took its toll. Like, it just does. They benefit from a couple 2-day off scenario.
Yeah. And if you want it, you got to go get it. And I appreciate you doing that. But to Dee's point, I mean, the Warriors can be a sponsor since the inception of the play-in because we stay there outside of no, seriously. We are always a part of the play-in. And it's 2026. I told you I'm turning over a new leaf, but I'm just keeping it real because I'm a lifelong Warrior fan. I'll never run from that. But I'm being real and true to the craft on what we do, being your friend and your family. The bottom line is they got a Draymond Green problem, and this culture is yet to try to do anything about it. Now it's all on the court, and he's so untouchable, Elliot Ness, that they won't even think about. They won't even think about reducing his role, and I'm going to just leave like that there because outside of the losses, which are painful, I think there's other ways to try to skin the cat within, but because Dre is who he is, he's that you can't call him in the office and do anything different, and I think that reeks. It's hypocrisy. He punched a player, and he got away with it, and now he's not giving you a minus 65 in not a week, in the month of December, and they're a plus 90 without him, and the coach is telling us on our airwaves, there's no other life without him. Okay, you can still have him, but there can be a reduced role, or at least try it, Steiny. And you know what that does and sends a message to the others that are worthy for maybe a bigger role or more minutes? That stinks. Now, if you're a number 2, 3 seed, I wouldn't even, but man, Steiny, that reeks of where not just they're at in the books, it just reeks that somebody's getting away with basketball version of murder, man.
You know why that issue particularly?
Like, I'm really like, why is it's consuming me?
Yeah, and you know why I don't spend a thought on it? I swear to God. Like, that one doesn't get me upset.
Why?
Because we know, like, that we know everything about why it's happening. Like, this is where we got to be smarter. This team said they're riding it to the hilt with Draymond and Steph. Right. And 2 years ago, everybody loved it. Not everybody, but everybody got it. And,
damn.
We should have seen it coming. You still have Steve Kerr as the coach with 3 35-year-olds who are star players, so he's going to play them.
But Juan is not playing like a star.
Okay,
but he's getting treated as a
this is why it doesn't shock me. I've watched Steve Kerr for 15 years, and you know what? It may be hypocritical, but it's been consistent. He is always gone to veterans. Always.
All right.
If you want that to change, I think you got to get rid of Steve Kerr.
I hear you.
We got to get to it. Okay, here's what I'm going to do now, because I don't want to get rid of these calls. We're going to do half and half. We'll do half Warriors and then half 49ers. We'll go 12 up until 12 Warriors.
We got to talk about Saturday and Sunday.
Absolutely. So there it is. You want Warrior talk? You're going to get it for the next 40 minutes, and then we're going into the story of the moment, which is the Niners.
We'll see. We're not there yet.
No, I'm gonna this time, Evan. I promise.
We'll see.
Stop it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
New year, new home. Those new windows you've been thinking about, American Vision Windows can make it happen in just one day. As an employee-owned company, we treat your home as our own. Every detail gets owner-level care. Book by January 31st for no payments until next year. New windows now, pay in 2027. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. On approved credit, minimum purchase of 4 windows. Some restrictions apply. Offer ends January 31st, 2026. Call or see website for details. CSLB 778326.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Step, pump fake on Collins. Steps to his right, can't get the shot off. Finds Peyton again for a dunk inside. GP2 with another dunk. That's his third dunk of the night. And Peyton in double figures.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Tim Roy on the call last night. 95.7 The Game, and thank you, Pods. Appreciate that.
Did you, real quick, did you have the local, or did you get Reggie Miller on the Peacock? Snoop was incredible,
I'm a loyal person. Fitz and Kalena.
So you didn't hear this. Can you play it, E?
I heard it.
Back him up, GP. Back him up, Steve Banging. Fire on him.
He's already gone.
Steve Banging Inglewood right now. Inglewood. Get him, Steve. You in Inglewood, Steve? The Arizona Wildcat that came out and look at it.
Donnie, you guys just tell me you enjoyed just that. Evan tweet posted on the Vine, but
it's fine. It doesn't matter whether I like it or not. It's the NBA today. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
It just is. I mean,
oh boy.
That's. I'm not saying it wasn't funny.
Good.
I chuckled. I want to make sure I chuckled.
Right.
I chuckled when Evan played it for me for the first time, and then I just say, well,
Snoop Unplugged.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's where we're at. That's what life's about.
Hasn't been a positive show so far, but I'm going to point out something that happened last night that was freaking eye-opening.
In a good way.
Jimmy Butler shut down Kawhi Leonard.
In a way I've never seen.
He made Kawhi look terrible.
I don't know if that was Kawhi. It kept happening. Even the possession before they got a chance to get a two, he forced Jimmy out of a timeout. He forced Kawhi into. It was like he was just saying, "I'm about to make you fumble, dumble, and lose the rock." I hadn't seen Kawhi like that in forever.
I mean, usually Kawhi can dribble through anything with those hands, but he was losing the ball.
He was taking it from behind him, Steiny.
Yeah, Butler.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, now it makes me want to go back and look to see, if Butler's done that before to Kawhi, because he just absolutely had him.
Wow.
I was going to say flustered, but he doesn't get flustered, Kawhi. But Jimmy was incredible on defense last night. And maybe, you know what? And maybe that's one of the reasons why he was a little tired down the stretch.
Right. Like when I say air ball, that's not what I had on the Jimmy Butler bingo card, but I'm not comparing myself to an NBA player. But Steiny, when you get older in any sport, the first thing to go, your legs.
Mm-hmm.
And if he was playing that hellified defense, and he was, I couldn't believe that was the shot and that was the result. Tim Roy was like, air ball.
Oh, here we go. Super chat. Truth JAZ. $2 says, shots on me when Kuminga gets traded. I'm taking you up on that, Truth. Let's pencil in. What's the 15th? What kind of day is that?
Well, we're going to need a lot more than $2.
That's true.
I didn't tell you guys, dry December for me.
It's January.
I mean,
dry January.
I mean, it's 11 months away, so a lot of preparation.
They blame AI on that slip up. Dry January for me, Steiny.
Okay.
Yeah, same, Steiny.
Yeah, sure.
Till Friday. I'm back. Man, make me feel better, man. I'm trying, man. I can't.
You are such a lost cause.
Warriors are going to break a lot of dry Januaries.
That's true. It's a good one.
I'm being real to my two guys. Do you think the 15th can come and go? I'll even put the 20th. And Kuminga's still a Warrior? Because now we're getting into you guys, everybody botched this thing worse than the kicker for the Ravens Sunday night.
Well, all I'm going to say is if they've got kind of an agreement, and I think what might be going on is it's become apparent his heart's not in it here.
But okay.
I'm just telling you.
I want you to react to this before you finish your formula. If they had an agreement, Kerr wouldn't have told Bonte and Evan that he was playing Friday.
You're right, or he doesn't care anymore.
Ooh.
You know, and he's just he's just saying that. But anyway,
you said you don't care. I interrupted, but you don't care if the 20th comes and goes. But it's an eyesore.
Well, what
man.
I'm saying is if they feel like Kuminga's just doesn't want to be here, and then they're going to just say, look, we'll move you when we move you, but you ain't playing. And if that's the situation, maybe it doesn't end on the 15th. I will say this. I mean, once the 15th
to this date.
Once the 15th, but it's a guy's not even in a rotation. But I mean, the 15th, the one thing that can't happen is you can't have a player just not play. So
and you're not good enough to have that player not play. That's what hurts me.
Well, he's
about
not
it.
good. He's not good enough to demand more time the way he's playing right now. And that's
well, he's not.
And that's the other thing. When nobody's playing well, okay, I don't give the players any breaks. So you want to talk about Buddy Hield last night? Fine, that's fair. It would have been great if they put Buddy in and he made 5 of 7. But Buddy hasn't been playing well. Guys who don't play well, they might get the short shrift. Anyway, as far as Kuminga goes, like he can't. I mean, just go get something for him. Get a player in here.
And I'm being real and honest with you all. This is not how I drew it up. This thing was a story. It was a story like this off season. You know how much of it was one of these stories. And now this is how it's going to end. But the worst part as a Warrior fan is we're not getting any production from that uniform.
Right.
So if Evan Giddings or Carter Chickering were on the Warriors roster now, I'm not coming in here singling out Buddy, but at some point, Buddy's going to have to be thawed out. So I'm just thinking about the future. I want to see what Evan can do. I want on a night where we're 10 for 41 and we're down to the oldest team in the league, like Steiny, I just don't get what some of the decisions. I'm throwing everything at the kitchen sink.
Yeah, and this is where, is it the chicken or the egg? You're saying I'd throw everything at the kitchen sink, and I would say through the first 37 games, Kerr has thrown the kitchen sink at everything, and he's still got nothing. Like he has no consistency. Like it may as well be the opener tomorrow night because you're right. There's nothing that's been defined over the first 37 games. Let's go to let's go to Oreo Cookie first. Oreo Cookie is in Oakland. What's up, Oreo?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning. Thank you guys for taking my phone call. And we're talking Doves, man. So I had to call in and get this off my chest. I'm not blaming Day for being Day. When his number is called, he's going to go out there and try his best. But Father Time has him. Who I'm blaming and putting the feet to the fire is Steve Kerr. I'm looking at the box score, and Draymond got about 32 minutes of playing time. And he scored 6 points, 32 minutes, and only 6 points. It's not fair for the rest of the guys to play 32 minutes for 4 versus 5 basketball. That is hurting us. That is going to wear us down. Steve Kerr has to cut his minutes. Steve Kerr, if you walk like a lame duck, you quack like a lame duck, you're a lame duck coach, buddy. Get up out of here.
Appreciate it, Oreo Cookie.
Well, again, Stein, he had 12 assists, 7 in the first half, and I'm just saying he was a plus 15, but that 4-on-5, I really believe has ran its course, and it is putting added pressure on the others but now mainly Steph because some of the others aren't able to take their offensive game to the next level. But when you
let me ask you a question: is there any player in the league who plays beyond the 3-point line as much as Draymond who doesn't get covered like Draymond?
No. And if somebody chime in, help me. And if you give me a name, they're right neck and neck.
I mean,
but when we were good enough and we could overcome it when we had Clay and Durant, that's different. Those
he didn't
days are over.
He didn't have to shoot 6 threes. He only had to shoot 3.
Right.
And if he made one.
But now if I'm on the
mentioned Westbrook?
Russell Westbrook?
For?
As a guy who
takes
a ton of threes and is never covered by anybody.
They're coming to town Friday, too.
Yeah. Let's go to Shane in San Francisco. Hey, Shane, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
How are you?
Golden State Warriors in shambles. What else is new?
Well,
I can't even watch them right now. It's going on 4 seasons of just doubling and tripling down on boring, mediocre, outdated basketball. And it's at the point where, we are Steve Kerr, the sections of the fan base, the media, we're just cherry picking narratives to convince, I guess, us ourselves that they're contenders. And it's at the point where they win one game and the Warriors have a 1-game winning streak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, you look back 3-4 seasons, they have never been a contender since the championship. And they've been a playing team ever since. And it's not about Kuminga being the difference maker and then being a contender or not. But if you look at the narratives, especially the cognitive dissonance advanced by Steve Kerr and the fan base around Kuminga about where he doesn't fit, Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome are safer players. Moses Moody's a starting power forward. He doesn't fit with Jimmy.
Yeah.
Oh, they were 23-8 without him. All of it's just fool's gold, and it doesn't really mean anything. If they would have just doubled down and admitted that they weren't a contender and committed to Kuminga, at least now you'd either have a more solidified role player, maybe a really good starter, anywhere, but you'd have a better asset in anything, and they were never a contender to begin with. So it's just so ridiculous, man. I can't even keep up with them anymore. I knew they were going to lose that game. I flick on the TV for 5 minutes at a time, and it's like they're losing to a 20-loss team. Big surprise, but yeah, that's what I got.
Appreciate the call, Shane.
And to piggyback on Shane, Steiny, and Butcher and I were texting last night. Who cares? But this has to be stylistically not a low point, but Steiny, it's not what others do. It's not running and gunning and jumping. It's safe basketball. It's offense with limitations, and we're just not. To thank God for Steph. And we're just not I'm just not used to that, man.
So I swear to God, I'm asking this seriously. So I'm looking at the Warriors schedule this year, and back on December 18th or whatever, they lost to the Phoenix Suns to go 13-15. They were 13-15.
Okay.
Since then, they're 6-3.
And tell me who they beat.
They beat. You're going to play that game now. You can only play the teams on the schedule, they beat Phoenix.
Okay.
21-15.
Okay.
They beat the Magic. They beat Dallas. Lost to Toronto. Beat the Nets. Beat the Hornets. Lost to OKC. Beat the Jazz. Lost to the Clippers.
Right.
Hornets looking like a good win.
Man,
Charlotte, tough team.
Do I take my victory lap for LaMelo?
Sure, they're 10-32.
Now, Evan, I love the dude. He was anyway. Hey, I'm not going to hate Steiny. It is what it is. But the bottom line is they're 1 up, and they punted on the game against OKC. And I thought the Warrior culture would have one of those 3, just pride, play, and then to assume you were just going to kick the Utah's ass, and they were up 12 until Dre got hurt or ejected. I mean, I was thinking this could be a nightmare. With all that said, I need you to tell me or any Warrior fan out there what's going to change if you're not going to mess with Draymond's minutes. Because if you're telling me, partner, and you have, but I'll throw it to you again because I'm fixated on this, Plus 90 with Draymond on the floor for the month of December without him on the floor. Minus 65. How big of a how much would you look into that if this weren't Draymond Green?
Problem is he was plus 15 last night. Yeah. So, you know, did he feel like he was worth plus 15? No, it didn't. But he was on the floor. Hey, let me just throw just total non sequitur out there.
I'm here for you.
When Joe Lacob says, I think we can win a title, and Joe Lacob says, I think Pods is a future All-Star. Like, do you believe him when he says that?
The title part I do, and I can't be mad at him on Pods, because if that's what you think, that's what you think. But I think that hurt Pods. You didn't ask me that.
Do you think? Okay,
but I think that hurt
agree.
him.
I agree. But my question is, do you think Pods will ever be an All-Star?
No,
leave Pods alone.
I don't. I think he'll be a damn good role player on a team.
The problem is Jimmy Butler, championship coming soon. Yeah. Draymond still talking titles. Like, that matters.
Championship coming soon.
That matters, and it set up some expectations for this team that are, to me, preposterous at this point.
Well, sticks and stones can break my bones, but names never hurt. And words either, Stoney. The bottom line is, I like talk to talk. I like it. Like Lenore was saying, I wanted to guard Jackson Smith and Jigma. Troy Aikman didn't like it. But my point is, you got to go out there and back it up. And for much of last year, and you sold me, and I know why now. Maybe we got 31 or however many games they played when Jimmy came to town, why it looks different than this year. But I don't think that's the issue, the verbal.
Okay. So
like the guy that
so you're acting as though the phrase fifth ring for Steph has never been mentioned?
That's what we're living.
That's right.
And they're striking out.
That's right. That's right. Do you think the goal
No, my point is you still got to go.
Is the goal still a championship right now for this team?
Oh, I would think, hell yes.
Okay. Well,
what other goal could there be with these three older
How about making
stewards?
the playoffs?
Well, okay.
I'm serious.
No,
I mean, if you don't think for a second that Draymond saying what Draymond said, and Lacob still talking titles, and fifth ring for Steph, and even Butler saying championship coming soon, you really believe that has no impact on the fan base in terms of trying to convince them that they're still relevant?
Okay, I'll do this. What about All-Star Game in our backyard last year when Draymond went on national TV, TNT, and said we could win it all?
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
But it didn't sound as egregious as it sounds now. They had action and were rolling.
My point is that this fan base is still under the some.
Stoney, we got Steph Curry, man, and we got Jimmy Butler.
Okay, well, you know what? You're going to be disappointed. You just are. I'm sorry. You're going to be disappointed until they pivot.
But can that get us to a second-round exit?
Oh, now, okay. If you're talking second-round exit, let's have a conversation. I'll have that conversation.
Okay, but how different is that than the chip? Because this is not it.
Two additional rounds against better teams.
Steiny, you're 2.5 behind Phoenix for the 7th seed. Portland's closer to you. They're 9th. Okay, Memphis is coming. The Clippers, Dallas, if they get Kyrie back. So I'm assuming the playoffs, but when you
hold on. Why would you assume the playoffs? Look at the number 6 seed right now. Who is it?
Minnesota.
How many games ahead of the Warriors are they?
4.
4.5.
Yeah. All right. I'm assuming the playoffs through the play-in.
Okay, because the top 6 is starting to slip away.
But when I ask you, I'm just taking this somewhere else here because we kind of got off on this exit. How would you describe what you see from the Warriors offensively as a whole?
I haven't picked. Look, I have not. To me, they don't have an override. They have many issues.
But offensively challenged is one, right? Would you get mad if I said that's
right? But they're offensively challenged because they're small, they're old, and they're unathletic.
And you got a 6'8" dude
not going to change.
That's
done.
But no, I got you. But if it wasn't done, he would help.
You know what, Goo? I can't even give you that anymore. He might help. He might not. Marvin in San Francisco. What's up, Marvin?
How you doing, guys?
Hey.
Doing well.
Need some help, Marv.
Great to have you back.
Great to have you back, Guru.
Hey, thanks, brother.
Yeah. You missed him, didn't you, Marvin?
A lot of people miss me. You guys. Go ahead, Marvin.
We all miss your spirit. Man. We all miss your spirit. Okay, the reason I called is that I've said this before, but last night's box score is very telling. I've said that the Warriors have been losing a lot of very close games. They haven't been getting blown out except for the Oklahoma City game. So when you get down to, and I've always said, the coach is worth 5 points a game. So when you lose by less than 5 points, to me, in my system of grading, it says that the coach didn't make some move or did something that basically held his team 4 to 5 points in that game to the contrary. Now, last night, they brought up Draymond Green. Draymond Green had 12 assists. Look at Pajinski, 27 minutes and 6 points. Look at Gary Payton, 15 minutes and 14 points. You could put Richard in there. You could put anybody but Pajinski. If he gets 2 DNPs, we're going to win 2 games because he's been costing us all season, dribbles the ball up court, penetrates, then passes out. He slows everything down. The defense gets set, and he doesn't shoot that well. So the bottom line is he's scoring less than half a point a game per minute. So when you go play him for 20 minutes and he only scores 10 points, you got another guy like Richard or Mark or Pat or whatever that are going to score more points. We've been losing close games because this guy's been getting 20 to 30 minutes a game and scoring 10 to 12 points. That's what our problem is. So much would change if you gave that guy 2 DNPs instead of Kuminga. And you get him on the bench so he's not bogging things down and the ball's flying around. And look at the Oklahoma City game we caught up where the ball was flying around, guys are moving. I'd rather play a Gee at guard than Pajinski. And that's going to be a better point of attack defense too. Anyway, that's what I think the problem has been. Kerr is married to this guy. He plays him 20 to 30 minutes a game, and he's bogging things down. He doesn't shoot that well, and he can't stop anybody.
All right.
So that's my take.
I got you. Okay. I'll just when people what he's talking about to me, I always go to the per 36 then.
Right. Because last night wasn't a great game for box score wise for Pods. But go ahead.
Per 36 minutes, let's talk about who the Warriors' top scorers are. Per 36. All right, like Steph's first. All right. 32.2 a game.
Jimmy got to be second.
Jimmy second, 22.3.
Pods third.
Pods is fourth behind Kuminga, 17.
And the dude.
Pods 16. Moody 15. Draymond 11. Will Richard 15. Melton 14, Trace Jackson Davis 12. Well, my point is Pods is the third of guys who play right now. Yeah. Pods is like their third best scorer per 36 minutes. And
I don't want to be cruel. Is that a part? Could that possibly be a reason why you're 19 and 18?
Yes, absolutely, you. I think for sure.
And I just need your answer on this. So I'm asking you to pick your basketball coach in mind. Moses Moody, you were down 12 after the first quarter. I'm not saying that was Moody's fault at all. He scored 4 points. He looks just scared to put it on the floor and do what he does. Why is he starting and he plays 19 minutes, and I'm looking at Melton, who played 25, and Potts, who played 27? So I'm yearning for the day Melton starts. Not saying he's been perfect. My point is, Steiny, make that make sense to me. Well, why would a guy play 8 less minutes than 2 others? And my only thing, help me out, basketball dum-dum, I'm just at the chalkboard like, man, why would Moody get the nod if that's how much trust you got in him, unless you're having tryouts on the fly per every game? Because that's what this season seems like, and I've said it before.
I mean, I think that
talk to me.
All right, let's pick a box score. Boston Celtics. And maybe, I don't know. I'm just taking a team. They played the Bulls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm looking at the Bulls.
Okay.
Kobe White came off the bench, played 25 minutes, which was more than 3 starters. This guy, Dosunmu.
All right.
He played 28 minutes. He came off the bench. He played more than 3 starters. So
that's a hell of a. Give me one more box score if you can.
It's not totally unusual.
Give me one more box score from last night. Orlando, Washington.
Luke Garza came off the bench and played more than Sam Hauser, who started. Anthony Simons played 27 minutes, more than their center, who played 24, and Sam Hauser. So, the Celtics had 2 players come off their bench, and now I don't know. Maybe that was a blowout. There may have been. So it's not the hugest.
Right.
A lot of guys, quite frankly, I'd like to start Draymond and then only play him 20 minutes a game.
So why last night's game did Quentin Post only play 13 minutes, do you think? He wasn't in foul trouble.
I don't know. He didn't make a huge impact, and so it's a game where Horford can play, and maybe he's
Al's letting them fly. I can't say that. Al was letting them go, Steiny.
Yeah.
He sure 1 of 8 from the field.
All righty. Let's have some fun next segment. We'll finish up with the Warriors, and we will start talking San Francisco 49ers. That segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast, just $5.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
I've covered Bay Area sports forever, and I've seen athletes go through a lot. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you are the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. So whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's a big reason why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law, 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555, and you can also go to their website, hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Rain early, sun later, 58 the high temperature in San Francisco.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
I've been Shrek'd. I've never done Shrekking.
I'm going to throat punch Mohegan.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coach
Thank
Carr.
you. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
Coach. Hey, real quick, how was the New Year's Eve bash
Great.
that I missed?
That was great.
Evan, what's this I hear about Steiny had some type of lid or hat that had swag?
Oh, the bucket cap. Yeah, the sparkle bucket cap combined with the bedazzled name tag that just said Matt.
You had your own name tag at your crib?
Yes.
Please explain. Shout out Roxy Bernstein.
Basically, my nephew's got an 8-year-old daughter, and she made one for me. What do you want me to do?
Now my heart's
I was proud to wear it.
Okay, no, I got it.
Proud.
You guys had a good time?
Yeah, it was fun.
Did you stay up to 12?
No. Well, the kids did. I didn't.
How do you sleep?
Like a baby.
You're sipping?
A little.
Eyes red, Evan, for old Steiny?
Not at that stage of the evening. Can't speak for later.
I'm jealous. Willard made it.
Willard made it. Lucas made it.
Dibs?
No dibs. I think that was it for the station.
He got the little one. Oh, look at you. You got the list.
I can't remember.
I got to pull up. What? I got stuff going on.
Yeah, I know.
I was there in spirit.
All right, we're getting into the Niners. First, I'm going to go to Cody in Portland. He wants to answer your question.
Okay, Cody.
I can't remember which one.
All right.
But what's going on, Cody, in Portland?
Hey, morning, guys. How's it going?
Hey.
Going well, thanks.
The question I wanted to answer was Guru asking you a few minutes ago what the overall look of the Warriors' offense is. How do you feel about it?
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I'd say that this is probably the laziest Warriors offense I've seen in recent memory.
Wow.
Everything is either a dribble handoff to Steph or let's dump it off to Jimmy in the paint and hope he gets fouled. Whether it's, Dre, Pods, Moody, Post, everybody's just standing at the top of the key or the wing, flat-footed, not looking to create their own offense, whether that's coaching or lack of athleticism. I think it's a bit of both. It's pretty terrible to watch, and I think Trae Young, quite frankly, Steiny, could help the offense. I don't think he's the solution alone by any means, but we need to do something. The thing is, I don't think the Hawks would want Kuminga because they've already got Jalen Johnson, and he's everything Dub Nation has hoped and dreamed Kuminga would turn out to be. I don't know, maybe they could work their magic with him. MPJ out in Brooklyn's ideal, but that's a high asking price. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd almost take Sabonis at this point.
Thanks, he's Cody. Not playing, Appreciate Steiny. How worried are you about it? He's been...
I don't worry about it.
Sabonis hadn't played in forever and a day.
It's been a problem for a month.
Yeah, dude, it's been about a month or so, Sabonis.
Yeah, I can't.
Kings are a mess.
1-0 against the Warriors.
Yeah, we can't talk. I got you, Evan.
Right,
be quiet.
Here's where we're going to end it.
All right.
You see what's going on in Minnesota?
Dude,
listen, everybody.
Look at it. Let me answer.
Our transition decision-making was
What if I told you I think At's trying to get him ran?
Okay. So, you think every other situation is great and copacetic. After a loss 2 games ago, Anthony Edwards says to the media after the loss they had a terrible loss against somebody at home. Anthony Edwards said, most of the time we just don't listen to the game plan. When we listen to it and execute it, we're pretty good.
Wow.
I mean,
Atlanta beat them by 23.
Coaching's hard in the NBA.
In Atlanta's my bad, Stoney, but yeah.
You want to hear what Finch said?
Because he's got go ahead. Finch just had him.
Finch said, what do you think about what Anthony Edwards said about most of the time the game plan? He goes, well, listen, I would say they listen more than not. I think it's about putting the work in alongside whatever the game plan is. The game plan's not always going to be perfect. We sometimes don't get it right. And many times, once the games start, you have to continually adjust.
And they're 23-13.
Well,
and you can feel like they've left some chicken on the bone. They're a good team, man. They'll figure it out. But he handled that as great as you could. I'm probably wrong. He ain't trying to get him ran. But
so, good point to segue. You said the Timberwolves are a good team. The 49ers a good team?
Listen. I can't, and I've talked to myself about this being off.
Yep.
I can't come in here after, as shocked as I am Saturday, what happened at home, and we'll get to the uniforms. But the bottom line is, I whispered sweet nothings about this team, its ability to move forward without its mighty mites at times, no matter who that was, and this constituted a special season for the 49ers. So with that said, this season is still special, and what's so special about it is, you didn't get the number 1 seed. I couldn't even believe they were in position to be up for that. But the bottom line is you got 60 minutes. Shout out Dan Rather this Sunday in Philly because you had already qualified for the postseason. So with that said, I'm not mad at the defense. Steiny, that game to me felt like it should have been 50-3. And it was you text me at half or text us. It was a 1-score game. Seattle, you playing with fire. But defensively, McDonald broke out that book he broke out on the Niners and Brock and Kyle, mainly when he visited a couple years ago on Christmas as the coordinator of the Ravens. So I'm shocked that the Niners offense was on a bender. Steiny, it was on a bender with yardage points, and that thing came crashing down quick. 13-3. I don't think one player played bad. They got offensively, they just got suffocated. Purdy had no time. You had no Trent. You had no Pearsall, and I'll get to that.
Right.
But
So were you shocked, or is it understandable what happened?
No, I'm shocked that Seattle did that to the Niner offense when they did it, when the Niners were coming into this game. Yeah, I know you kept going schedule, Steiny, going up against some teams, and the Bears, they can't stop anybody. But, yeah, I was shocked that Seattle's defense proved that I think it's better than Philly's, but it's close. So now my question is, can Philly do that to the Niners? And if they can, then I think the special season that's still a stamp from Guru with special would have just a little sour taste to it because when you face the big boys, the limitations showed. But I got to say this for Kyle. No excuses, no Trent Williams. The only threat you have on the outside who went for 100 yards on this Seattle team last time you played in week 1, which feels like forever, wasn't available. But now I know moving forward, the Niners miss Debo. They miss what was supposed to be Ayuk. And I am really, and I'll throw it to you, Stotty, super concerned about Pierre. Trent, I get it, the hammy. Hopefully you could play this Sunday. But the bottom line is everything that made this season special, it wasn't fluke. And it had a lot to do with who you played. Seattle spit that out and showed you, you ain't the Air Coryell, this ain't it.
That's why I wasn't shocked.
And see, last thing, Seattle knew that there was no T.O., Jerry Rice, no outside threat. And the play that comes to mind is Kittle in the flat that used to go for 14 or 15 against whoever you're playing. I mean, Ravens, they were everywhere, like birds, dirty birds. So I got to see if that was just a one-off or can Philly, with talent, Steiny, duplicate that. But Pearsall's a problem. You're too young to be missed. Best abilities, availability, Steiny. Talk to me. Kittle played.
I'm not shocked. It's been 2 years.
McCaffrey did nothing.
They shut him down.
But who's been, I get the run game. They shut everything down. Passing to him. Go ahead. I'm motor mouth.
I just love it when you say you're shocked. Okay, so we know that the 49ers have not been able to run the ball all year.
But they found a way to pass it to McCaffrey where he's still effective in moving the chains. Go ahead.
It's all good when you're playing horse bleep teams. You think listen, I get it. They beat the Rams. But look, who'd they lose to, Goo? They lost to Seattle. They lost to the Rams.
Texans.
They lost to the Texans and the Jaguars.
I got you.
And, if Tampa Bay makes the playoffs, they lose to Tampa Bay. So it's like, they lost to 5 playoff teams, essentially.
But they have no business in the offs. They had no. Give me that.
No.
Or has that evaporated a little
crazy?
bit? They had no business playing for the number 1 seed.
Well, that's different. That's different.
With the injuries they endured.
That's different. You said playoffs. And I never came off a 10-win prediction.
You didn't. But I want to just
I just want to make sure one thing. Hold on.
Go ahead. Take your time.
Did you insinuate that if the Niners lose against the Eagles, it's still a special season?
No, I said it would be more sour because Kyle, the Jedi.
It's not a special season if they lose to the Eagles.
And what if they lose? I'm not even Steiny. What do you say to me or anybody? I've watched it, and I think Dib's ticket for me. But Steiny, I always tell you, I go back and watch the games. I can't believe Seattle moved up and down the field, but had 13 points. I can make a case. The defense. If we wouldn't have watched the game and you just told me Seattle scored 13, I would have told you the Niners were going to win. So my thing is, what did McDonald in Seattle do to shut down this offense? Or dum-dum, talking to myself, this is where the weaponry and the chickens came home to roost where you didn't have them.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Some of that's real, though, right? You had nothing on. I love Jennings, Steiny, but come on. They ain't stretching no field.
Then why are you asking why they only scored 3 points when Jawan Jennings, their number 1 receiver, their offensive line has been bad all year long, and McCaffrey, while he's put up yardage, doesn't gain big chunks.
But are you going to tell us?
There are no buts. It's
because I didn't hear you in Evan but a little bit, and I got something recorded. You still got to tell me you're surprised
I'm
that
not
Seattle
surprised.
did that to 3 points at home?
Once I watched the first series, Like, you can't go into a game. Like, that's the thing. The 49ers defense had a ton of unknowns. And they weren't great, but they only gave up 13 points. The offense got shut down. It got shut down. What do you mean,
The interception in the late third quarter, Steiny, would have...
Okay, so they scored 10 points. They got shut down.
But everything's changed, and Darnold's gripping the ball.
Don't be that guy.
No, I'm not being the guy. I'm just telling you, no, it was a turnover. Could Seattle turn them over? But I just need to... I can't wait for Sunday at 1:30 for
I want to talk about Saturday first.
Yeah, just to see if this was a one-off. Because Philly's defense...
Well, you wanted to see what happened against Seattle when they played a really good team.
But I don't want to
they got thumped.
All right, but Steiny, when you're dealing with what the Niners are dealing with offensively...
I don't know why you're shocked.
When Pearsall's out, I won't call him Jerry Rice, but it has that type of ramification of them keeping you in a box, and that's what they did.
Don't do that.
No?
Don't say Pearsall. I know, like, you do this all the time. I know he's not Jerry Rice. Yeah, he's not. He's not.
But
so, like, why would you?
Threat. I guess he's their version of a threat.
Then say he's a threat. Yeah. Don't say he's Jerry Rice.
Okay, all right,
that's like Lacob saying Pods is going to be an all-star.
You won that one, but you know what I meant.
But
so
this
they
is
didn't
the kind
have
of
an
thing.
outside threat. So did they play with one hand behind their back, or are you saying, nah, they got their butts whooped offensively?
Both. Like, why does it always have to be one thing? They're playing without Trent Williams, who everybody says is the most integral offensive lineman in the league. They're missing their number one receiver.
They were ferocious.
I mean, yeah, I was not shocked by that game on Saturday.
Yeah, I guess I meant by point production. I am.
To me, it's a game where I'm not shocked. I'm like, I can understand why that happened on Saturday. I feel like I can understand why it happened because all the things that the Niners, I felt like were getting away with.
Right.
See, this is why, when they're winning six, and I'm not, this is not about, I told you so.
Yeah, I got
but
you.
It's where you have to put everything in context with the numbers. And they were on a heater. Let's look at who they were playing.
And now, if you allow me, what we need to do is, and rightfully so, a lot of what you need in this offseason, and how dare I bring the offseason up, and we got a playoff game, and we'll get to it all week right here on 95.7 The Game. But the bottom line is, out of my mouth, all I talked about were enhancements to the defense. Steiny, this team needs another receiver. We're talking about the Kuminga debacle with the Warriors, and they haven't rectified that. The Niners had one with Ayuk. With the injury and not getting any of his services, Steiny, they're in need. And they're in need now when you look at them through the prism of playing a defense that's on that level. And Seattle was on that level. And now the question is, and I know you don't want to talk about Philly, is Philly on that level? And they won a Super Bowl, and Jalen Carter's healthy. So it'll be interesting to see if that was just Seattle having their number or
what'd Houston do to them?
And suffocated them.
Okay.
But they played keep away, but they still suffocated them. You're right.
I mean, the loss to Houston.
I got you.
Look, here the bottom line is
that partner offensively.
The loss to Houston. Houston got the ball, went down the field, scored 3 and out, scored again. It's 14-0. Yeah. The bottom line is, after Seattle was held at the 1 yard line, the first two 49ers possessions, they were 3 and out.
Oh man,
it's 3 and out.
Yes, they were.
So, I get it. The 49er defense, no doubt about it, couldn't get off the field. And it's why they lost the time. They lost the time of possession, 38-22. Okay, yeah, that stinks. You know who can help a defense get off the field? An offense getting first downs.
And did not tell you?
They didn't.
Trying to be Greg Cosell.
They got 9 first downs.
The Niners' defense was going to be their offense, and if this offense could put up 40 in the playoffs, there's no telling what they can do. That took a hit to me too. The realization of what it takes. And right now, Steiny, McCaffrey's not enough just by himself against a top-tier D.
No.
And Kittle.
Great statement. There's no doubt about it.
Are you going to laugh if I tell you I don't think Brock had the worst day? There were no throw. He threw a pick. It hit him in the hands. That was a collective. They kicked your ass. And I'm putting Kyle in there. So that was sobering for the
Coach
boy genius. I think that
to get Coach of the Year for the 6th seed?
That was
when the easiest schedule in football.
He's going to get some votes. I like how you put that.
Yeah. He's had a great year. The Niners have had a great year.
But if it's about championship or bust for the Niners and this window not being closed, Steiny, you got to go get some outside threats. And you got to fix this defense.
Well,
now,
we can't. We're not. It's not happening before.
Because I came in here like, oh, Bethune's great, and at times you were like, okay, whoa, what do they got going here? It's just their safeties and their backers. Steiny, the core, the heart of a defense, they're lacking.
Who?
The Niners.
Because they're injured. They're two best defensive players.
But you got a playoff game Sunday.
You're telling me something I know. Like, on paper, the Niners are in trouble. The Eagles, I get it. They had an up and down year.
Yeah, no.
Like, how's the 49ers defense going to stop the Eagles offense if they're kind of buttoned up? How?
Okay,
with that personnel,
I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
If the Eagles pre-snap, Steiny, do not do they are not complex at all. They're basic. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe a lackluster Niner D doesn't have a lot on their mind like the Rams doing all their little cute stuff and what the Niners used to do with Debo. Okay, that's just me, football 101 dummy. But also, too, Steiny, I saw Philadelphia go to Buffalo and not score in the second half. Buffalo's defense is not that at all. Now, it might be a slight bit better than Niner. Sure. So I'm thinking to myself, well, if you're right.
You can find that with every team.
And the Eagles,
every team's had a couple bad games.
But if the Eagles snap into what they were last year at this time, then they could get boat raced and should get boat raced. But if something truly, really is going on and lingering, Steiny, and for whatever Hurts is not clicking, and they're not running the ball 30 times on the Niners with our guy Barkley, I think there's a chance. But, man, that was sobering to me to think. And I got caught up in it. You kept saying the schedule, go relax, and you were giving out kudos. You were. But you're like, who they doing it against? And lo and behold, your division foe, and Bonte, shout out Bonte, division games are different. But, man, that was a shellac, and I was shocked it was 13-3.
Yeah.
Who do you put the interception on? Or is it the quarterback?
90% McCaffrey. But it got tipped, so that's 10% to me for Purdy. But McCaffrey.
It's a play that I have to make, absolutely have to make. Huh? Expect nothing less but to make that play, and it's completely on me.
Could have cut it to 13-10.
Yeah. And just the fact that it was that close, you're thinking, okay, is Darnold, a lot of people saying Darnold didn't play well. He ran it. I thought he didn't turn it over.
I mean.
They had a fumble. You get on that fumble, but woulda, coulda, shoulda.
I mean, Kenneth Walker and Charbonneau were really, really good.
That first touchdown, man.
This team's got Saquon Barkley. You think the Eagles haven't – do you think the Eagles didn't watch the Seattle game? Okay, and do you think that Saleh doesn't – of course, Saleh knows the Eagles watched the game. Yeah. And so Saleh obviously knows that the Eagles are probably going to try to run it down their throat.
Well, Philly's missing Kellen Moore, Steiny. He's the coach of the Saints now. But he was offensive coordinator last year. But you're right. You throw on that film. And you know what? You could tell me how good you're reaching. I don't know why Sirianni's getting crushed because they sat their guys and they didn't get the 2 seed. Because if they win, then they got to go on the road to Chicago. But I just wonder how much that scares them, if at all. But I got to say this. Do you think the Eagles are happy with the draw that they got with this defense? I got to believe this is perfect. Even though they didn't handle their beat.
They didn't care. That's why they didn't play their starters. And in a way, like, if I'm the Eagles and I'm like, okay, if we lose, we get either the Bears or the Niners. Yeah. Okay, so what? Let's not play our starters, and we'll play whatever team falls to us. Like, I wouldn't have played my starters if I was Philly.
I mean, I haven't seen the Niners offense suffocated like that.
Since Houston.
Great.
Okay. Since Houston.
Yeah. So it wasn't Purdy, it was Mac. But still, but Steiny, you got to give me the recency bias peel too. They were moving and grooving and 40 here, 40 there.
And the Warriors went 23-8 after Butler came.
I ain't mad at you.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. We're getting into the Niners. They play the Philadelphia Eagles at 1:30 in Philadelphia on Sunday. The numbers I've seen, they're getting about between 3.5 and 4.5, the 49ers are. So the 49ers are going to go in underdogs. What do you think about that?
I think that's right, obviously. We're talking about the defending champs, but with the state of the Niners defense being as leaky as it is, and without, you know the drill, and the fact that we know if Trent's playing. Do we know if
we're not going to know
playing?
that till kickoff?
So I get it. Just the fact that you don't know, Vegas got it right.
Yeah,
now,
I mean,
will Philly cover? I don't know. But I'm giving the Niners a chance, Donnie.
49ers have had a great season, but it's going to be awful if they lose to Philly because it's going to be a collapse in a way at the end of the year. Now, there's reasons for it, but
you just got to get to the quarterback, and they can.
Well, they had 2 sacks, I think, against Sam Darnold, which was 10% of their total all season long. All right. Hey, Goo, you know I've covered the Bay Area for a lot of years and seen athletes go through it all, the highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm, and whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Now through January 12th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. All those savings add up to one thing: a Happy New Year from The Floor Store. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year.
year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We tried to. There's negotiating tactics. You're working 20 different things at a time.
We're all going through something.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Goo back, raring to go. Happy New Year, man.
Yeah, same to you. We're talking 49ers. They play the Eagles on Sunday, 1:30. Oh, boy. Sunday's going to be a
We should get together.
Well, I'm busy. So, I've already got my Sunday plan.
Okay, I got it.
I'm golfing at 7:30.
All right.
I'll be done at noon.
Yep.
We got 49ers at 1:30 and Warriors at 5 against the Hawks.
So you are available to watch the game?
No. I'm busy. See,
you're busy watching games that we're all going to watch.
That's correct.
But we could watch them together.
Where?
I was offering your crib, but I had a chance to get there New Year's Eve.
I've told you this a million times. I don't have a good spot in the house.
Evan, is that true? I've been to his crib.
That's false. There are plenty of places in Steiny's house you can watch the game together.
Right. Yeah, but that's my point. Is like, if I'm going to have people over, I'd like to have 6 people over. I don't want me and 2 guys sitting on my couch in the family room.
That's how many inches you working with? How many inches you working with in the living room?
Yeah, that's my point.
Phrasing.
Yeah. If I get you, if you come, then if I want one other guy, he's going to have to be under 6 feet.
But I need the TV at least 70, 75 inches.
I don't know what ours is. It's good.
It's good
enough.
Hey, Steiny, we'll get to sports, but I got to share something with you.
All right.
Well, you already know with the listeners. And the Johnson's been dealing with this for a little while, but the beginning of the show says, don't tell me to pray and you don't tell me what for. So I'm just one of those guys that wears his heart on his sleeve. And we got a lot of great people I work with, not just coworkers, but family, and a lot of the listeners who are friends and care about you, me, Evan, and the rest of the gang. But a little while back here, I was so excited to share with you my son Donovan and his girlfriend, soon-to-be wife Sienna, were expecting twins, Steiny. And, I was excited, and the love that I got from the listeners was incredible, and from you all just brought a tear to my eye. And, with what I'm about to say, I feel like I owe it to the listeners, and it makes me just, heal. But I got to hold my grandmother's granddaughter, Steiny. They were twins, but they didn't make it. So, obviously Sienna and Donovan lost their daughters, and I lost my granddaughters and the chance to be a granddad. And it just puts life in perspective. But the reason I put that out there is They are going through a hard time. We all are. The Frenchwoods, shout out to the Frenchwood family, Sienna's mother and father, and we're all just trying to, heal everybody. And I think the reason I wanted to say this to the listeners about what happened and what's transpired is the more power of prayer, there is, power in that. So I just wanted to give that update, Stoney. And when I came in here alluding to what's been going on, I mean, it's devastation city. But at the end of the day, we're trying to heal, man. And I wanted to give that update. I got to hold them in my arms, but unfortunately they didn't make it. And the Johnsons and Frenchwoods trying to put it together and be strong for both Sienna and my son Donovan. And I put that out there just so the listeners that love and have love for me and us could pray for them too. So, again, what do I say, Snotty? Tomorrow's not always promised, man. Yep. So just enjoy yourself and maximize, your friendships or whatever you got going on, because you never know what's in store. But I had to get that out, and you've been there for me, Evan, and everybody here for us, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for that loss, the losses. And, I've told you before, we kind of knew in here, for the last week or two. Right. And, we have a lot of fun when you're not here, and, it's good-natured ribbing. Right. And, we stayed away from that because we knew, but you had told people what had happened, and so we appreciate you sharing that. Because I'll just share with you what happened that day. Yeah. Because it reminded me that, like, life is so crazy. So, you told us what had happened with your granddaughters, and, it was staggering. I mean, I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine. Probably one of the lowest moments of your family's life, of your life. And then virtually an hour later, we got the news that Evan was going to broadcast the Warriors game. Right. It was his debut. He was making what he's worked a lifetime for. It was the pinnacle of his professional career, which will be surpassed at some point. But for now, that's what it is. And I was just like, God, Guru's probably having the worst day of his life. And it's on a day when Evan is probably celebrating, an accomplishment that he should be incredibly proud of. And,
two
you
different
always,
sides of the prism.
Yeah, you do say tomorrow's not promised, and I make a joke of it, but you're absolutely right. And I'm just so sorry for your loss. Yeah. And
just trying to heal daily, man.
Yeah, you know that you need anything, you got a couple guys in here who will.
And it's
I told you, if Norm needs rides anywhere, and you're up in SAC,
you said that.
Whatever.
And I got to shout out one guy. The reason Evan got the chance to do a lifelong dream to do the Warrior game was Tim Roy was having the birth of his. I hate to go here, but I'm real. Having the birth of his granddaughter, and I see him at the Christmas game, Steiny, and he goes, "How you doing, Goo?" And Mr. Motormouth, I got emotional and had to share with him, and he knew where I was coming from, but just the other end of spread, death, and then you got life. So you just try to stay strong, and that's what we're doing for the kids, man, because we're hurt, Steiny, but they are crushed too.
Yeah, and Mike Mack on the YouTube chat paying $10 to, says he's very, very sorry for your loss.
And all the love from the people in the chat, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
I had to get that off, so I'm ready.
I know.
Yeah.
No, I know. I can't, the Niners, it feels weird, but
I wasn't going to come over anyway. if you're on anyway, just to let the people know.
I
wasn't coming over.
Thank you so much for kind of breaking the ice there.
I like watching alone the playoff games,
Are you serious?
Yeah, I need to hear my commentating, and I need to just be by myself. Yeah.
Saturday I watched the Niners all by myself, and Buddy was like, let's go watch it out at a bar. And I'm like, you know what? I'd rather just sit here with my laptop, take a bunch of notes.
Yeah. Did you have a problem with the uniforms? Let's talk about that. I know. Go ahead. Bonte called me.
I'll say this.
Chasky, we talked, but what about the nostalgia of Jerry Rice, Steve Young, Fred Dean, all those guys. Why are you? And they didn't do it, but you do that against Arizona. You do that against the Panthers. You don't play around. Like maybe you get on that fumble if you got the red with the tan pants on. Steiny, that wasn't the Niners to me.
Some
people are like, what are you talking about? But the threads matter.
Yeah, I love the 49ers classics. I mean, they are absolutely phenomenal.
Where the throwbacks, Steiny? All blue. Who was that?
I mean, but that's
Spider-Man.
Hey, another opportunity to sell new merchandise is really what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And maybe how do you decide? I don't even know. I think I heard one time that the uniforms you're wearing on a given day, that's predetermined before the season starts.
Yeah, right, gotcha. Yeah.
So
they didn't know what was going to be at stake, but you got maybe scratch it.
I mean, maybe they thought a lot might be at stake because it could be a game that was flexed and very meaningful. Like, I'm sure they wanted to unveil them in front of the biggest audience that would see them, right?
Yeah.
But no, I mean, just
show me a big game at the Stick and Levi's where the Niners didn't have. You know what I mean? Come on, man.
No doubt.
And they got tradition. I heard Shasky this morning. He said it perfectly. When you're the Yankees or Cowboys and Niners, teams like that, you don't mess with stuff.
Well, I just think
I thought you got too cute.
When I get in front of the TV at 1:30, like I'm prepared to see. I can envision the Eagles versus the Niners. I don't know what uniforms they're wearing. You probably do. But it's just like, I want to see classic Eagles uniforms versus classic Niners uniforms. That doesn't mean, like, I don't know. I just, whatever. The Eagles got to be in their green something or other and white something or other. Niners got to be in that, in
I got you,
one of their iconic uniforms.
Yeah.
But, to me, it they just kind of looked like not gimmicky, but just where everybody's kind of leaning these days with the uniforms and with stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But
not why they lost, but yeah.
I'm out. Well,
they are 0-1.
Yes.
I don't think they come back. The black ones.
Oh.
Or do you wear it week 1 or 2?
I wonder if it depends on the receipts. You know, how many they sold, and they just run it back or throw them away.
Like, Evan, would that make you, of your favorite, go out and buy one?
Well, I didn't like them, so no. But I did see a lot of a lot of fans wearing the black uniforms. So clearly, a lot of people enjoyed them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they got a lot of people bought them.
That's like the Warriors playing Game 7 at home in the finals, and they wear the brown joints.
No, it'd be like a Super Bowl if they would have broken them out in a Super Bowl. Right?
Well,
this is just a regular season game. It's just the last one.
But I used Warriors, so it was Game 7 of the finals. Could you imagine them at home wearing the brown joints?
Yeah.
You better wear your traditionals.
And I was just saying, that would be like the Niners breaking these out.
Okay, right. Okay.
After they made the Super Bowl. I couldn't see it. I got one simple question for Niner fans, and there's a reason I'm asking. So, I know you think he doesn't exist, but my guy Harry.
Oh, he's got to be a fat rat right now.
Oh, he is. He's a mouth right now. Told you. And I said, you know what, Harry? The 49ers won 6 games last year. They won 12 games in the regular season. They lost their 2 best defensive players. Purdy missed half the year. Whether it matters or not, they played without Ayuk, and I get it, all that stuff. I'm like, they were 12-5. I'm like, why can't you enjoy 12-5? They overachieved, and now they go into the playoffs, and we'll see what happens. He got back to me and he said, overachieved? ?
Well, go ahead. You got to finish it off because
he's like, they didn't overachieve. They beat, like he was on the schedule all year.
But they did beat Seattle and the Rams on that schedule, Harry,
right,
to get to this position,
right,
along with the layups.
Let me just tell you how he watches games. He watches games and says, okay, we beat Seattle in the opening game, could have lost. That doesn't mean they did lose.
I got you.
It doesn't mean they did lose, but yes, that's a win, but okay. Like, that matters to them. Like, if the game was in the balance, like, for example, when the 49ers played the Cardinals, right? Marvin Harrison dropped the ball, or he could have gone into this, that, and the other.
They did everything.
And, we come in and like, hey, Niners did what they had to do, and he says, basically he thinks the 49ers were gifted 4 games this year. Basically the same 4 games they lost last year under the same circumstances, but this year they won them. And he's just like, yeah, that's fool's gold. And I'm thinking, well, okay, wait a minute. Before the season started, fully healthy, I had them winning 10 games, even with that schedule, because there were a lot of question marks on the defense. And so they played 6 games and then they lost their 2 guys. But what I'd seen from the first 6 games was, they still could be fine with this schedule. And I said, I'm not coming off 10 wins. And you were like, maybe I'll drop it 1 or 2. And I was like, okay. But my point is they ended up with 12. Like 12. So a very small group of 49er fans, and trust me, I pay attention, very few people had them going 12-5. Some did, but very few. So now you're 12-5.
So I love this, and I know Harry's. I know a bunch of them. But I will say this. Don't dance on their grave yet, because Harry, if somehow they go to Philly and knock off Philly, everything that you've done goes down the drain to me. Because that is the part of it to where you talk about, what word am I looking for, Stoney? Style wins or style? I mean, that man. Now the spread's only 3. I could hear Harry say, well, it was only 3, but no, they beat Philly. I mean, man, that 12 thing and the exercise you just did there, I get it, but man, they still got action.
Hell yeah, they do.
But how sobering was that for that high-powered? Now, do you got a problem with me calling it high-powered?
Who's?
Their offense going in. They were just so hot. But I'm Harry in a sense. But Stoney, I was like, no way Seattle doing it the way that they did.
This is what I mean.
That was an A+ effort on D from the jump.
Right.
3 and out. Then we didn't score. Place going loud. I heard Bonte and Shetsky said it was the loudest they heard it. Levi's. Then they come down and get a touchdown anyway to be. You know what? We'll get it. Okay, we messed up there. It was. But they only scored 13 is what I want somebody to sit down and tell me how that happened.
Well, to me, this is why it was less shocking and more understandable, because we always say these things coming into a game. I'll tell you what, Seattle's defense is no joke. Seattle and Houston, they got the best defenses in football. And when Philly's how the defense, and then this is where I just look at things. Okay, and I'm not making fun. If you're telling me that Trent Williams is one of the most best left tackles in the history of football, and he's not playing.
Seattle didn't have their left tackle, but he ain't Trent Williams, but go ahead.
Okay, and who's your number one? You went into that game, who was your number 1 wide receiver?
It was supposed to be Pearson.
Who was it?
Juwan
Jennings. Thank you. Why would you?
But Juwan might call right now, Stoney, why you? I don't know how you
can't get deep.
Okay.
Do you think?
Who's that on?
It's on.
It's bigger than a Juwan to me. That's why the IU thing comes into play.
Well,
that's what
fair.
He was supposed to be.
That's fair, but
stretch the D.
It's fair to criticize the 49ers for no Ayuk, but we knew he wasn't playing against the Seahawks for the last 2 months. Yeah. So we knew we weren't going to play with him. Now we don't have Pearsall.
But Kyle had no answers, man.
I mean, and this is where it's maybe he had no answers because Juwan Jennings is not a 1.
I got you.
He's not a 1.
Well, Kittle was out there.
Okay, and what happened?
They knew where he was going to be at all times.
You know what probably happened? And I'm going to go back and look at the all-22. They probably were like, when Kyle Juszczyk's on the field, we don't have. He's like Draymond Green.
Oh, man.
Kyle Juszczyk's like Draymond Green. You don't have to guard him.
Yeah.
And so you come into a game and you're like, you got to cut off the head of the snake. Christian McCaffrey. They did that. And then apparently their secondary is so good, Juwan Jennings didn't scare them.
Yeah, hello.
They clearly had no fear.
Yeah.
that a 49er receiver could get behind him.
No, so that's how a game looks when a defense thinks that way to me. And I'll take it one step further. In a game like this, a division game with all that on the line, I think about the Super Bowl where McCaffrey fumbled. Yeah, it was one play. Did it decide the game? You just never know how many chances and opportunities you're going to have. But you're going to laugh at this. This is a stretch. Both of you will, you and Evan. My one sport regret is the Warriors losing the 2016 Game 7 finals and not being able to come back with that team to prove that they could win, and you didn't need Durant. Steiny, you score there. You're down when McCaffrey dropped. You can't tell me people aren't going to pucker up on Seattle's side. They made the play, but that's one play in a game like that. The way that it was going, you just can't afford to just say, yeah, that was one play. That was a killer.
Okay, so they score.
But you said the ball got tipped. It's nobody. McCaffrey, you got to catch that.
Okay, so they score. They go in.
Now it's 13-10. Okay. The place is going bonkers.
Right.
I wanted to see Sam Darnold face those goals.
Okay, so
and maybe he would have passed.
Okay, so after McCaffrey dropped the ball, where did Seattle get the ball?
All right, the 5-2 to the 3-yard line.
Right. And what did they do then? What did they do then?
Drove down.
They held the ball for 8 minutes.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, don't.
But see, now I'm not talking about another chance. My point was, now you got 8 minutes of a drive where you got momentum.
So the defense would have risen to the occasion.
I guess
they haven't stopped.
And I'm reaching.
They
but
never stopped.
The place would have went. You were there. It would have went bonkers.
Instead people got up and started leaving.
That's what I'm, and maybe mentally, Snotty, you're right. They drove down, but you can't tell me now it's game on.
Yes. And
I'm
the
thinking
momentum,
of Eminem and his song, Hands Get Sweaty. You know what I mean?
You're right. No, you're right.
But Seattle
the momentum might have changed if something happened that didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And they asked Mike Tomlin after Baltimore missed the field goal, what happened if he would have made it? He goes,
which one?
Sunday night game where Baltimore had the field goal.
Go ahead.
And they asked Tomlin, what would have happened had they made the kick? Obviously, he knows he's saying we would have lost. He goes, if my aunt would have had my uncle's body parts, he would be my uncle. Left it at that. So I guess you woulda, coulda, shoulda.
What'd you think of the big Kenneth Walker run on 3rd and 17?
It was something I hadn't seen. I felt like they were ready to punt. But what I want to tell you is I think that was a football god saying, this is a microcosm of what you are without Bosa, what you are without Warner, what you've been, and you're about – that was a killer.
Yeah,
and I got to be careful, Stoney.
Why?
It wasn't a special play, and that's what made it work. It's like, he's going to get it.
You know that Aikman said apparently they'd run the same play the week before in a 3rd and 14 or 15 and got it. The same play.
That's incredible.
Somebody
now that was the Panthers.
Where are the scouts?
Troy's so great.
Who had the advanced scouting report on that one?
Yeah. Now I got to ask, you just said it. Did you watch that game with Dana or somewhere where you were in the crib? The Niners Seattle.
No, as I said, I watched the game at home by myself. My buddy asked me if I wanted to go to a bar, and I said, no, I want to stay at home and watch the game. I got a couple things here. What'd you think of, are you surprised Wallow got on the field? The guy who face masked.
They had dudes. I was like,
that's right. They had dudes you've never heard of.
Right. Like, what's going on here?
And we wonder why they moved the ball.
We understand. And Bethune, but Stoney at this point, it could be you, me, or Evan at middle linebacker. Like, that's how the attrition's got him.
Yeah, I mean.
Can they pull this off?
What?
Beating Philly,
maybe.
Who hasn't looked like themselves, but Philly might be like, oh, it's playoffs. Let's go.
Maybe. And Philly might just be better.
You think Saleh gets a job? Let's talk about that. Does he get an interview? Who did we have on that said, you know what, he needs to wait in line?
I don't want to be a jerk, but they have the Rooney rule. So
well, you're right there.
I don't know if he will or not. I do know this, whether you think he's a good head coach or not, he's clearly a damn good defensive coordinator. Right. So, if he leaves, I wish him the best of luck. But I'm more concerned with then what would happen to this defense without Robert Saleh. So, I don't know. One thing I do is I absolutely give the Niners a crack at this.
Oh, that I do.
Like I could see
you only lost by 10.
I could see Philly kind of buckling
because they got
if things
issues.
Don't go right.
This is going to tell us if they're real, or are they going to be Philly from last year that dominated Kansas City in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Lost to the Rams.
888-957-9570 is the number, and I thought I was under the impression that as a 49er fan, if you are one, or me as an observer, I thought the 49ers. Yeah, I'll use it. Overachieved. I get their schedule was not very difficult, but 12 wins is 12 wins. And I think people are forgetting this was a 6-win team last year by whatever measure. And I think we've all got to acknowledge they did get hit by injury. So, you really want to make it official that they overachieved. Go beat Philly. You beat Philly.
Oh, my God.
And then
that was back on.
Then I think we got a year to talk about. If they can't beat Philly, we're going to talk about a flame out or things catching up with the 49ers. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is rolling toward the end. Christian McCaffrey is rolling towards some major stats. Let's get in on this, root for it, maybe make some money too. With Underdog Unwrapped, you're going to unwrap a bunch of promos going on right now, boosts, gimme picks, even some surprises sprinkled in. You should check it out because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats, rushing yards, receiving yards with CMC. You get the idea. So play with me, download the Underdog app, and use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online at ncpgambling.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale. January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
Blue and Gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shane Co. today.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Jawan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
I am ready to go. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. How about this one, Goof, from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line? Why don't you guys talk about how beatable the Eagles are? They just lost to Washington when they could have secured the number 2. They had a lot on the line against a bad team. I mean, they sat
everybody. Tell them that.
It wasn't a big game for the Eagles.
Yeah.
They basically
Eagle
had a bye.
fans are mad, though. When are they not mad that that's how Sirianni chose to do it?
Italian
Listen,
Philly coach.
I got news for you. I mean, countless. And I'm not saying they're the Warriors dynasty, but there are countless. Warriors punted a game against the Thunder.
We didn't talk, that bothered
everybody's
me.
doing it.
That bothered me so much. And then the Jazz had you down 12. Listen, we had a conversation a couple hours ago. My boy Silk Basie texted me this. Guru, did you really just ask Steiny how good this team is, fam? They're a 500 team. That's how good they are. Talking about the Warriors.
Well, they're 19 and 18.
But I hold them to a higher standard.
Well, you
Silk.
shouldn't.
What you mean I
why
shouldn't?
do you?
Last year? Dude, I'm going down fighting.
So, and
I got something Debo related about the Niners, but we'll go ahead.
Yeah, real quick about the Warriors. I'm going to say it again. You can't. I'm not going to do it. But yes, the Oklahoma City game to me was a turning point.
It was a turnoff.
They're telling me what they think of themselves.
Right.
That's what it told me.
And just you wanted no smoke.
Right. And so that's why that makes me believe they know. They know. Okay.
There's a rap song. They know. I forget who it is. I'll tell you this, though. As despondent as I sound, I can't wait to this deadline. Something's going to pop. Maybe we don't even know what they got in the hopper.
I wouldn't get your hopes up. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Evan, real quick, did Kyle win the toss?
Yes.
And what did
he deferred.
Remember, Evan texted us on the thread. That's how you do it.
Oh, yeah. It worked like a charm.
What?
Because if they took the ball, they were going to go score on that first drive.
Or you were going to have better linebackers. They're safe.
Okay, let me just ask a question. If you win the toss against the Eagles, are you deferring?
That's just how I do it.
I would absolutely not defer.
What don't
you can't play from behind.
Well,
you can't
you're
go into
assuming
Philly.
You're going to be behind.
Well, I'm not assuming.
But what if you score at the end?
I want
and
the
you do
first opportunity to score.
Yeah.
And what happens when you go 3 and out and then you don't get the ball at half?
And that's a killer.
Well, at least you gave your best unit an opportunity to seize control of the game early because your offense is more likely to do it than your defense. That's my feeling.
Their best unit is also on the field.
Okay.
And there you,
but you're off. Come on, Evan. What's going to get the 49ers over the Eagles? It's going to be they're going to have to score some points.
Yeah, at some point their offense will be on the field. It just doesn't have to be to start the game.
Yeah. Okay, so when I say my thought process, it's very simple. It's like this team cannot come from behind under the circumstances. I think their defense is porous, and so I would rather give Purdy, Kittle, McCaffrey, Jennings, hopefully Pearsall, Trent Williams an opportunity to score first rather than put all the pressure on my defense to start the game against the defending champions when we know our defense is the worst unit.
What did their defense do on the first drive against Seattle?
Whose?
The Niners.
Oh, my God.
Are you going to, well, I don't know. Are you going to say they held?
In my mind, they gave up 7 points, but they did.
That's kind of my point.
They gave up nothing.
Okay.
Dude.
All right.
And Steiny, this is why I was so
good. And I get
Madden.
it. That's the way it played out. But, I mean, I think I attribute that more to Seattle's boneheadedness down near the 49ers end zone.
Give me a letter grade for this. And I used to use it in Madden because they had a coin flip. Steiny, I look at the possessions as 7 points. So would you rather get 7 early in the first quarter and you got a whole hell of a game? Or would you roll the dice and say, okay, whatever happens, I know I'm getting 7 to start the second half?
Well, you're not getting 7. You're getting the ball.
Well, I'm assuming we're going to score.
Okay. So
I would
Philly
rather
scores
do that in the third.
Okay, Philly scores. Niners score. Philly scores. Niners score. Philly scores. It's halftime.
Then what's going to happen when we get to Rock?
I guess we
score.
You're going to score, but they're still going to get one more possession than you. If it doesn't work out in the second quarter, there is no advantage. I just
like starting the second game is like a second part of the game. Kick it to us, baby.
Okay, so
it's being proactive.
Exactly. It's like it's almost like this isn't the war. This isn't Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Armstead. That's not their defense. Am I crazy with 49er fans? Or is this just
a minority in this?
Really?
Like I love that ball at half, man. I love to defer.
We all love it, but I think sometimes a situation of a game maybe changes that rigidity.
But what about
has Kyle ever taken the ball?
Yeah, there were a couple of times he's done it. I can't remember. But
well, I think this is a game would be perfect for him to take. So answer me this: why did he take? If he's taken the ball in the past, what were the reasons?
You would have to ask him.
Maybe it's something like.
Could be the
Sunday's
weather.
Game.
I don't know. But I'm just, Steiny, just to me, there's just something about scoring late. It's like when you see a shootout. Oh, boy, who's going to win this? Whoever has the ball last.
Okay.
I know it's the third quarter.
Well, a kick doesn't have anything to do with who's going to have it last.
I want to have the good juju at the start of the second half to kind of set the tone, predicated on we're going to score. There's nothing more demoralizing. You kick off the set. Now the game's, you only got 30 minutes left. First half, you got 60.
First possession of the game, regardless. What do you have more confidence in? The 49ers offense driving and scoring, or the Eagles defense, or the 49ers defense holding the Eagles?
Offense, it's not even close.
Okay, so then
But what happens if you don't?
Well, but that's the point. I've accepted that if it doesn't, then we don't score in our first possession if we're the Eagles or the 49ers.
And then they're probably going to score?
Well, that's no. The 49ers got their big hold. They got the ball. They got their big hold. First possession of the game, they go 3 and out. It doesn't matter.
That happened.
And you know what? The number one I mean, like my number one first goal for this game would be not to get behind. Like I do think that's the okay.
I don't disagree at all.
So then I don't understand why.
But you're going to have to.
You can disagree with what I'm
saying. At some point,
of course, you can. You can disagree with what I'm saying.
Stop him, Steiny.
Don't tell me I'm wrong for thinking
Man,
that.
I didn't. You're going to have to face the music at some point.
Kyle only takes the ball when he loses. Well, that's not his decision. I can't remember. I'd love to know that. They got to have that information. How many coin tosses the Niners have won under Shanahan, and does he defer 98% of the time, 100%, 85%? Our listeners got to be all over that.
Yeah.
I would think, right? Who's with me out there? Come on. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Last thing about New Year's Eve, I just saw Willard walk by. I'm really like, I wanted to be there. What was your personal drink of choice? What were you on?
I just had a couple of beers.
Oh,
What?
No vodka, tequila.
I'm not a big
Everything.
I'm not a huge hard liquor guy.
Well,
special occasions, but New Year's Eve's not a special occasion. Happens every year.
Dude, stop.
See Sean Payton?
No, what do you do?
I agree with him. New Year's Eve's the most overrated holiday of the entire year. No doubt.
Now, we just talked about life and death.
Mm-hmm.
I would tell Sean, how stupid does that sound? It's symbolic that you made it and the Lord blessed you for another 365.
Mm-hmm.
So don't say it's overrated. You made it. This is life and death.
Thank you, 415.
Thank you, E. What did they say?
I think the Niners offense ought to start the game.
Until they go 3 and out.
You know what?
You're like, oh, these shit.
You know what hopefully happen? Hopefully the Eagles win the toss and defer. Then this won't be an issue.
I think that's what I would do if I'm Philly.
Exactly.
Well, their defense is dude, do you understand the Eagles are so good? Technically, their strength is on both sides, but one unit is performing better than the other.
So the 925 says Shanahan took the ball to start against Chicago 2 weeks ago. I wish I knew that for a fact.
I wonder if they asked him after. But if he said it, if he or she said it, why would you question?
Because...
Well, yeah, what happened on that first drive?
Shanahan took the ball against Chicago 2 weeks ago.
Hey, answer Evan's question.
It's not about what happened, Evan. It's about
pick 6 on the first play.
It's about why he would always defer. But why didn't he defer against the Bears?
I don't.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I don't remember if he did or didn't, but.
If he did, I would love to know why, but it wasn't.
Exactly.
By the way, you didn't have an extra possession because you took the ball first.
You
had the same amount of possessions in the football game.
Are there any circumstances where you would take the ball first?
None for me, Scott.
I mean, maybe like 1%, but...
Okay. But why? What would be the reason?
The winds, the weather. If we got reports that in the second half going this way is going to
if snow's coming at halftime and you got an hour, then maybe you want the ball first. But
okay. Yeah, apparently he took it against Cleveland too.
But they threw a pick
Kyle
six
took the ball
against
Cleveland this season because of the wind.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but here, okay, you look at it as though their first possession of the game, he threw an interception. So taking the ball first was wrong. Okay, well, who's to say he wouldn't have thrown an interception had they deferred?
Yeah, but the difference is you don't get the ball at half. I'm not
bonus.
saying that it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I think the majority of teams would rather have the ball coming out of halftime. Yeah. It's not about starting the game.
And you make points, Donnie, so don't make it seem like we disagree 100% with just a preference.
I'm just saying I don't want to be behind in that game because we've got a track record of not playing well when we get behind. We've got to compensate for our defense.
But you're
There's
up 10
no
in
doubt.
2 Super Bowls.
Well, who cares? That's over.
I just
See, and you know what? When you do that, that's what pisses off Niners fans. There was no need. Like, that had nothing to do with anything.
It was a shot at Kyle. It was a shot at Kyle.
Yeah, it's a shot at the fans, though, too.
How so?
Because it's irrelevant, you just brought it up for no reason.
When I said people miss me, that was funny.
That's not.
People miss me. Not even my point. People love me for not letting that go. That's all.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. You know, It's okay to it's okay to Ron Limpus. It's okay to question.
What a name!
And I like to question conventional wisdom. And what I found out is that Kyle does what he does because he's Kyle, and it doesn't make it right. It's just the way he prefers it. That's all. And that's his right. He's the head coach. That's all. No. Get off the mic.
He took the ball first in overtime.
And if
come on, that's different. That's not fair.
What you mean? There was a decision.
That's a one-quarter game.
His best unit on the field first.
No. That you know it. Admit that's a low blow.
You know the advantage he gave up by doing that.
Yes.
Okay.
That's different. The overtime in a Super Bowl.
Oh, that's a stain for him, regardless if his team knew or not.
Yeah, people probably still holding that against him. Why he won't win the Coach of the Year this year?
I know. Oh,
thank you, Saad Bouzazi. Stop, Evan.
Well, you're pretty good at announcing names. I looked at that name and say it again, Saad who?
I can't do it again. Shut up, Evan.
Well, see why I build you up and then you do
Saad Bouzazi. I'm doing the best I can. Why am I grumpy? Because I want to take the ball first? Because our defense stinks?
Grumpy, that's great.
Seriously. I'm not grumpy. I just feel like taking the ball first might be a way to go this game. Orlando and San Bruno. Go ahead, rip me. Okay, yeah, I'm crazy. Unbelievable. I just got...
Guys.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I Googled the question, and Google's so funky. They didn't give me the exact percentage of how many times Kyle Shanahan defers and does not defer. But they gave me the reason behind it. The reason behind that, why Kyle Shanahan defers, is because you have the ball the last 4. Listen to this carefully.
Okay.
You have the ball technically the last 4 minutes before halftime. Then you include halftime interval break, and then you include at least 4 minutes of possession to start the second half. That's equivalent to 1 hour, human hour, that your opponent's offense is off the field.
All right.
That's the reason behind it.
Okay. Listen, and the bigger picture, I get it.
There is no right or wrong.
I get it. We love the double up. We love it.
No, it's the
In
best.
fact, Kyle Shanahan almost clearly is a slave to it.
The double
But
up.
the point is
shout out Nipsey.
Yes, there's no right or wrong answer, but just know that if you defer, there's no guarantee of a double up.
But the thought of the double up is more exciting and enticing to me.
Okay,
because it's later in the game.
Okay, so
you know what I mean?
How about this? I'll give you the double up, but you're down 7-0 to start the game. Is that a fair trade? Would you do that?
I'm in a good position.
Let the Eagles score opening night.
I don't ever want to be losing.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't ever want to be losing.
Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year.
Yes, to you.
At you. Yeah, to me, it's a no-brainer that the Niners, if they win the toss, they got to receive. Their offense is so much better than their defense. And in any game, any football game, any basketball, whatever, there's only so many possessions to go around. It's like 2 for 1 in basketball. You take the ball to begin with, you're just going to get an extra possession. You don't know how the first or second half's going to go, but at least be the first one to go with your best foot forward. You don't know how it's going to turn out, but this idea of, like Steiny was just saying, let's just go ahead and get behind so that we can catch up later. That's not a very good.
Yeah,
I don't think
I'm
that's
with
a good
you.
mindset. I think they'd have to take the ball. So anyway, it's my take on it.
Yeah, and Pat, it's the right one.
And the 2 for 1 in the NBA is so disgusting. If we could really just break down the quality of shot on that 2. Steph did one last night.
It's a free one.
But, dude, it's not free.
No, it's a free one.
Take your time and let's get this point. Steph did a YOLO one time. We didn't need that. And it's just splatted. I heard Steiny is splat off the wrist.
So are you saying
Evan, I'm like, you didn't need get us
a free
better
one.
It's not free.
It's a free one.
Nothing in life is free. Well, I'm learning that.
Okay, so just can you bear with me here? Just bear with me with this one. 49ers win the toss and defer. Okay? Let's just listen. All right. Eagles drive and score.
We're still good.
7-0.
Okay, their first possession.
Niners come back and score. So the 49ers score. It's now 7-7.
So we're winning because we already got that bonus at the start of the second half.
Now the Eagles score again.
All right.
Now it's 14-7.
Okay.
Guess what? Niners score with 4 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Love it.
Okay, now it's 14-14. Right? 14-14.
And we got the bonus.
Right, but the Eagles have the ball last in the second quarter. Okay. Do you realize that if the rest of the game goes like that, Philly has one more possession than you? If they end up with the ball at the end of the game.
All right, but stop somebody.
And if was a fifth, we'd all be inebriated.
Steiny making sense.
Well, Steiny, let me run this by you. So
I understand all the permutations.
No. So the 49ers offense is their best unit. We all agree on that, right?
Okay, totally.
So if you get the ball back, second quarter, let's say, 6 minutes.
Okay.
If that's your best unit, shouldn't you be able to shrink the half? Take 6 minutes off the clock, go into the half with an opportunity to either score a touchdown or a field goal.
I would say that,
beautiful.
You say better chance?
You would have the best chance. You try and keep your best unit on the field last to end the half, and then on the field to start the third.
I guess what I'm saying is if the 49ers take the ball first and the Niners do the double up thing, okay? They get to do the double up thing, right? So they score at the end of the second quarter, then they do double up. Then they kick to the Eagles. The possession games at that point becomes equal. They both will have possessed this ball the same number of series. Now, Philly will have had 2 in a row. But if Philly's got the first possession and the last possession, or you know what I mean?
I mean, there's so much in between that, but I hear what Evan's saying.
How much do you think the 49ers or any team can kind of manipulate making sure...
All depending on how good I think the Rams can, because I like the Niners used to. Stanley, I think there's something to that. How good you are, I think you can manipulate the clock. Yeah. And to Evan's point, you can control kind of, you know what, Stanley, you ain't getting it back as fast as you think, and we're going to bleed the clock.
But hold on.
I like that.
Okay.
But it does happen.
But, okay, let's take the last game, and I might be wrong. Didn't the Niners get a field goal at the end of the second quarter, but Seattle still had the ball for a minute, and the 49ers kind of held them, and then the half was over.
Yeah, they did, but the point is it was a really tough possession for Seattle to score because they had to go the length of the field in a minute.
Yeah,
and let's be careful, not mess nothing up.
Right,
yeah.
and yes, you're right. If you score with 1 minute to go, nice job. But I don't know that you can count on that.
I feel like not the more important, but San Francisco seems to be more concerned with time of possession as opposed to total possessions.
And they got dominated Saturday.
Yes, they did. Let's go to Carlito in Alameda. Hey, Carlito, what's going on, man?
Hello, gentlemen. Listen, guys, I'm going to put the rat on the table. I'm a big Niner fan, but position by position, where are the Niners better than the Eagles? It's not the defense. It's not the receivers. We have problems.
Can I give you one answer?
New Year's overrated. You got to stay up till late. By the way, I know you guys know the news people. Why don't we have a local countdown show? Thank you, guys.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's a great idea. Like the Dick Clark, the Bay Area version. I might take that and run with it.
We're a radio station.
No, well, he talking about any entity. We don't have anything local on that's local. We got Dick Clark.
Oh, yeah, that'll sell. Hey, everybody, on New Year's Eve, listen to the radio.
No, I guess
no. They're not going to want to watch fireworks.
Well, he was saying he took a shot at Channel 2. I'll call him Baldinger.
The Sydney countdown was beautiful. The Australian Sydney countdown to midnight.
I'm just trying to imagine people listening to the radio for a New Year's Eve countdown.
I think you took it wrong. He was saying it he was going to CBS, NBC, and Channel 2.
Right.
What if you broadcast? What if they had us on the TV?
Sure, go ahead. Knock yourself out, Q. You want to be the movie star, not me.
I've never.
It's over for me.
The movies.
What was I going to say about...
It's been 20 minutes of nothing.
By the way, what do you mean? Talking about the Niners.
No, but the kicking stuff.
I
know, but I give a shit.
Yep. Once again,
No,
I just
give a shit.
if you just
Because you're not wrong, but you ain't right.
No, I'm not.
Right.
I'm not right.
Oh, boy.
It's just another way to think about things for those who are so stuck in their ways and think there's nothing other than conventional wisdom. By the way, who told Ryan that I was thinking of asking him to come to my New Year's Eve party?
You mean Dylan?
Dylan, I mean.
Oh, my God.
Who told Dylan that Steiny's thinking about inviting you? Who did that?
Not me.
Because I never thought of inviting him. In fact,
how did it get to you?
Because I walked out of the studio.
Oh, this is awkward.
Last break, and Dylan goes, Steiny, I heard you were gonna invite me to your party, but you didn't.
Oh.
He does it right in front of sales.
Oh, man.
I said, no sales. No sales at the party. I said, how long have you been here? He's like, 4 months. I'm like, no, you don't get an invite, neither does sales. I did say this. Now, if I'm still here next December 31st, which is, long odds, then yeah, I'll invite sales that year or, this upcoming year. But
all they do for you and
what do they do? I'll tell you what.
You got some reads.
I'll tell you what. Yes, yeah. I'll invite the people who got me reads.
Oh, but that's self.
How about that?
That says a lot about who you are, your character.
Thank you, 415. You're on the road. You do not want to start the game down 7-0.
That Harry.
Home crowd goes crazy.
Oh, just stop.
Oh, man. That's actually a good point. It's a good point.
You're going to get mad. We're up against it. When they stopped him at the goal line, did you think, oh, boy, the Niners?
I thought, oh, boy, 7 times in the first half, thinking this is the kind of game the Niners have won all year.
All right.
Seriously. They played well enough, but they never played a team like Seattle. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And one more segment, and then we got the crossover sponsored by Bay Alarm.
A lot of people miss me.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line, $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Now through January 12th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. All those savings add up to one thing, a happy Happy New Year from the Floor Store. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Thinking of a fresh start but feel stuck with your house? At John Buys Bay Area Houses, selling your home is hassle-free. Just call us and you'll get a fair cash offer in minutes. Choose when you want to close, sign the deal, and get your cash. It's that easy. Start fresh. Don't let your house hold you back. Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor, One, and Kelleher. Get inspired at goldenstatelumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love the.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So, Goo, would you be interested in, or the listeners out there, would you be interested in maybe Thursday or Friday as Philly game
gets closer,
approaches?
Yeah.
I get one of my buddies on the radio who's a 50-year season ticket holder.
Oh, so let's do
but
it.
He's not a jerk. Like, he's not going to come here
behind enemy lines. Your boy. I
got to figure out which of my two guys who are season ticket holders forever.
Are they nervous on the mic or not?
No, the one guy's been on before.
Anthony, Harry?
No. Anthony
Dude, Harry
DeMarco.
would be. Okay, let's do it. He sounds like a Philly guy or a bookie. Anthony DeMarco.
He's from Philly. Well, actually, South Jersey. I like Chicago Jason saying, season ticket holders, geez. Hey, Jace, he's a 50-year season ticket holder.
He's an Italian.
He can tell you exactly what happened the day that ostensibly Michael Irvin.
Well, they booed him.
Yeah.
They booed Santa Claus, too, at the vet.
They didn't boo Michael Irvin. They didn't boo Michael Irvin.
So what were the
There was a
boos?
lot going on, and
boy.
Deion Sanders had come over. First of all, nobody knew how hurt he was.
Okay, right.
And Deion
So he was laying
Sanders,
there.
as my friends were saying, was kind of acting the fool, doing some kind of dance around Irvin, like some kind, and my buddy described it as like a shaman-like dance to get him to get up and be healthy. And they were booing Deion Sanders, who was
I was at the Hilton in
who looked
Oakland
like he was
watching that
dancing
game before DirecTV.
Now, does he remember this the way that you remember that car accident?
No. In fact, you know what's funny? They on the front page of the Philadelphia Inquirer like 2 years ago, they had a photo of the game that Irvin got hurt in.
It was raining.
They took some crowd shots, and my buddies were at the game.
They're not in.
Then last year, they took a photo of the same section, and it's all the same guys, but it's 25, 30 years later because they have.
Oh, we got to get him on.
ticket.
Anthony. So he's the leader in
I
the
call him
clubhouse.
Tony. By the way, I know this is, and I'm not comparing the two.
Why do we call Richard Dick? I get Tony and Anthony, but help me with that. Just real quick.
I can't.
How do you get Dick from Richard? They call Norman Norm. I get that. Evan, help me.
It's shortened from Richard to Rick.
But
I don't know.
That's
Goo.
not Dick.
I'm not in this one.
Rick.
That's like William and Bill. I don't know.
Well, that bothers me too. Shout out to Uncle Bill.
Bill's from Will.
Why does Steiny have a wizard shirt on? Because they're hot.
Dude, look at it.
Woo, 4 or 5.
They're looking into Trey.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. What a Trey Young with Alex Sarr as a lob threat?
McCollum.
He'd be traded.
I think he's going to get traded.
Which one?
McCollum. Washington's not a bad watch for your league pass people out there.
What?
If you'd like to put something on the ponies, Washington.
Guru, I like Washington, and I haven't seen him play one time this year.
But they got some guys, I'm just saying.
I can tell you what, name a couple.
Well, they have 15 of them. They have to be on the team.
Dude, the guys.
By the way, and I'm not comparing the
down
two,
my road, yeah.
but I'm a little down too. Now, it's
okay,
a different kind of down.
Right, no, go ahead.
I'm going to say it, and I'm going to get out.
All right.
What is one of my sincere, authentic interests in life?
The Arctic.
Correct.
I got it. What do we got, Steiny?
What we got is a continuation of denigration of the Arctic. It's denigration of the Arctic.
It's
what's going on right now. Land. It is.
And what's going on?
You know what's going on.
Well,
it's not our land. It's the Inuits.
Guru tomorrow. I got you.
That's it. I'm done.
Well, thank you. Dude, Marvin Bagley III balling in D.C.
I don't know if he's balling.
I watched him. No internet up. Anthony Gill. No internet up, Snidey.
What's on the phone?
The plundering of the Arctic is one of the saddest things in our world over the course of the last 100 years.
Oh, man.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. We're going to go up there. Never mind.
Be careful, man.
You know what?
Lots happened the last 100 years,
I got to
Steiny.
stay off Facebook, man.
You know what? Let me get started. You know what? There was a race to the Arctic. You know that, don't you? And we lost.
But we really did.
The race is over.
But what did we do?
We're the worst. I'm done. All right. I think the Niners should take the ball first.
We'll see.
So they'll be in their whites because Philly's going to be in their home green, right? Philly will be. They need the old green, that Kelly green.
I love it. Yeah.
It's incredible. But if they just go to their traditional green, Niners will be in their white.
Any chance the last time the Niners were in Philly comes to fruition again?
I mean, if Brock can do this revenge, oh my God! You know it's on his mind. Hey, he took a hit Saturday night.
He's okay.
I was like, Aikman's
okay.
so great, he goes, had he not ducked and got a glimpse of him, he would have been more upright, and there was, stuff could have got rattled. So the fact that he saw it coming at the lady kind of squished him, dude, he got popped.
You know what they say? It's not good if you can see it coming because apparently you tense up. That's when you get hurt. But if you're taken by surprise, you're still like loosey-goosey. And apparently you don't get hurt as much. They say that about a car accident.
I've heard. Yeah. Well, I got to be careful. They had Baldy on in the morning.
Okay.
Did he, what was his take on everything?
Well, let's take a listen. Brock Purdy threw for 130 yards.
Oh, my God.
How did he play?
You know what's wild is Brock Purdy actually played great. He played great, and they scored 3 points, which means Seattle's defense, it's just a bad matchup. McCaffrey doesn't have that ball go through his hands at the goal line. They probably score a touchdown right there. Maybe it's a different game. Come down the field. They had one play of 20 yards to Kittle. Like, there's no holes to get the ball. I mean, he's making all the right reads. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. That's the best defense. I mean, Houston's good, but what they do is they're different than Houston in that they sit back in this cover 2 shell. You could run all the motions and shifts you want. They just sit there. They just let you do all your things. And then they match you up. And the ball it's almost impossible to get the ball over their heads. And so there is maybe Pearsall, if he was out there, maybe they find a way to get the ball. Maybe if Trent's there, they have an extra tick to get the ball down the field, whatever. But they're very difficult to penetrate.
Wow.
You know what's wild is Brock Purdy actually played great. He played great, and
Baldy's he's our guy. But Steiny, I just got to say this. It sounds like he puts that interception definitely on McCaffrey. But can anybody on the offensive unit play great when you muster up 3? That's just who I am. And I love me some Baldy. But I've watched Steiny great.
I mean, do you want to hear what I really, really think?
Every day.
There are aspects of football that we have no understanding of. And I do think it's possible that if Kyle Shanahan looks at the tape, he could probably find a couple guys who played well, but it just doesn't matter on an 11-on-11.
The only meat left on the bone was that play. That was the only chicken they left on the bone because there wasn't no other chicken. The Niner offense they got down there, they were driving, and that's why that was just. Was that bad luck or not, Steiny?
What?
You're almost out of bounds, and it's an interception going out of bounds, the McCaffrey one. If you look at how much, dude, that was just like the ultimate buzzard luck. You were damn near out of bounds. I flop it, and then right in the basket of his. I'm in bounds, interception going the other way. 8 minutes off the clock.
I mean, I can just tell you that I love McCaffrey said it's on me. I got to make that play, and he's right. But I'm sorry, the ball got tipped.
Yeah.
And as insignificant as the tip may have been,
it still got there, Steiny.
Yeah, but we saw it redirect a little bit.
So you're saying that's why
it's not all. That's why I don't think it's all on Purdy.
Well, the defender,
the
defender caught it.
Yeah, after McCaffrey dropped it. Like, I'm not saying McCaffrey had no business even catching it, but. Yeah, he should have caught it at the same time. Maybe if it doesn't get tipped, it's in a spot where he does make the catch, especially if we're talking about just a couple inches.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's very possible that tip redirected the ball 3 or 4 inches, and he was prepared to catch it without being tipped. I don't know.
What will you give me for this? Because this is what I'm really thinking. I mean, how bad a shape, and it's about the Eagles, and we're going to get into it and have fun, and I can't wait for the game, all the playoff games, Steiny. But Seattle did that to you with the stakes being more than they were week 1. Your other division foe came in here and went up 21-0 on you. How concerned are you just about the Niners, replacing and getting some weaponry and all the Ayuk stuff? But Steiny, if you look at it through the prism of the Seahawks and Rams until Stafford retires, which doesn't look like anytime soon, I do wonder how big of a gap there is. Because that, to me, I left that game and turned it off like, oh, Seattle's on another level. Do you have a problem with that? 13-3, Goo, you're doing a little too much too soon.
I mean,
but I think of the Ram game and the Rams where they're at. I just wonder how,
They probably are at a different level now because the 49ers defense is missing like they're definitely a level. They've proved they're a level above the Niners when the Niners don't have Warner and Bosa and Pearsall and Trent Williams. There's no doubt about that. As for Philly, this is what Baldy said about the matchup.
Yes, it's the worst matchup. It's a 4:30 game on Sunday. The crowd will be juiced out of their minds. I was just there on Sunday doing the game against Washington. There's people in the building, in the Eagles building, that were pissed that they sat all their key starters to be ready for this game. The whole offensive line rested. The receivers rested. The quarterback, the running back. You're going to get a very rested. Jalen Carter is rested. Like he told me, he's healthy. His shoulder's been bothering him all year. He had some procedures done. Jalen Phillips rested. Like they're going to be full. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Everybody took the week off to get ready for this game. You're going to see the Eagles fully rested. I mean, I would think that Trent will be back and Pearsall will be back, which will help. They don't have Seattle's scheme, which is good.
He said it's the toughest matchup. Philly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's where he got his elbow wrecked. That's why it'd be so poetic if he could come back a couple years later and extract revenge. Somebody from the text line, I got to be careful, Evan. Here I go. Asked both of us or all three of us, has Brock Purdy ever faced Jalen Hurts? Do they got history in college? Of course, whatever system I use, AI tells me yes. Purdy and Hurts played against each other November 2019 when Hurts Sooners narrowly beat Purdy's Iowa State Cyclones 42-21. But what if I told you, Steiny, I don't believe that? I've been victimized by AI.
Well, they were both in the Big 12 at the same time, so they probably played each other.
All right.
Yeah, he might have gotten this one right.
No, I wouldn't take credit for it.
But that's where the fact-checking comes into play. So you could be right. In fact, you probably are.
No, but it ain't a right. It ain't the one you want. I'm admitting I'm using
it's right.
the computer.
D-Lou on the text saying it's right.
When'd you give him the stamp of approval?
Well,
he's got to be fact-checked, too.
Evan confirmed, and then I got a second confirmation.
Does that mean anything?
Yeah, I would now bet on it happening. It did happen.
Don't journalists need, two sources to confirm something?
Yeah,
one.
They used to. They used to need two.
Now there's, dude, there's just.
I don't know how many you need now.
Now. It's all about TikTok now, Steiny.
Stop! Yeah, it is. More Baldy. Well, I got to tell you, I do find this.
Arctic?
No. So I guess Baldy was asked about, the offensive struggles for the Eagles.
This is what I want to hear.
I mean,
for the Eagles.
Let me just remind struggles, probably,
they didn't score the second half against
12
Buffalo.
and 5.
All right.
The Eagles' offense has not been good all year. They take long naps during games.
Wow.
I don't care what game it is.
That's a
long stretches where they're 3 and out. They haven't been good. Maybe with the rest, maybe they'll be better. Maybe they'll get some movement in the run game because they've really struggled. You let this quarterback hold the ball. The 49ers have 20 sacks in 17 games. They don't have pass rushers. And the Eagles know Bryce Huff. They had him last year. That's how he got to San Francisco. He's their best pass rusher. And you can't overuse Bryce Huff. He's not an every down player. It's just going to be tough.
Yeah, Baldy's got me thinking it's obviously going to be tough.
Sounds like you'd want to put the unit that kind of sleeps sometimes on the field first.
Remember, they were up 21-0 on Dallas and took a nap.
Yeah,
Eagles.
I don't know what the Eagles do if the Eagles, they can do whatever they want. Oh, you're saying, I see what you're saying.
Dude, G-Mo from the 650 says me and Philmo Mike should do the New Year's Eve thing.
Go ahead.
Dude,
see if you can get somebody to pay you for it. Seriously.
Oh, let me tell you something. We might be in trouble.
Although I'll tell you what, if you pay, you might be able to do it.
I got to call Evan out. We might be in trouble. So I'm driving around, headed to my destination, where, Friday. So I tune in to Bonte and Evan. And they had some plant callers. A couple callers called and said, "This is the combination that should be on 10-2. Remember that, Evan?
Was that Doc Rivers?
I actually don't remember that.
You didn't listen. Friday.
Shocker.
Oh, right. You were golfing.
Oh.
I thought they were plant calls.
Yeah, Bonte said streets were talking.
Yeah, then he called me with, I go, dude, what? Do you know what you're saying to me?
I don't know what that means.
They did a good job. I don't think Bonte liked when they would say filling in for you and I. It's just me. That's my brother. You know what I mean?
You and I are so different. We just are.
We really the same.
No,
That's
we're
why
not.
we worked longest running show in the Bay.
I couldn't care less.
But see, in this city,
I couldn't care less if a couple callers said, "Hey, Evan and Bonte, you should be doing 10 to 2."
It wasn't like that. But
Are you still in the phase of your career where that bothers you?
Oh, not at all.
Like, it shouldn't be because you've been around for a while now.
But what you're right.
And I'll tell you what, one of the most least attractive qualities, insecurity.
It is. I
know.
can't stand it. But listen, what I've learned about you is in this setting, you won't admit that you want to talk about that. But if we were to go to what I just brought up, but this is what I know about you. If we crack one open and we were at the cafeteria, you would revisit this conversation, and that's what makes you beautiful.
Revisit what? A listener saying Bonte and Evan?
Well, it was listeners.
Okay, so what?
I didn't like it. I think they were playing callers, Evan. I'm playing. If you think I'm not insecure, I'm having fun. It was bad material. Relax.
But listen, I get it.
But I am insecure a little bit.
Listen, I don't want to talk about myself either, but you do realize where I'm at in my career right now.
I'm good now. I'm worried about me, but where are you at?
No, you're fine.
No, please. Dude, need a haircut?
Not long for this. How about
you
that?
say that. People love you, man. You're miserable on air, and they gravitate to that.
I super appreciate that in a big way.
But you're not done.
I got a big ass. Not yet. I still got a little contract left in me.
But what would you do?
I would.
Like Bonte misses it. He can tell me whatever. He misses it.
Okay.
But his life's better.
He's 40.
Right.
He's still a working man.
Right.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, boy.
I have.
Not to get off your takes.
It's 40 years of me in the sports business. It's winding down. It's not hard to say.
I don't believe you. Okay. I hear you talking.
All right.
But what would you do with getting off, watching a Warrior game and having just texting somebody your text? You would be
I got
starving.
off Twitter. I didn't care that I couldn't
don't think
comment.
you're off, but you have no account.
Still on IG.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, sure.
And Facebook.
And the stuff you follow is getting a little weird. Like, you're getting broken in.
And TikTok.
What do you mean broken in?
When we hear stuff and we try not to hear it when we're prepping for the show, just the sites you frequent or visit, I'm like, oh, you're in the game. Like, the stuff that's out
Athletic?
there. No, just some of the videos.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about.
You're out there. That's all. It's a good thing.
Oh, I like stuff that's funny on the internet.
Kind of not what
I like reels
and the political stuff.
Yeah, I'm interested in politics.
Careful.
I don't have to be. You know what, Goo? Shut up. I do not. What do I? Why do I have to be careful?
You got a brand.
Right, and it's winding down. Goodness gracious.
That whole concept is winding down. You ain't going nowhere.
Let me tell you what I'm not going to do.
Let's go to the legal.
And you can take this to the bank. I ain't going out like the Warriors.
I
ain't going out as a play-in team.
Oh, man. Let me give you two.
I ain't going to hang around for the paychecks. Not who I am.
Anybody in particular you want to point at?
Dude, that minus 65 for me with Trey at plus 90. I can't unforesee it, man.
I mean, yeah, you know what? I did have a thought. Thought like Fitz. Maybe I'll retire when Curry retires. Yeah, right. He's got 3 more years left.
Well, that would be when I left.
People. I love these people.
If you did that, that would be when I left.
So Curry's got 1 more year,
and then
he'll probably have another. At least 1 more, right?
I say 2, but go ahead. Dude's fresh.
I'll retire before Curry.
Did you hear his little nuggy nug last night?
Oh,
yes, I did.
I was so despondent. No,
if you kind of sifted through him, you heard Curry say, because he was asked about fouling out for the first time in 5 years. Kind of said he's not going to foul out again for the next. Well, he's not going to be here in 5 years.
Ooh. Do you hot shots know what team he fouled out against 5 years ago?
No.
They're
Lakers?
in the East. Just one guess.
Cleveland.
Nope.
I'll go Hornets.
They played him in the finals. 2022, Boston Celtics.
Boston.
In the finals?
Yeah,
no, it wasn't in the finals. I was saying 2022 they played.
I'll just ask you. You seem to know a lot about it. Who's going to retire first, me or Curry?
Now, if I take you at your word, and you're truly, because in this business, a year is like 3.
I mean, and
Curry's got 4 more.
Firing counts. If I get fired, that counts.
He can love you.
So if I get fired.
We got a new boss, though.
Who?
The lady I said, Pretty Woman was my favorite movie, and everybody, there was some profiling going on I ain't talked about. That was uncomfortable.
You said it was your second favorite.
Yeah, but even then, the reaction was like I was up on stage. Do you guys know what you're saying? Like, why can't that be my movie?
Can you all get into speculation of what might be going through Steph Curry's mind right now?
Well, I'm not.
He knows.
No, he doesn't.
He knows.
That day, he did not check Draymond when he left. I'm done. That was
you're
just
done with Steph?
No, I love Steph. I'm just saying,
It was a low blow on ESPN, I thought, during the trash Draymond segment to play that video of Curry crying from 2024 against Orlando.
Did they bring that up?
I mean, he was just weeping in Orlando.
Something happened that day, man.
Yeah, Draymond got thrown out.
No,
and
but I'm
Curry
talking about,
got sick of it.
He felt betrayed, basketball betrayed. Like, dude. But he loves him, man.
Yeah.
I love you like Steph loves Dre. How about that? With all your imperfections, I'm here for it.
So I guarantee you talk behind my back then.
Oh, I'm sure that happens. That's part of it.
Right.
Nothing wrong with pillow talking. I wouldn't know.
Hey, we got the crossover coming up next with Willard and Dibbs.
How's he? Willard, when did the officials left? I think they're going to go at it. Because Dibbs is going to stand up. I'll set it up.
Okay. Yeah. All righty. Crossover time on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A lot of people miss me.
Dub Nation, this is Moses Moody, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. All righty, it is the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered. Bay Alarm. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs.
Happy New Year, gents.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, my first time.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Good to see you back.
I was looking for the 49er helmet. I don't want to start anything because I didn't know if there was going to be ruckus because I saw you last night as I was disappointed with the Warrior outcome in the air ball.
Oh, boy.
Go at what we know at the officials, and I told Steiny Dibbs is the official.
Yeah, thank you.
I said he might not like it, so it might be fireworks. I might need a helmet.
No, we can do it. We can do it all. What do you want to get through first?
Officiating in sports is in the all-time low. I'm across the board.
I would start with the NBA. I do think that football, and they now have a thing called replay assist, where I think it's 8 refs now in a football game, they mess it up, and then the replay assist goes, Jim, yeah, that's actually incomplete. It's not a fumble. And then after review, replay assist has said, 3rd down. Good for you, replay assist. The NBA needs to fix what ails them, which is 1, replay assist, and 2, you have to be able to review a goaltend. Like, if they call goaltending, you can review that and say, oh, no, it wasn't goaltending. But if you don't call it, you can't review it. What in the absolute
But there's a problem now with continuation, and Curry's been on the brunt.
I'm not if you listen to Fitz, and I know you were on Snoop, Steiny was with Fitz, as was I. Bob immediately, he broke it down. It's a 2-piece rule. If you're outside the painted area, you have to be going in an upward shooting motion, which he wasn't.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
If you're in the paint, then you get the continuation, you get the step, whatever you want. The problem with that was the official on the baseline, he waited, it goes in, and then he calls it.
And he blows the whistle.
He's supposed to do the opposite, where you wait, it doesn't go in, then you call it. Like that to me was the bad part of it.
Yeah, and that one, so therefore, was not the one that was not the one that set me off. It was clearly the goaltend, and so to Dibbs' point, if you can't review goaltending when you don't call it, because then that erases the continuation of the game. The game continues, right? And you go the other way. Well, what do? You've all experienced this. What happens? You'll watch a flow of basketball happen, and then there'll be a timeout on the court. And then you'll come back from commercials, and they'll be like, oh, guess what?
Oh, I hate it.
Remember that three-pointer that he made 4 minutes ago?
Yeah.
It was 2. And then they do that. So you are reviewing stuff that continued, because I could easily make the case that, especially if it's late in the game, the score may affect the way you approach offense at the other end. We're down 3, we're down 4, we're down 2. But they have no problem going ex post facto on that one.
I like that.
But they do suddenly with this. So, and then the issue I have, and I know everyone out there will be like, it's not feasible to not double tech a coach that comes flying out like shot out of his bench like a cannon. Right, but it's your fault that he did that. You screwed up. You set him off. And now you double down on dumb by turning a 2-point mistake into a 5-point mistake, and you sit there and look at this angry human who has no recourse. By the way, not even allowed to vent in the postgame, because now we're going to fine you $20 million or something, $20,000, whatever, for coming out and speaking the truth. Meantime, what do the officials need to do? Well, somebody that we've never met before will go into a dark room and come out and put a paragraph on the internet that
makes it worse.
Oh, by the way, we were wrong. We know you were wrong. You that cannot be the process. I don't have all the answers. I know that ain't it. That cannot be the process. You ruined the game. They lost by 1. You took 5 points from them in that moment. You're not the only one to blame. The Warriors played like crap for stretches.
And that's what I'm focused on, but I hear you.
Well, and Steve didn't have to, explode. No, he's allowed to, Dibbs, calmly go up and say, I believe, excuse me, sir, I believe you missed that one.
And that's how you've handled all of your frustrating moments in life,
No,
right?
but when I react that way, that's the way that goes.
Well,
and if you get pulled over and you're going 26 into 25 and you're going to get a ticket, if you want to mother bleep the traffic officer, you could get arrested. You have a choice in reaction.
You do. But at the same time, I think about it like youth sports. We've all coached, right? Okay, if the kid drops a ground ball, that's a physical mistake. So the Warriors missing all their 3-pointers, that's a physical mistake. But what do we not love? We don't love it when it's bases loaded, 2 outs, and there's a chopper right next to second base, and Johnny picks it up and hucks it home over the catcher's head. When all you had to do was touch it. That's a mental mistake. And that's what the referees did last night. They basically were apparently the only sets of eyes in the entire arena that couldn't see that call, and then you double and triple down on it by not letting people express their frustration with your screw-up. That's a very difficult thing for people to swallow. That's all. I thought it was just an awful look, and I thought they ruined the game.
Well, I don't know if it's a double down or a triple down when you have a coach who is being physically restrained by multiple human beings, grown men. That is kind of an automatic, and I'm more bothered in MLB where there's a close pitch and the manager goes come on, Blue, that's on the black. And the mask comes off, and we scowl, and now it's the point. But at least in that one, there's no points involved. But I do think that the official coach-player relationship, it's broken in many leagues, but not the NFL, because you see coaches all the time, like the poor side judge who's over there, or the line judge, now the down judge, I think it is, and the coach is just in his ear, and the down judge is like, yeah, okay, I've got another 12 seconds of this, and we're not going to ever throw a flag on an NFL coach or whatever, but in the NBA, when you react like that, that's going to have to be an automatic, even though the refs were way, way wrong.
Okay,
you're right.
So how about if there's a review process to okay, Steve, you have to leave, but we're not going to send the Clippers to the line for a parade of free throws because it was our mistake. Can we meet in the middle?
That's not bad.
I think there's a couple process things here that are an issue. Like, how do you review a non-call during the game? You know what I mean? Like, they didn't make a bad call. They made a bad non-call.
Yep.
So it's kind of similar to if a guy walks and it's obvious and they miss it and he scores, and it's like, no, that should have been a walk. I don't think there should be any problem, though, with something like that. It was egregious. What happened? They missed the call. Clippers go down the other end, 2 technicals, and they got fouled, right? But they took 3 out of 4 foul shots.
Yep.
It was a 5-point swing. We know that. So a guy was at the foul line for 4 shots.
Yeah.
That's 3 minutes. There's no reason they can't go count the 2 for the Warriors.
Yeah,
right.
that was exactly.
The technicals still stand because there's whatever, but it's obvious. Just give them 2 points.
Replay assist. Exactly.
I don't think facts should not be reviewable in sports. I understand. Like, you talk about walks, you talk about pass interference. That's muddy. But when who got the ball at first base first? The ball of the foot. It's a fact. It's a fact.
They still get those wrong, but they've done better. Yeah.
Yeah. Whether or not the ball hit the backboard or the hand first is a fact. And that should not.
It can be close, but that one was pretty clear cut.
There are times where I can't see a fact.
And I think about the
LeBron
Iguodala chase down block where he pinned it, and that's goaltending. But okay, whatever. I mean, they didn't call that, but last night to me was so clear cut that
God.
What you're saying is, Steiny, you're right. Like, okay, we're shooting free throws. We can, go over and say, after review, replay assist. It was goaltending. Sorry, Steve. You still have to go. Hey, Terry, how are you? Good to see you again. But at least the Warriors would get the 2 points.
So I wouldn't have minded if they put 2 extra points for the Warriors at the 5-minute mark, if that's how long it took them to figure out that it was terrible. I don't have any.
Hit the glass.
But here's the problem.
It was the worst one I've ever seen in my life.
The NBA will be like, well, now because we give them 2, it would have changed everything. No, just you messed it up.
Yeah.
Just give them the 2 and accept that, the game got off track there for a minute or 2.
I'm with you. Like, I don't hold players, coaches, or referees to you have to be perfect. It's just like I just said about little Johnny dropping the ground ball. Like, it's sports. You're going to miss things. You're a human being. I have no problem with that. But what bothers me on all levels of officiating or umpiring is this glass wall that's 100 feet high that we put around everything involved with them. And the most they'll ever do is issue some apology the next day.
Which I've never understood it.
You have to give them something back. And if it's 2 points, even if you ended up giving 2 points or 3 points to the Clippers too, okay. Give me something. You messed up. We all want accountability in sports.
I wonder if that was a finals game, would they have done what we think they can
I don't know.
do?
I mean,
or they don't do.
I think
the game would have been stopped. Something.
The problem is the problem is the procedure. If you can't review a non-call,
it was a big one.
Then that's the rule, and that's the way the Warriors go for this one. But I just don't understand why. They've got guys back in Secaucus.
Thank you.
It's just
I was waiting for Secaucus.
Okay. They missed the call. Good. Oh, guess what? Let's look at it in Secaucus. That looked like a goaltend. No, it was. Are we sure? Yeah, we're positive. Oh, my God. It's incontrovertible.
Yep.
So somebody get on the horn and give them 2 points. It's not that hard.
And then also, though, by the way, because it is a performance-based industry, and we'll get mad if you miss 3-pointers or if you throw an interception or you fumble a football. What the hell were you looking at? Like, there does need to be something there, too. That is an unmissable call.
Yeah.
There's not a one of us who couldn't see in real time on TV that was
on
goaltending.
TV. Yeah, it's always fun to say on TV.
Well, but the entire Warrior bench looked like they had gotten ejected out of a catapult.
Well, and to defend the refs,
so
because
obvious.
This is what I do.
And there's 3 of them. How did they all miss it, Dick?
First of all, that all 3 refs are not looking at the ball. Each ref has his or her own responsibility. You know this. Your uncle, rest in peace, was a great official. So this one really lies with the baseline official. And if you're on the Warriors bench looking from the side, you have a much better look. If you're behind the glass, and this was not quite bang, but if you're behind the glass, it's a little harder to see in real time. Ball up, John Collins, swat ball will go the other way. And I do think that they need to be like NFL refs where when in doubt, you call it, and then you can twirl the finger, and then we can look at it. And that's where the system is broken. Yeah. The side view, though, is much easier to see, and that's where the Warriors bench had the advantage.
I don't know how you missed it. I mean, Fitz and Buki are not. They don't have a side view. Like that. That
I
thing.
think I don't know if you know this. They sit high now.
They sit high. Yeah.
Because if they could see it, then the refs should have.
Like there's no angle to me where that one wasn't just, like that was the worst non-goaltending call I've ever seen in my entire life.
Do you have a problem? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
There's no doubt this season's been a struggle for Kerr, just the team in general, and that was egregious. But to me, Mark, there was no doubt part of that anger was just a frustration of what's been going on with the team. Do you say scoff at that, or like I saw it was that play and he should have did it, but it was just a culmination of they're giving up threes at the wrong time. They can't hit three. If you watch Kerr, he's telling you, man, I'm trying, I don't play, and it's just breakdowns here and there. I'm watching him and he's like. If he had a hammer, no telling what he would do. That's how I'm looking at Kerr these days.
Did you hear him say over the weekend that he doesn't talk to the team about turnovers anymore?
I didn't. That hurts me. I didn't hear that.
I didn't know.
Well, they had 7.
Right. Well, that was great. But I'm talking about over the weekend. Over the weekend, they had another bad turnover game.
I don't like the sound of
I don't
that.
know if he was joking or not, but the implication was, I give up. And I'm not saying he's giving up.
Yeah, but I hear what you
mean.
To
your point on the frustration meter, it's got to be, he's just like, I give up.
Watch him on certain turnovers. He'll look like, what? He'll look at the stat. He's like, did that just happen?
Like, we're so far past broken record, and you're all out there still just hucking the ball around like it's whatever.
Right.
Like, sure, so maybe. I can't speak to how, you know what I mean?
But that was one any coach would have got ran. Like, that was one you were supposed to get ran.
That was bad.
I mean, especially what the year has been like with, Draymond talking about agendas and JK with a lower back. And by the way, now he's no longer listed with a lower back issue. Yesterday was just a DNP CD. So you're dealing with that. You're dealing with Draymond, who can't really play games or shoot threes. And you've got Horford, who can't play back-to-backs. You've got, an agendas comment. You've got referees. You've got the final year of your deal, and maybe you don't want to come back. Maybe you do, and you're a 500 club. Like, my God, Steve. I mean, I'm surprised it didn't take longer for you to go full Draymond. And that was a full Draymond. That was a restraint.
How you feel, Stoney? You didn't tell me.
About what?
Just the Warriors in general. Where's things at?
I'm still hung up on them not playing 3 Hall of Famers against Oklahoma City.
I don't.
And I understand all the reasons and the strategy, but
the Kaminga part, I get it if he was faking.
How about this? You ready? I will go. Old man yells at cloud.
Oh, I love this. Will you put your hat on for New Year's Eve to do it? That'd be so fun.
I heard about that.
It's such a good hat.
So we got 3 Hall of Famers on our team, and here come the defending champions at home, and you sit Butler, Green, and Curry. And I'm sorry. Bird, Magic, and Jordan don't sit. They don't.
Bird, McHale, and Parrish.
And, man.
I mean, Bird, McHale, and my DJ.
I'm not saying
it's a 4.
Like, I don't like it. And I get it's the way it is now.
No,
there's no doubt.
Man.
I can't change it. Load management, all that stuff's fair.
I'm with you.
But it tells me something about what they really think of themselves.
Well, he told you that after the game, too.
Exactly.
With words. He said, we're not in our team's class.
So,
damn.
So why try?
Now that's what I have the problem.
I mean,
why bother going out there and trying to beat OKC when you can play those guys 32 apiece and you're still going to lose?
Right. I get that sentiment. I think that their response would be, we have to take a different strategy to this. I actually found I think the 49ers and Warriors and the fans can totally relate to the situations now in this moment after the Seattle loss. Steve Kerr's sitting here telling you, we're not in Oklahoma City and San Antonio's class.
No shade in that.
But if we get into a playoff and we have a couple good games, or they have an injury, or this, that, or the other twists a certain way, we're allowed to go win. And so give us a shot. isn't that the exact same thing we are now feeling about the 49ers? Like, they're not the best team, but I've used this saying.
But they're overachieving. I feel like this team is underachieving.
Maybe, but that might have to do with your perception of who the Warriors are, and that's
what my
debatable.
man reminds me every 4 hours.
So, like, I sort of, for me, this is a mantra I've always lived. Why college football bothers me so much is all December long, everyone argues over who, quote, the best team is, and then we're supposed to put those teams into the championship rounds. I don't care who the best team is. That's not what sports is about. Sports is about who wins. Carolina's not the best team. They're in. Like, we set rules, then we follow them, then the playoffs come, and then who wins? It's never about who the best team is. Wow. The Niners are not the best team, but they're in, and they're allowed to go win. And I think that's what Steve Kerr was saying over the weekend.
And he
as
also,
hard as it is to hear.
Yeah, this team's got a lot of problems. I don't wake up or go to bed, guys, and try to come in here and talk about Draymond. But we've been doing this over and over, and he's done it. But when I see figures that my naked eyes watch all month, Dibs, and I'm looking at Draymond, and then when he goes out, the contrast of how different it is, right? But to see in December, 13 games, the team's a plus 90 with him off the court and minus 65 with him on it. To me, that is staggering. Is a Mike Tyson uppercut in his prime, for that not to be scrutinized over there at Warriors Way, but because it's Dre, I feel like they ignore that. And if it were anybody else, that would be a case study, because my eyes are telling me I've watched that. The ball's popping, not him just waiting on. But, I mean, that's a real issue they need to face. Right. But it feels like because it's Dre, it's off limits.
Do you play poker at all?
I love poker, but I haven't played it lately. I love poker.
The Warriors are pot committed. So you got a good hand, and you like your hand, and then you go ahead and the turn comes. It's like, ooh, we still got action, so I'm going to bet the turn, and then the next card, which is, it's not the river, it's whatever the next card is. You get the point. It might be the river, the turn, and then another card, and like, you're all in. You're betting it. And then the final card comes up, and it's like, oh boy,
right.
I don't like my chances. I think he's got a better hand. I think Wemby's got a better hand. I think that Shea's got a better hand. But I'm pot committed. I've already bet everything I'm going to bet. I can't fold now, and that's where they are. They are pot committed. So could they fold and say, all right, Draymond, you're either traded or you're coming off the bench? Disaster. Or you just try to ride it out and make it work. I do think that they're in a spot where they're all in on Steph. Steph loves Draymond. They're all in on Steve. Steve loves Steph. Steve loves Draymond. You're all in on Jimmy. And the three of them and the vets and the youngsters or whatever, you're all in. You're pot committed. And maybe you get lucky on the turn, but you probably won't on the river. Whatever. I butchered the analogy, but
I was telling Goo, I was like that. That's one that, like, I'm not mad at because it makes sense to me. They've made it clear that this is a 2-year window. Draymond's under contract. Huh? Whenever Steve Kerr's got doubt, he's going to lean toward the veterans. It's who he is. It's what the overall strategy is of the team. And so that, like, would I like to see Draymond have more limited minutes, or let's see what happens if we play him less? Yes, but I know why they're not doing it, because they're still pot committed and still trying for the same, the strategy continues.
There's different double standards.
Well,
yes.
I don't.
For the veterans and the young guys, absolutely.
Does the alternative win them a bunch of games?
What if I said I'd like to see him not play?
What is the alternative?
I mean,
break up him.
I mean, I'm not even what.
Yes.
What's interesting to me is, like,
they're not like Trey.
Well, I stole that from Steiny earlier.
Draymond's averaging like 28, 29 minutes a game. It's like you say, what about 20 to 22? And people are like, oh my God, like it's the end of the world. It's like he's 36. He's got to start winding down. You have to start relying on him less. So, I'm open to that, but it's like Steve said, that hasn't even crossed my mind.
Monty Poole asked him last week.
Yeah.
What about this theme? I love Monty for asking Steve after the Utah game. What do you make of this theme of the team kind of getting it going when Dre departs.
Did you see that ESPN did a huge thing?
Yeah, that's what Koo was talking about.
They did a huge thing today about how Draymond Green is owner of 3 of the 8 greatest plus-minus seasons in NBA history. But look at this year, what you just pointed out.
Right.
Like, they're better without him. And Anthony Slater is standing in the middle of the whole room there at ESPN, and they're doing a whole, like, story on Draymond Green's plus-minus. This is now center focus. So we're not the only ones talking about this. That's a national, basically, feature side story on ESPN. So you're not – I think you guys are all on to something.
Right.
I'm just asking, so whatever minutes you take from him go to who, and what does that person do?
Right.
You know, to me, the other thing that's going on.
Why would I would love to see more of him.
He was awesome last night.
So Draymond's last month have been filled with ejections and frustration.
And turnovers.
And
missed threes.
Right. And like this is one of those things, we talk about it all the time, but like he's getting older, his skills are diminishing, and he's getting more and more frustrated. He's feeling the heat. He just is. And he knows the numbers are the numbers.
Oh, man.
And this is when guys got to deal with their mortality.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
John Harbaugh's been fired by the Baltimore Ravens.
Wow.
No, not Harbaugh.
Very well played.
Thank you.
And Lamar didn't do him any favors when they asked him Sunday night after the loss about the future of his coach.
If Luke makes a kick, is he still fired?
No,
not yet.
He's not yet. He's got a game on Monday night.
Lamar called that shot to me. Did you hear they asked Lamar about the status? He was like, kind of, wow. He'll have a job in a minute. If I'm the Raiders, I'm calling him.
Well, for sure.
Should I reprise yesterday's?
Never take the Raiders job out of John Harbaugh.
Yesterday we played a game of Salah Shooty, and we went through all the openings, and I'll ask you again.
I would take that one.
Baltimore, Salah, Shooty.
And what was my rule on whether he should or shouldn't?
Your rule is, that's my quarterback.
Do I have who's my quarterback?
And he looked good Sunday night.
I would walk
Made me
in,
look bad.
after what happened to that guy with the Jets, I'm walking into any ownership group or GM, and they're like, we'd like to hire you. And I'm like, before I sign anything, I want to know who my quarterback is.
This dude has a ring.
And if you can't answer that question, I don't want the job. So Raiders, no thank you. Cardinals, no thank you.
Okay.
Who else are we missing here?
Giants.
Titans, no thanks. Giants, yes.
I like Giants.
Giants, that's the one I want. But if you looked at me and said Lamar Jackson...
Well, plus their defense needs to get a lot better, that's Salah's specialty.
Oh, that's a juicy job.
Interesting, guys.
Wow.
Have a great show, and Happy New Year for the last time on 95.7.
You have until Friday.
The Game.
Yes. I mean,
thank you, dude.
Still have till Friday.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, okay. That's a little bit of a tree rattler right there.
That's a little bit of Nelly. Hot in
and
so hot in here.
John Harbaugh fired by the Baltimore Ravens. And look, we got all kinds. We spent a lot of time there on the Golden State Warriors there in the crossover. There will be more coming up. Nick Friedel is going to join us in exactly 2 hours. John Feliciano will join us at 5. But we got a playoff game this week. And there's a few things that I think we want to hack out, but boy, I want to hold on. Like I want to spend a minute with that.
Let's stay here.
By the way, Robert Saleh has also received the official request from the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
They would like to interview Robert Saleh.
And he said, I'm a little busy, guys. I'm a little tied up here.
Well, Did y'all see the Robert Saleh news yesterday, though? Robert hired a new agent yesterday. He joined the Wasserman Group. Now, I don't know anything about whatever that means. I just know that he hired a new agent. And you don't hire a new agent unless you're looking for something different to happen out in the whole agent world. You don't hire a new agent to just let's just stay exactly where we are and do nothing different.
Well, unless he's trying to rework his deal, and even at that, you wouldn't hire a new agent to rework a deal with the Niners who, if he wants to stay, they're going to pay him whatever he needs to be paid to stay. But yeah, you're right, Mark. You hire an agent so he can go out there and shop you a little bit. And if you're Robert Saleh and Arizona's the first one to say, yeah, we want to talk to you, all right, go ahead and hold on. Let me put you on hold. Hi, line 2, Baltimore? Yeah.
I'd probably take any interview. I probably would.
Right.
I mean, unless I was boy, the Bidwells are among the most absurd owners in all of sports. So no, thank you. Sometimes there is power in that. I do think.
Not looking so thirsty.
Well, Ben Johnson did this. Ben Johnson, when he was still the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, teams, I can't remember exactly who reached out to him. Was it the Commanders? I can't remember exactly who it was, but a team wanted him, and he's like, I don't want to be your coach. So I'm just going to be the Lions offensive coordinator again. And it does make, there's some juice there where you're like, dude, I know my time is coming. I don't need to jump. I don't need to jump at you. And Robert Saleh, I do think, is one of those guys. Last time he had to jump, and he ended up with a ridiculous franchise. And it went ridiculously. And the Cardinals are the same thing. So I don't know. Maybe he would just look at him and say, no thanks. In general terms, though, I'm take any interview, right? What's the harm in talking to everybody and building as many relationships as you can? I mean,
the only harm would be it takes you away from what you're trying to do right now, which is win a game in Philadelphia. And I don't know if the interview would be this week if it's today and you're off, the players are off, the coaches aren't off. And I'm sure it's not that big of a deal if you wanted to fly to Arizona tonight and have an interview in the morning and then fly back and get ready for a game on Sunday at Philly. So it's not a huge deal, especially when it's Arizona, and if they really want you, they can fly out here and meet with you here.
I mean, you just do a Zoom, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it was the San Francisco Giants, just do a Zoom.
It's not bad.
Yeah, just take a look at somebody on a computer screen and make a decision.
John Harbaugh was the second longest tenured coach in the National Football League behind only Mike Tomlin, 2008. God, 180, 113.
That is a long time in the NFL to hold a job.
And a winning percentage of 614. And a bowl, 12 playoff berths.
Where does it leave Shanahan in terms of tenure?
He's behind Tomlin, Reed, end of list.
End of list.
He's tied with McVay and McDermott.
Okay.
Those three are all 2017.
Okay.
And I don't know whose hire date was first, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
And none of those rest are in any sort of danger.
Right.
I mean, Tomlin, I guess, there had been rumors he could go do TV or something, but now they're hosting a playoff game on Monday night.
Yep.
So, probably not.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, those guys are
that's
all
not what
back.
Pittsburgh does. They don't fire coaches ever. They've had 3 coaches in literally 50 years, I think.
Is McDermott not in any trouble if they lose in Jacksonville?
I don't think he is.
Much like Josh Allen would be kind of under fire if they lose in Jacksonville?
I mean, okay, so you're asking that in maybe 2 different forms. I've not heard anything that would suggest he would be. Should he be? Is maybe a different question. Because I do feel like that organization on some level has kind of failed Josh Allen. And the narrative will be the opposite if they go lose this game in Jacksonville this week. It'll be like, there's no Patrick and no Lamar, and you still couldn't make it through the playoffs. But to the point that I'm over here getting ready to make.
Yep.
As much as so many of you would love quarterbacks to just go out on a field and control the whole game, they can't do that. It's not possible, even the best in the game. Mahomes will watch playoff games. Burrow will watch the playoffs. Lamar will watch the playoffs. Josh Allen is an underdog. Or is he? No, he's a 1-point favorite.
Yep.
Whatever. Josh Allen is the 6th seed. And why? There are circumstances in every one of those cities that will tell you that having a great quarterback on its own is not enough. And the Bills don't have a great defense. They don't have a great receiving core. I love their running back. But, like, outside of Josh, what do you love about the Bills? What are you like, boy, they are really good at, now fill in the blank.
Yeah, not a lot. They're good at having their quarterback make big plays in big moments. And
they're good at their quarterback.
I had Khalil Shakir this year on fantasy, and every third game he would have an explosive, and then the other games they wouldn't throw him the ball at all. They have a good tight end, Dalton Kincaid. When he plays, he played 12 games, and beyond that, your receiving core of Keon Coleman, Yon, and I mentioned Shakir, Josh Palmer, Tyrell Shavers. So for me, it's not as much of a McDermott issue as it is a roster build issue. But
Agreed.
You look at Buffalo, and they've won 10 or more games in 7 straight years.
Well, they are. I mean, he is great. He is great, and their division for a long time now has been a joke.
Yep, not anymore.
And now there's another good team there, and look what happened. They lost. They lost to them. So, I like the Bills. That's an interesting case study, and we do hear the Bills come up a lot. We do hear Josh Allen come up a lot because we're a market that sits here and has a debate about its own quarterback, and that's the name that you hear come up. I actually do think a lot of people think he's the best player in the NFL. Like, not the best team, but if you were doing a, like, let's just draft the league. Is that the number 1 overall guy? Is it Josh?
That's possible, yeah. Very well. I mean,
hear that answer, I think, the most.
You might go defense and take Myles Garrett.
Maybe.
I mean,
you could.
Honestly, I mean, you're allowed to. He's still at the peak of his powers.
He's incredible.
You got to have a good tackle, a good quarterback, and a good edge. And the Niners have a good tackle when healthy. They have a good quarterback, and they don't have their edge because he's also hurt.
Yeah. So I think this is a great year to talk about the quarterbacks who are and who are not in the playoffs. And I think that this is tailor-made for you because you get so mad when people talk about how one quarterback beat the other quarterback, even though they're never on the field at the same time.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of like when Caleb Williams lost at Levi's Stadium a couple of weeks ago because 38 points wasn't enough.
Nope, not enough.
And like, you know what I mean? Did Caleb Williams lose the game? And so then we hear a lot of that come up on Saturday night. The 49er offense scored 3 points. Ugh.
Brock Purdy lost the game.
If only they had a quarterback who could have, elevated his team. So I heard this morning. Driving around, getting a little workout in, had to stop by, saw you in the aisles, got some milk.
Attaboy.
Got the kid to school early. He wanted to do open gym before class today as the kids got back to school today. And I heard this from one of our favorites. Who the hell doesn't love listening to Brian Baldinger? Okay? This caught my ear. Maybe it'll catch yours. Here's Baldy on the 49er quarterback on Saturday. 3 points. Here's Baldy.
You know what's wild is Brock Purdy actually played great. He played great, and they scored 3 points, which means Seattle's defense, it's just a bad matchup. McCaffrey doesn't have that ball go through his hands at the goal line. They probably score a touchdown right there. Maybe it's a different game. Come down the field. They had one play of 20 yards to Kittle. Like, there's no holes to get the ball. I mean, he's making all the right reads. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. That's the best defense. I mean, Houston's good, but what they do is they're different than Houston in that they sit back in this cover 2 shell. That you could run all the motions and shifts you want. They just sit there. They just let you do all your things. And then they match you up. And the ball it's almost impossible to get the ball over their heads. And so there is maybe Pearsall, if he was out there, maybe they find a way to get the ball. Maybe if Trent's there, they have an extra tick to get the ball down the field, whatever. But they're very difficult to penetrate.
So today's a little bit like a staircase on this show. We got all kinds of stuff that we want to play with.
And that's a great breakdown right there about what I saw when I watched that game.
Yeah.
So the ball snapped, and they're chilling. They're just going to wait. Oh, you're pre-snap this, and there's that, and your motion, and then this. Oh, you're going to throw it over here? Okay, we're going to run up, and we're going to tackle you. and we're not going to miss the tackle, and you'll get 2 yards, maybe 4. You might lose 6, but yeah, go ahead and do that 13 more times.
Can we play with that statement, though, just for a little bit? I would love to get some reaction from some of our listeners on simply the statement that Baldy made right off the top there. He goes, you know what's wild? Brock Purdy played great, and they scored 3 points. Do you agree or disagree with that? So let's take some calls, first of all, right now, if anybody wants to weigh in on that. Quote, unquote, you know what's wild? Brock Purdy played great, and they scored 3 points. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls. Lucas is all healthy and back to the group today. And one of the first things he did was text us this morning and say, I'm very frustrated with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy in that game. And the Kyle Shanahan one, I sort of nodded, and I'm like, I get it. You and I both yesterday were like,
yep,
try some new things, and you waited too long to do it, get Brock out of the pocket. But I was like, what specifically did Brock not do, or how did he frustrate you? And he's like, you got to let it rip. And I'm like, to who? Do you want the quarterback to make throws that aren't there? Do you want him to, you know what I mean? Do you want him to throw through people, 300-pound people who are in his, I'm asking, genuinely, what is it that you wanted him to do that was available that he didn't do?
There were a couple plays out there, and we talked about the 4th and 1 yesterday where you had not one but 2 guys open on that play, and you didn't make the play on 4th and 1. But beyond that, in general, he was under siege, and they didn't have anybody open.
Would love to hear from some of you on that. Agree or disagree? Brock Purdy played great, and the Niners scored 3 points. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. This is Willard and Dibs.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Ooh, it is playoff week. You all know that. The Niners and Eagles getting ready. Bunch of other teams as well. The football playoffs are here. And Underdog, as always, is the best place to get in on that action, okay? Because you can make picks and win money right now in California. As I've been telling you for a long time, playing on Underdog is very easy. You pick your favorite players, you go higher or lower on stats, can be anything, touchdowns, rushing yards, receiving yards. You can go on defense and look at sacks. Get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Now, this week on Underdog, I did what might be kind of an unpopular pick, or one that I've circled, which is Jalen Hurts lower than 0.5 interceptions. With the Niners defense in the situation that they're in, feels like a fair play to me, but we'll see. So what are you waiting for? You download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, it's on Underdog, and the promo code is Willard. You must be 18 or over, present in California, and terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
No, come on. Not Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh. Oh, yikes.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that one ended up working out pretty well for us, and you nailed it during the crossover.
Thank you, yeah.
John Harbaugh has been fired by the Ravens. The coaching cycle is underway, and Robert Saleh is a part of this whole damn thing. And that's a juicy job.
Juicy. And
real juicy
you
job.
Put that at the top, even above New York, and so
Lamar. I mean,
yeah, there's 7 jobs open now. I think
is that right?
We're at 7. That
feels right.
Baltimore, New York, Tennessee, and the Raiders.
Arizona.
That's 5.
Atlanta.
That would be 6. And I thought there was one more.
You're probably right. What else is open? Oh, Cleveland.
Never mind.
It's always
there
open.
are 6 jobs open. Never mind.
No, if you're going to call the Raiders a job, then the Browns are a job.
I mean, at least you live in Vegas. Both are broken. Both are poorly owned. Neither has a quarterback, although Cleveland has 5. And I think for me, the tiebreaker is Vegas.
Would you rather live in Vegas or Phoenix?
Vegas.
Would you?
But, I mean,
Mr. Golfer over there? You want to live in Scottsdale?
Phoenix, sneaky bad traffic.
So, I mean.
Vegas, too. Unless you give me a helicopter.
Vegas outside. You know what I love about Vegas? We all love Vegas. Y'all have been to one street.
Oh, not me. I've been all over that place.
No, but
yes, in general.
The rest of Vegas is not. That's not a great place. It's not like I'm not taking a shot at it. It's not awful. It just
depends.
You know why we like Vegas? It's because we've only been there for 3 days at the most.
Exactly. And we've been to one street that you can't even walk, by the way. Stop trying when you're drunk. You're not going to make it to the other end of that street.
A lot of escalators.
My God.
You got Fremont Street downtown. You got Henderson. Lovely this time of year.
Henderson.
Lovely this time of year. You got Red Rock. I stayed out there.
I love cities like that. You know, it's growing fast, Bill. You should see the urban
sneaky
sprawl.
bad traffic there, too.
Yeah, I mean, on that street, sure.
No, in the whole town. Like, try to get from one end to the other.
They're both hot as hell. They've both got great golf courses and a bad NFL team and things to do.
But Vegas, at least, you have the number one overall pick, and you would think that you would get a couple, 2-3 years to try to make that work.
Maybe.
But then again, I need you to meet me. Let's talk about the draft. Where do you want to meet, Mr. Davis? How about P.F. Chang's? I'll be right there.
Yeah, I think they have those in Scottsdale too, though.
True.
Yeah. So
anyway,
keep working. Work on your material. But yeah,
the bad NFL owner rankings would involve 3 of those
easily.
Openings.
Yeah,
Cleveland, Arizona, and Vegas.
Sure. The Giants' ownership it's fine.
Sure,
it's fine. The Falcons' ownership, okay. You know, you work with that. Ravens front office is, I mean, I know that like people use, that used to be a very, very dirty word, the Ravens ownership, because of the relocation. But whatever. The front office, that's a healthy group. And then I already forgot the other team that you brought up,
Tennessee.
The Tennessee Titans. That's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Sure,
you're right. 3 of them. 3 of them don't count. So anyway, but we were talking about this comment from Brian Baldinger. I want you to pay real close attention to the first sentence now. Brian Baldinger this morning on with the Joes, on with the Morning Roast.
You know what's wild is Brock Purdy actually played great. He played great, and they scored 3 points, which means Seattle's defense, it's just a bad matchup. McCaffrey doesn't have that ball go through his hands at the goal line. They probably score a touchdown right there. Maybe it's a different game. Come down the field. They had one play of 20 yards to Kittle. Like there's no holes to get the ball. I mean, he's making all the right reads. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. That's the best defense. I mean, Houston's good, but what they do is they're different than Houston in that they sit back in this cover 2 shell. You could run all the motions and shifts you want. They just sit there. They just let you do all your things. And then they match you up. And the ball it's almost impossible to get the ball over their heads. And so there is maybe Pearsall, if he was out there, maybe they find a way to get the ball. Maybe if Trent's there, they have an extra tick to get the ball down the field, whatever. But they're very difficult to penetrate.
Here's why I largely agree with him. And I don't know if I would have used the sentence, Brock Purdy played great. I think that when you say that, that's reserved for when there is maximum output. I don't know that I would have said he played great. I definitely would agree, though, that he did not play poorly.
No, he was fine.
And here's what I mean by that. And this is all I'm asking for. If you don't want to say he played great, fine. But when you say the offense scored 3 points, ... Brock Purdy played bad. I just think it's a lazy take. Let's bring that to all of the teams. All of your Josh Allen takes and your Patrick Mahomes takes and your Joe Burrow takes and your Lamar Jackson takes. Like, I just want all of us. Everyone. When we watch football, it's such a complicated game. We've joked about it whenever we hear what quarterbacks actually say in the huddle. It sounds like a different language. There's so much. Remember the thing we did with Cosell when we read Cosell's notes? And I put him on Instagram, and everybody's like, what the hell is he talking about? He's watching a completely different game. It's so nuanced. It's so layered. I just think it's lazy when we look at a team and they don't score a lot of points and we go, the quarterback played poorly. Or as Lucas said earlier today, I'm frustrated with Brock. Well, what'd you want him to do? I want him to let it rip. To who?
Right.
You want him to just huck the ball downfield? There's no one there. The time's not there. He's probably going to get cut in half. The ball's going to get picked off. Like, the complementary nature of all of this has got to be a part of the discussion.
Absolutely, and that's where I sometimes bristle at quarterback record, much like I do plus minus. We all use it. We weaponize it for our own purposes where, so-and-so has this quarterback record. Well, the quarterback record is only as good as the team's record, and this is a great example where Brock Purdy was fine. I think Mark Grandy and Grandy's grades, I don't know if we're going to do it today, but I saw on the social media, he gave him a C, and that's about where I would have it. He didn't do anything special. He didn't do anything terrible. They had very little opportunity to do anything, and when he had chances, he made a couple of good throws. He made a couple of throws that weren't great. The one that got tipped and McCaffrey couldn't catch it, is that on Brock? Well, that's debatable. We can say yes or we can say no. Bottom line, they scored 3 points, and I think Grandy had it as a C, and I saw that, and I was like, you know what? That's about right. I wouldn't say that he was good or great. He was fine.
Yeah, like he did. Again, I want to know what was available that he didn't do. Like, this is the kind of, so Boxer and Gerson work, and then we're going to go to the phones. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I want to say hi to Jerry in South City. Jerry, thank you very much for listening to the show and participating. I really, really appreciate it, even though I totally disagree with what you wrote, and I'm about to read it. So he says, please don't throw Brock Purdy in the same conversation as Mahomes, Josh Allen, or Tom Brady, which, oh, by the way, I didn't really do. Like, there's this thing out there where you're like not allowed to say those names. I'm not telling you he's as good. I'm saying that we do the same thing to those players.
Yeah.
Where like the whole, like, if this is how we're going to view quarterbacks, then why can't I say Patrick Mahomes had an awful year? He went 6-11. Terrible year. Why can't I say that? I'm not saying that, by the way, but that's what we do. I just want more nuance in the conversation. Let me read the rest of the text. He says, please don't throw Brock Purdy in the same conversation as those guys. They would never stink it up in an important game and score 3 points. He played poorly, admit it. If that's your take, you're allowed to have it. I'd love to hear you explain to us in what way. What did he do that was poor?
Right.
And if your answer is 3 points, that's one human being. That's one person. And no, they're not responsible for every single thing that happens offensively. No one person is responsible for the entire operation. If that were the case, this would be a lot easier to predict. We would just be like, that's a better quarterback than that, and then they win. And then we can move on.
Right.
But that's not how it works. So what was available to him that he didn't do that would lead you to the point he stunk it up?
I mean, he stunk it up. I wouldn't say that, but I mentioned the 4th down play, and I looked at the all-22, and you had Kittle open over the middle, and you had the check down to Juice available earlier, and he got back there, and he was being pressured, and he threw it away. And I put that as much on Shanahan as I do on Purdy because I thought the play call was bad. You tried to go play action on 4th and 1, and Seattle didn't even worry about the play action part of it, and they just keyed on Purdy, and he was pressured, and that was about it. Other than that, if you want to go through all his throws, he had a couple that were like the one he threw high to DeMarcus Robinson, and Robinson goes up and catches it right at the line to gain. That throw was a little bit high. He was pressured. And also, could Robinson have gone another yard or two deeper to where, even when he catches it, he gets the first down? And on that one, too, credit Seattle. They were on him.
Absolutely.
He caught it. They tackled him. He was short. And you move on.
And I think that's what Baldy's point actually was. I know that we're focusing on his sentence when he's like, Brock Purdy played great, but they only scored 3 points. If you listen to what he said the entire minute, he's like, that's how good Seattle is. That's how good Seattle is.
Number 1 in football in points allowed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And even when you beat him the first time, I think you got 15 points. Is that right?
17.
It was 17-15.
17-13. 17-13 was the final
15
score.
was the one against Arizona where you gave up the safety.
Yeah, 16-15.
Ooh, 17. So you scored 20 points in 8 quarters against Seattle, and you went 1-1.
Right.
That's pretty awesome.
Remember when the Niners scored 16 against the Cardinals, and people were like, Mac Jones is hot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You got to ride that on a hand.
Yeah, let's go to Leroy in Oakland. Hi, Leroy. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Willard? What's up, Gibbs? Always a pleasure to be on. Hey, guys, Baldy was wrong.
Okay.
and I'll tell you why he was wrong. And he missed it, and you guys missed it. And you guys, both of you are better than that. I didn't expect you to miss it.
Oh,
darn it, Leroy.
We'll do better, Leroy, after this call, I promise.
Watch this.
Okay.
I mean,
we will.
Here it is.
Go ahead.
Here it is. The 49ers, Brock Purdy, played bad, but it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault.
Huh.
It was Kyle Shanahan's fault, but it was by design. I was at the game on Sunday against the Chicago Bears, and I watched this 49er team. I watched the energy. I watched everything, and it was fantastic. And to come back a week later and just get 3 points, I was like, something stinks around here. So let me try to find out what it is. And here's what I came to. I hope I don't hurt you guys' ego.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
What the coach, Shanahan, and what the team cares about sometimes is not what you guys care about. And I'll say it like this. I'm listening to all the reaction from the players, coaches. They didn't seem to care much about the number one seed, being on the road or being at home. They just didn't seem to care much. I'm listening. Well, all right, hey, we're in the dance. And, I think Kyle Shanahan came in and said, look, we're going to dummy down this playbook a little bit. The goal is to come out of this game healthy. Come out of this game healthy.
Which didn't happen.
And let's get ready for the playoffs.
Leroy, do you listen? I'm listening to everything you're saying. Do you really believe that the 49ers as an organization did not care about this game? When I hear you say that, it actually feels like a slap in the face to the Seahawks, to me. Because what it sounds like you're saying is the 49ers would have or could have or all of that if they had just cared more, as opposed to crediting the Seahawks for playing a great game.
I thought Kyle Shanahan could have called a better game, and I thought he just got conservative trying to keep the guys healthy for the playoff run.
Interesting.
They probably cared a little bit, but come on, Willard Dibbs. Hey, they're in the dance. We know how it is. Road, home. You can get beat anywhere. You can get beat anywhere. These guys have these long layoffs and rest a week and then come back and play like crap. All I'm saying is what we care about in the media and the fans, sometimes the players don't care about. In this instance, I just don't think Kyle Shanahan basically was like, hey, I'm not going to go in here and just like give it our all. I need to do things to keep these guys healthy for this playoff run. And I think that's why we had 3 points. I don't think it was just Seattle being that dominant. That's all, Willie.
Leroy,
Thank you,
appreciate
Leroy.
the call so much.
And I appreciate you holding our feet to the fire.
Yeah.
Because, Tuesday's already our least favorite day of the week, and it just got worse.
Yeah.
It just got worse.
Well, actually, and it's about to get even worse. Because let me say this. Leroy, I loved the call. I loved the effort. I not only disagree, I will take it in the opposite direction and feel with every fiber in my being that I'm right. I think I can very comfortably say that Kyle Shanahan and 49ers players care way more about what happened in that game on Saturday than we do.
Well,
possibly.
We kind of wanted to have a week off and stuff, but we didn't get the job done, and we kind of laid down and stuff. We didn't actually really want to win and stuff.
That's their life.
Questionable.
We all went to bed Saturday night. Bummer. Wake up, make breakfast. Like they probably had a hard time sleeping, whether it was for emotions or the fact that it hurts like hell. Brock Purdy was laid out on the ground at the end of that game with a stinger. Tatum Bethune tore his groin. We have linebackers who are going to start this weekend who weren't even on the team 48 hours ago or we've never heard of. Like, I think that's honestly, like Leroy, I love Leroy the listener.
It's a great call.
But that's a...
You don't love Leroy the caller?
Well, no, I love Leroy the person, the caller, the listener.
Thank you.
All of it. But what a wild thought. We care more?
It's pretty wild.
We care more about the outcome of that game than the Niners themselves.
And look around the league and look at the Chargers, who, they didn't really care about winning that game. They started Trey Lance, and they could have started Herbert to improve their seed, but they're like, nah, we're cool. Philadelphia could have done the same thing. Like, we want to go out there and win this game and get momentum. And they sat everyone. And the Niners played everyone they had healthy. And as I go through the game for a third and a fourth time, what you see is Seattle comes up on every defensive play, and they tackle. And the Niners had no ability to get down over the top. No Pearsall, no Trent, whatever you want to blame. Brock Purdy had no time to go back 7 steps. Think about Chicago, where he'd get back in the pocket, and he'd look left, he'd look right, he'd look in the middle, he'd look left, he'd look right again, and then he thought, you know what, I'll just check this down. He had time.
Yep.
They had no time.
Oh, by
Saturday.
the way, that Chicago team was a team that embarrassed Philadelphia on Black Friday. So we're going to need reminders, I think, throughout the week that this is a week-to-week league. We get so caught up in the last thing we saw. And it's why betting is so hard. Because we get caught
Betting's
up.
hard.
It is. We get caught up in what we most
Trades are hard.
And what we most recently saw, and we decide that's fact. And then we bring that to the next week, and then we go, oh, why does it look different? Because it always does. It always does. But we'll get to that a little bit later today and later in the week, because I do think that the 49er fan base feels like you agree, like there's a little bit of a defeatist sort of a mindset right now, like the Niners are just going to get their doors blown off.
Right.
And maybe they will.
They might.
I don't know, but the idea that, like, the Niners just don't even have a chance to win this football game, I think is also funny.
Yeah.
Like, of course they do.
And I always think about the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of grief model, and it feels to me like a lot of Niner fans are in acceptance, which is, we just, all these injuries, we're not good enough, and we have to go to Philadelphia, and that crowd, and all those Philadelphian middle fingers, and Brock Purdy, boy, he turned back into a pumpkin, and we may not have Pearsall. And you know what? I've accepted the fact that this was a fun year, 12-5. We're going to get beat in Philly, but you know what? We'll get them next year.
We're just protecting emotions. That's all that is.
It's the 5 stages.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't need to be in full grief yet. They're in the playoffs, and they might win. Like, you never know. Like, any given Sunday is a phrase, right? So, anyway, and the Brock thing, just to kind of circle back to that, because I want to keep going with the phones. I know we get feet held to the fire again every time that Brock Purdy's name comes up, and then you start talking about the other great quarterbacks in the league. I don't. It's not about comparing Brock Purdy to anybody. It's more about comparing situations and wondering why we all process them the way we do. In other words, when Josh Allen gets sacked 8 times, turns the ball over twice, and loses on primetime football against the Houston Texans, why doesn't it sound the same? I don't ever hear anybody come out of a Sunday and be like, Josh Allen played like crap, or as you put it, turned into a pumpkin.
Yep.
I don't ever hear that. That's the difference. It's not about comparing Brock to Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. It's talking about situations. I watched Brock Purdy go 6-11 last year and had to fight fans all off season about how, quote unquote, Brock Purdy went 6-11.
Shouldn't give him that contract.
It's not going to happen to Patrick Mahomes this offseason, even though it happened. But I won't hear that. Nobody will do that.
Well, because he got hurt. He got badly hurt.
For the last game, just like Brock did.
He missed 3. He missed 3 games.
Brock missed 2.
Yep.
No one will ever say that.
Brock missed 8 this year.
Exactly.
And you know where he ranks in QBR? And that's ESPN's quarterback ranking metric.
I do. He's number 2 in the entire NFL.
Tied with Jordan Love.
Yep.
Behind only the MVP in weight, Drake May.
Actually, I don't think he's going to win it, but I hear you. I think Stafford's going to win it.
You realize that Stafford has never in his whole career gotten even one first-place vote for MVP.
He's going through this year.
Think about that.
I know.
He's never even gotten a first-place vote. I think Drake May is going to win it just because this is one of those years where...
Side bet.
It's kind of like a fun, funky year. I'll tell you what. We'll make a side bet when you get our other bet with those midday guys paid off.
Okay. That's on me now?
Hold their feet to the fire. Steiny's afraid of you, and Guru respects you.
Okay, but I'm going to get Leroy in Oakland to do it. Hey, Leroy, I bet you're still listening. I need you to call tomorrow, maybe even during the crossover. We don't usually do calls during the crossover.
We'll do his call.
But Leroy needs you to call out Steiny and Goo for not being more aggressive in setting a date to buy us dinner. Can we set that up? We need that because he was really good at holding people's feet to the fire. He was right. Our egos are in the toilet.
Yeah. I mean, it's out of control, and I'm going through the game for a fourth time, and I'm just going to look at all Brock Purdy's dropbacks.
Are you really?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but you tend to talk a lot, and I can both listen to you and watch plays, and so far, watching Brock Purdy, not a lot of guys open.
Yeah.
Like, Seattle's rushing 4 and getting pressure, which means it's your 5 against their 7, and their 7 are better than your 5.
Baldy says these are all true. The Niners scored 3, but Brock Purdy played great. Let's talk about it. Do you agree or disagree? Vinny, hang out. We're going to get to you coming up in just a sec. You'll lead us off. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. Also, got this question for you. Do you ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends. That's what I'm talking about. The dynasties. They are systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. If we go over to the legal field, that describes Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against a big insurance company, they will grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor, and Kelleher. Get inspired at goldenstatelumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Is your house more trouble than it's worth? Dealing with endless repairs or difficult tenants? Inherited a house and unsure what to do next? At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we make selling your house simple. Sell as is without any fees, commissions, or hassles. Start fresh. Don't let your house hold you back. Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business.
Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Mike Silver reports that with the John Harbaugh dismissal with the Baltimore Ravens, and if you're just joining us, yeah, John Harbaugh has been fired by the Ravens, and you missed the whole part where Dibbs went, no, not Harbaugh.
Not Harbaugh.
Yeah,
Anything but Harbaugh.
No, Harbaugh, for real.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, so that's the way it went.
Oh, no, babe.
Yeah, babe. So he gone. And that now there might be teams who currently still have their coach who might jump in on the firing of coaches because of the availability of John Harbaugh.
Domino, mother jumper?
Exactly.
That's what that is.
So in a sec, we could play a little bit with who those teams might be. And no haters, the 49ers are not one of them. Okay.
Possibly.
No, I don't think so. Anyway, Vinny in Modesto. Hi, Vinny. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? A couple things that I was going to just kind of pick your brain on is the 49ers season in a nutshell is once Warner and Bosa went down and then Michael, I kind of was like, I don't think we're going to make the playoffs. And now to be in the playoffs, I'm excited about that. But I'm looking at that game against the Seahawks for the number 1 seed, and I was like, hey, man, we just don't have it. And it almost felt like that Ravens game a couple of years ago where McDonald was the D coordinator and it just kind of stifled the 49ers, a couple of turnovers that didn't go our way. And I'm like, looking at it, and Willard, you said it a minute ago, best is like, this is a week-to-week league, and I'm watching that game. Like, how do we put up 3 when I just seen the Rams drop 38 on these guys in their home arena a couple of weeks prior with Stafford throwing like 450 yards and 3 touchdowns? I'm like, how is this the best defense in the NFL? Like, why do we look like this? And I know Trent and Ricky being out is a huge thing, but that's not a 30-point difference. So it's like, what the hell's going on. And I just feel like that one drive where we're going down, and I think Kyle did kind of get Brock out of the pocket and was making some down the field throws where the unfortunately the CMC bobble leads to the interception. I'm like, maybe we might have found something, but I don't know. It's just the season has been kind of weird. I don't think anybody really, once those injuries hit, I don't think anybody really saw us in the playoffs. So I think, what do you guys take for a 6-game winning streak that we were on coming into that Seattle game with a bunch of young guys, 3 games in 13 days, and you're talking about, I know they say it's a week to week, that game's in the past, but do you feel like that youth on that defense is that they might have been feeling themselves a little bit like, we got this, no biggie, we'll get that 1 seed in reality strikes? It's like, hey, a better team came out, these guys punched you in the mouth and you didn't have a chance to get up off the ground and find your bearings coming out of that, and now you're like, okay, reset, wipe all that away, you're in the playoffs, and now it's like you got to empty the clip every week because there is no tomorrow. If they lose 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, you're like, we got a game next week, we can learn from it, we can go. But now it's playoffs and you got a young defense. I know Salah's doing his best to keep everybody together, but it's like you got to let everything go. I think for me the exciting part was watching a couple guys, Demo, Upton style. You've seen a few guys in that second half making some big plays. They were leaving some opportunities for the offense. Just by that time, I think the 49ers offense was just so stuck and muddled that it just wasn't going to happen. It's like one of those things where, there's a fumble recovery. Guys, I think it was Gross Matos, lands right on it, hits him in the face mask, and then you can't get it, and then the CMC bobbling. And I've watched football long enough in my life to know, okay, it's just not your night. But now looking at the Eagles game, I'm like, these guys got to be, Salah's got to say, hey, look, there is no tomorrow after this. You empty the clip, you go all out, you make those tackles. Otherwise, we go home, and then you're waiting for the off season to try to come back. So I don't know.
So Vinny, here's what I would say.
Vinny.
Thanks,
a lot
Vinny.
of stuff in there.
There's
for
a
sure.
lot of stuff in there. I'm going to sort of. I'm going to reject, my opinion, I'm going to reject anything that suggests, because it feels like we've had a few suggestions already today, that the 49ers either weren't trying or they were holding back or they didn't feel like they really needed it. And so that's why it looked the way it looked. I didn't see it that way.
No.
And if anybody saw the take, I know it got thrown out on social media yesterday where I talked about how it didn't feel like Kyle Shanahan thought he could win the game. I just want to explain that a little bit further.
You better.
Well, it doesn't mean that they weren't trying. I think that Kyle knew that they were at a deficit in a number of key matchups, knowing that there was no Trent Williams, knowing, maybe the Pearsall part of it. I could tell in his post-game commentary that he was not surprised that Brock Purdy was under duress the entire time. And therefore, I thought he called the game that way early. That's why he kind of, you saw a lot of quick checkdowns, get the ball out of his hands. They sort of like didn't run the ball before we even knew that they couldn't run the ball. And so that's what it felt like to me. But none of that translates to we didn't really want to win or we didn't try our best. Or as he kept putting it, empty the clip. I don't think the Niners approached it that way. And I don't think that game has anything to do with the matchups that's coming up this Sunday.
No, nor does it have anything to do with the Ram game against Seattle.
Right.
And I'm going back to that game right here where Seattle was down 30-14 with 8 minutes to go, and they returned to punt for a touchdown. And they got the 2. And then they scored, they got the 2. You went to overtime, you scored, you got the 2. So that game was just bananas. It's not that Seattle's defense was just terrible and porous. The Ram offense is really, really good. They're better than the Niner offense, even when the Niner offense is totally humming. So does that matter going against Philadelphia? Of course not. It doesn't matter. And you look at the game on Saturday where after the first quarter, the Niners had run 6 plays. Seattle had run 20. They were up 7-0, and it should have been 10-0, but they missed a field goal. So already Shanahan, who needs to be ahead, as I mentioned earlier in the program, earlier this week or this month, they're 11-0 when they lead at halftime. So that's the Shanahan blueprint. Get the lead, run the ball, run it, pass it, have an optionality to your offense, but they were chasing it from the get-go. And so even when you were trying to throw it, you didn't have time, you didn't have Pearsall, you didn't have Trent, so you didn't really have much of a chance to do anything really at all in the pass game. So that thing got away from them early. Yep. not because the defense was bad, although I do think that some of the younger defenders on the 27-yard touchdown run where Mustafa goes too far inside, Brown goes too far inside, Mustafa takes a bad angle, Charbonnet goes 27 untouched for a touchdown. Yeah, it's a young defense. That's going to happen, but when you have a Shanahan offense against a very good defense, you can't afford to be digging uphill.
I just think everything in life always has context to it. So, okay, how did the Rams score? I think it was 37 in the game against Seattle. You're right. First of all, they're they blocked. They blocked better. They also got a pick 6 on Sam Darnold early in the game, which puts Seattle down double digits, and now you have a completely different game. You have a Seattle offense that is going to be more risk-taking. You have a Seattle defense that's going to be more risk-taking. The Rams block well. That opens some things up. They've got Puka Nacua down the field, stretching the field, etc. Stafford has some time. You're able to score points. All of these things are a snowball effect. And the 49ers, and you can blame them for this, but they didn't achieve that. They didn't do that. They didn't get a lead, which opens up X, Y, Z. They didn't block well. They didn't create those opportunities for their offense like the Rams did. But it doesn't change who the Seattle defense is. The Rams were one of 2 teams to have kind of a score fest day on that Seahawks defense all year long.
And they lost.
Yeah, and they lost.
Yeah.
Correct.
Matthew Stafford threw for 457.
Unbelievable.
And 3. He was sacked a grand total of 0 times.
There you go. They blocked.
Puka had 12 for 225 and 2 touchdowns. And so, Niners, you don't have an offensive line that good, and you don't have Puka Nacua. And I'm sorry to the president of Brockistan, Matthew Stafford right now is better than Brock Purdy.
Oh, I don't have a hard time with that.
I know, but you're the president. I don't want you to, lose votes in your possible reelection.
They're completely different players. They're completely different players.
But Stafford is 1-2, boom. Where's Puka?
Right. Stafford is a more pure thrower of the football. Yep. Brock can do many things behind a line of scrimmage with his legs that Matthew can't do. One of them is old veteran. One of them is a young guy. I mean, again, that's a contextual comment that you just made.
And it's a contextual reference where the Rams threw for 457, 3 touchdowns, and they got 3 turnovers from Seattle, and they still lost.
Mm-hmm.
So, we can talk about, 3 points, Brock, you must have stunk. Well, he actually was pretty good. The more I'm going through the game film, he didn't have much of an opportunity to do anything. And when they tried to run it, they couldn't run it. So you can't run it. And when you throw it, you've got your 5 eligibles against their 7 defenders because they don't really have to blitz because their 4 are better than your 5 blockers. So what are you going to do about it with no deep threat?
I mean, Stafford, I think the week or 2 weeks before that, goes to Carolina, turns the ball over 3 times. They lose the football game. They lose the 1 seed because of it. And so there you go. Say that's the comparison I make. Do you then hear people go, "Oh, Stafford, stink bum, you not worth the money"? No, we don't do that. We don't do that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Nick Friedel in an hour. We still have to argue about officials, but we'll do that a little bit later. We'll keep going on this. Do you agree or disagree with Baldy? The statement was, the Niners scored 3 points, but Brock Purdy played great. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track, Willard and Dibbs.
On January 1st, tolls went up on all the bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, he wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale. January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are we boys, or are you just trying to trap me, bro?
Shut up, bro. It sucked.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You know, the guys earlier were doing the whole thing. Mike Silver reports that some teams that still have coaches might say goodbye to their coach because John Harbaugh is now available. Harbaugh fired by the Ravens. Reports already out there that John Harbaugh holds the Giants job and Jackson Dart in very high regard.
Oh, boy, already.
Already. Who still has their coach that might be like, no, never mind. We'll take Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Who?
Tampa, perhaps?
I think Tampa was on. Grandy and Lucas were going. You guys went through some names. Tampa was on your list. I like that one.
Yeah, I threw out Tampa.
What was it? What were the other ones you threw out there?
Cincinnati and Dallas, potentially.
Possibly Miami.
Miami was the next one that came to my mind. But I think, God, boy,
I wonder about Dallas. Like, Schottenheimer, he did his level best after they gutted his defense.
Schottenheimer is an offensive guy, and I feel like that they're mad at the defense.
Right.
They should be mad at themselves. The roster building is just an absolute joke.
Jera.
Yeah. But that trade that they made, that's the first sign of life I don't think it was a good trade. Mike is a great player, but at least they build multiple players out of that and put them on the defense. So
I do like Miami because the word seems to be that they're going to find a way to get out from the Tua contract. So if you're Harbaugh and you're thinking, hey guys, if you can get rid of your quarterback, I'd love to take this job and, I'll find whoever I can find to come in there and quarterback this thing.
Indy has already put their full faith in Steichen. Nothing's happening in the AFC West. The Jets are only 1 year in with your guy Aaron Glenn, although I think he had a horrible year.
Right, but they've already given him the vote of confidence.
Yeah, but
AG stays.
What the hell does that mean? You know what I mean?
It means you get one more year to not be so bad. And
maybe.
I was seeing reports that some of the higher draft picks are reportedly saying, "Yeah, don't pick me. I don't want to go be a Jets."
For sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Washington had a weird deal, and they moved on from Cliff Kingsbury. They moved on from their OC and their DC today.
Right.
So you're probably not going to do that and then turn around and fire your head coach.
Cincinnati is an interesting one because, Zach Taylor, you can only do what you can do with a quarterback who's always hurt and a defense that's non-existent.
And they did the vote of confidence there, too. They've, you know what I mean? So those.
What if it was
probably the list?
But what if it was Pittsburgh? If
oh God,
just playing along with this bit for just a second. So Pittsburgh knocks them out. Pittsburgh goes out and loses in the wild card round, and then Harbaugh becomes the coach, and Tomlin goes to do TV.
Dude, that'd
be wild.
But if I'm John Harbaugh, I'm going to do the same thing that I suggested to you yesterday. Robert Saleh should do. I'm not going to take a job if you can't answer who's my quarterback? And the Steelers can't answer that.
Yeah.
They can't. In fact, that might be the worst because you get a snooty coach-killing 41-year-old.
RELAX.
And I don't even know if you get him. You might get him for 1 year, but then if you do that, now you're in full reboot mode. And so you're starting completely over. It's no wonder. It is no surprise to me that John Harbaugh gets fired and it takes 53 minutes for the internet to be like, New York Giants, because they're the ones who have a young quarterback who looks good. The other really hot job is the one that just let him go because they've got Lamar Jackson.
Right. And they've gotten so close so many times. And, you get to a spot where sometimes you have to just make a change and, the relationship, whether or not it's the coach who is no longer being heard by the players or, the players maybe aren't connecting with the coach and you get to that spot and you have to just kind of move on and part ways.
Yeah. I know that, there are Niner fans throughout the last few years who sort of feel John Harbaugh-ish about Kyle Shanahan, which is, sure, we acknowledge good coach, but it's not quite working. Like it's not all the way over the top. Lamar Jackson and John Harbaugh went to the playoffs almost every year. They should have gone this year, in my opinion. Lamar got hurt for a bunch of games. They had some bad breaks early in the season. Tyler Loop missed a kick, and they found their way out of the playoffs. But it almost took if you look at it from the reverse angles, it took a crazy parlay of things to happen for them to still end up just barely missing the playoffs. I think he's a really good coach. Lamar's obviously a great player. But the Ravens finally were like, look, it's it's just got stale. I don't think the Niners situation is that. I certainly don't think with one off year, I don't think Andy Reid is in that situation. The McDermott one is interesting to me. The Zach Taylor one is interesting to me.
Right.
Those, I don't know if they're stale, but
it's funny when you look at like what makes a stale year, and you look at the Niners last year. Well, you had a bunch of injuries, including your quarterback and your bell cow running back, and you had the toughest schedule known to man with the rest differential, and I think 6 teams coming off a bye and all the rest of it. So not to make excuses, but you could look at a stale year and go, yeah, I get it. Don't have another one. And they go 12-5.
Well, this year they overachieved in the eyes of most.
So even Buffalo, they've not had a stale year ever, but they have stale Januaries, and maybe they're the ones who invented dry January because they get to January. Not that they're not drinking, but they're not drinking champagne after wins. So maybe that's where dry January was founded, because if you look at Buffalo every year, 10, 11, 12, 13. What do you want from us?
I'm so excited for Friday.
I can't wait.
I can't wait to hear your picks. I want to give opinions, but I can't because, I feel like not that it's going to change your mind, but I don't want you to know what I'm thinking because I want to talk about it then.
And we can talk about it now, but
that Bills-Jags game. Oh, my gosh.
I'm just looking at the picks right now, and Rams-Panthers, the pick is in. Packers-Bears, the jury's out. Bills-Jags, the jury's out. Niners-Eagles, the pick is in. Chargers-Patriots, the pick is in. Texans-Steelers, the pick is in.
Can I hear for a second just about your process? What does that mean, the jury's out? Well, you are the jury. You're right here.
Yes.
What do you think?
Well, when I look at Bills and Jaguars, I think
it's a great question.
Thank you, Doc.
I think about 8 different things, and I haven't yet been able to go through really logically and sit down and figure out what's the most likely scenario to play out.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you not watch the 49er game for the 38th time?
I'm watching it.
And sit down with these other games and get your info ready.
Oh, we'll get there because fade the dibber. You all want to fade me. Have I lost 7 in a row?
7 in a row.
Right?
7 in a row.
Games.
And never forget.
Fade.
The playoffs last year.
Oh, I Schmidt the bed.
Which, let me think. What are there? There's 14 teams, which means there needs to be 13 games.
I believe I went 3-10.
3-10.
Including a gutsy win in the bowl. It was a gutsy bounce back, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Eagles. Plus the points.
So last year in my pick'em pool, last week, not this week, but the week before, I went 2-14.
Yeah.
I had one of the worst weeks known to man.
Yeah.
This week I went 12-4.
You're colder than a ski slope right now.
I'm colder than a witch's hip.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the exact expression, but
yeah, whatever.
We'll go with it. But
yeah. Okay.
Bills-Jags is an interesting one.
I have a very, very firm opinion about that football game.
You like the Jags. You like my guy, Trevor Lawrence. And I can't wait to talk to Mongo. And again, wait patiently for his apology. Because my guy balled out this year. 13-4? Step off, Mongo.
Wait a minute. You just did what you said you hate it when people do.
I didn't
You can't
say I
just
hate
give the
it.
quarterback the record.
What I said is we all weaponize it. Like Guru today with Draymond Green and his plus-minus.
Yeah.
I got Draymond as -64 for December. Okay. We weaponize it. Trevor Lawrence went 13-4.
Yeah.
Put some respect on his name.
I mean, okay.
Shut up!
Why can't I, if you're all going to schedule Sam Brock Purdy, why can't I schedule Sam Trevor Lawrence? Okay, he went into Denver and they won.
Yep.
Really, really impressive. All right. And then there's a bunch of Tennessees and a Jets.
Came to a hostile Levi's and won.
Well, no, I'm going their winning streak. That was back when the Jags were 5-4, and then they never lost again.
Yep.
And the winning streak, the Cardinals are in there. Tennessee's in there twice.
Cardinals not an easy place to play.
It's not.
Indy with a grandpa. I get it.
Indy twice.
With a grandpa. Was the grandpa? No, he wasn't in for both.
No, he wasn't in for both, but the Colts never won a game in the second half of the year.
Yeah.
They were a mess.
That was Riley Leonard. Who came on for Danny Dimes.
It was the game Daniel got hurt in. Jacksonville is the team that knocked Daniel out for the year. So...
Yeah, schedule Sam.
I don't want to do that.
Plucky Jets team.
No, but I get I'm just that's a devil's advocate way of doing it. I'm not doing that to people and teams. I'm not going to do that to Jimmy Butler's Warriors. I'm not going to do that to Brock Purdy. And I'm not going to do it to Trevor Lawrence. If you win a bunch of games in a row, that means you're good. I don't care who you're playing.
Yeah.
That's the definition of good. Other team sucks. You beat them. You do it every week. You're good. You're good. What was Brock Purdy's record this year? 7-2? I don't want to hear, but the schedule. I don't want to hear it.
Wait, his record was 7-2?
7-2.
Their record was 7-2.
No, you just said Trevor Lawrence went 13-4. Put some respect without a T on his name. You just did that.
I did that, yeah.
Brock Purdy, 7-2. Second best QBR in the league.
Mac Jones, 5-3. So they're
Mac
both
Jones,
a product of the
5-3.
system. I think I'm going to be the president of Makistan. I might be a small population.
I had an idea. You've been wanting to trade Mac Jones all year.
I still do.
I got an idea for who your new backup quarterback's going to be.
I'm the Brock Purdy of the Willard and Dibbs experience.
Not true. You're the Mac Jones.
Yeah,
actually, you're not even the Mac Jones.
No, Grandy's the Mac Jones.
You're the.
I'm the Christian McCaffrey.
You're the Adrian
of this
Martinez of this show.
No, I don't get that many touches, so I can't be the McCaffrey.
You don't get elevated to starter even when the starter's out.
I hate to admit this, and hopefully Grandy's not recording. I'm the Tongus. See, like that. I just made a play. Come back to me in an hour, and I might make another one.
I was gonna say you're the Kyle Juszczyk.
Not bad.
I mean,
I like Juice.
He's a Pro Bowler, though.
Right. Because
every year.
And I'll save it for Friday. He's a Pro Bowler.
He is.
You better be careful. How many fullbacks are there in the National
2
Football Conference?
And he's the better one.
And this is where I feel for my brother Lorenzo Neal, who was a 4-time Pro Bowler back when everybody pretty much had a fullback. So Juice, yes, you're a great player, and
he's a great player.
But you're a Pro Bowler. He's a 10-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
And he beat out whom?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Don't the Ravens
some other really
have some
big guy who blocks.
Ricard? Yeah.
But that's a
Patrick
different.
Ricard.
The AFC has its own Pro Bowl.
I mean, look, if nobody uses a fullback, why do the Pro Bowl teams? They don't have to take one.
They actually don't.
Okay. So there you go.
He's not out there lead blocking in a flag football game.
I don't know.
And I wanted to ask him this, and just real quick, 20 seconds on this, but when we had Juice on, I wanted to ask him about all his Pro Bowls, because his first one was actually a Hawaii Pro Bowl. You know that, right? His first Pro Bowl was the old Pro Bowl in Hawaii where you played football.
I remember the Hawaii
So I wanted
Pro
to
Bowl.
ask Juice about what's your favorite format? Because he's been through literally all of them.
I remember I ended up in Hawaii one time.
Okay.
When No. Like, it was a family trip, and no one was even thinking about it. And we get to Hawaii, and it's the Pro Bowl. And we're staying at a hotel, which must have been, I don't know if it had a contract with the league or what. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But it led to one of the more intimidating moments of my entire life.
Yeah?
Ray Lewis at the pool.
Oh, my God.
I was like.
You tried to step to him? Yo, Ray. That's my chaise lounge.
You better be careful.
Seriously.
That's right. I was sitting there.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis.
Dude.
You better start stepping.
You know how some people just have the stuff that's just like coming off of them?
Dude.
Just like the presence. And then when, the man's in a bathing suit and that's it. And you just walk by and you're like, good Lord. People try to run by that guy.
No.
People try to block that. What are we doing?
Lo Neal took me to his Super Bowl party in Miami at Top Golf, and we walk in, and Ray sees Lo, and he's like, my guy. And I don't know if it was my guy, but like, get over here, Mama, it's Lo Neal. So I follow Lo, and I meet Ray.
There goes that man.
Ray's only about 5'11".
Oh.
Maybe at this point he's about 217, but you look at him, and it's like, my goodness.
My goodness.
You are all business.
I ended up in the check-in line behind Haloti Nada.
Not a noti.
It was like, oh my God.
He's only about 6'7", 358.
Haloti Nada was like a nose tackle for the Ravens at the time.
Not a noti.
So maybe it was just the Ravens. Yeah, and then Grady loves this story because he's an Oregon Duck. But anyway, he and all of his boys had T-shirts on that said, "Not a chance."
Right.
It made me laugh so hard. This big dude in flip-flops. Thank you, Lucas. I can take it from here. Yeah. I can take it from here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. My MacBook's about to run out of juice.
Okay.
So I had to call in for I had to call into the bullpen to get a little something. So talk for a second. You're always wanting to. I'm
just wondering if Haladinoti is in the Hall of Fame or if he's not yet. I'm sure he will be.
I don't think so.
He's in the Oregon Hall of Fame.
Yeah. It's a duck.
I mean, is such a thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean.
Anyway.
Sure.
Anyway, 888-957.
Is your boy Brooks in the Oregon Hall of Fame?
Who?
Bucky.
No, the dirty NBA player. Isn't he an Oregon
Dylan.
Duck?
Oh, Dylan Brooks? No, not enshrined yet.
Oh, this is totally off subject. Did you see this on Twitter yesterday? Somebody was advocating a trade for, it was Boogie Cousins. Boogie Cousins went on ESPN, I think, and said that Dylan Brooks needs to be traded, and he had a whole scenario. I forget who they wanted or where he wanted to send him. And the actual owner of the Suns quote tweeted it. Matt Ishbia is like, no need to call the Suns. Dylan Brooks is not available. Dylan is going nowhere.
Oh, wow.
Suns ownership put that on Twitter. So they love him, even though the rest of the world hates him, except for Grandy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure his teammates like him. One of those guys that you love to play with.
I don't know that.
Well, you have some insight, so you could probably find that out.
Oh, yeah, but I haven't.
Okay.
I could ask.
Yeah. I mean, depends on how things are going, but, nice to have an enforcer on your team.
Anyway, we've been sitting here talking out Baldy's comments about Brock Purdy earlier, and I think that this is even, your Trevor Lawrence comment, same thing. Like right now, and I'm not going deep into a breakdown of the Jags and Bills, but the Jags are a more complete football team than the Buffalo Bills right now. The Jags are one of the best teams in the league at turning the ball over. So all of these things meet in the middle. And when one of the quarterbacks who, for whatever reason, here's the other thing I want to know. What is it that happens that sort of mints a quarterback? Because to me, what I hear, at least in my ear, I hear too much of it having to do with fantasy football. So let's leave Brock Purdy out of that for just a second.
Okay.
Why are Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson minted? What did they do in this world where, as you put it, we hang the wins and losses around the quarterback? What did Josh and Lamar do that has made everyone go, well, hands off, those are two of the three best quarterbacks in the game? What did they do?
They are special. And when you watch them, they do things that make you go, oh my God. And for Josh Allen, it's you can't tackle him.
Okay.
He's a great running quarterback in his own way. He can make all the throws and he puts up big numbers, and they're always good. They always make the playoffs, and I'm looking, they've made it in 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. They're 7-6. I'm sorry, he's 7-6.
7-6.
In the playoffs, which is not great.
I mean, much smaller sample. Brock Purdy.
But you make it every year.
Brock's only missed the playoffs once.
Right.
And 4 tries, 3 for 4.
Okay. And I think Lamar, similarly, and I don't have his playoff record in front of me. It's not as good as Josh's, but he does things that make you go, ooh, shout out C&C Music Factory.
No doubt.
Things that make you go,
But is that what we're actually looking for? Is that what if we're going to hang wins and losses around the quarterback? Lamar Jackson's never even been to a championship game, let alone a Super Bowl, and Lamar missed the playoffs this year. Yes, hurt a lot. Like, again, don't take this conversation. I think they're wonderful. I think they're the two players that I would center a team around first. So I'm in agreement. But I'm trying to learn the rules. What's the marker? What makes someone, is it your eye test? You said they put up big numbers. That's fantasy football.
Right. Well, also, like Josh Allen, they win every year, 10 games or more. They go to the playoffs every year. that's good. That matters. And not everybody gets to win the bowl, but we're getting to a point where, not quite yet, but Josh, you're going to need to win one. This is now year 7 and your 7th trip to the offs. One of these years, you're going to have to break through.
So you love golf. Let's take
Jared or the sport?
No, golf. Yeah,
okay,
golf
yeah.
with an L. Let's take what you just said, and I know you'll get this right. What would we say about a golfer who does exactly what Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson do?
Yeah.
They are
You make a lot of cuts.
They are the best to have never won a major.
Right, Ricky Fowler.
Okay. So, usually in sports, if you've got a player who performs really well every regular season, but then the playoffs don't go well, that becomes a source of frustration and often criticism, by the way. This was Barry Bonds forever, by the way.
Yeah, he was terrible in the
Barry
playoffs.
Bonds, it was like this choke artist. And
until 2002.
Right. And I know especially Josh. Josh has lost some football games in the playoffs where you're like, he played great.
Right.
He played great and they lost. So I understand that aspect of it too. I'm exploring here.
Part of it, though, and I like the exploration, but part of it, too, is the expectation of Josh Allen versus Ricky Fowler. Ricky Fowler is never going to win a major, but he was never considered one of the 3 or 4 best golfers in the world. He was a top 10-ish guy. He was a guy who was
most talked about, though, most
fine, but he
recognizable.
wasn't Phil, he wasn't Tiger.
Yeah.
When it was Tiger and Phil, and even at the tail end of Vijay Singh, who won a bunch, and Ernie Els, he was never up at that level. Allen is and Lamar is. So that to me is the one tweak in your analogy, which I liked. But I think when you look at Josh Allen, highly drafted, Lamar Jackson was a late first, but a guy who, oh my God, he can do everything. And now, by the way, he's gotten a lot more accurate as well. So this year was weird because he was hurt a bunch, but
he didn't have his superpower this year.
Right. But Josh Allen, he's had the superpower. The problem with Buffalo is their defense is mid at best. And they haven't been able to put it all together at the right time to get over the hump.
Yeah. Yeah. His receiving core, he just doesn't have that many playmakers either. Love James Cook. But no NFL team has been centered around the performance of one player the way Buffalo has been centered around Josh. That's one thing that I would actually give him as a compliment because they do usually win, but they don't win in the end.
Yep.
And I don't think they are going to this year.
Buffalo is one of 4 teams this regular season to do something that the other 28 teams did not do.
What's that?
I'll share it on the other side.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay, so that's coming up, and so's this. Actually, we very, very rarely use callers as a forward promote, but I don't know in my career, you and I have been in radio for a long time. I don't know if a caller has ever gotten on the air by telling a producer what this caller just told our producer.
Ooh.
That's
a good question.
Well, but I'll share what he said now, and then we'll take the call coming up. But someone just called Lucas and wants to get on the air because, quote, these guys are talking too much.
What? We're talking too much?
He cannot be that guy.
I'm hesitant to answer.
I told him that was your job.
Ooh.
I can't wait to talk to him. I've never been so excited about it.
I can't wait to listen to him. I'm not saying a gosh darn word to that guy. I've said too much already.
Unfortunately, I am contractually obligated to say that we're brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Ooh.
It's here for you, here for good. I would do it in sign language, but I don't know how. It's Willard and Dibs.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Oh, hate hearing that.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh. All right, so what was the little thingamabob that you had there?
This year, 4 teams did something that the other 28 did not.
Okay, 4 teams did something that the other 28 did not.
Yes, and historically, teams that do this thing, since Shanny took over the Niners, 20 of the 28 made the playoffs in the year they did that darn thing.
That's quite a little riddle.
Yeah, it's not too in-depth or complex.
Did all 4 of the teams who did it this time, are they in the playoffs?
No, 3 of the 4.
3 of the 4 in the
Washington did it. They did the thing, but they wound up 5-12.
Washington did it. Is it something that they did during the season or they've done since?
No, all season. It's a compilation sensation is what it is of the stats.
Wow.
Philly did it last year, and I make reference to it all the time. And then they won the Super Bowl.
Philly did it last year.
And they did it.
Hire a bag boy to stand next to the coach?
I resent that. I'm more of a bodyguard than a bag boy. I'm Big Dom.
That's my guess. That's my guess.
The answer is run the ball more than they had pass attempts.
Oh, got it.
This year, Buffalo, Seattle, and Green Bay. And then also Washington. And if you look at the context of Washington, they would rather not throw it. And like last year, Philly did it. They won the whole thing. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Washington, Green Bay, they all did it. They all made the playoffs. So it's a little chicken and egg, as we like to talk about, where if you're a good team and you lead, you run it more. But last year, Philly ran it 621 times, and they threw it 448, which is the most dramatic split that I can find since the Shanahan era. And this year, like Seattle, 26 more runs than passes. Buffalo, 52 more. And it had me thinking about it because Josh Allen, where you've got a great running back and you've got wide receivers that you don't really love, and you've got a big, rugged quarterback who can run it. And so as we look at the Jacksonville game, if Buffalo's going to win, it's going to be Cook and Josh running the ball.
Buffalo is totally misunderstood. I find it to be very interesting to dive into Buffalo's analytics. Because people go, ooh, Josh Allen, they've got a great quarterback. They throw the ball down the field less than any team in the history of ever. Like their average depth of target is so low. Like it really is a college-style offense or a high school-style offense where they're just like, Josh, here, go do something. Do something.
Things.
Just do stuff. And then we'll see what happens. And he runs around, he twirls around, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and all of that stuff. And they've struggled against the really good defenses. Houston held them down. Philadelphia held them down. Just a few weeks ago, they only scored 12 points in a big game. So anyway, 888-957-9570. Nick Friedell's going to be on in just about like 25 minutes or so. And so we're going to get to some Warrior basketball. I found something. I've successfully calmed myself down a little bit. But
thank God, I saw your tweet last night. I almost called in sick.
You know what? You should have been actually more excited to come in. To either defend your point.
I will.
Or let's talk about this. Because I find what happened in the Warrior game last night to be the officiating version of the defense letting you get 19 yards on 3rd and 17. It's just, you can't do this. But hang on. We're clearly talking too much. Let's go live to Rick in Palo Alto.
And that's on me, because I talk too much in general, so I need to dial it back a little bit.
Not me. Anyway, let's go to
hop.
Rick in Palo Alto. Rick, boy, the floor is yours.
Okay, first of all, I agree with your producer, Lucas. You guys, this is your job, okay? Talking is your job. But more to the point, Willard, I think what I've heard over the last hour and a half, 2 hours, is your take on the 49ers. I've been a 49er fan for 50-some-odd years. I followed Walsh and Siebert, and I also design football for my players at Foothill. One of the things I want to mention is there are two disciplines going on in football. There's a coaching discipline, and there's a player discipline. And when you look at it that way, within 2 minutes, when I put on the 49ers and the Chicago Bears, I saw Brock Purdy under the center, and he was doing RPOs. I called my friends who bet on FanDuel or every kind of secondary betting. I don't bet. They do. And I said, change your bet to the 49ers. The 49ers are going to win this game. And they did. The same thing happened with Seattle. When I saw Brock Purdy in the shotgun, I called my friends. I said, they're going to lose. And the reason I'm saying that is because some of the opposition I get is, Brock Purdy can see the receivers better. Well, that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the defense sees everything. And so that's why all the receivers and backs were covered to catch a pass. When I called everybody, I said, bet on the Seahawks because the 49ers are going to lose, and boy, did they. And so I'm saying one thing. It's Kyle Shanahan's take, and I agree with you, Willard, that he was a little afraid of the Seahawks, so that's why he went into the shotgun, and he thought it would be better for Purdy. I thought he would change it at halftime, and he didn't. So the reason I'm saying that is because Kyle Shanahan is an excellent coach. I'm not putting him down. I'm just saying the real discipline here is the understudy and the understanding of the coach. The coach didn't. He could have changed it at halftime. His player got beat up. The whole game he got beat up. I'll let you guys talk.
Well, Rick, actually, before you go, Rick, I have a question for you. You sound like you know some football. You can't be making it as simple as if Brock Purdy's under center, the Niners win football games, and if he's not, they don't. You're not saying that, are you?
No, not generally, but I can say within a few minutes who's going to win the game for the 49ers playing anybody, because Brock Purdy is you saw what happened against the Bears. He was able to get out of the pocket. He'd do an RPO with McCaffrey. He could do with whoever, Robinson. And so the secondary, whoever the Bears or the Seahawks would have been, the linebackers, the secondary would come in. And so Brock Purdy was able to get out of the pocket and find a receiver or run himself. That didn't happen in Seattle or against Seattle.
But, I mean, do you give any nod to, like, one of the things you're talking about was against the Bears. The other thing was against the Seahawks. Like, those are not – you're making them sound like they're equal things, and if the Niners had done the same thing, they'd have the same result.
We won't know that until they try. And I called my friends and said, if the 49ers if Brock Purdy gets under center in the second half, they could win. And if he didn't, they were going to lose. And that's a fact.
Well, I don't think that we can say that that's a fact. And by the way, I think when you say RPOs, you actually mean –
that's a stat.
You mean play action because you don't do RPOs from under center. That's usually a play that you would do. Thank you very much, Rick. You would do that out of the shotgun.
They don't do a lot of RPOs. They
don't do
anyway.
an RPO. I don't know that I've ever seen Brock Purdy run an RPO.
No, they ran some read option last week, and he ran it beautifully. And I'm looking at the 4th and 1 play that we've all referenced where he was under pressure and they ran play action and he was under center. So that was a play run under center that actually didn't work out. Pistol, shotgun, under center, hurry up, 4 wide, triple tight end. I don't know if any of that would have mattered because on all the snaps I'm looking at for the 4th time, the majority of them, Seattle was just better in the trenches.
Totally.
And better in the secondary.
Yeah, and like the one thing I like about Rick's take, even though I think that the RPO thing is mixed up, and I don't think you can ever say, if you had done this, you would have won, and that's a fact. No, we're not, as human beings, I have no idea what would have happened if something that didn't happen was tried. I don't know what the result would have been. I can agree that I would have loved to see Kyle Shanahan try some other things a little earlier than he did. Because they did find a rhythm there in the 4th quarter, and it was a little bit too late because it didn't end up with points because the ball bounced off of Christian's hands and all of that stuff. But I do like that at least what Rick is trying to do is go a little deeper into the conversation. That's really my only point today. I would love to see, and this isn't just about Brock, it's about all quarterbacks. I would love to see when we watch a football game, instead of just attaching, and I think you've made the same point, instead of attaching a win or a loss, and instead of simply attaching a point total to the quarterback, let's talk about what was available and then what did they do with what was available. What was available against the Bears? A lot.
Yeah.
What did he do with it? A lot.
Yep.
What was available against the Seahawks? Very little.
A little, yeah, some.
Some. And what did he do with very little? Very little.
Yep.
But there's a difference between that and then, for example, what he did against Carolina. What was available against Carolina?
Some. Yeah.
What did he do with it?
Not a lot.
Very little. He messed up. So that,
only 3 times in 8 plays.
Right. So, okay, the president of Brockistan, I'll give you that one. That was a poor performance. Don't call the game against Seattle a poor performance. It wasn't a poor performance. It was a great performance, but it wasn't a poor performance. Very little available, and he did not make major mistakes under duress. But there wasn't a lot available, and so they didn't get a lot.
And if you want to grade him on a curve, along with every other player who took an offensive snap, and you did a test out of 100, let's just say that Brock had like a 60 out of 100, but based on the curve, that was probably right in the middle or toward the top of the middle. Like, who on offense played well enough to where you'd go, yep, that's an A performance on the offense.
Yeah, I don't
offensive
know.
line, I don't know. Like, Juszczyk had some good plays. Kittle, he didn't have any drops, but he didn't have any room.
Right.
Jawan got busted up a few times. Your various Robinsons made a few plays when they got the opportunity. Nobody on offense played well.
Correct. Nobody was like, I don't know if anybody was like offensive. Christian had the worst play, the one that we saw.
Right.
But, and I think a lot of the offensive line struggled. They struggled to do their thing. And that's ground zero. They're the first ones. That's the first line of defense. You got to do that, and then all the other stuff becomes available. And they didn't do their job.
And I do think that you have to tip the cap to Mike McDonald and what he did when he was at Baltimore. He did similar things where he confused Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. They beleaguered the offense. They generated turnovers, which they only did here with 1 turnover. But he's kind of been a little bit of a kryptonite for your boy Shanny. He's at his number now.
Actually, I can unfortunately give you a different name that might be the kryptonite.
Is it Vic Fangio? Lord Fangio?
4 times. I don't think Kyle's gotten to 20 points yet. 4 times.
And he's one of the all-time great defensive coordinators in the history of our game.
And he, again, has a talent edge this weekend.
Yeah, you got horses.
So, yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, Nick Friedel in 15 minutes. We do want to do some Warriors stuff. One more call on this, though. Mike in San Jose. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling. What you got?
How's it going, fellas? So me and a couple guys at work were talking, and we understand that when the Rams played last week, when it didn't really mean anything against the Falcons, they still trotted out their first string, and they played that game like they were playing to win, and they lost to the Falcons. Now, fast forward to us this week, we played the Seattle Seahawks. Hey, it was a tough game. They played their starters. We played our starters. We didn't come out on top. We lost the game. Why aren't the Rams getting judged by that loss when they played their starters against them? And it was a meaningless game, I get it. But they played all their starters. They still lost the game. Why are the Niners being ripped up like this after 1 game against Seattle? I understand.
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Beat them convincingly, but that doesn't hold water to me and my buddies. We feel like the Niners are being judged a little differently in this situation when we know damn well the next game the Niners see, if they do see the Seahawks again, it ain't gonna be that way. It ain't gonna boil down like it just did. Shanahan's got some plays.
Mike, you want my real answer? Because I got a real straight answer for you as to why it doesn't sound the same. Because I think you're onto something, and here's why I don't think it sounds the same. Matt Stafford and Sean McVay have won a Super Bowl. That's it. There's 2 things in the NFL right now that will get people off your back. 1, win a Super Bowl, or 2, win the fans a Super Bowl. So if Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson win you your fantasy league, they are off limits. And if you win a Super Bowl, you are off limits. Notice the world's not really doing a Jalen Hurts thing this year. They might be in Philly because this is the most angry group of people I've ever met in my darn life, and they're mad about everything all the time.
Check our social media feed with the collage of middle fingers.
Exactly, and thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. But I don't hear, the world doesn't do this whole, Jalen Hurts has 2 angry receivers, does not have good numbers.
Yep. The running back is having a recovery year.
The defense outplayed the offense this year. And
the center retired, and they've had a bunch of injuries on their O-line and D-line.
Right, but nobody's like, I'm not sure about Jalen Hurts because he's now minted. He's covered in all of that armor because he won a Super Bowl last year.
The green mint, no doubt.
I think it's a silly metric, and I know that bothers people because the Super Bowl is the thing. That's the thing that we're all going for. But here's how I would say it. I don't think if you win one, that automatically means you're just amazeballs all the time. And if you haven't won one, that automatically means you're not amazeballs. That's not the way I look at it.
It's not the way it is, especially this year where you and I could draft Super Bowl matchups. And maybe we can do this later in the week with all the different permutations. Maybe we wait till next week when you're down to 8 teams. It's a little bit more straightforward, but I would guarantee you that your number one pick on who versus whom and my number one who versus whom, they're not going to get there because this year is wide open. And I think it's the nature of it. And I'm just looking at the Rams season. You lose to Carolina, you had 3 turnovers, they had none. You lose to Atlanta, you had 3 turnovers, they had none. Let's just boil all this down to the reality of what football is. When all these teams are kind of similar, you turn it over, you lose. They don't turn it over, they win.
This is going to be, and boy, get ready to fade.
Oh, God.
This is going to be one of the hardest playoffs to predict, I think, that I can remember.
I've got 4 picks in, and the 4 picks that I've made, 4-0. Call my message phone. I got 4 locks, and those 4 are going to win.
Fade.
The other 2 I'm not sure about.
Fade.
When you say 4-0, you mean that if we go against you, we'll go 4-0, right?
Fade.
Anyway.
I don't like Mark Randy, but I respect him.
Fade.
You'll like him more because you're
4 was unnecessary.
You're going to turn your hate to me in just a second.
Oh, boy.
Because not only do I want to fade your picks, I want to fade your take from last night. And I know
you want to fade my second profession is what you want to fade.
I hate referee dibs. Am I muted on your Twitter right now?
Are you muted on my
Can you see my tweets?
For now.
Okay, because
Instagram for sure you're muted.
No, I know Instagram we bother you, but on Twitter.
No, you don't bother me.
No, we do.
We do. You're right.
Yeah,
you do.
Yeah, but on Twitter, where I don't put pictures of me and my wife out to dinner.
And I love your wife.
Yeah, I know you do.
And I love you too.
I know you do. But
enough is
you.
enough.
Yeah.
Yes. Jennifer Lopez starred in a movie called Enough.
What are we supposed to? We can't take pictures of things that we're not doing. Like, what do you want?
It's Wednesday night. Look at us. Happy as ever.
Very rarely happens on a Wednesday. But yes, very happy on a Wednesday. We are over the hump.
And I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
Just keep it out my feed. But anyway, I know you hate referee dibs. And I was listening.
Really
I heard that drop in my head all night last night.
Listen. Here's why I'm asking. I feel your tweet was in response to my tweet.
And what you probably
Fair
didn't...
or foul? Just yes or no?
Not in response, but there's a reason why I turned the replies off in my tweet, which I never do.
And actually, I sent the text before the tweet. The tweet I sent about, and this is all about, for those of you if you watched the Warrior game last night, this goaltending crap was one of the more infuriating things I've ever watched in sports because it did not need to be the way that it was. And part of it is not even the ref's fault because they are totally at a loss to review something that should be reviewable, and I get that. I understand that. But the first thing I did was I texted you. I texted our whole thread. Here, let me pull it up. I want to read to everybody what I said because I was freaking hot.
Yeah, you were.
I want to know why you don't get hot in situations like that. You're a Warrior fan.
Right.
Why does that not bother you?
Couple reasons. One, it's 1 in 82. 2, I understand the nature of what happened, and I see that the problem is not only with the 3 officials, and I watched the replay earlier, and all 3 officials are looking at the play, and one of the 3 could have seen that it was a clear-cut goaltend. My issue is more with the construct of review. If it's in the last 2 minutes, we review it. If it's called a goaltend, we review it. If it's a clear-cut goaltend that's not called, we don't review it. So we'll put that aside. Blown call, yes. It was 1 possession out of 100 and whatever. It bothers me, not as much as you. And then when Steve Kerr goes ballistic, I get you can react, but that's an automatic two-tech adios.
I understand, but like again, if we take that to real life, that's not how we do life. If you go in like, I don't know, dude, like let's say you go sit down at a restaurant with your family, okay? And Mila, and let's go back a couple years where she was a little bit like less controllable. She's in a high chair and she's grabbing French fries and she's throwing them at the server. Forget French fries. She grabs ketchup, throws it at the server.
Were you there that night?
And the server's got ketchup now all over themselves. It's in her hair.
Right.
Okay? And you look at the server and you go, you don't think the server's going to get pissed? The server's not going to get pissed.
Right. Who's going to do that? But I'm playing along with it.
Play along with it because this is what you're basically asking. You're asking human beings whose entire life and professional career is dedicated to these moments. We're in a very emotional industry. This is professional sports. It's an emotional industry. You cannot screw up to that level and ask everyone around you to just stay calm. You can't do that. And I acknowledge their hands are a bit tied in two forms. A, it's not reviewable. That's stupid.
Yep.
B, when the coach runs at you, what are you supposed to do? You sort of have to throw them out of the game.
Yep.
But the scenario that sets up, which is we screw up, you get mad, now we punish you even further, and we take our mistake and double and triple down on it and ruin a basketball game. And then at the end of all of it, we're supposed to be like, well, if you had just made more shots, why do I have to beat the Clippers by 6? I only should have to beat the Clippers by 1. You gave them 5 points. We lost by 1.
Well, they didn't give them 5 points.
Yes, they did.
Steve Kerr's demonstrative behavior is automatic tech worthy. That's why they got 2 free throws.
And understandable and largely.
But not mandatory.
But
he didn't have to do that.
No, but again, you're asking human beings to be beyond what I think most human beings are.
Steve Kerr's reaction was not about a single goaltend on a single possession on a Monday night.
No, it was because they were screwing things up before that, too.
Draymond Green yelling at him.
Oh, I disagree.
Draymond Green getting ejected all the time. Jonathan Kuminga not playing. You being mediocre. Steph Curry starting to see a little bit of a demise. You're in your last year of your deal. And this is all me projecting. But that outburst was not about one call. There was the call that Steph Curry should have got an and one. No, he shouldn't have, because when you're outside the key and you're not in a shooting motion, that is a foul on the floor.
But the whistle came late.
I get it, Mark. I understand it. But again, Steve Kerr, it's not in his job description to go ahead and lose his Schmidt. He did that because he's frustrated over a lot of different things, and so he was the one who compounded bad and made it worse.
Okay, and I find that to be unfair because A, you are projecting, and maybe those things are true, but those things were true.
Well, those things don't matter. But all that matters is that he had to be physically restrained. It doesn't. The other stuff is just me projecting.
That's an opinion. You don't.
My
know
opinion doesn't matter.
Well, of course it does.
All that matters
is
a radio
show. You're allowed to talk.
Well, here's my opinion. My opinion is the referee makes a call. It's a bad one. He may not know that in the moment, and he sees a coach who's being physically restrained and yelling profanities at him. So, that's an easy uno dos adios.
I understand that, but again, while you're saying this is about all the things going on with the Warriors, those things were all true in the first quarter. Steve didn't show up pissed off.
And that's my projection. Honestly, that doesn't even matter.
Those things were all true in all of the games over the last 2 weeks.
Right.
He's not charging at the official in all of the games.
And I can't get inside his head as to why he chose to do that now.
There was a series of calls that were at minimum mildly frustrating.
Right.
Then followed by a call that's inexcusable.
Well, it's just a blown call. It's a blown call.
Certain ones are worse than others.
That was a bad one, yeah.
Absurd.
It was. It was absurd.
And then when you basically poke a bear and the bear comes charging at you, then you further penalize. It's wrong. It's like flat.
You get pulled over and the cop comes to your window and you decide, when he asks for license and registration, you decide to throw it at the police officer and say, F you, CHP. That's 5 letters. And the CHP says, step out of the vehicle. So now your behavior has prompted a certain reaction from the authority.
I don't like the comp because this would be more like
you have my daughter throwing ketchup on a waiter.
Yeah, well, this would be like the authority kicking the person in the shin first and then getting mad that they reacted.
No, the authority pulled them over for, probably something that they didn't do.
Grandy's losing his mind.
I'm trying to get virality in here.
We're sponsored by CalSheet. Trade on anything. No, you're defending the officiating triumvirate again.
I'm explaining to you what actually goes on.
I don't need to be explained to. I like it's wrong. It needs to be addressed. Nick Friedel joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with CalSheet. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with CalSheet, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. CalSheet. Trade on anything.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Now through January 12th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. All those savings add up to one thing: a Happy New Year from the Floor Store. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hey, it's Willard. Let's play Underdog. Football playoffs are back. Underdog, best place to play on all the gridiron action. You can make picks and win money right now in California. You know playing on Underdog is easy. You pick if your favorite players are going higher or lower on stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, whatever it is. You get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, and I apologize, but I'm looking at the Niner-Eagle game, and I'm going Jalen Hurts lower than 0.5 interceptions. Come on, the Niner defense is hampered. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
San Francisco will see variable clouds tonight with a low of 50.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Drives in, feeds Peyton another way. No, it's goaltended by Collins. No call! And here comes Dunn the other way. Dunn stops, dribbles in, lost the ball, and they call a foul there. Steve Kerr is all the way out to midcourt on Brian Forte and has gotten teed up. Brian Forte gives him a little sarcastic little tee and has ejected Steve Kerr. Well, the Warriors didn't agree with the and one or lack thereof on Steph Curry. And now 2 technicals on Steve Kerr, and he's been ejected with 7:57 to go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy, what a sequence. What a game. Tough loss down there in Los Angeles. It is Willard and Dibbs. Willard back momentarily. He's on assignment. But in the meantime, we bring in our dear friend, cousin Nick, who is at the center of everything Warriors. My man, Nick Friedel. What's going on, brother?
Mr. Dibbs, I've seen lots of crazy stuff with the most interesting team in basketball, but that was as pissed off as I have seen Steve Kerr in a while. And guys, you know, I think the comparison was, remember that preseason years ago, I want to say maybe 18, where he was out there and going, I don't want to be here. I don't even want to be here. That was the time I've seen him that heated, at least outwardly. So it was quite an event last night in L.A. About 100 levels and layers we can get into. So let's do it.
Well, I wonder if you'd sort of weigh in on this, Nick, because Dibbs and I, and we like to do this on this show, we like to argue about refs because when they mess up, I'll call it out, and then Dibbs will defend it, and then rinse, repeat. And so Dibbs kind of made the comment that when Steve loses his mind like that, it's about more than just those calls. When you see that, do you believe that that was largely about the calls that we saw last night, or were we also seeing a little bit of a window into how Steve is just feeling as a coach in general right now?
I don't think there's any question when you have the expectations that the Warriors did to start the year, Mark, and they just haven't played that well. I mean, they are just a supremely mediocre team as we speak and have been all year. There's no doubt that the frustration builds up over time. I will say in watching him, at least last night, I mean, he was so frustrated at the way they were playing, and I should say at the way they were playing, because they just could not make any kind of shot, open shot, anything, that Steve was to bench at times. I mean, usually he's up and moving around. He was so mad at everything going on that he was just sitting there trying to collect himself. And then as the refs started to miss a few calls and that happened, I think it all boiled over. My sense last night was he was so upset about those calls that it spilled out. But to what you guys are saying, there's no doubt when a team isn't having success, the person everybody will look to first is the coach. And Steve's had an unbelievable amount of success through the years. But I think he sees what everybody else sees. They're just not consistent. They can't find what they need night to night to get out of the mediocrity that they're in. And absolutely, he's frustrated about it.
And you look at last night, and Steph was unable to get the shot going, and not a lot of other offensive help from behind the line. Draymond Green goes 0 for 6. Is this just a case where this is kind of going to be the team that we're looking at? Buddy's not playing. Kuminga is not getting minutes, even though he wasn't listed with an injury. Are we kind of just sunk in a spot where no matter what happens with a Kuminga trade, this is largely going to be the product that we see?
Dibs, the answer to that question is yes. And I have been trying to scream it from the rooftops the last few weeks here, but anybody who thinks that January 15th or the deadline, that some miracle trade is going to come in, I just don't see it. Guys, I mean, look at the options. Again, people don't want to hear it. A lot of the fan base, I don't think, understands it, but they're hard capped. Can they make a move? Sure. There are moves to be made, but you got to match up the salaries. So are you better off if Jeremy Grant or Drew Holiday is on this team and Kuminga is not, if that's a direction that Mike Dunleavy wants to go with Joe Cronin in Portland? I guess so. But are you going to move, and Dibs, this goes to your point, from where they're at right now in mediocre land to some different place? I don't see it. I think they're better than what they've shown to this point, in that when you look at the numbers defensively, they've still been pretty solid. They just cannot generate enough consistent offense. But I know how much frustration there is within this fan base. I see it on Twitter every single day at Kerr, where I would caution everybody to just kind of take a deep breath. Look at the roster. The roster just does not have the talent that it needs. Al Horford was like 1 for 8 last night. They were banking on him to be a real difference maker this year. He's been hurt and he's been ineffective. Draymond just has not played up to the level that he set for himself. He was better last night, but I mean, Dibs, you said it, when he's missing all those threes, there's a reason they're giving him all those threes. I think Jimmy is still a very good player, but he's not the same high level player every single night that we saw even a couple years ago. This roster and the talent on it is flawed. And we haven't even talked about Moody, Pods, Kuminga. They just haven't taken a step. So there's blame all over the place for the way they've landed in the place that they've gotten into. But at the core, they're just not good enough. And that is a reality that I don't think a lot of at least the diehards out there want to accept right now, because they see Steph at the level that he's at, and they want to believe that there's something more out there.
We're hanging out on the River Islands guest line right now with our buddy Nick Friedel, Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. All right, let's whittle it down from macro to micro then, Nick, because I think everybody's with you. Is there a magic trade that's going to suddenly make this team the 4 seed? Maybe not, but let's go piece by piece. And I want to start by asking it to you this way. When the Thunder are here last Friday night, because you know that this was thrown around on social media everywhere. The Thunder are here on Friday night. The Warriors sit their top players. Steve Kerr goes in front of the media, says, this is an opportunity for Kuminga to play, ... take a breath, and then here comes, Kuminga's got back soreness, and he doesn't play. Is anything going on there? Are the Warriors and Kuminga right now both incentivized for him to not play? Or do we take those reports at face value?
The whole thing was weird, Mark. I can only speak for myself personally. I'm sitting there and you're asking Kerr, all right, well, when did Kuminga get hurt? And he's like, it popped up before the game. And I said, well, do you think it's going to linger? And he's like, I don't know. So are they both incentivized? To your question, at this point, it's like, why run him back out there? Everybody sees the writing on the wall. The divorce has been imminent for weeks at this point. I think on a professional level, though, I think Jonathan's decision, and he's the only one who can speak for himself. Was he really hurt? What was really going on? We'll continue to ask him, but I think it rubbed people within the organization the wrong way because they didn't have those guys out there. They wanted him to get the minutes. I mean, Kerr was open about it. He said, I think he was on with Bonte and Evan that day. He said, yeah. And they said, is Kuminga going to play? And he's like, yeah, this is the time for him to play. And then he doesn't play. And you're kind of sitting there going, okay. You're watching this relationship come to a close. But at least for me, as somebody who's covered the league, I feel like there's a professional responsibility. Now, if Jonathan's hurt, he's hurt. And only he knows the answer to that. And he hasn't really wanted to talk, in the last week or so, understandably, with all the other stuff going on. But, Mark, specific to your question in that game, I think that was like the end. Because if you're sitting there and you have the head coach saying, hey, he's going to play. That we're going to put him out there. He's going to play however he's going to play. And then he doesn't play. It's like, just bring this thing to a close because it is over.
Okay, you say this is the end. Are you saying Jonathan has played his last minute with the Warriors?
I wouldn't go that far just because you never know what happens injury-wise. I think the Warriors would absolutely put him back into a game over the next couple weeks as they wait to figure out what's going on. I do not think as we sit here right now, it's some situation, Mark, where they're just going to completely ice him and say, no, there's no chance between now and February 5th, 6th that he's going to play again. I wouldn't say that. I do think that we're entering into a phase where Kuminga is at the end of his Warriors run. And it will be better for everyone involved whenever that deal happens. What I'm curious about is I know in talking to people within the organization, even a few weeks ago, it was we're not just going to deal him to move him. It's not just going to be like, all right, well, this thing has gotten so bad that we're going to make this deal and it's going to be over with. I'm curious to see what happens in the next couple of weeks, though, because if everyone acknowledges it's time for it to end, are the Warriors in that front office more incentivized to say, oh, okay, fine. Let's just take the best offer we can get and move forward? Or would they try to play hardball with other teams and say, we're not just going to give up this 23-year-old talented young player who others believe certainly still has more to prove in the league. So that part is fascinating. But absolutely, if you were asking me, do you think the deal gets made before the deadline? Absolutely, right now, I do.
And I thought it was interesting, Nick, last night that he was just listed as DNP, not as somebody who was injured. So it was just a classic DNP CD. We had asked Steve Kerr before about Jonathan being a part of the Stay Ready crew, and Kerr said, no, he's not really going to do that. And then you look at Guy last night, who didn't play at all, Guy Santos, and then Stay Ready fourth quarter, he jumps up and plays really well in the fourth. Is that just another sign of where this whole thing is heading?
Yes, because if Steve Kerr thought that Jonathan Kuminga could help the Warriors win, Dibs, he'd be out there. I mean, I can't repeat that fact enough. If Kerr and that coaching staff thought that Kuminga could help them win games, he would be out there. Kerr would try anybody right now to get out of the funk that this team is in. Guy Santos is the perfect example. He plays for a few minutes. He helps change the tenor of that game. It's why Kerr loves him so much, because he knows he can go to him at any point and he will be ready to roll. And I think everybody has tried to put on a happier face with this situation. But again, Mark, this goes back to what we were saying a couple minutes ago. When Kuminga had the chance and then didn't play, it was kind of like, okay, fine, that's it. But no matter what side of this you're on, you believe Kuminga should play more. You believe that the Warriors have been right and they just missed another first-round pick. If Kerr thought he could help them, then he would play. He's not playing because Steve Kerr believes he has better options on that bench.
We're talking right now with Odyssey Sports NBA insider and our good friend Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. I'm going to do a big old no-no here, Nick. We hate two-part questions.
Oh, boy.
We do. We hate two-part questions, but I trust you to be able to give an answer to both. Here it is. Do you believe that Steph Curry gets officiated differently than other stars around the league? Second part is, if you do, why? Why is it that way?
Yes, I do think he gets a different whistle, Mark. And the second part is, I think that Steph is still so small in comparison to the other greats of the game that it's like officials just, they don't view him the same way. I don't know why that is, but I've covered this team a long time in two separate time frames. And absolutely, I don't think for a player of Steph's caliber, he gets the whistle that he should. I don't think there's any question of that for anybody who's watching. But to try and figure out the second part of the question, it doesn't make sense. There's not a strong answer that everybody would believe in. But when you watch and you see some of the things that happen, you're just like, I don't know. And I'd say this about Steph. I think the difference is he's never struck me as a flopper. You know, he might stick his leg out sometimes like other great jump shooters of the past, and I think he's guilty of that at times. But he's not a guy who just flops all over the floor looking for calls. But at least in my opinion, in my experience, absolutely he doesn't get the same kind of whistle of the elite stars in the game.
Now, maybe someday. I mean, maybe year 18 will be, the time when he actually catches a break. And Nick, I'm a big-time ref defender, and part of it is because I don't know what they're supposed to do, but I look at the association, fouls are up, free throw attempts are up. What's the fix for what ails the league, which we all see it. None of us want to see all the fouls and all the free throws.
Mr. Dibbs, it's a good question that I don't have the answer for and the league doesn't. And it's a real problem when you are trying to sell the intensity and the intrigue of the regular season. It's just not there. I mean, guys, I cannot stress this part enough, and I feel like I say it every few weeks, but if we were not talking about the Warriors and the soap opera that always continues and is always just creating content all over the place, I don't know why the regular fan is clicking into an NBA regular season game night to night. Now, I don't think that's all on the officiating, Dibs, to what you're saying. I think the officiating has had its problems, but I think you could always go through and say, man, there are a whole lot of blown calls. Just feel like we see it more because the cameras are so good and people are locked in a different way than they follow the game now. But I think the much broader issue is when you're calling all these fouls and the games are choppy and you don't have stars like Steph Curry to watch and look out for night to night, I just don't think the NBA as a product is in a really good place moving forward in the future. Now, people will kind of just roll their eyes and go, oh, yeah, they got all these billions of dollars coming. That's all well and good. I'm talking about the day-to-day consumers, the day-to-day fans that are going to flip on your game after work and look up at the bar and attempt to be locked into what's going on. I don't think the product, regular season-wise, is in a good place. And I think the officiating and the lack of consistency with the calls is absolutely a part of that.
I don't want to know what Steph Curry thinks or what Steve Kerr thinks. I want to know what Nick Friedel thinks. Are the Warriors a better team right now when Draymond Green is not on the floor?
Not on the floor is too strong, Mark. The Warriors are a better team with Draymond in more limited minutes. Because if you take Draymond completely off the floor, I think they can be absolutely they're better offensively. But what Draymond still brings at a very high level is defensive effort in games where he is all the way locked in, where he sees a personal challenge. I think the group responds to that. It resonates for everybody. So I understand where you're going, and I understand, again, where portions of the fan base are, oh, well, they're just better without Draymond. I see it, but I'm not willing to go to the next step and say, all right, that's just the way it's got to be. Draymond is best for this group in smaller doses than what we've seen. The offense just does not look very good with any consistency when he's out there and he's kind of at the center of things. There is a reason, guys, as anyone who is watching or listening to our friend Tim Roy, there's a reason why when you're watching these games, they give Draymond like 5 feet of space. I mean, we saw it in the first quarter last night in L.A. They're daring him to shoot. Shoot the three, Draymond. They just are daring him. And he's doing it, and it's not going in. But he still takes them to a different level defensively. The problem, though, and Mark, this is a much broader point to the entire conversation. The Warriors were built for March and April, in theory. Like, hey, get us to the end. We still have Steph. We still have Jimmy. And Draymond can get everybody revved up, and Horford will be there, and we'll be ready to roll. The problem, as we all know, is they keep playing like this, they're going to end up in the play-in, and then more than likely they're going to end up playing OKC or Denver. And if they play them in that first round, that's it. I mean, that's a wrap. The season's over. So I know that fans are frustrated. I get it. I just don't think the fix is to move Draymond for what I'm not even sure what you get at this point as far as making your team better. And two, I don't know what the fix is coming up on this deadline. I think you can get solid players that can help you more than Kuminga, who's giving you nothing right now. But I don't think you're going to find a player who is going to take them from where they are right now to where they wanted to be to start the season.
Nick, we will talk to you a week from today, and that day will be 2 days before JK Day. So I want you to buckle up because that is going to be a very intense conversation.
I can't wait. And guys, I would only remind you that this team, for all its flaws and ups and downs, remains the most fascinating thing the NBA has. And I was reminded of it last night as all hell is breaking loose. This team is endlessly interesting. And it's not always going to be like this. And I know fans want to see wins. I get it. But for what we do, there isn't anything like the Warriors right now.
That's fair. That's fair. Nick, great to have you, man, as always. Thank you.
You got it. See you guys.
Okay, that's Nick Friedel, Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Okay, John Feliciano is going to join us in 20 minutes. Let's hippity-hop. We'll react a little bit to that, but let's hippity-hop back to the 49ers on a playoff week because there's another thing to kind of introduce that we haven't yet, which is it suddenly feels like most 49er fans we're talking to do not believe they can win this game. And I think we'd love to the best of our ability, kind of get a little straw poll going here. Simply, is there a belief that the 49ers, yay, they made the playoffs, but can they win? And not all of them, just Sunday. Just Sunday. Let's explore that a little bit. Call right now, 888-957-9570. Did Saturday make you think the Niners have no chance this Sunday? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Feliciano in 20 minutes. Willard and Dibbs.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family. Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
We'll see. Maybe I'll use this microphone for that endeavor later in the week if we're having problems.
All right.
I don't want to abuse it.
That would be narrowcasting. We try to broadcast, but I'll allow it.
I mean,
it's a big deal.
No, I'm just asking for a favor. I need a favor, but not yet.
Okay.
I might need a favor. And sometimes, right, I'm told that there are like a lot of people who listen to the station.
Right.
So if we say it to a lot of people, maybe somebody will be able to help.
Can I share a favor that I recently did for one of our brothers here at 95.7 The Game?
Please.
A good friend of ours was in need of a closer, and he reached out to me. His name is Joe Shasky.
Oh,
and
I
he
thought you were
said,
talking about the Giants. They need one too, but go ahead.
Well, this closer is much more effective, and it's R&S garage doors.
Mm-hmm.
Joe was having a little issue with his garage door, and he was in need of a closer. We're trying to send this to the client, but that's all right. We'll edit it in post.
What a freaking legendary game!
Shithead!
A bunch of garbage men and plumbers.
R&S garage doors.
Oh God!
So we reached out, and I put him in touch with Doug, who is my closer.
Mm-hmm.
And Doug and the great people at R&S Garage Doors came through and helped out Joe Shasky. So if you out there are having trouble with your garage door and you're in need of a closer, R&S Garage Doors. R&S Garage Doors.
I love you.
Yeah, I love you too, Joe. He reached out. I helped him. I did him a solid. I didn't do him a solid. I put him in touch with Doug, who did him a solid. And so, yeah, problem solved. Kaboo.
And cut that. Okay, good job. Yeah,
a lot of cuts in there.
That's great.
Anyway, I mean, you talk about favors and people helping people.
I'm in need of a favor.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
We'll get to it.
We'll get to it. We got time. We got some people already working on it. And if you're out there, you know who you are.
And honestly, it's around or surrounding the 49er game. That's a part of the puzzle.
Parenthetically, yes.
And honestly, why are you even watching it? Like, why bother? They're the second biggest underdog on the board.
That was a really nice transition.
Thank you.
That was super elite.
Thank you.
That was a good job.
Because it's a Sunday favor, and you're going to be watching the Niner game, and you're going to need a little help side defense after the game. And you had me thinking, like, why even bother watching it? They're not going to win. You're just setting yourself up for misery. They're 4.5-point dogs, second biggest dog on the board.
Actually had to lean into something that my lovely Christy said. I can't remember, either late yesterday or earlier today. I can't remember. Normally, of the two, and this won't surprise you, I'm the one who's like, they could win. And she'll be like, they're not going to win.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Well, so on a scale of 1 to 10 in positivity, you're like a 9.6, and she's like an 8.9.
Yeah, she's up there.
Also super positive.
She's up there, but she very much will call it like she'll see it. She does not live in Brockistan. She'll troll me right in the middle of a game. She's like, not that good.
Does she live in Kittleville?
No. She's not like that. She's just like, she doesn't like his hair. But anyway, she doesn't like people with long hair. Yeah. She doesn't want people flipping their hair after they make, it's just like, whatever. But my point is.
The stringy, greasy flip back. Not a turn on?
That's Claire's style, not my wife's. But anyway, I say that because yesterday we're talking about, like, we always love to plan out the playoffs. Like, do we want to have...
Watch Party Willard.
Right. Do we want to have the people over? What do we want to do? And you kind of made the comment of like, well, let's do X this weekend. And then if they win, we could do that next weekend. And she's like, there might be only one game, but maybe there'll be more. And I was kind of like, probably only going to be one game. And she wrote Any Given Sunday.
Nice. It's a good movie.
It is. It's a good movie. She likes that movie. Any Given Sunday. And I'm like, you know what? Damn it. Damn it. She's completely right. And I'm wondering what day this week is it going to be when we all get there. My belief is that as we get past Wednesday, playoff fever is going to get into our bellies. Right now, we're in that tweener spot. Monday is for anger. Tuesday is for some sort of still bleed over anger, but we're going to start moving toward acceptance.
Yep.
Wednesday is your middle ground. Some of you will be there. Some of you won't.
That's bargaining.
That's right.
If they can just get Trent back and if Ricky can play,
there you go.
Then ...
We're going to get a practice report. We're going to get to know, is his name Zamir White? Who's the linebacker they signed today?
Sounds about right.
Something. There's a Z in it. Anyway, you get my point.
It's not Wallow, who may start.
Might.
Yep.
He might. Eric Kendricks. Okay, whatever. What'd you want to say, Lucas?
Zamir White was the starting running back for the Raiders.
There you go. I knew it wasn't right, but there's a Z in it, right? Who is? What's it? Who the guy?
Kaiser White.
Yeah, Kaiser. Okay, there you go. Kaiser White.
Not Kaiser Sose, which it'd be cool if he could play linebacker.
He was
hard hitter.
He was intimidating.
Yep.
Anyway, point is that'll be tomorrow, and then on Thursday, I do believe that most Niner fans are going to go, you know what? We're in the playoffs. Playoffs? Yeah.
You got a puncher's chance.
Yes, that team. The team that lost Fred and Nick and lots of Brock and lots of George and lots of Ricky and a little bit of Trent.
Michael and the whole thing,
and then Michael and now Bethune. That team went 12-5. That team that we begged and hoped at the halfway point would actually just get into the playoffs somehow. It did. It did. And let's go play a football game, and we will be excited. We're not fully there yet. But of course she's right. We've learned this lesson over and over. I don't know why we think that we can come out of a week of football and think we know what the next one's going to look like. It never works. You've lost 7 games in a row.
Whoa. Don't make this about me. We're having a football conversation. Yes, I've lost 7 in a row. Fade the Dibber coming up on Friday.
We got no clue what the hell this is going to look like, even though we think we do. We don't. So that's my current take on that. We're not at X's and O's yet.
No, we're at the emotions of it, and unfortunately, Saturday is still too fresh in our mind. And Baldy, Brock played great. You scored 3 points, and the defense bend but don't break. Well, they went for it for fourth down from the 4, and they missed 2 field goals. So, yeah, you gave up 13, but it could have easily been 22, and it might have been 26. And, yeah, so the freshness of the disappointment and the reality of going to Philadelphia and all of the thoughts and memories of Philly fan and that nauseating pit in your stomach over the last time you had a playoff game there, and Brock's arm fell off, and, you had a fight between Big Dom and Dre Greenlaw, and just the smugness of Nick Sirianni as a head coach and all the rest of the stuff that's around Philadelphia. You booed Santa Claus. You cheered when Michael Irvin got hurt. Whatever all the memories are about this, I'm still kind of in dread mode of if you go out there and you lose and they advance and your season ends there again, that's the worst case scenario for me.
It's rough. And, as much as Baldy said Brock played great, he also said Philadelphia is the worst matchup the Niners could have drawn. And maybe it will be. But do you know what I hear a lot over the last 2 days that I think is funny? Ooh, the Niners are going to get their doors blown off. When the hell have the Niners ever gotten their doors blown off?
Well, the Rams this year.
Was that doors blown off?
You were down 21-0. That to me was doors blown off.
Right, but then you put up a fight and you got beat. You clearly got beat.
Yeah.
I thought they clearly got beat Saturday. But
your doors weren't blown off to me.
Right? Is anybody the Niners are going to it's the 31-3. Really? Is that I don't think that.
The 31 I could see, but the 3 I don't see you only getting 3 points. I could see a 31-21. The defense is going to have to do something to get the ball, to take the ball away, because what Philly does is they get you into 3rd and short, tushy-pushy, 4th and short, we're going to do it again.
But don't get it twisted. What Philly does is they don't do as well as they used to.
Right.
They do not do what they do as well as they used to do it. They don't. It's not a great offense.
No.
I don't know if you need to be a great offense to move the ball on the Niners right now.
Probably not.
You know? But, and they're a very, very good defense, but they're not Seattle.
They're not Houston.
They're not Houston.
They're not Denver.
Nope. Drop of the hat, Matt in San Francisco. Hello, Matt. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just jobbing. How you guys doing?
Excellent, man.
Well, I'm a firm believer in Shanahan and Brock, and the 49ers if they're going to beat Philly, and it's not going to be defense, it's going to be Brock and Shanahan coming with a different game plan. I think they can't come with the same game plan because the Philadelphia is going to use the same blueprint that Seattle used. They got that front four. I think you gotta. It's a copycat league, and Shanahan doesn't like to copy other coordinator. But if you run extra tight ends out there to chip these defensive ends and get more check downs, then Brock will have other receivers. Because right now he don't have no receivers. I mean, if you don't have Pearsall and Trent, Brock he's not gonna have nobody to throw the ball to. So. You got to come with something different. You got to control the game by winning on offense because you're not going to win with defense. So I believe that they can win, but they gotta play like when Brock came back to Philly and they put up 42. If we see that team offense, we have a chance to win. Otherwise, we're not going to win.
Matt, thanks. I'll tell you what I see on the whole Trent and Ricky thing. Sure, both of them are important. Would love to see both of them play. This is just my gut telling me that I feel like Trent is more likely to play than Ricky. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe both of them will play. I like Trent's chances based on what I've heard so far, but we're going to get more definitive on that starting tomorrow for sure. I know that we are conditioned right now after what we saw last week to be thinking about pass protection, to be thinking about separation of receivers and what Brock can do. I think the path for the 49ers to do well in this game is much more about the run game than the pass game. And that's kind of true for, most NFL offenses, to be frank. But Philadelphia, you can run the ball on them. And the 49ers will have to run the ball on them. And if they are able to do that, and I believe that they can, then that is going to at least put them in the game. The run to open up the pass, which is Shanahan's favorite way to do it.
Yeah.
Go watch the Black Friday game of the Bears against the Eagles. They gashed them. You can run the ball on Philly. Their pass rush is nice, but you can run the ball on Philly if McCaffrey is able to get 4+ yards a carry. I think the Niners can have action.
And Philly gives up 4.3 a carry, which is right in the middle of the league. And the Niners, don't run it very well. They're 30th in the league. So it might actually be as simple as that because you look at Philly's pass rush and they don't blitz at all. They blitz about as much as the Niners blitz, which is to say about 15% of the time. So if Philly can do what Seattle did, pressure with 4, then the 49ers are in a world of hurt.
They're in trouble.
Because
Yep.
That's where if you don't have Pearsall at 100%, you're down to Jawan and DeMarcus and Kittle and McCaffrey out of the backfield. That's where a defense can tee off. But you mentioned it, the run defense for Philly is gettable. They're susceptible. Can the 49ers offensive line have a better game? Have a game more like they did against Chicago and not like they did against Seattle?
Well, and you hope that it's a different offensive line. You hope it includes Trent Williams.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's a huge deal. I think that's a bigger deal than Ricky Pearsall.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Because, everything you're talking about, which is not only running it, and you'll notice a lot of their run plays are, Kittle on the left side with Trent, and then you send Juice over there in that little juicy motion, and now you've got Trent and George and Juice all running in front of Christian McCaffrey as we go strong left, and that is a lot of times that toss play that can be their best play.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hello to Johnny Croatia in Burlingame. Hey, Johnny, what's good?
Hey, everything is good. First off, I'm a lifelong Niner fan, and I'm the guy at the old Candlestick days that was throwing rocks and popcorn at Chasky. So I want Shanahan and I want Lynch fired. I want them done.
Oh, wow.
It's time. Their draft history is terrible. Shanahan is kind of like my mistress, all right?
Oh.
Teases like crazy. You want to put a ring on it, but there's just too many red flags. There's just too many issues. They've had enough time. Just like my mistress, they don't deserve a ring. It's time to let them go. Come on. Let's go.
Let's not. Let's not. Johnny, I mean, not in love with your comparison, but I like it better than the take itself. I mean, like, here's one thing. Let's whittle down on this for just a second. I can't defend all of the picks that the 49ers have made. They've had some high-profile misses. They've had some low-profile misses. They've had plenty of misses.
They've had low-profile hits and low-profile misses.
But they've also had some high-profile hits as well. Like, I think I could argue that if it were another team, you'd be jealous of the Brock Purdy pick. I think if you want to add in value, okay, in terms of where they got someone and then what they're getting out of it, I bet that I could go to debate class and win that Brock Purdy is literally the best draft pick in the NFL right now.
Well, that only matters if you then hit around him.
Correct.
And it's great that Mr. Irrelevant has gone on to be a $53 million quarterback and number 2 in QBR this year. That's awesome. But if your first-round pick can't be healthy and if your other picks that you make aren't good enough and your running back you took from Oregon, thanks, Grandy, he doesn't ever play and your wide receivers played like 11 snaps. And so your first-round pick last year has an injury history, put aside the gunshot wound, but you've had a lot of picks that you made around Purdy that haven't worked out, and that lessens the impact of a Purdy pick.
But then again, like, wouldn't you agree they've had a bunch of picks around Purdy that have worked out? I don't know. Like, you know what I would love? Because this conversation, to me, always gets stuck in the mud. Because I believe that every fan base believes that their team sucks at drafting. I really do. I honestly believe that. Even the good teams. I don't know. Do the Rams fans feel that way? They don't even do drafts in the first round. So I think every fan base thinks less of their team than what they actually are. But if you really, I would love to see a metric of how the Niners have done versus other teams. What are they getting for what are they spending draft-wise? Now, you mentioned their first-round draft picks, at least recently. Michael Williams is a tough one because what the 49ers came into this year needing was to stop the run. That's what killed their season last year, in my opinion. Number one on my tote board of what went wrong last year. They were terrible stopping the run.
And you brought in Robert Saleh, and you made 5 defensive picks.
Right, correct.
Off the top.
And Michael Williams was known as, at least on the board, as the best run-stuffing defensive lineman in the draft. And guess what? He was. I know everyone wants to look at that sack total. Oh, he only had 1 sack.
You're not looking for sacks there.
Look at what their run defense metric was with him versus without him. And he's only a rookie. He actually was really good. And I don't know if
Jury's out.
It really wasn't.
On all these guys. I mean, he was getting better. He started slowly, and he was playing better.
As a run stopper, he was really good. He was really, really good. I don't know if you blame them for a torn ACL. You know, like we bring that up a lot. I can't even tell if that's fair or not. Like someone has an injury history, but then we drafted him. I'm always like, I'm having a hard time finding the football player that doesn't have an injury history.
I get it, but
some are worse than others.
When you bring in Nick Bosa off a torn ACL in college and he tears it and then he tears another one, you can look at that and go, okay, not that I would give back the Bosa pick because he's phenomenal, but you can see where that is a thing. And Ricky Pearsall's another guy. Put aside the shotgun injury, he was hurt and then hurt in camp and then he's been hurt. And so that's been the thing. But you look at the rest of the draft last year, Alfred Collins, he's played in every game except one. He's been solid.
Okay.
Nick Martin, he's been underwhelming early.
He's on IR now, too. Yeah.
Upton Stout has been a great success as a third rounder. CJ West in the 4th. It's fine in the 4th. I mean, he's a 4th rounder.
Yeah.
He's played in 14 games. He's rotational. And Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver.
Don't know. Got
Marquise
hurt.
Siegel, who you took in the 5th. He's had a hard time, cracking the rotation.
That was exciting early and then got worse.
Curtis Rourke, the quarterback, 7th-round quarterback, whatever.
Who knows?
Connor Colby, he's filled in a little bit when needed, and then Junior Bergen.
It's certainly not an awful draft, but yes, jury is out longer than 17 games when there's a draft. So I wonder about that. I really do. I'd love a comparison, not a fan's thought, because we all get mad at the missed picks. I would love to know how the Niners are doing measured against the rest of the league in terms of what picks they have and what are they getting out of those picks.
I'll see what I can find, and I think a good metric is, did you give him a second contract? That shows, that there's a player that you drafted, you played, you liked, and you kept.
Yeah. And I know the normal thing, which is that they haven't been good in rounds 1, 2, 3, but they're sure good after that. I mean, they have a bunch of players who have passed the test you just threw out there. Second contract, a bunch of stars. They drafted them, but I always hear that they suck at the draft. And so now at least one listener would like everybody fired after going 12-5 with mass injuries. Okay. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Let's talk to our buddy. It's been a minute, and let me be the first to say to John Feliciano, Happy New Year, dude. Happy 2026.
Happy New Year, fellas. How was your holidays?
It was fantastic. I was just about asleep at midnight though on New Year's Eve. How does John Feliciano celebrate New Year's Eve?
I mean, I usually don't. But I was in Dallas watching the Canes kill Ohio State, so I was living it up.
That was a surprise, huh? Maybe not to you.
That's me. Won a lot of money on that game. Appreciate you, boys.
Not Our Fault podcast is John Feliciano's project. You got to check it out. YouTube, elsewhere as well. It's a bunch of offensive linemen trying to tell you that it's not their fault. But was it on Saturday, John? Was it?
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah.
On both sides of the ball, I think we got dominated in the trenches, unfortunately. It was not pretty to watch.
What can you do as an offense, as a play caller, when their 4 is just straight up better than your 5?
Yeah, I think it was hard to get any kind of rhythm with it. They did a great job of keeping the time of possession. Hopefully Trent gets back here soon. And we just got to play better.
Would Trent have made much of a difference in your opinion?
I mean, yeah, Trent's the GOAT. Him just being on the field, his looking over and you got big 71 who is a bad mother effer. It really does great for the morale.
I know we throw stuff like that around. I'd love to dig into it a little bit. Is Trent the GOAT? Like, truly? Yeah. I mean, Joe Thomas. Let's throw some other names out there. Is Trent the best ever?
I think Trent is the best. Just athletically, the way he can run out in screens or tosses, and just being locked down in the pass game. I think Trent, he's just so dynamic in the things that he can do.
And you mentioned the movement, and he's got to be a clean 340 or 350, and yet he does kind of run.
Whoa! Don't get at my guy like that.
I mean, I'm giving him a compliment, John, because the guy moves like
You're saying he's fat, but he can move.
I'm not saying like he's fat. Like he's 6'7". I mean, he wears it like an athlete, but the boy moves.
He does move. He's like 330.
He's listed at 318. You rocked
380?
18.
Oh, sorry.
318 is what he's listed at.
That's a lie. That's
okay.
So I put him at 340, and I'm the bad guy. I get it.
22 pounds. 22 pounds.
Yeah.
That's lunch.
Go home and tell your. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, John.
318 was probably 6-7 years ago. He's been. Yeah, there's no way he's 318.
You talked about rhythm, and you go out there and it's a 3 and out, and you go to the sideline, you come back and it's 3 and out. Why is the rhythm for an offensive line so important?
I think just for the whole offense, it's once you get that first down, things just start clicking. there's a whole bunch of stats about it. I can't remember none of that crap, but I've been in the meetings and they talk about so how important it is to get the first down. And I mean, I've heard that probably every team I've been on. It's once you get that first down, you get especially with Kyle's offense, being able to keep the defense guessing with all his different kind of motions and shifts. If you're not able to stay on the field, it kind of limits what you can do.
And it limits it, and I wonder how much it limits the script. How many plays does Shanahan normally script? And when you have a start like that, do you have to just throw the script away?
He scripts quite a lot. I'd probably say about 20 to 25 plays. It's hard to stick to the script exactly, depending on the situation. But it seemed like any time we got to stick to Kyle's scripts, the games were pretty easy when I was in.
As he just said right there, John Feliciano, recently with the Niners, last couple of years, is with us as he is every single Tuesday here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, I know you watch all the games. How would you compare the lines that we just saw from the Seattle Seahawks to that of the Philadelphia Eagles?
We kind of touched on that a little bit earlier today. We were kind of crapping on the Seahawks O-line all year. But, I mean, credit to them. I know, right? That's probably I would take this L. This is my fault. I think Philly's O-line, although they haven't played up to their standard this year, I think that their team as a whole is very talented, but I don't know what's going on over there. But Philly's O-line is going to be better than Seattle's, so it's on us to step up and handle that.
Outside of the 18 missed tackles, when you look at the Niner D against Seattle, what were you seeing as the problems they were having?
It was really they just couldn't get off the field on third down. They had like a long 3rd and 17 or something like that. A few like 3rd and 7 to 10s that they converted on, and if you're able to make a couple of those plays on those third downs, I think the game is drastically different.
John, can you speak to what some of these players who are going to play linebacker for the 49ers are going through? Like, how difficult is it to join a team and then get up to speed and then produce right away?
Well, I always tell people I think defensive players are dumb and that defenses are just so easy. Well, there's only so much you can do. There's not as it's about like linebacker is probably harder, but like defensive line, like dude, they run straight. They have one gap a game. Like it's not that defense is not that hard. Offense is way harder with all our shit, especially Kyle's offense. Like, dude, all those shifts and motions and all the tags on all the plays. It's a lot harder for an offensive player to switch teams. I think defense is pretty. It's not simple, but I think it's easier.
I know you can't see everything. Do you have a guess as to what happens here in our building when you use the word shifts? Oh my! I mean, there are people diving at buttons like bodies. It looks like the Seattle defensive line. Like there's just bodies flying everywhere over here. It's. I just want you to know, it's very scary to people.
Yeah, I add an F. There's an added F there. I'm good,
and we're thankful for it. Yeah, shifts.
If you could sell the F, if you could focus on the F a little bit more. Speaking of an F, I'm afraid you got to take an F on our little Trevor Lawrence debate, huh?
Oh my God, they're about to get smacked by the Bills.
Oh, you think? Oh, that's right. Your Bills.
I guarantee that Trevor Lawrence has 2 turnovers in that game, maybe 3.
Oh, with that vaunted Bills defense?
Wait, cut that. No, cut that. Cut that, because
I guarantee it's going to happen.
I mean, the original debate was about Trevor and Brock.
Right.
Not like Trevor is just awful. I mean, he's playing pretty good football, John.
He's doing all right.
He's doing all right.
I think they scored more than 3 points last week, and I'd have to check my notes, but
they've won 8 in a row.
Oh, hold on. You know what? I had a stat for you.
Yeah.
Talking about Brock.
Let's get a stat.
I had to screenshot it. Oh, it's something really good about Brock. And here it is. Brock Purdy since week 15, 976 total yards, first in the NFL. 13 total touchdowns, first in the NFL. 63 total first downs. I mean, that's a fake stat. Ooh, who does that? 74.2 completion percentage, first in the NFL. 11 passing touchdowns, number 1. I can keep going. The list is a very long list.
Do you have the stats from week 18 through week 18?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Anyways, that's a great stat line, Brock. Good job, Brocky.
Yeah.
Brocky, thanks for the call, brother. Thanks for the truck, Brocky.
No.
My guy.
Brock had a good. No, Brock only played 9 games. He had a very good year. He had a very good 9 games. He went 7-2 and was the second-rated quarterback in the NFL. That's pretty good.
And that's without his post. I don't know. We'll talk about BA. That's without BA.
No, actually, now that you said it,
yeah.
Let's talk about BA. What do you got, John?
I don't know, man. It couldn't be me. It was getting paid all that money. I'm fucking. Oh shoot. Yeah, did they get it?
That's what we're looking for, John. That's exactly what I wanted to hear from when you talked about BA. Keep going.
That's bonus points too.
Yeah, effing what? What did you effing want to say about Brandon Ayuk?
If I'm making all that money, man, I'm falling in line. Whatever. Yes, sir. What do you need me to do? Anything you want me to do. Like, bro, that's life-changing money. That's family-changing money.
What was your experience as a teammate of Brandon's?
My first year, dude, BA was great. I mean, I remember we'd be talking, like a bunch of us would be talking like on flights home. Like he was very much just a part of the team and part of he was a really good dude, man. I mean, I always on the football field, the things he does, I don't catching and all that crap is nice. But for me, obviously as an offensive lineman, the way that he blocked, the way that he gave his body up for his team, it was, up there with. I always say Gabe Davis, JJ, and BA were the 3 best blocking receivers I've ever been around. This whole situation is very shocking to me.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you think happened? And have you talked to any of the guys about it?
Not really. It just, I don't know, man. Everyone's just I don't get it. It's just it's a shocking thing. Someone who could, when I was with him my first year, just selfless, giving up his body, is a complete 180. Not to be there for the team, especially, a team that despite all the odds is still going out there and playing great ball. As a competitor, I couldn't I was devastated all last year, in tears watching the team play, when I can't play. It's weird.
And do you think, does his name come back up in the minds of teammates, you think, when you arrive at a situation like this, big leveraged games, Ricky Pearsall is hurt, guys are going through injuries, and he's not there? Do you think that's on the minds of teammates at this point in the year?
I don't think so, because he's just hasn't been there for months. So it's you're not really thinking about him anymore. He's got to move on.
Yeah.
And there's a report that the Browns might be interested. So, man, you go from the Niners to the Browns. That's got to be kind of a backhanded punishment of sorts.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see who their next head coach is, and I kind of like the Browns. At least their defense. Their defense is outrageous.
Yeah.
Offensively, they're obviously, I don't know who their quarterback's going to be, all that whole situation. But, I mean, BA is so talented that that's actually probably a good thing for the Browns.
All right, man. Hey, before you get on out of here, like what kind of – you're super confident in the Bills. How about the Niners? What kind of chance do you give them?
I'm worried, but I think they know how to stop Jalen Hurts. And if you look back at the game 2 years ago when we went out there and just stomped them, I can see that happening as well. I think it will be a high-scoring game.
Okay. Hey, man, we look forward to reacting to it with you next week.
See y'all next week.
All right, there it goes.
Hi, John.
That's John Feliciano joining us. Pay the over. John Feliciano joining us here on Willard and Dibs.
That was only one, I think.
Yeah, we set it at a half.
Okay,
because he knows by now.
Well,
like he knows better by now. But
and I think when he says the word shift, that actually counts as a half because Grandy might have dumped it just at. I saw you go to the button.
One of the times I did.
Yeah, because
you did. You dumped one of the
because the F was semi-silent. Shift without the.
I'm the one that gets in trouble if something sneaks by, so I'm
no
not
doubt.
taking any chances.
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
is what that is.
Please stop.
No, it is.
Grandy's like a hockey goalie who's had too much caffeine. He's back there stopping everything. Pew pew.
Like, I mean, it was kind of unfair. He was navigating those deep waters, and then we brought up Brandon Ayuk. Actually, he brought up Brandon Ayuk.
And we had to follow up.
Yeah.
And he was mad that he brought him up.
I know. He was effing mad.
Well, and I just was looking at John's career earnings, and John did pretty well. According to, I think it was Over the Cap, he made about $23.5 million in cash earnings. So he looks at Ayuk, who is set to make more than that, and maybe quadruple that if he just, show up in rehab and, like John said, yes, sir, no, sir.
Wow. I listen, I was already, and I think a lot of Niner fans were already frustrated with Brandon Ayuk, but there was at least a debate there, and you trying to figure out what's going on. But I think you hear from John right there. That's the point that no one will ever understand. Hell, his personal coach, TJ Houshmandzadeh, came on our show and didn't understand. How can you win the negotiation at that level and then still be mad and bail? Nobody understands that. Teammates, personal coaches, I don't even know if his family gets what the hell he just did.
You walk into your local convenience store, you play Powerball, you go home, you check the numbers. You won Powerball. You take out your lighter and you burn the ticket.
That's pretty much what happened.
And then you go to bed.
Right.
I mean, who wants generational wealth? Family generational wealth. And he's already got
and he got
he's
it.
got plenty.
Yeah,
but
he got it. He got a ton of the money, but he left, most of it. He left most of it, and he left his team.
Yeah. And
you know what I mean?
That's the part of it. I don't know if he would have been able to rehab his way back, but he could have tried. You know?
Well, that's the other side to it is I've got to believe he's completely torpedoed. People talk about Kuminga's value diminishing. What team is going to want to sign you to a new deal now? You're considered a team bailer. And you never showed that you were healthy off of major injury. So like anybody who brings you in now, it's kind of like a low-risk flyer. Like you might get a really great player, but we don't know.
Yeah. Feels like a 1-year deal, like maybe a 2-year with one guaranteed. But I was just looking for reports, and one of them from yesterday was Cleveland. They're eyeballing him as a target to pair with Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
They've got cap room.
All of the mismanaged teams will target him.
Right.
You know who won't now? The Steelers.
Right.
That's who wanted him.
Yeah.
The Patriots. That's who wanted him. God, the Patriots. He could have played with Drake May.
Yeah. Instead, you're likely going to go somewhere with a quarterback who is still learning and not as accurate. So
what a head scratcher, man.
And I'm just interested to see how this all works out, because the James Wiseman one, it wasn't James's fault. He didn't fit. He didn't develop. Then he got hurt. It's like, oh man, hopefully he can someday surface somewhere and play basketball, because when you're 7'2", there's not a lot of things you can, like, you're not going to be a jockey. You're not going to sit in a cubicle and answer phones, At that size, you have a certain skill set that you need to bank on. And you're Brandon Ayuk, and you're an amazing wide receiver. You, at your best, are top 12 in football when he's at his best.
His production was.
Yeah.
His production was.
And playing for a winning team, playing winning football. And
he's made enough money to be fine if he's smart with it. But based on what we're watching, do you believe he's going to be smart with it? I have no idea. But his decision-making so far is questionable at best.
Head scratching is a great way to put it. So I wish him the best.
Yeah. Jose in Oakland. Hey, Jose. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Did you just call Brandon Ayuk an amazing wide receiver? Look, the guy was
at his best, Jose. At his best, yeah.
I give him that when he had Debo playing with him. By himself, he was an average wide receiver. Honestly,
we never really saw that. We never really saw that, Jose. He never played without Debo.
My point. Yes, he did. And he sucked. I'm sorry to say it, but he stunk. Listen, he's going to be gone. Trade him. Trade Mike Jones. I know you guys hate this subject, but listen. They got to find a way to get enough draft picks to offer to the Raiders, who need draft picks anyways, and try to get them to give up Max Crosby to the 49ers. Look, the guy is an amazing talent. He's not happy with the Raiders right now. Okay, I guarantee you another team is going to get him for almost nothing once Max Crosby decides, you know what, I just want to be traded. As far as draft picks, you might say, well, the Niners need they have a lot of holes they need draft picks to. Unfortunately, the 49ers, how many draft picks do they have this year? And I only saw, 3 players actually get on the field? They're terrible, honestly. I don't know what to tell you. With so many draft picks, it seems like they either mismanage their own draft picks or they don't know how to pick them up. Why would you pick up so many players and not play them?
Jose, you didn't like this year's picks? There's way more than 3 who have gotten on the field, by the way. Like, I'm asking that genuinely. You didn't like... I think the early returns on this draft, it's too early to – 1 year is always too early to really, mark a draft. But, there's some real positives that have come – positive signs, I would say, coming out of this class. You don't see that?
Let's be honest. They have really good players. Why they didn't get on the field when this was the year when you had to get him on the field to get enough experience, that's beyond me. Watkins didn't get on the field.
They
traded for players that not okay. You got Robinson. They traded from the Commanders.
Yep.
The guy barely touches the ball. Where is Guerrero? Okay, you had the other wide receiver that you signed from the Rams. The guy barely touched the ball. It seems like Kyle is just set on his ways, trying to get the ball to McCaffrey all the time. He forgets he has other players. Honestly, we had plenty of players, but it seems like he wants to see something from them that is not there just yet. He'll be there once you give him enough experience. They're not going to get experience unless they get on the field. It's like, nowadays when they want to hire somebody, they want somebody with 5 years experience, but nobody wants to give experience. So what's the point of drafting the players then? And like I said, this was the year when he had an opportunity to get them on the field and get that experience.
But how do you, Jose, thanks. I don't know how you blend that with they went 12-5 and were playing for the 1 seed. And we hear this all the time, and quite honestly, and Jose, I love Jose's calls. Jose's a great listener and he knows sports, but I find it very frustrating because we've been doing this, by the way, for 5 years with the Golden State Warriors. How many people scream at a team for not developing players and giving them time, and they say it as if we're just giving up on this year, but simultaneously they want the team to fly through the playoffs and do special things. No, this was not, as it turned out, the year to just evaluate talent. They're 12-5. And 72 hours ago, they were going for the 1 seed. So that, how can you say, just throw Jordan Watkins out there, who, by the way, ripped up a hamstring and missed the first month and a half of the season, and is a wide receiver in a Shanahan offense that's hard to grasp. That ruined his season.
And they don't use a lot of wide receivers anyway. We've talked about it. They use 2 receivers almost more than any other team. And you look at Upton Stout, he played 55% of snaps. and Alfred Collins played 45%. Even Marquise Siegel played 36%, plus half the plays on special teams. And CJ West, 25%. These are guys who were rookies who actually got on the field. A number of these guys. And Stout was good. And
Stout was really good.
Mykel Williams, he ended up playing 36%, even though he missed a bunch of games. So he was on the field. And Upton Stout and Elliott and West, these guys all were on the field. And the Niners are always going to rotate their D-line anyway. So I look at the playing time that these guys got. They actually got opportunities, a lot of them.
And the wide receiver thing I get, boy, it's frustrating. What a stop-start year for the entire wide receiver room. What a mess. What a mess. But I don't think that means I'm going to eliminate any of the draft picks yet as potentially being good. You know, the Pearsall injury thing is getting very frustrating, but we're all tantalized by what we see when he plays. Jordan Watkins had a tantalizing spring, and then his early season got ruined by injury, and you fall behind, and you can't really get on the field. Does that mean that Jordan Watkins won't be a part of this next year? I don't feel like it means that at all. I don't know. Demarcus Robinson is largely playing the way he has his entire NFL career, which he kind of slots in as a 3-4 who makes some plays here or there, but doesn't really pop. I think Juwan Jennings has battled through injury to have a pretty good season. Kendrick Bourne was an emergency 911 call who came in and had some good games. And Brandon Ayuk is a cloud over the entire thing who, by the way, like, the blame is on the 49ers only from the perspective that they didn't trade him when they should have. But the blame is not on the Niners this year. The blame is on the Niners last year.
Right, and
if you ask me.
They tried to bring him back, and he didn't rehab, and Kyle said, I haven't seen him a long time and stuff. And so that's just the way that went. And you mentioned all the names, and Jennings, 71% of the snaps through 5 broken ribs. He's a guy you have to find a way to keep, in my opinion.
I agree.
He's a perfect fit for what you try to do. He's physical, maybe too physical. He's a great blocker. Bourne played 53%. He was your second most used receiver, and he's a guy that you had to acquire, as you mentioned, out of desperation. Pearsall, 43% of the snaps, and he's got to be up around 80 to 85. You're healthy. You're going to be out there every single play. They do a lot of 2-receiver sets, and ideally it'll be Pearsall and Jennings this year, but Pearsall wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, and by the way, like the Niners' offense for 6 weeks was going up and down the field on people. Then they scored 3 points, and I hear in Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, this just came in, dude, we have no shot at beating good defenses if we don't play Watkins or Cowing. We need speed. Okay, you didn't need speed, quote unquote speed. By the way, I'm sure all the other 49er receivers who play get super offended by hearing that they're slow. That was not the issue against the Seahawks. The issue is that you didn't have time. Like, those wide receivers can get open. They've been getting open all year. They didn't get open against Seattle because Seattle's a really good defense and time was not created. Can you beat a good defense without quote unquote speed receivers? I mean, maybe. We'll see this weekend. But even if I'm wrong, I think it's an interesting thought that someone would believe the key, we arrive at the playoffs and the whole key is 2 young receivers who've never played. And we got to put them on the field. Like, why would you project like that? I don't even know if they're any good.
Right.
They might be.
Cowing didn't play a snap all year. And Garendo played no snaps on offense. He played a bunch on special teams. And you have a guy who's really fast, who's a wide receiver. He played 110 snaps, and it's Sky Moore.
Yep.
And you threw him the ball a few times, and you ran some of those end arounds.
Surprise, right?
I mean, considering what you expected.
Yes.
But you had Marquez Valdez-Scantling. You had Russell Gage. Remember him? Malik Turner had some snaps. You were searching all year, and Jacob Cowing was never healthy enough, and you may not see him back as a 49er again.
You might not. I mean, the wide receiver room is going to be, spoiler alert, one of the big stories of the offseason. It's going to be huge. I don't really want the Niners to have to use early draft picks on wide receivers. I would prefer that they don't do that, considering the trench problems and injury and age that they're having right now. So I would sort of lean back in the same direction that you went last year, which is to get a lot of trench players, both sides of the ball, early in the draft. But I don't know. how you kind of rebuild this wide receiver room. I don't know if it's a free agency thing. I don't know if it's a draft thing. I don't know if it's keep the people you have and build from there. Like maybe Watkins does have a bigger role next year.
That to me is the most likely route.
And you do keep Juwan.
You've got Robinson back, right, under contract.
Correct. Robinson's back.
You signed Juwan to a nice deal. Pearsall's here for his third year. You have Watkins, and you hope he develops, and maybe Cowan gets a shot in camp, and then you try to go out and find another Kendrick Bourne type guy, somebody who can come in there and just help you.
Yeah.
Because you don't do a lot of 3 receiver sets, so you don't need to have 6 really good wide receivers.
I don't even know if like they have some of these guys, like you talk about Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, and even somebody down like Robinson or Kendrick Bourne. They are good receivers. These are people who have been in the league for a long time. They're not great. But what's funny to me is, and I don't know if this is the fantasy football thing too, like somehow in our head, you've got to have great receivers to win in this league. No, you don't. When the hell has that ever been the case? Tom Brady made a career out of winning Super Bowls without great receivers. Tyreek Hill left the Chiefs, and all the Chiefs did was win more Super Bowls.
Right.
With a bunch of, I don't even know who's running around at wide receiver. Like there's no,
Juju.
I say this all the time. You know who's got great receivers? The Bengals. Great receivers.
The Eagles.
Well, now that is a little bit, they are kind of an outlier. The funny thing last year was they won the Super Bowl and they didn't use them.
No.
They've got great receivers and they're always pissed off because they don't get the ball very much. They ran the ball last year, 2,000 yards.
Yeah. And this year they didn't run it as much, and they threw it a little bit more, and they still were mad.
Y'all love the Bills. They don't have any receivers. They got one. They got an early draft pick, and he went mentally sideways all year. They kept doing it healthy and active. So I don't know, man.
Devontae Smith, 77 grabs for 1,008. A.J. Brown, 78 grabs for 1,003.
Yeah. And they're really good players.
But, I mean, you had 77, 78, and they each barely crested 1,000.
Right.
And they both wanted another 77 targets apiece.
Of course they did. Like those great play callers, whether it's the Kyle Shanahans, the Andy Reids, you go around the league, you all know who they are. Like, I do think you can succeed with a lot of different types of weaponry. Let's put it that way. I'd love to have great receivers, but I also think a good offense can make a receiver. Give me the team that's not paying people $30 million at wide receiver over the team that is.
And that's why I'm almost dead certain that the Niners won't be in the free agent market for wide receivers, because they have PTSD for what happened this past summer and what they went through with Debo as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, we're sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's. The lines are still wide open if you want to weigh in on any of this. And let's get back to what we were asking, this defeatist mindset that it feels like is penetrating a lot of the 49er fan base. Is that where you are? Is this game this weekend, is it too hard? We'll let you hear what Baldy said about the matchup. You might find it interesting. Coming up next, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. You know what I love about heading to Chase Center? The energy, the excitement, and doing it all without sitting in traffic. That's why so many fans hop on Caltrain. It's the easy, stress-free way to get to the action. Instead of fighting for parking or staring at brake lights, you can just relax, scroll your phone, grab a snack, or just kick back and enjoy the ride. Caltrain drops you in San Francisco, steps away from great food, entertainment, and of course, the big event at Chase Center. Skip the traffic, skip the parking. Take Caltrain, your ride to what matters.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Willard. Let's play Underdog. Football playoffs are back. Underdog, best place to play on all the gridiron action. You can make picks and win money right now in California. You know playing on Underdog is easy. You pick if your favorite players are going higher or lower on stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, whatever it is. You get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, and I apologize, but I'm looking at the Niner-Eagle game, and I'm going Jalen Hurts lower than 0.5 interceptions. Come on, the Niner defense is hampered. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at goldenstatelumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I don't know, man. It couldn't be me. It was getting paid all that money. Oh shoot.
Now, back to
Will and Debbie
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, he's not wrong. Getting paid all that money, I'm bleeping doing whatever the coach says too.
Pretty much, right?
I don't know. I mean, just Brandon sort of. We're talking about Brandon Ayuk with John Feliciano. He sort of violated to me what's the number one rule maybe of life, quite frankly. You ask for something, you get it, then you're not thankful. And not like you don't do what you say that you were going to do. You don't do what the whole conversation was about. That's rule number one, isn't it?
I live with somebody who does that. She's 3.
Oh.
I'm not saying that Brandon's 3, but just what you laid out, you're reminding me of.
I was like, I can't believe you put your wife out like that.
She wanted to go from her cribby into a big girl bed, and so we said, all right, you behave for a week at school, you'll get a big girl bed. So she did it. We took the side off the crib, and she was stoked. 1 week later, now she wants a bigger bed.
Yep.
So now your big girl bed is no longer big girl enough for you. Now you want a bigger bed, so we get you a twin. Now you're going to want a queen. And then you're going to want a king. Then you're going to want a California king, right? Which won't fit in your room. Like, this is what you asked for. This is what you get.
Yes.
It's a nice bed. The Cali King.
It's huge.
A lot of bed.
You can live in there.
No doubt. You're like 3 rolls away from any possible contact, you know?
Like, that's a remote eater is what that is. I can't find anything in there.
Yep.
They're wrapped up in the sheets and it's just gone. Hey, how about triples for autism? They did it last night, but whew.
Yeah.
Woo!
The chef with a couple of late boppers.
Brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco. Thank you, Bay Area. The Warriors, in order to get the donation, they have to make 10. They made 10. They made 10 3-pointers last night, just enough for another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Thank you, Steph. He had 4, including 2 late ones. And then 6 others chipped in with 1 each. 37th donation of the year for Triples for Autism. If you'd like to get involved, make a donation. Thank you so much. Go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. This might be the launching point for the show tomorrow. We'll see. But here's what Baldy said with regard to the Niners getting matched up against the Eagles.
Yes, it's the worst matchup. It's a 4:30 game on Sunday. The crowd will be juiced out of their minds. I was just there on Sunday doing the game against Washington. There's people in the building, in the Eagles building, that were pissed that they sat all their key starters to be ready for this game. The whole offensive line rested. The receivers rested, the quarterback, the running back. You're going to get a very rested. Jalen Carter is rested. Like he told me, he's healthy. His shoulder's been bothering him all year. He had some procedures done. Jalen Phillips rested. Like they're going to be full. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Everybody took the week off to get ready for this game. You're going to see the Eagles fully rested. I mean, I would think that Trent will be back and Pearsall will be back, which will help. They don't have Seattle's scheme, which is good.
Okay. I mean, he basically spent much of that time talking about rest. The Eagles, who did play, played a day later than the 49ers did, but I get that they were able to rest a lot of their key players. I don't know. Sometimes that has the reverse effect in the playoffs. We've seen that too, the whole rest versus rust debate. But I get it. Yeah, I don't think this is a great matchup for the Niners, but the funny thing is, I don't think there are a lot of great matchups out there for the 49ers. I spent yesterday saying the Niners are very accomplished. They're not very good. It's not a great team. Yeah. Any good team is going to be hard for the 49ers to beat. They could do it, but it's going to be hard.
I like their matchup against Carolina better and Chicago. I mean, Chicago is the one.
I don't know that Carolina is actually good, but yeah.
Right,
yeah,
but
Chicago.
if you could pick your opponent, it would be Carolina, then Chicago.
Sure.
And then you'd have to, suffer with whatever is left over, the Rams or
Green Bay.
Yeah.
Green Bay is probably next.
I suppose. Yeah. Although, the frozen tundra and all that, although they're the 7th seed, so you'd have it here.
Yeah.
Although you couldn't possibly match up with them. But we'll see. We'll get more into the matchups as we get deeper in the week. I think Greg Cosell on Friday. Is that right? So
Greg Cosell Friday.
We'll get really fresh thoughts from Greg heading into the weekend.
No doubt. Let's go to Tavis in Oakland. Hey, Tavis, thanks for calling.
Willard, Dibs, how you boys doing? Good?
Everything is fantastic, Tavis. Thank you for calling us.
Of course, man. Look, I wanted to chime in. I'm not necessarily in, like, the defeatist attitude camp that you were talking about. And I'll be honest, for the last couple of days over some of the callers on the airwaves and what I'm reading on Twitter, I'm seeing a lot of Santa Clara whiners instead of Niner fans. Like, coming into the year, maybe I'm alone in that the expectations were relatively tempered. I didn't necessarily know what we were going to get. And when Bosa went down, when Kittle went down, it was like a funeral on 95.7 The Game. The team's still in it. They're still punching, right? And so long as Shanahan is in his bag, which personally I don't think he was in the Seattle game, everyone had a bad game, right? Toss that one out. But if Shanahan is going to call a game the way he had these last 6 games before Seattle, sure they have a chance. You know what's even more negative than Niner fans right now? The Philly fans are acting like the sky's on fire.
Yeah.
So I just don't necessarily think, it's the playoffs. Weird things have happened. If we go, I guess my question is, if we go into Philly on Sunday and we win, because the game turns into a track meet or, something like that happens where we're able to outlast them, will you necessarily be absolutely shocked come Monday morning?
No, absolutely not. Tavis, thanks. I don't know that there's anything in these playoffs that would shock me. Maybe if Carolina came out and whipped up the Rams, but they did 4 weeks ago. You know what I mean? Like, no, playoff games are not going to shock me, especially games that are 2, 3, 4 point spreads. I think what we do collectively is we remember what we saw last and we trust it as fact. And
recency bias.
It's totally recency bias, and that's not the way sports works. Styles make fights. You have different efforts on different days. There's luck, right? Bounces go your way. Things happen, what have you. It's why betting is hard. These teams will all come back this week, and we'll have a different story for you than they had the last time we watched them play.
And if you want to just take it to betting, it's not like the spread is 10.5, Carolina and the Rams. This is 4.5. So they're saying home team gets 3. Not always, but I think Philly's one of those teams that does get the 3. So you play this game in the middle of nowhere, they're 1.5 better than the 49ers. So, and that's just what the betting markets are telling you. The money's early come in on Philly. We'll see where the number ultimately rests as we get tomorrow for both teams a look at the injury report.
Well, and I mean, look, the Niners, they have some things that they will throw at you. Again, was it Seattle's ineptitude? I don't know, but we all agree that Seattle totally outplayed them. And if Christian McCaffrey holds onto a ball, it's 13-10 with 7 minutes to go. So, they totally have a shot. I'm not saying I'm picking it, but they got a shot. Real quick, Sacto Niner in Sacramento. What up, Sacto Niner?
Hey, what up? Hey, Will. I purposely stayed off the airwaves not to listen to all the crap about the game on Saturday, but I listened to you and Ephraim the day after, and a couple things I think you guys mentioned that, one, Brock actually looked like he was kind of in these big games where he kind of just wasn't in it, right? And the play calling, don't agree with because they gave up on the run too quickly. Didn't keep I know that defense is good, but didn't keep them at least honest. They're just teeing up. And I know, Willard, you said that, they're just great defense. Yeah, but even Shanahan, what happened to the play calling? Design something that'll slow them down.
Yeah, you got.
They were just
right. Yeah, Sacto, we got to run.